Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 601, Convincing the High Elf. After introducing all the new members to Loki and her familia, her children also started introducing themselves to them. Of course, Loki noted that something was strange with the black-haired little girl, but she didn't want to ask them openly. Hestia and Artemis also decided not to tell Loki that Ophis isn't actually a member of their familia and just let them assume that she was, along with the other new members. After everyone's turn, Kisuke asked a question that had been bothering him since earlier. By the way, Loki-sama, where's Riveria-san? Since you brought all of your female members, she should be around here too, unless she has some business she needs to attend to. Loki pointed her thumb over her and said, I gave her a swimsuit, but she hasn't come out. It was then that everyone suddenly noticed that Kisuke was already holding a camera in his hands. Oi, Yuruchi called out. Kisuke hurriedly put it back and scratched his head in embarrassment. My bad habit. I apologize. However, Loki gave him a thumbs up. I approve if you can provide me a copy. Well, only if you can actually make her wear a swimsuit. Kisuke's eyes shone and he said, deal. I'll try to convince her. He then started walking towards the rock where Riveria was still mulling about the origin of the world, trying to escape the reality in front of her. That face. It's the face he makes when he wants to mess with someone. Aquino muttered. And from the looks of it, this is not the first time he's doing it for that particular person, Irina added with a twitching mouth. Curious, Sarafal turned to Yuruchi and asked, say, Yurichan, why does he seem so gung-ho about this? Yuruchi rubbed her chin in contemplation before replying, If I were to describe Riveria, she's the same type of person as Sona-chan. I agree. Aika nodded at her words. Aika, shut it. And Ne-sama, please stop asking about it. But if Sona were to totally be honest, she could really see herself in Riveria. Though the two of them were still very unique individuals. Nevertheless, in Kisuke meter, the two of them are very bullyable. Ignoring Sona, Sarafal nodded like a sage. If that's the case, then I understand. Kukuku, from my perspective, it's Sona-chan who is very similar to our Riveria. And one could argue that an embarrassed expression of an overly serious person is one of the best. Loki also added. What's this conference of appreciation of the overly serious? Tiona asked. Don't ask me. But I'm actually surprised that they can keep up with Loki's nonsensical talks, replied Tioni. While they were all agreeing and getting along with each other, Kisuke reached the boulder where Riveria was hiding, and as before, she was still holding the skimpy swimsuit that Loki gave her. Whoa, that's some impressive swimsuit you've got there. Hearing the familiar voice that shouldn't be here, Riveria was startled and hurriedly turned towards his direction. Kisuke. What are you doing here? But recalling his question and realizing that she's still holding the swimsuit, Riveria's face instantly heated up, and tried to hide it behind her. Yuve got it wrong. Loki gave this to me and I don't have any intention of wearing it. Is that so? Such a shame, replied Kisuke with a disappointed face. It is not. Riveria retorted with all her might. Riveria then took a deep breath and managed to sufficiently calm down. But before she said anything, she first observed Kisuke properly as she noticed that he's wearing swimwear and guessed his intentions in this location. She then rightfully assumed that the rest of the Hestia familia must be around too if he's here. With her expression returning to normal, Riveria asked again, I see that you've returned, but what are you doing here? Same as your familia, to have some fun. I'm sorry to break it to you, but we're not here to have some fun. It's to investigate the movements of the strange monsters that appeared on the surface. Kisuke turned his head towards the group of girls and replied, really? They seem to be having plenty of fun. It was Loki's idea. Soon we'll have to move according to our schedule. It's fine to have a bit of fun too, you know. Surprisingly, Riveria nodded. I know, that's why I'm joining them soon. However, thanks to this, Kisuke found the flow where he wanted to take this conversation, with that swimsuit. Riveria glared at him and answered, I'm never wearing this. So you're saying that you'll join them with that usual attire of yours? It's not a problem, is it? Riveria then turned around and started walking out, intending to join others as it is. It's not technically a problem, but you'll be dampening the mood a bit. With a huge sigh, Kisuke continued, I guess, as a high elf and royalty, you really can't wear a swimsuit and join other races on a beach in it. Suddenly, Riveria halted her steps because she heard something that she didn't like. Turning towards Kisuke with an offended expression, Riveria replied, this has nothing to do with me being a high elf nor royalty. Shoving the swimsuit she's hiding to Kisuke, Riveria continued with a dignified voice, although it's getting popular in some parts of the continent, there's actually no cultural origin of wearing these swimsuits, and it was only introduced by the deities in recent times. Even then, I knew for sure that even an Amazonas wouldn't wear this kind of extreme swimsuit. So let me repeat it. Me being high elf or royalty has nothing to do with this. Of course, Kisuke already knew of her past and already figured some of her insecurities, and this was the reaction he'd been hoping to get. Clapping his hand together, Kisuke realized it. Oh, so it's not that you won't wear it, but the swimsuit itself that is the problem. That means, if it's a proper swimsuit similar to the others, then it won't be a problem and you'll wear it, right? Riveria's serious demeanor faltered a bit and thought that she may have fallen for a trap. However, she can't really take back what she'd already said and just nodded, why yeah. Though a bit nervous, she's very sure that Loki didn't bring an extra swimsuit, so the only problem is if Kisuke pulled out a set for her. But that's ridiculous, right? Why would he go around carrying swimsuits for women with him? She thought. However, her hopes were instantly dashed when Kisuke suddenly pulled a swimsuit out of thin air. How about these? Kisuke showed her a cute light green and white bikini. Chapter 602, Convincing the High Elf Part 2. Where did that come from? And why do you have something like that? Riveria yelled in shock. Is that important? It is. Well, whatever, Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders. In any case, if it's this swimsuit, you'd be able to wear it, right? Riveria couldn't help but take a step back. That. With a big grin, Kisuke pushed more. It's not about you being a high elf nor royalty, right? Giving him another glare, Riveria muttered, you bastard. You were hoping for this. I have no clue what you're talking about, but I can assure you that these are brand new, so you shouldn't worry about anything regarding that. That's not the problem. Geez, you've too many issues. And here I am, helping you out of goodwill. Riveria closed her eyes in frustration, but after silently grunting, she opened them back up and said, fine. Give it to me. Since the ship had sailed, Riveria didn't argue uselessly with him anymore. Grabbing the swimsuit from Kisuke's hands, Riveria went towards the deeper part of the forest. However, before she fully stepped into it, she turned her head towards him. Don't you dare peek. With a smile, Kisuke answered, I won't. Sighing, Riveria went on her way. It had been more than 15 minutes ever since Riveria started changing into the simple bikini. However, Kisuke didn't become impatient and waited silently for her from a distance. It was then that he heard some rustling among the foliage and turned back to see Riveria emerging. Welcome back. Took you a while, huh? Shut it. This is the first time I've put on something like this. Coming out of hiding, Riveria revealed herself to Kisuke. As this was the first time she'd shown this much skin to the opposite gender, she couldn't stop her face from heating up. It's really too unfortunate that it was this hooligan who was the first man to see her like this. And despite her best efforts, she couldn't seem to calm herself down right now. Kisuke, meanwhile, just silently looked at her while thinking about something. Extremely bothered by his stare, Riveria asked while using her arms to cover her chest and belly button, what is it? Is there a problem? I knew it, it's not suited for someone like me. No. It's not about that. I'm just thinking of something. Mind lending me your hair tie? Riveria was confused but she complied. Removing her hair tie released her long green hair. Receiving her golden hair tie, Kisuke took out a transparent short white cardigan and a matching waistcloth and passed it to her. What's this? A cardigan and a waistcloth. Try putting them over your swimsuit. It should alleviate some of your uneasiness. Riveria thought for a bit before putting it on. Although it's transparent and everyone could still see the swimsuit underneath, it comforted Riveria with the much-needed hug of clothes. Thanks. Kisuke nodded and said, you look great. What dash? Really? But realizing her reaction just now, Riveria's face flushed even more, and she tried to brush it off with a feigned cough. Ehem. Please do not tease me. Chuckling, Kisuke took out another thing from his inventory. I'm not teasing you this time. It's just my honest opinion. Here, put this on as a finishing touch. He then placed a wide floppy straw hat with a matching light green ribbon on top of her head. Riveria could only stay quiet and bite her lips as Kisuke placed the hat on her head. She then tried to hide her face using the brim of said hat. Kisuke then turned towards the direction where everyone else was playing and said, now that you're ready, let's go to where everyone is. Right, Riveria followed behind him. Since Kisuke was taking so long, the others decided to play among themselves. While the Hiryut sisters decided to swim with all their might since they wanted to move with their new level, the others were more interested in the beach volleyball that the sisters were playing. Ainakity and 4 others had learned how to play it and started a match while the others joined the Hiryut sisters to play in the water. Since she kept looking her way, Lafia noticed that Ace was just sitting on the sand enjoying the sea breeze. Ace-san. Would you like to go swimming with me? However, contrary to her expectations, Ace hurriedly backed off. I am fine, really. ? Lafia was confused by her reaction and Loki suddenly appeared beside them. What's up, Ace-tan? Don't tell me you still can't swim. Ace was startled, but she still didn't move from her position, nor deny Loki's claim. Lafia questioned Loki's claims. No way. I didn't imagine Ace-san of all people being the only one that can't swim. But thanks to the unreasonable expectations, Ace started panicking. It was then that Lafia realized that Loki was saying the truth. Amazing. She's really distressed. Giving up, Ace came clean to everyone with a deadpan expression. When I tried to swim, I only sink. The others who were playing beach volleyball stopped what they were doing and reacted, that can't be true, right? Everyone from the Hestia familia, especially Sona, Kaneko, and Aika, were amazed at this new information. That's really surprising. Who would have thought that one of the top adventurers of Orario didn't know how to swim? Isn't it too dangerous for you to go through the water city? Asked Sona. I can just jump from platform to platform. Tiona then raised her hand and said, how about I teach you how to swim? Ah, that's a good idea. It's also a good opportunity, Tioni pitched in. After some hesitation, Ace nodded and agreed, oh okay. Since they were interested, everyone from the Loki familia also went towards the shallow part of the beach where she'd receive her teachings. Sona, Aika, Kaneko, and Yoruchi were also a bit interested, so they followed to watch while the people left looked after Ophis and Claire, who were now building a sandcastle. Wanting to test her current skills, Tiona asked Ace to swim by herself first to gauge her. However, it didn't go well because as soon as she went into the deeper parts, she immediately sank without a trace and had to be saved. Seeing this, Loki finally realized it's no use. The trauma from Riveria's special training is rooted too deep. What did Riveria-sama do to her? Asked Alicia in surprise. But instead of answering, Loki wondered and turned towards the direction where Riveria was hiding. Now that I think about it, where's Riveria? Wondering why Loki's voice trailed at the end of her question, Alicia also looked in the same direction and saw two people coming over. However, what caught her attention was the woman who was hiding her face behind Kisuke, that is. Hey, what are you all up to? Kisuke caught everyone's attention and their sights inevitably moved towards the woman behind him. Who's that? Tiona asked in genuine curiosity. However, the waving green hair was a dead giveaway to the other girls, but they couldn't be so sure due to the atmosphere around her. Riveria-sama? Lafia asked. Instead of the strict and sharp aura that Riveria usually had, the woman behind Kisuke was emanating a very feminine aura. A shy girl in the middle of the beach. Lifting her hat, Riveria revealed her slightly flushed face. What? Everyone froze and almost couldn't recognize her. However, just as Kisuke had expected, it was Loki who recovered first and reacted, I didn't know you had such a cute side in you. She then jumped at her while shouting, screw reason. Prepare yourself, Riveria. Nevertheless, Loki only received a punch in the face from Riveria. Get away from me. Chapter 603, First Steps Towards Advancing the World. While the Loki familia members were scrambling around the embarrassed Riveria, Kisuke separated from them and approached Yoruchi, Aika, Sona, Tiona, and Ace, who were left alone, trying to learn how to swim. Ace's expression became slightly awkward as she recalled their last conversation. Nevertheless, she still nodded, why yes. Tiona then smiled wryly and said, it's not going well, though. Kisuke looked at Ace for a short while and noted her slight trembling on the water and figured out what's going on. Well, if you can't overcome your fear of deep waters, you'll never be able to properly learn how to swim. Why are you so afraid anyway? To that question, Ace's face became slightly pale and her trembling worsened as she hugged Tiona closely. Aha, haha. She hasn't recovered from the trauma of Riveria's training years ago, Tiona answered while laughing wryly. Kisuke started rubbing his chin. Wondering what he's thinking about, Kisuke suddenly grinned and said, want to learn a nifty trick? Ace tilted her head and asked, trick? While his girls, Tiona and Ace were watching, Kisuke suddenly walked over to the water. However, instead of sinking, Kisuke took another step on the water, and now he was standing on the water on his own 2 feet. Tiona and Ace's eyes widened at this scene and the former asked with a trembling voice, how? Due to Tiona's exclamation, the people who were scrambling around Riveria looked in their direction. At first, they couldn't understand what was going on or why Tiona suddenly exclaimed and was making such a shocked expression. But the moment Kisuke took a few more steps towards the deeper parts of the water, they finally realized what was going on, yet they still couldn't understand what's happening, so they could only remain speechless while making shocked faces, trying to comprehend the scene in front of them. Ace, on the other hand, let go of Tiona and approached Kisuke, before starting to look around his feet, trying to figure out how he's doing this. This is the nifty trick I'm talking about. Kisuke said while looking down at her. Ace then suddenly looked up to him with shining eyes and said, please teach me how. Not long after Ace's plea, Line also raised her hand and said, please teach me too. Recovering from her shock, Tiona also joined in, me too. Recovering from her shyness after witnessing a very interesting technique, Riveria also raised her voice with shining eyes, I would like to learn it too, if possible. If Tiona is learning it, please let me in too. Tioni added, not wanting to be left behind. As for the rest, since they were not really close to the Hestia familia, especially Kisuke, nor were they as outgoing and honest as the Hiryut sisters, despite their interest and curiosity, they couldn't tell Kisuke that they wanted to learn it too. Seeing this, Loki was about to ask Kisuke to include the others too, but before she could speak up, she saw Kisuke winked at her. Understanding what he meant, Loki backed down. Kisuke then clapped his hands and said, "All right. Since so many people want to learn it, those who don't want to play around anymore are free to join." Hesitantly, Lafia asked, "Is that fine with you? It seems like a very important exploration skill. And can we really learn it without it being reflected on our status?" Kisuke nodded and answered, "You sure can. And if possible, I'd like you to stop thinking about your skills, magic and developmental abilities, no matter how rare they are, while learning this trick." Lafia and the rest looked at each other in confusion. However, it was easy enough of a condition, so they just nodded. "Great. Then before I teach you how to actually do this, I'd like to talk to Loki-sama in private." Riveria sighed after hearing this and thought, of course it wouldn't be for free. Most likely, he'll issue the bill to Loki for all this trouble. However, she understood where Kisuke was coming from and also didn't like the idea of getting indebted to him, and not knowing how to pay it back. It's just too risky when it comes to Kisuke. Kisuke walked towards Loki and passed by her. Loki thought for a bit before following him towards a certain distance that the others wouldn't overhear their conversation. "What do you want as an exchange and why are you being so secretive about it?" "Well, you'll probably question my motive, so I'm doing this as a precaution," answered Kisuke. Loki looked straight into his eyes and said with a serious expression, "Out with it. My condition is, whatever they learn from me as a group, I would like them to spread it to everyone." "Everyone?" "Yes, everyone. Every adventurer out there, including the Ganesha familia, Hephaestus familia and the Freya familia." Loki became quiet for a few minutes and Kisuke just waited for her response. It wasn't long until Loki responded, but instead of asking about his motives, she went straight to the thing she's most curious about: what's going to happen. "And what do you know?" Kisuke was already prepared for her to ask a few questions, but he didn't expect her to go straight to that part. And despite the casual way Loki asked her question, Kisuke could feel some pressure from her as deity, signifying her seriousness. But before Kisuke could answer her, Loki continued speaking. "If I'm not wrong, the main component behind that trick is life energy, or what you call ki, right?" Kisuke nodded, "Correct. Even though us gods are aware of its existence, we know for sure that only a few people in history were able to manifest it. Even then, they were not able to use it for anything useful aside from lengthening their lifespans by a decade or two. So when I heard from Riveria that some of you are utilizing this energy, I was shocked. However, I didn't delve deeper into it with respect to your privacy and Hestia. But now, you're asking my children to spread the method of manipulating life energy, which in turn may put them in danger from the attention they would be getting from other deities. On those grounds, I would have immediately refused this despite the apparent benefit. Just so you know, even though us gods came down here for entertainment, that doesn't mean we don't care about order or the lives in the lower world if it's for our own amusement. However, I still regard you highly. So I'm asking you, what's going to happen and what do you know? Give me an answer that will allow me to agree with your plans." Kisuke sighed. "I'm not a prophet nor do I have the skill of one, so I don't really know what's going to happen. As for what I do know, I don't really know that much either, so I can't really answer any of those questions in a way that would satisfy you. If it's my motives, it's easier to answer as I only wanted a potential option for the future." Loki's jaw slackened when she heard Kisuke's answer. Why you were planning for an indefinite future and placing indefinite measures. You're planning to drag my children into danger for nonsensical shit like that. It's not nonsensical. I at least think that this is a good measure for the things that I think might happen in the future, Kisuke immediately corrected her. Chapter 604, Loki's Hardships. Bullshit. How is all of that sensical? Hollered Loki. Kisuke became quiet for a moment, closed his eyes, and thought of ways to convince her. Should I just take a gamble? He opened his eyes and looked straight into Loki's eyes. If I'm going to do that, I should be able to gauge her affiliation, and it would be interesting to see her reaction. Loki was mad, but when she saw a grin on Kisuke's face, she became a bit concerned. What? You plannin' something else? But instead of answering her, Kisuke turned back and suddenly yelled, Ophis-chan. Come here for a minute. Ophis looked towards him for a few seconds before standing up and leaving behind the sandcastle she had been working on. Loki didn't say anything hereafter and just waited for the child that has been giving her a strange feeling to slowly walk over. Ophis reached Kisuke's side and looked up to him. What is it? Could you perhaps hide us? Asked Kisuke. Loki became confused at his question, but Ophis immediately understood what he meant, only for a few seconds, or else, he'll notice. Kisuke nodded. That's more than enough. While Loki was looking confused, Ophis suddenly lifted her right arm over to her head and the surrounding scenery suddenly became distorted until it was instantly dyed in black. While Loki's eyes opened widely in shock, she was more surprised with the aura that the little girl was emitting instead of the sudden change in scenery. What are you? But instead of addressing her concerns, Kisuke explained, I'm doing this because of the existence known as chaos. Loki became frozen at his words, and 2 seconds later, the darkness engulfing them receded, returning the scenery to normal, as if nothing had happened. Immediately after, Loki tried her best to return her expression to normal and hide her agitation. But just from this, Kisuke was able to gauge where she was standing and thought that revealing a few things to her was worth it. As Loki became quiet, Kisuke could see minute changes in her expression and could tell that she was under a lot of stress. And indeed, Loki was very stressed after what just happened. There were 2 main points, but Loki couldn't ask for clarification to either of those. Because of that black space, we were temporarily separated from reality. Although that guy shouldn't have seen anything, a fluctuation within the laws of the world would surely get his attention and he would investigate it. Although he might not have been looking just now, he should still be eyeing this part of the lower world right now. Thanks to that, I can't ask what the identity of that little girl is nor how he knew of that guy. Fuck. I want to know, but I can't unless I want to get his attention now. Hence, the source of her stress. Meanwhile, Kisuke just waited for her to gather and sort out her thoughts quietly. Ophis, on the other hand, immediately returned to her playtime after fulfilling Kisuke's request. After a few minutes, Loki sighed heavily and glared at Kisuke. Teach them and make sure that they'll survive whatever's coming down, then at least I won't be your enemy. She then walked away from Kisuke, not waiting for her reply. She won't take a no for an answer. She'd do anything to keep her beloved children safe from unreasonable forces. Everyone thought that the most that could happen in this era would be the subjugation of the Black Dragon. Moreover, I'm sure that no deity would expect that there are individuals that could potentially unveil the secret of the dungeon. Loki then stopped walking for a moment and looked up to the sky. If it rises up again, whose side is going to prevail this time? All logic and reasoning goes to that guy's side, but what is this feeling? For the first time ever, instead of just looking forward to the future and the stories of my children, I'm very conflicted. Resuming her steps towards her children again, Loki kept asking herself, at that time, where should I stand? The first one to approach her was Riveria as she asked, what's wrong? Loki shook her head and sighed, nothing. He'll teach you that trick now, so be sure to study it carefully. It should be useful in the future. Her uncharacteristic response weirded out Riveria, but she could also tell that she didn't want to talk about this further, so Riveria instead asked, what about his price? We've talked it out, so you shouldn't worry about it. Though I want it to be between us for now, so I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. Riveria became even more hesitant after hearing that, but Loki reassured her, don't think about it. What he wants is on me and he wouldn't ask anything else from you lot. Be at ease. Only then could Riveria sigh in relief. Looks like dealing with Kisuke's prices gave her a bit of trauma, Loki snickered inwardly. In the meantime, Yoruchi approached Kisuke. What happened? From her point of view, nothing out of the ordinary happened except for the sudden slight fluctuation of mana, ki, and spirit particles in the surroundings. However, she had been listening to their conversation and felt baffled when their topic shifted into an entirely different direction. Her guess is that Kisuke asked Ophis to do something that she wasn't able to perceive. But instead of answering her, Kisuke just held her hand. At first, Yoruchi was confused with what he's trying to do, but her expression stiffened slightly when she received a coded message from Kisuke using his Ryatsu. This secret code, which meant later, was one of the many communication codes that were used within the Onmitsukido or the stealth force back in the Siri. She was surprised at the extent of Kisuke wanting to keep this a secret. Figuring out that someone might be watching, it'll look weird if she just stood there saying nothing, so she changed the topic. You're teaching them how to manipulate ki. Kisuke nodded and said, yeah. I can't have them as helpless as they are right now in the future. If chaos were to happen in the future, I don't want them retiring to the sidelines. As you know, since we're just a small group, the more chaotic things are, the better. I see. And I agree. We can't be the only ones that go to the deeper parts of the dungeon. Yoruchi knew that Kisuke is referring to something else, but for the sake of saying something back and not drawing suspicion, she replied as such. Kisuke grinned and said, correct. Within the void, the eyes that are looking down at the lower world lost their interest and went back to inactivity, waiting for the tiger to fulfill his end of the deal and pull that being out from the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 605, Revealed. All right, everyone. Gather up. Kisuke raised his voice. Soon after, everyone from the Loki familia had gathered around him in anticipation. Although there are other feelings mixed in, like embarrassment, due to Kisuke being a man and seeing them in their swimsuits, they couldn't feel an ounce of the strange stare that most men give them, so they were able to relax a bit. Kisuke didn't immediately address them and contemplated on something. Just teaching them isn't enough. They also need the motivation to move forward. Deciding on the steps he intended to take, Kisuke finally started. Before I teach it to everyone, I first have to explain a few things. To learn this trick, you just have to learn how to manipulate energy, a type of energy that is different from magic power. Just from this, everyone aside from Riveria, Ace, and Line became confused. A different type of energy outside of magic power. Does something like that exist? Asked Lafia. Yes. It's not widely known, but there are actually 3 types of power that reside in everyone, including magic power. As for the other 2, we'll only discuss one of them as it's almost impossible to manipulate the last one. Kisuke then saw Tiona raise her hand. You said that these powers reside within everyone, but my magic parameter was 0 from the moment I received my fauna. So magic power shouldn't exist within me. Incorrect. The magic power that you can see on your status is the amount that you can actively use. In your case, all the magic power that you have went straight towards passively strengthening your other parameters. You should have marginally more strength, endurance, and agility than your twin sister, right? On top of that, those 3 parameters develop faster than everyone else despite doing the same thing. That's true. So I really do have magic power. It's just that, I can't use it aside from strengthening myself. Kisuke nodded in acknowledgement. Placing her right fist on top of her left palm, Tiona thought the right words for her, in other words, a power idiot. Exactly, Kisuke nodded yet again. Of course, Tiona immediately protested, who are you calling an idiot? Unfortunately for her, everyone else ignored her as they wanted to listen to Kisuke's words more. Even for Riveria, the fact that Tiona actually had magic power, but its used to strengthen her was actually a theory in her mind and she had no way to actually prove it. Now then, moving on, the other energy residing within you is very basic. So basic that you're already feeling it the moment you were born, which is why it's so hard to perceive compared to magic power. And this is your life force. There are many ways to describe it. One could say it's the power that your blood carries, but in a broader sense, it's the power of your own physical body. Immediately after, Tiona interrupted him, even if you say that it's hard to perceive, someone out there other than you should have made the same discovery, yet it's still unknown to this day. How can you prove that you're telling the truth? And looking at the rest's reaction, Kisuke figured out they have the same question in mind. Kisuke understood her skepticism. In fact, he appreciates it. He doesn't really want to teach people that just accept everything he says. Smiling, he answered, the fact that there are honorable goddess present right now and haven't called out any lies is already evidence. It was only then that they recalled that he couldn't lie in front of a deity and accepted it. In addition, their intrigue regarding this topic increased along with their anticipation. However, for Kisuke, this anticipation was far from enough. Nevertheless, I can still show you 2 concrete pieces of evidence to prove my words. First is the status and the second is a demonstration. Wait. By status, you don't mean, Riveria interrupted him. Well, you've already seen it, so you could just ignore it. Riveria put her palm on her face and sighed, that isn't the problem. She thought and became worried about the girl's perception of the world. Their common sense was just about to be shattered, but maybe this is for the best. Confused at Riveria's reaction, everyone became curious as Kisuke suddenly pulled out a piece of paper and gave it to Hestia first. Please confirm the authenticity of this. Written on the paper was Kaniko's basic abilities before she leveled up to 2. Shiron Tuju. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, SSS, 1490. Vit, X, 1500. Dex, SSS, 1339. AGI, SSS, 1475. Mana, SS, 1001. Key, X, 1500. With a blank face and a dry laugh, Hestia nodded and confirmed, aha, haha, haha. This is Kaniko-kun's status before she became level 2. Artemis also took a peek and was shocked. But thanks to Hestia's warnings last night, she wasn't as surprised. After all, her children will also go in this direction too and she had already hardened her mind. Unfortunately, the last goddess wasn't informed of any of this and carelessly approached the 2 of them. What ya lookin' at? Let me take a peek too. You're going to show this to my children, right? But the moment she laid her eyes on the sheet of paper, her eyes widened and she snatched the paper from Hestia's hand before howling to the sky while looking at it. What the heck is this? Kaniko-kun's status before she leveled up, answered Hestia calmly. However, it was also apparent that there was a bit of smugness on her face. No. How can someone have a status like this? Even compared to my ace tan, this is too much. Loki couldn't accept it. I can guarantee that what's written on that is true. Aside from that, there's actually no point in me lying to you, right? Moreover, with something this ridiculous, Hestia added. Loki stared at her with an unbelieving expression and Hestia continued, yes, even for me, this is ridiculous. What about the others? Asked Loki. Why would I answer that? Is this really true? Should I show you Kaniko-kun's fauna? Loki then proceeded to scratch her head. It's not just speculation anymore. If all of them have similar status, then without a doubt, they'll reach the deepest part of the dungeon if given enough time. She thought. Riveria approached Loki to try and comfort her. I know it's shocking to see an additional line below the basic abilities in addition to really surprisingly high parameters. It was Loki's turn to look at Riveria with a blank expression. Really? Then why don't you take a look? Riveria thought that although Kaneko has key on her basic abilities, there's really nothing strange about it. Little did she know that it was extremely outdated information. The moment she laid her eyes on it, however, she had the same reaction as Loki, but much quieter. What the heck is this? Chapter 606, Weaponizing One's Body. Is this even possible? Riveria asked. Curious of her reaction, others also approached her, and the first one to do so was Ace, as she's also incredibly interested in their basic abilities when they each faced multiple Minotaurs not too long ago. Like Loki and Riveria, however, the moment they laid their eyes on it, they thought that it was a very bad joke, except for Line, who had experience adventuring with them. With the entire Loki familia silent, Kisuke clapped his hand and said as if nothing was strange at all, "See the last line designated as key. It's the same energy I'm talking about. So this proves that it exists and could be used. Wait for a second. This line is really surprising, but don't just brush off the ridiculous numbers on her status. Is this true?" Tioni asked while gripping her hand tightly. Kisuke squinted his eyes and said, "Of course, it's true. I don't have any reason to lie about this. Besides, can you really say that this is false after witnessing their battle that day?" Well, to be fair, Kaneko-chan's status was this high when they faced the Minotaurs. How is this possible?" muttered Ace. But despite the low volume of her voice, everyone heard her. I wonder maybe because we do things a bit differently." After mulling over, something crossed Loki's mind. Wait, Hestia. Did you do something else to their fauna? Everyone from the Loki familia thought that Loki was implying that Hestia cheated somehow, and to their surprise, Hestia nodded. "It's the old fauna." Loki's eyes squinted further before she started scratching her head. "So it's really that, huh?" Even then, it's very surprising that they managed to improve under that circumstance. Loki's response broke their expectation and realized that they assumed it wrongly. "Loki, what's this old fauna?" asked Riveria. "It's the blessing that the gods gave the people of the lower world when they first came down. Compared to today's fauna that everyone uses, it gives the ability to grow a lot faster in terms of parameters." "Then why didn't you give us this type?" asked Ace as she gripped her hand tighter. Loki understood her feelings and answered, "Because it has a very big flaw. So big that the children who received it didn't get much stronger." Flaw? Where do you think the large majority of an adventurer's strength came from? Thinking about it for a moment, Riveria answered, "Skills, development abilities, and magic." Correct. And the very first blessing, despite giving the child a large boost to their physical abilities, doesn't provide anything special. You lot should know that beating monsters through simple brute force doesn't really work effectively on strong monsters, as normally, they are much stronger. Even Tiona and Tioni's Berserk is incredibly useful, not to mention development abilities that give resistances. Eye wide open, Lafia raised her voice. "Then what about their magic? Are you saying that those incredible magic they displayed were not from a deity's blessing?" Loki, however, stayed silent as she too didn't know. Nevertheless, she looked towards Riveria for clarification. Riveria, on the other hand, looked towards Kisuke, wanting to ask for his permission. Though before she could ask, she saw him nodding at her. Sighing, Riveria revealed it. "I think it's fair to assume that their magic was something they learned how to cast, and even I don't match Kisuke's control in magic power. That's the main reason why I kept going to their place. It is for me to learn magic from him." "Why you're learning from him?" asked Lafia with an incredulous expression. As for others, they were also making the same face. There were so many surprising things today, but this must be the most surprising revelation for them. After all, who would believe that the greatest mage in Orario would be learning magic from a level 2 adventurer? Riveria didn't mind this reaction and just smiled. "It's true. His control is so amazing that even his wind magic, even though it can't outclass Ace wind magic in terms of power, is still a lot better than hers." Lafia's jaw dropped and her head mechanically turned to her idol. Ace then nodded at Riveria's words. "It's true. Despite using my aerial, I lost to his wind magic." A wave of headaches came to everyone. They couldn't take it anymore or keep up. They thought that this is just a bad dream. However, this was just the start of their worldview collapsing. Ace looked towards Line, who was staying quiet and away from others' line of sight. Line is the first one to start learning magic from him, so if it's really possible to learn their magic, the results should be on her. Seeing that everyone's attention was now on her, Line couldn't help but smile wryly. Even then, she decided to be honest. "I did learn a few things already. I can now cast my healing magic without chanting. On top of that, I can also cast a few elemental magic for everyday use." Lifting her right hand, a small ball of flame suddenly manifested on top of it, shocking everyone else yet again. They knew for sure that Line wasn't capable of casting any other magic aside from her healing. Line, however, kept silent on the fact that she reset her level to 1 and now her parameters are around S and A after adventuring with Sona and company. Another round of silence took over the girls of the Loki familia. They were tired, very tired. Nonetheless, Tiona was the first one to recover and raised her hand with an excited voice. Please teach me about this key. What does it do? The others were very impressed at her recovery rate, as expected of the musclehead. She doesn't think much, thought everyone. Kisuke grinned. Okay. Kaneko-chan, mind stepping over here for a minute? Kaneko nodded and went beside him as Kisuke continued. Aside from walking on water, you can also do some other neat tricks with enough mastery. Kisuke then looked towards Lafia and said, Vorida-san, mind attacking Kaneko-chan with one of your magic? You don't have to hold back. What? But that's too dangerous. With a condescending expression, Kisuke answered, it's fine. I'll take responsibility. Though Kaneko-chan will definitely be fine. Something snapped within Lafia's mind. As one of the most prominent mages within Urahara and Riveria's protege, she certainly takes pride in it. Of course, Kisuke's attitude didn't bode well with her and agreed to what he wanted. After getting confirmation from Riveria, Lafia went away for a moment to get her wand. Once she returned, she immediately warned Kisuke and Kaneko, please be aware. One of my skills is called Fairy Cannon that doubles the effect of my attack magic. Monsters from the deeper floors of the dungeon will almost always take heavy damage despite their strong defenses that can block multiple attacks from top adventurers. However, Kisuke just waved his hand in dismissal as he walked out of the way. I said it's fine. Successfully having her nerves touched, Lafia immediately started casting her magic while Riveria sighed on the side. Even so, she's incredibly curious about how Kaneko would block Lafia's magic. She should be aware of how strong Lafia's magic is and she definitely wouldn't be able to take it head on when we were together last time. Did something change? Did she level up? If that's true, then they're really one ridiculous group. Finishing her chant, Lafia released an arrow of magic, Arc's Ray. The arrow carved a path along the beach, creating a small explosion of sand particles, partly covering everyone's view. Even then, everyone saw it clearly. Kaneko put her right arm in front of her before it lit up in white transparent light. Seeing that she really didn't dodge, Lafia panicked a bit and tried to pull away from the trajectory of her magic. However, before she could do so, she witnessed a trauma-inducing scene for mages happen in front of her. Figuring out Lafia's intention, Kaneko dashed forward, towards the oncoming magic. Although she heard some screams from the background, she ignored them as she slapped away Lafia's Arc's Ray with her bare hands, sending it towards the ocean, creating a big explosion of water behind her. With everyone stupefied, Kisuke explained with a gleeful voice, another trick you can do with it is weaponizing your own body. Chapter 607, Sarafal taking the stage. The dumb Amazoness didn't even question what she just saw and simply said, please teach that to me. Well, it's a pretty advanced technique. Without proper control, knowledge, or capacity, it's impossible to pull off something like that, replied Kisuke. Those who normally take the vanguard position became very interested in Ki, however, the same couldn't be said to those who normally take the rear guard. They're more interested in how to counter something like that. If this were to be widespread, their position would be in jeopardy as many people may be able to easily counter them, which in turn, increases the risk to their lives. Of course, Kisuke knew that not everyone had an affinity with Ki, so as to not widen the gap between magic and Ki, Kisuke planned to introduce more usages for magic and break their doctrine that magic could only be used the way they're currently using it. In other words, breaking their common sense regarding magic. Now then, before we continue, let me add a few things for those who are making sour faces. Hearing that, Lafia's pouty face froze and tried to revert her expression to normal. However, her failed attempt only made her face worse. Chuckling at that, Kisuke continued, it's not just Ki that can do this trick. Magic is also capable of doing so. Moreover, although not specialized for body reinforcement, magic can also strengthen your body actively. Of course, as magic users that are more focused on their magic parameter and are assigned to deal devastating blows to enemies, they doubt if they could really strengthen their frail bodies. Guessing their thoughts, Kisuke turned to Sarafal and said, Sarah-chan. These people don't know the true potential of magic. The most important thing for them is their magic's firepower. They don't even know how to walk on water despite knowing how to use magic. Sarafal, who was having a fun time with Sona while ignoring most of the things that were happening because it had nothing to do with her, immediately reacted, huh? The most important thing is firepower. And they can't even walk on water. Just how poor is their control? I didn't expect such an infuriating group would exist. Since Kisuke and the rest hadn't explained the nature of magic in this world to Sarafal, she didn't know that people of this world depend on chance to control and materialize their magic. However, even if she did know, she might have said the same thing. It's true that controlling magic power in this world is hard and risky, but total control is not impossible. Just depending on what was given to you, it didn't bode well with Sarafal, who even though she had an enormous amount of demonic power and could cast magic through just her imagination, it didn't stop her from studying other systems of magic, including holy magic even if she couldn't use it. However, Sarafal's words hurt their pride that even Riveria couldn't help but furrow her brows. We're adventurers. Although we know the importance of versatility in magic, pure firepower could overturn the situation in the deeper floors, hence it's much more important. How would you defeat hundreds or thousands of monsters besieging you if not with firepower? Sarafal wanted to refute her but managed to stop herself and simply sigh. Just from Riveria's reaction, Sarafal figured that they hadn't met an enemy that could reflect magic attacks. Pure firepower attacks are indeed effective, but only if the conditions were optimal and you wanted to finish off weakened enemies. Unless one has special properties in their magic attack like Surzex, it's a basic thing to prepare defensive or reflecting spells against large-scale attacks. Moreover, destruction-type spells were heavy for magic power consumption compared to bewitching or other crowd control spells which are generally harder to counter due to their variations. And if you're really besieged, saving your strength is equally important as finishing the battle quickly. Sighing, Sarafal replied, I won't argue with you anymore since I also don't know what the dungeon has to offer. But immediately after, her cheerful expression returned and added, however, I'll still demonstrate you some nifty magic tricks. Riveria, however, was getting a strange feeling. It's as if a veteran is trying to tell her that she wouldn't understand unless you experienced it yourself. Meanwhile, Yoruchi approached Kisuke and asked him if this is fine. It's fine, she knows she can't show anything powerful. While receiving doubtful looks from the rearguard members, Sarafal continued walking until she stepped on the water. Similar to Kisuke, she kept herself afloat. I'm doing the same thing as he did, but instead of ki, I'm controlling my magic power to keep the state of the water below me. However, this is a pretty advanced technique and it's a lot easier to just use elemental magic. After her explanation, the water below her slowly froze, without her doing anything evident. The mages became wide-eyed seeing this as they couldn't even tell when she cast her magic, nor could they feel the disturbance in magic power which is very normal when a spell is being activated. Disregarding their reactions, Sarafal continued walking while creating ice on her path until she stopped a few meters away from the shore. Of course, this isn't just limited to ice magic, as you can use water magic to condense and solidify the water itself. As she took another step forward, instead of ice, under her feet were vortexes. You can also use wind magic to keep yourself afloat, but if it's wind magic, you'd rather have just propelled yourself. As she finished her words, the wind suddenly gathered and gushed around Sarafal, before she suddenly shot up to the sky, hovering midair and looking down on everyone with a bright smile. Well, these are just a few things you could do with magic. In a real battle, you can use these to reposition yourselves to more favorable terrain. She's flying, muttered Lafia. Even Asan couldn't stay that long in midair, added Alicia. More importantly, I didn't even hear her chant a single word to do all of that. How was that possible? Is it because of a rare skill? Asked Elfie, Lafia's roommate. With a bitter smile, Riveria shook her head. No. That wasn't a rare skill. After all, Kisuke was also capable of that. You should have seen Sona, Aika, and Kaneko cast their spells. They didn't mutter a single thing, and I don't think only they are capable of this in their familia. You know how unlikely it is for individuals to have the same skills, right? She then smiled and looked up to Sarafal. She said that firepower isn't the most important thing against a large number of enemies. I wonder what she knows to strongly believe that isn't the case. Either way, I want to know more, and if you want to do the same, you first have to throw away your notion of magic and even those I taught you in the past. Ainakity understood her stance immediately and said, Riveria-sama is admitting defeat. The first time she witnessed something like this, Riveria thought that Kisuke was someone special. However, after seeing such usage of magic from many individuals, Riveria already accepted that he isn't unique. In that case, she really knew nothing about magic and only now could she accept it. Hearing that, Sarafal smiled slightly and continued, now then. To master magic, first you have to discard the thinking that it can only be used effectively from the back. Sure, you can be a mage that bombards enemies, however, being a magic fighter is better overall due to their versatility. Magic fighter? How are they different from mages? Asked Riveria. If mages mostly just stay at the back to give covering fire or support, magic fighters are those people who can use magic to fight, regardless of their position on the battlefield. Well, that's the rough definition. The distinction between mages and magic fighters is blurry as reality could be a lot more diverse and complicated, you know. Answered Sarafal as she conjured a spear made out of ice in an instant. Chapter 608, Demonstration. Seeing the spear that appeared from nowhere reminded the top adventurers of something. Sacred gear? Asked Ace. Sarafal raised her brows and turned towards Kisuke and asked, they know about sacred gears. But instead of answering Sarafal's question, Kisuke asked Ace, did you hear about it from Hephaestus-sama? Ace nodded at his question. Such a unique weapon, of course, they'd gather information about it and try to acquire it as well. It's too bad, however, that Hephaestus didn't want to make it for them regardless of Loki's offer. Nonetheless, they didn't know that the real reason is that even she couldn't create it easily without Kisuke's help. Hephaestus could create an appearing and disappearing weapon based on the concept of a sacred gear that she acquired from helping Kisuke. However, she felt it would do an injustice for true sacred gears if she did that. Until she could find a way to make this happen without using a sacred gears concept, she wouldn't do it. Kisuke then turned to Sarafal and said, with the help of a certain goddess, I was able to complete a few artificial sacred gears. Well, also with the help of Azazel's data. If not for that, it would have taken a long time to develop one from scratch. Sarafal's eyes shone like a child who found a new toy she wanted in a supermarket. I want one. You don't really need one, though. If made poorly or if it's even slightly incompatible with you, it'd only hold you back, replied Kisuke with a twitching mouth. I want a wand type. Sarafal didn't listen and added to her request. Kisuke could only sigh and said, let's talk about this later. I'll be expecting it. With a smile, Sarafal turned her attention back to the Loki familia and said, you got it wrong. This isn't a sacred gear. This is just a spear made out of ice conjured using my magic. If we were to compare this to normal weapons, it's as strong as a good quality steel weapon. Every one of them immediately got the implication of that, and Riveria muttered, then all low-level blacksmiths would lose their worth. But Sarafal immediately shook her head to her words, nope. To reach this level a certain amount of mastery is needed. Most magic users can only make brittle weapons that could only be compared to the weapons of apprentice blacksmiths. But even then, a weapon is a weapon, and as long as you could keep up with its relatively low magic power consumption, you'll technically have unlimited weapons at your disposal. Right now, I'm showing you that it's possible to engage enemies in close range if you can also use physical enhancement magic. You'll only be a second-rate magic user if you think you'll be defeated if enemies cornered you. Lafia then raised her hand and asked something that made her interested. You said physical enhancement magic. Is that a magic that can increase physical parameters? Yep. Although it is not as effective and efficient as Ki, it's still possible to strengthen your physical abilities using your magic power. In fact, it's more widely used as it's easier to do so and less risky than Ki. As a demonstration, Sarafal lifted her spear as she spun it once and aimed at the trees behind the Loki familia before throwing it while her arm emitted an obvious fluctuation of magic power. The spear of ice whistled through the air until it hit its target, but it didn't stop just there as it continued to pierce through obstacles until it reached and stopped beyond 100 meters away. That's like a throw of a full-powered level 3 or 4, and she did it so casually, murmured Alicia. Nevertheless, Sarafal isn't done yet. Of course, there are some advantages to magic over Ki. Something like this, Sarafal then created another ice spear and went into her throwing stance, aiming towards a boulder, a kilometer away from them. But before she released it, multiple blue magic circles suddenly manifested and lined up in front of her. As Sarafal threw the spear, it went through the magic circles she created. Each pass would accelerate the spear's speed exponentially, and as it passed through the final circle, its speed already broke the sound barrier multiple times, creating a sonic boom and whipping through everyone present. Since even those with the fastest reactions from the Loki familia could only barely perceive the spear due to the speed it was traveling, they only managed to clearly see the resulting destruction not even a second later. The large boulder in the distance was no more, and they could only see earth and dust launching to the sky. It was approximately 3 seconds before they heard the sound of the explosion it caused. While everyone from Loki familia was speechless, Sarafal stood proudly with both of her hands on her waist and said, "How's that?" Although in her head, she's thinking that those kinds of attacks were pretty much useless against top-level individuals. Nevertheless, they didn't pay any attention to her as they started talking with each other. "Hey, do you think Gareth could have done something like that?" asked Tioni to Tiona. But she asked the wrong person, as the latter answered, "I don't know, but I definitely can't do that. It's my fault for asking." Riveria-sama. Could you explain what just happened? I couldn't catch any of it, asked Lafia with a distraught face. Riveria's expression says that she too doesn't fully understand what just happened, so she could just guess. I think it has something to do with those magic circles. For a brief moment, I saw the spear instantly sped up the moment it passed through one. Sarafal snapped her fingers and said with a happy face, "Correct. That was multiple stacks of acceleration magic. It would be hard to do something like that using Ki." Ainakity then raised her hand and hesitantly asked, "May I ask what level are you?" To that question, Riveria immediately gave her a glare of admonishment which scared Ainakity. Sarafal, on the other hand, stared at her for a moment before opening her mouth. Everyone from her side knew that she's going to answer honestly and prompted Yuruchi to take action. However, before she could stop her, Kisuke signaled to her that it's fine. Although somewhat confused, Yuruchi stopped and decided to watch what's going to happen. Does he intend to come out now? Well, I guess that's fine since we already gauged the combat levels of the gods and found our escape route in case something happens. We even have Ophis on our side, making it even easier for us. Ainakity was about to apologize since she crossed the line with that question, but before she could do so, Sarafal answered her question. "Since it's my first time receiving a falna yesterday, I'm level 1. Shocked, everyone from the Loki familia turned to Loki to confirm her words. Seeing the expectation of her children, Loki answered after sighing, she didn't lie. In other words, before she even received a blessing from a deity, she already had that kind of ability. Loki then turned to Kisuke, "And my guess is that was the same for you." Kisuke grinned at her and answered, there isn't any rule that you can't get stronger without a god's help, is there? Ah. That's true, I suppose. There's no one who would stop you from getting stronger without a god's blessing. In fact, I think that'll be great news for the deities who were starved for entertainment. Ace, who couldn't believe all of this, muttered, how is that possible? However, Loki ignored her and looked sharply at Kisuke. Well, if you don't mind, could you show us what you're capable of without the Falna's help? Although this request doesn't really mean anything and just wanted to provoke Kisuke, she never would have expected to get a nod from him. Sure. Why not? You will. Turning to Sarafal, Kisuke said, wanna spar? With an energetic laugh, Sarafal answered, I'll take you on. Chapter 609, Demonstration Part 2. Hey, Kisuke. Are you sure about this? Sona asked in concern as she ran towards him. Kisuke patted her head with a smile and said, it's fine. This is also for the future. Sona sighed and knew that the way they do things would change from now on. I see. Good luck then. What about me? What about me, your precious big sister? Sarafal dropped down from the sky and started complaining with an aggrieved face. While fixing her glasses position, Sona faced her with a blank face and said, you'll be fine, Ne-sama. Shocked, Sarafal immediately turned her angry expression towards Kisuke. Let's take this outside. Chuckling, Kisuke readied some teleportation magic. Sure. I know a good place that is a largely uninhabited jungle where you can let off some steam. Great. Take me there. Sarafal stepped on the magic circle and the two of them instantly disappeared. That magic. Lafia immediately recognized the familiar teleportation magic and looked towards Riveria. However, Riveria didn't have any particular reaction regarding this as she already guessed he's the one who saved them from the two corrupted spirits. We have to thank him later, replied Riveria. However, Yoruchi interjected into their conversation and said, you don't have to. He didn't do it for you lot, but for the three who were with you at that time. Riveria smiled wryly and said, I know. Regardless, I'd like to thank him because he indirectly saved us. Yoruchi looked at her while thinking, though Kisuke and I think that those two corrupted spirits only rushed up because they felt either Sona's demonic power, Kaniko's ki, or Aika's Ryatsu. Yoruchi then faced Sona and asked, do you have it? Sona nodded and replied, I do, but I still have to ask Ne-sama for the channel connection. Excuse me. Walking a few meters away, a small magic circle suddenly appeared beside her left ear and started talking. Ne-sama, please connect your eyes to my video feed so that we can watch you too. From the small magic circle, Sarafal's voice rang out, sure. Done. Thank you. Since the Loki familia were still shocked at the previous revelations, they couldn't ask about Sona's communication magic. They already had too much to think about. While Sarafal was setting up the video feed, Yoruchi remembered something and addressed everyone from Loki familia again. A moment. Yes, asked Tiona. Although we're willing to teach you a few things, I'd like to ask everyone here to keep what you're about to see a secret. Riveria nodded at her and said, that won't be a problem. If needed, we'll swear on our Falna. You don't have to take it that far. Your words are enough and we'll trust you. And one last thing, Yoruchi subsequently panned her head to look at everyone from the Loki familia with her eyes stopping on Ace for a second, before looking back to Riveria. From now on, if you have problems, Kisuke, Medusa, Kuroka, Sarafal, and I won't be directly helping even if you ask for help. Riveria and the others became confused at her words. Similar to them, Sona and the others also became confused, wondering what she meant by that. Loki, on the other hand, asked Yoruchi, in other words, it's fine to ask the rest of Hestia and Artemis familia. With a big smile, Yoruchi confirmed it, yep. Unless it is something extremely important, the five of us won't make any more moves. Loki looked straight into her eyes and asked again, why is that? You'll understand after watching their sparring session. Yoruchi grinned at her and turned towards Sona. A second later, a large screen suddenly appeared in midair, depicting a sea of trees and two individuals hovering on top of them about 50 meters apart. Although one of them is in a bikini while the other is in swimming trunks, nobody commented about it. This is, murmured Tioni in astonishment. It's similar to when the gods use their powers to watch an ongoing wargame between familias, answered Yoruchi. Understanding that, everyone intently watched the two individuals on the screen and heard them talking. Even though this is just a sparring, don't hold back, said Sarafal. You do know that it'd be pretty bad for you and me if I don't hold back, so I'll go with reasonable force, Kisuke said as he pulled out the blade from his cane with a wry smile. With a big smile, Sarafal replied, be careful though. I'll be pouring out all my resentment on you for taking away my precious Sona-chan. I figured that you would do just dash, but before he could finish his words, a tower of ice covered his spot, freezing the trees below him in an instant. However, Kisuke was already nowhere to be seen until he suddenly appeared beside Sarafal, brandishing his blade. Sarafal already saw through this and she immediately erected a magic barrier between him and her, intercepting the blade with a loud clang. "You didn't even let me finish talking," Kisuke complained. "Was there a need to?" As Sarafal replied with a smile, hundreds of javelins made out of ice manifested in all directions around Kisuke and descended towards him. The javelins pierced through Kisuke, however, it was just an afterimage of him as he suddenly reappeared 50 meters away from Sarafal, resetting the battlefield. Clicking her tongue, Sarafal commented, "It's really a very strange movement technique. To accelerate so much without much effort in an instant, it could be considered as a secret technique of a large and powerful clan." Nevertheless, Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and said, "As good as it may seem, you already figured out its weakness, so it's only slightly effective for dodging and repositioning." Ever since Kisuke had used Flash Step in his battle with Ares, he already knew that its weakness of being too linear and predictable would be revealed. Even back in the Serie, unless one was extremely proficient in it, using it in the middle of a battle could prove to be disadvantageous most of the time, as a stationary and skilled opponent could instead anticipate your movements and take countermeasures. In high-level battles, one would mostly just use Flash Step if it's safe to maneuver around, and combatants would rather be slow but nimble instead of fast but predictable. Sarafal pouted and said, "Still a very annoying technique since you can easily make space for yourself." Meanwhile, those who were watching them were having differing expressions. "Oh." As expected of someone who went and led a war. "Her combat sense must have been developed through many experiences," Yuruchi commented. "So this is how the leaders fight, huh? The way they move is really different from those of the younger generations. Even the fluctuation of powers are kept to a minimum," Akino added, swearing to work harder in the future. "Still can't believe Kisuke can keep up with her, though. Sarafal-sama is someone on the same level as Michael-sama. After all, for Irina, even if she watched Kisuke's battle with Ares, she could only truly appreciate his strength when compared directly to someone she knows and looks up to." Sona, on the other hand, sighed, "This large disparity in magic mastery. I thought that I already caught up to her even slightly, but as always, she seems so far away." "Ne-sama. You don't have to worry about that, nya. I knew for sure that your magic control has become a lot better these days compared to when we just arrived here. Besides, she's a Satan class for a reason," Kuroka comforted Sona. Meanwhile, everyone from the Loki familia was speechless. But thanks to her not thinking very deeply, Tiona was the first one to react. What was that? What the hell was that magic? She can freeze an area that large without any prior warnings. If that was me standing there, I would have been caught without even knowing what's happening. Gritting her teeth, Tioni added, "I don't think anyone in Orario could have dodged that. Who would expect magic faster than Chantless to exist? And on such a large scale too." Riveria-sama. Lafia looked up to Riveria, asking for her input. But before she could say anything, from the screen, they suddenly heard words that they couldn't understand yet sounded very familiar. "Celsius cross-trigger." A few seconds later, the world of green became a world of ice as far as one's eyes could see. How is that possible? It was Riveria's cry of surprise. Chapter 610, Demonstration Part 3. As Sarafal raised her right hand to the air, her blue eyes shone and an enormous amount of demonic power came rushing out. A split second later, a several-kilometer-wide magic circle, bearing the insignia of the Citri clan covered the entire forest. Celsius cross-trigger. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped below freezing and Kisuke immediately felt his movements slowing down. Kisuke could have stopped her magic coming into fruition, but because of the thick and cold demonic power around Sarafal, he'd sustain large amounts of damage if he were to even come close. He could overpower her if he released a burst of his power, but where's the fun in that? Besides, this was just a sparring match and there was nothing disadvantageous for him if Sarafal were to reveal a few of her cards and how they worked. A few seconds later, as far as eyes could see, the forest had become a kingdom of ice and frost, including Kisuke who was encased in ice. Of course, Sarafal knew that this wasn't enough to defeat someone like Kisuke, so she brought down her raised right arm and pointed it towards Kisuke. The next instant, multiple magic circles appeared in front of her and from each of them, gigantic ice javelins emerged and were launched towards Kisuke, easily breaking the speed of sound. At the moment of contact, large explosions of ice particles and dust ensued, and from it, Kisuke was thrown out with his blade in front of him. Some parts of his body were still covered in ice and there were signs of hypothermia on his skin. Even then, he still had a big smile on his face, so this signature move of yours isn't just about freezing your enemies to death, but to convert the terrain to your advantage. In this world of ice, your ice magic will become exponentially boosted in terms of power, speed, and versatility while your enemy would be slowed down and have to continuously use their stamina and aura to resist the extreme cold. However, Sarafal pouted her lips and started complaining again, "Mao. You've seen through it already. And here I thought you'd be distraught for at least a few minutes." Chuckling, Kisuke replied, "Well, I've already gone through battles where a single thing you neglected would get you killed. Analyzing the extent of your opponent's abilities was the most basic of basics." Meanwhile, those from Loki familia were already speechless and Riveria's cries of surprise were the last ones heard from them. They could only stare at the screen in disbelief and couldn't even process what's going on. Loki, on the other hand, immediately understood what Uruchi meant by some of them not taking any actions unless necessary. Of course, they shouldn't get involved. They are just going to destroy other people's hard work. This is one of the reasons why we deities don't use our powers. Unconditional and unreasonable power within the lower world will only make its inhabitants dependent and weak. But to think they possess this kind of power that could rival the gods, Loki looked towards the similarly surprised Hestia and Artemis. Just where did they really come from? While she was in her contemplation, however, Ace suddenly called out to her, "Loki." It was then that she noticed that she was making a crazed smile and immediately covered her mouth. "Ah, it's nothing." Ace then nodded and focused back on the battle, trying to remember every single detail about it despite not understanding what's happening. Nevertheless, in the corner of her mind, a certain question was bugging her: if it's them, can they do it? Uruchi's reminder had already left her. But the surprise didn't end there, as Kisuke suddenly put forward his blade and said, "Guess it's time to take this a little bit seriously, right, Benihime?" The ice around him temporarily receded and the cold wind gathered around him as his sword slowly transformed itself into a sleek, medium-sized blade with a crimson tassel dangling on the base of its pommel. A strange yet familiar blade to Riveria, Ace, Tiona, and Tioni. That's. Tiona immediately reacted and looked towards Uruchi. But before she could say anything, Uruchi beat it to her. "We won't be answering any questions regarding that, so save it." Tioni patted Tiona's shoulder, who was left hanging, and shook her head to her. On the other side, Sarafal could feel the atmosphere around Kisuke instantly change and couldn't help but sweat a bit. That sudden power-up is really ridiculous. How is he doing that? And what system is he using? Now that I'm this close, I'm certain that it is neither ki, magic power, or demonic power. The next moment, Kisuke suddenly swung his blade towards her while muttering, "Nake, sing, Benihime." With a single gesture, a thundering blast of crimson aura came rushing towards Sarafal. But with a swipe of her hand, several towers of ice sprouted from the ground, blocking the energy blast. Although the towers of ice were destroyed, Sarafal was able to dissipate Kisuke's attack. Nevertheless, it didn't end there, as she heard Kisuke beyond the dust of icicles, "Tenrin, vigorous tempest." In an instant, the light-bending cloud of dust suddenly became a sharp tornado, threatening to tear apart the Ice Queen. Although Sarafal easily responded by freezing the swirling tornado. However, she suddenly felt Kisuke's presence from behind her and immediately turned towards that direction, only to meet another of his attacks, Jujiki Byakurai, heavy strike pale lightning. Sarafal immediately conjured several magic barriers, yet the small red beam attack easily pierced through it and Sarafal had no choice but to cross her arms as ice grew on it, meeting the piercing bullet. The beam also pierced through the ice armor, but it had already lost most of its lethality and was only able to drill a small hole in Sarafal's right forearm. Dang it. I'm supposed to be the mage here, yet I'm at the disadvantage in ranged confrontation. Kisuke just smiled. "Let's face it, Sarah-chan. You're more suitable against a group of enemies rather than one-on-one confrontation." Sarafal was finally annoyed. "Are you saying that I'm just a mob cleaner?" Kisuke was surprised at her reaction, but thinking about it, his words indeed suggest that. But before he could correct himself, Sarafal's demonic power had already spiked up. "I guess I just have to prove you wrong. White Castle, dance." Immediately after, the Ice Kingdom became alive as numerous ice spikes came after Kisuke, prompting him to dodge and fly away. Even then, the spikes still came after him relentlessly, and since he couldn't continuously use Flash Step as it'd open him for even more dangerous attacks, he had to blast away the ice spikes that he couldn't dodge. After a few seconds, Kisuke decided to fly high up so that the spikes would have to travel longer and it would be easier to dodge. However, just as he was about to execute this plan, he felt something coming from above him and looked up, only to see an endless rain of ice javelins. What a ruthless devil king. Kisuke had to put up an umbrella above him to defend against the rain, but he still had to dodge the spikes. Due to the collision of ice dust that was made out of Sarafal's demonic power exploded everywhere, blocking not just Kisuke's vision and hearing, but also his presence detection. Was this her aim? Thanks to the scattered demonic power, although he could tell where Sarafal is, her presence was hazy at best. But while he was thinking of a way to get out of this situation, Sarafal's presence suddenly appeared on his immediate right. Intercepting the spear made out of ice, Kisuke deflected Sarafal's attack, who had suddenly appeared beside him with a big grin without his notice. When did she? Although Sarafal had directly attacked, the spike and javelin attacks didn't let up and the space between him and her was immediately filled with ice. However, while Kisuke was keeping track of her position, her presence suddenly disappeared yet again, and before he knew it, Sarafal had appeared behind him, brandishing her spear. Kisuke immediately made space between them by using Flash Step, but the moment he stepped out, he immediately felt a threat on his left and lifted his blade to block the incoming spear without looking. "Mao. Your reaction speed is too monstrous," Sarafal casually commented. Chapter 611, Going a Bit Overboard. After fending off several of Sarafal's attacks, Kisuke finally figured out what's going on: teleportation with ice as the medium. Normally, teleportation magic in the middle of an engagement is impractical due to its long cast time and delay. Meanwhile, teleportation through a specific medium is very limited and very easy to spot despite its speed, making it also somewhat impractical in high-level combat. However, the current surroundings were Sarafal's world. In this kingdom of frost, she could appear anywhere. With her demonic power fluctuating everywhere, it wasn't easy to spot her. In this dominion of hers, she disregarded the biggest disadvantages of teleportation magic and used it in combat effectively and started overwhelming Kisuke. As a matter of fact, this is Sarafal's core strategy against him as she noticed a few quirks of his. During their first engagement, Kisuke would always be careful with everything that was thrown at him and only after he'd gotten enough information to analyze would he actively counterattack. Sarafal knew that she couldn't do anything regarding his observation and analysis abilities, so instead of actively stopping his data collection, she instead opted to overwhelm it by throwing new things at him constantly, making him confused for a moment. Of course, she also knew the weakness of doing this, as Kisuke could just blow away the ice around him, creating a breathing space for himself. But Sarafal knew he wouldn't do that, because she knew that he was already aware of the spell she'd prepared just in case he used a large attack that would make an opening for a moment. However, as time went on, while Sarafal still couldn't land any decisive blows, she could see that Kisuke was also slowly getting used to her attacks and it wouldn't be long until he broke out of her barrage. This won't do, the chances of any of my attacks landing a good hit are almost zero. Maybe I should use that. From the outside perspective, the audience could only see a disastrous snowstorm that engulfed the field and hear non-stop explosions and clashes of weapons. They could only take a glimpse of Kisuke and Sarafal when their weapons met and created a shockwave, blowing away the diamond dust around them before the both of them disappeared, reappearing at a different part of the battlefield. This can't be true, can it? Lafia muttered. Are they perhaps gods that are pretending to be human, murmured Alicia while trying to stop the shaking of her hands. Except for Loki, instead of shock, every one of them was now displaying expressions of fear. Loki was a bit worried about their mentalities, but she didn't say anything and just let them watch the sparring. In any case, this Sarafal. She's almost on Scotty's level in terms of ice manipulation. And that goddess of frost and ice was one of the stronger gods. Their fierce clash went on for a few more minutes, until Kisuke was finally able to break through Sarafal's cage and was able to fly high up, where her attacks couldn't easily reach him. However, that was also the moment Sarafal was waiting for when she decided to go all out. Contrary to the casual way she cast her signature spell, Celsius Cross Trigger, the moment Kisuke reached a certain height, Sarafal gathered the majority of her demonic power, including the parts powering her ice kingdom. As the attacks entirely stopped and the ice began to thaw, Kisuke instinctively knew that something big was coming and hurriedly descended to stop Sarafal. Nevertheless, he was already too late when he heard her say with an uncharacteristically serious voice and expression, "Endless night of white hell." A giant magic circle appeared below Sarafal before it immediately released a shockwave. Although not as flashy as her signature spell, as the shockwave passed through things, everything went to a grinding halt, including Kisuke, who was instantly crystallized. Crap. An absolute zero spell. Is she trying to kill me? Only his mind could work as he tried to defend himself from the freezing elements that are invading his body. From the viewer's perspective, it's as if time had stopped. Kisuke couldn't even fall to the ground as the air around him became solid. As of now, only Sarafal, Kisuke's internal body and light could move in this dead world. Endless night of white hell. This was Sarafal's trump card and the first time she revealed this spell to anyone. A spell that was only possible with her half a step to the ranks of a super devil which no one actually knew about. The three goddesses were dumbfounded as the power Sarafal used could actually annihilate a group of weaker deities without them being able to do anything to resist. Simultaneously, all three of them became extremely worried about Kisuke. Hestia hurriedly turned to Yoruchi, who was also surprised at this turn of events. Yoruchi-kun. Hurry up and stop them. Are they trying to kill each other? Sona also turned to Yoruchi and said, "Please stop them, Yoruchi-san. They're going overboard." However, Yoruchi just shook her head. "It's already too late. Even if I go to that place, I'll just be instantly frozen. They already pulled the trigger, so let's just trust Kisuke to resolve this. Believe it or not, even if you tore that guy into pieces, he can still come out of it alive." Astonished at her answer, Hestia protested, "This isn't the time to be joking around." Yoruchi wanted to say that she wasn't joking, but before her words could come out, something changed in the quiet and motionless world as everything started shaking. Sarafal, who had been watching Kisuke's condition carefully so as to not accidentally kill him and wait for him to admit defeat in the channel she'd connected to Kisuke's mind, was surprised at the sudden violent change. She lost control of her still world as an unimaginable force started invading it. Kisuke, meanwhile, although frozen stiff, was resisting the extreme cold by burning himself from the inside. Although his organs were damaged from the clash of extreme temperatures, it's nothing that couldn't be healed by his hollow aspect's regeneration. He could break away from this predicament if he were to release his Vasto Lord form. However, he didn't really want to reveal his inhuman form to the Loki familia because he has a feeling that it may backfire at his plans. If one way of brute forcing it isn't available, then another one should do, thought Kisuke as he gathered his Ryatsuki and cast a certain Kidu for the first time ever since his reincarnation, also touching the world's Rimyaku, spiritual pulse or ley lines, of another world, had a number 99, Goryu Tenmitsu, 5 swirling dragons of destruction. The world of silence shook as 5 crimson eastern dragons descended from above Kisuke with deafening roars. It was the forbidden Kidu of mass destruction. Chapter 612, Chapter 612 Power that Defies Gods. As the 5 crimson dragons descended, space was shaking and the frosted world started to break apart. Sarafal tried her best to keep her world steady, but she immediately noticed that the dragons were eating the demonic power she was using to freeze everything. And not just that, the mana and ki were also being sucked up by the gluttonous dragons. The forbidden Kidu, Goryu Tenmitsu, 5 swirling dragons of destruction. It was forbidden because not only did it require insane amounts of Ryoryoku to cast, but it also absorbed the surrounding energy to power itself up. And that energy includes the ones that came from the world's ley lines, which is the power source of the world to stabilize itself. The main concept behind this Kidu is swirling. Each of the dragons possesses the power to swirl everything it comes close to or in contact with. The moment something became influenced by the swirl, everything that composed it would start to move in multiple directions, creating a tremor. Depending on the user's Ryoryoku and mastery, one could dictate the scope of the swirl. From swirling the terrain, which would cause uncontrollable destruction, up to swirling individual molecules themselves, causing it to spontaneously combust and vaporize. One of these dragons could potentially annihilate a region, reducing everything in it to dust. Of course, Kisuke wouldn't use its full capabilities in this sparring session. His main aim was to absorb Sarafal's demonic power and heat up this place. One of the dragons went around Kisuke, returning everything to normal in his immediate vicinity, while the rest of the dragons descended in 4 different directions, directly slamming into the ground and creating large tremors that shattered the icy world and raised the earth. Moments later, the only place left unturned was the spot where Sarafal was standing with a dumbfounded face as she mumbled, "What the hell was that?" Due to losing so much demonic power, Sarafal couldn't even stand up properly and started to fall backward. However, before she reached the ground, Sarafal felt an arm catch her and looked towards him. "Good work out there," said Kisuke with a large grin. Sarafal pouted and said, "I thought for sure that I'd win. Never thought you would counter my trump card just like that. Since you showed your trump card, I figured that it's only right to show mine too." Sarafal then looked around while in Kisuke's arms. "You really turned this place upside down." Aside from the spot they were standing, everything around them had become a desolate land that looked like shattered rocks. Not a single life could be detected, and this extended for several kilometers. "I'll come and fix this later, at least to the point that the forest could regrow so you don't have to worry about it. Besides, most of the animals had already evacuated the moment we arrived here, so most of them survived." "That's certainly reassuring. Shall we head back?" asked Sarafal. "All right, but you don't have to speak up. I'll do the talking." "Got it." The two of them then teleported back to where everyone was waiting, and the first one to greet them was Yoruchi. "Welcome back. Good fight out there." Sona, on the other hand, went straight towards her sister who was being carried by Kisuke. "Nei-sama, are you all right?" Sona asked with deep concern while checking for any injuries she had. Although she had recovered enough stamina and demonic power to stand, Sarafal still chose not to move away from Kisuke. "I'm fine. Just a bit tired." Thanks to her ice healing, most of the wounds she'd received from Kisuke had already closed up. "But really, who would have thought that you're almost at Super Devil rank?" "There's no news about it anywhere," added Yoruchi, but in Japanese so that others couldn't understand what she was talking about. Sarafal then smiled proudly and replied, "Fufu, I didn't stop training myself even after the war ended. I can't just let Grafia-chan become stronger than me." During the Underworld Civil War, Sarafal and Grafia became enemies and the fight between them spanned several days only to end up in a draw. At that time, she didn't like it and promised to improve herself the next time they meet. However, the war ended and Grafia ended up coming to Surzek's side. Even then, she didn't stop improving herself and hid her real capabilities in case a war erupted again. She at least wanted her enemies to have outdated information about her, so she didn't tell anyone about her progress, including her servants and family. Kisuke then gave Sarafal to Yoruchi to deal with before Claire approached him with Office, Kisuke Niken. "That was so cool. I want to do something like that too," she said with shining eyes. Kisuke patted her head with a smile and said, "Don't worry, I'll teach you how to do that too. But you have to do your studies first." Claire excitedly replied, "I'll do it. I'll study more." While patting her head, Kisuke turned to everyone from the Loki familia. As he looked into their eyes, fear was very apparent. Already expecting this would be the result, Kisuke asked with a grin, "Are you scared?" However, they couldn't answer him. Some of them even took a step back while shaking. A being that was not a god, but with unreasonable and impossible power, a being that went beyond their imagination and understanding. Of course they'd be scared. At this response, Kisuke's grin grew wider. This is the possibility of properly learning magic without the help of a deity's blessing. A power of your own. A power that gods couldn't take away from you. In a sense, going down this path is the same as disregarding their authorities. At his last sentence, everyone's body shook. They don't know why he would say something so controversial in front of the goddesses themselves. But Kisuke didn't care about any of that and continued, "We'll be teaching you the way we use magic and how to use ki, but I won't be forcing everyone. Make a choice. Will you be learning it or not? This will be the last time I ask." Everyone from the Loki familia currently didn't know what to do, and most of them looked towards Loki, wanting to ask for advice. However, their patron deity ignored them and just closed her eyes with a serious expression. They were left alone to decide for themselves. Everyone agonized at their options. Although learning the way they fight would be a great boost to them, the way Kisuke described acquiring the power is the same as going against the gods made them hesitate greatly. In addition to that, they were scared of him and his group, scared of the unknown power they possess. But a moment later, one person stepped out, and that person was not the great sage nor the sword princess looking for power, but an almost insignificant member of the Loki familia. "I'd like to learn. Please." Line declared with great conviction. Despite not showing it, Loki was smiling inside. "Great. Now the rest of you, don't disappoint me." Chapter 613, Great Prospect. Line turned to Loki and bowed down. "Loki-sama, I'm sorry if this is being disrespectful to you or maybe even grounds for my expulsion from the familia, but after spending my time with them, I learned how to appreciate getting my own power without the use of the falna." Line then looked up straight to Loki's eyes and continued, "So I'd like to learn more about it. Especially healing." Loki stared at her for a moment and saw the conviction within her eyes. She then replied with a blank expression, "It's your life. Do whatever you want." At her nonchalant response, Line couldn't help but bite her lips. Nevertheless, she already decided and took a step forward. She has no reason to take that back now. Kisuke suddenly clapped his hand and said with a big smile, "Great. Now Line-san is one. Anyone else?" After a few moments, Riveria sighed and said, "I'm sorry Loki, but I'm doing it. I've been studying the mysteries of magic for most of my life, so when something like this appears in front of me, I'll take it." Soon after, Ace also stepped out. "I'm going to learn it too." Loki first looked towards Riveria and saw fear in her eyes, but behind that was excitement. Already expected Riveria to take this, so no problem there. Ace, on the other hand. Loki then looked towards Ace and felt a little bit disappointed and solemn. Line and Riveria's acceptance didn't just stem from them wanting power but also knowledge. Ace, however, only accepted it due to her pursuit of power. Even now, she could see her burning desire, the dark desire for revenge that might destroy her in the future. What am I going to do with her? I can only hope that she'll change before she acquires enough power to destroy herself. Anyone else? Kisuke asked again, but this time, despite waiting for a few minutes, no one stepped out anymore. Even the Amazonas sisters didn't accept Kisuke's offer. As they grew up in a place where power was everything and did their best to get stronger, Kisuke and Sarafal's power didn't come close to the power they knew and grew up with, which resulted in them hesitating, and in addition to not wanting to offend Loki, ultimately not accepting it. They're fine being normal. Finally, Loki sighed and smiled. She knew that no one else would be stepping out from her children. "Really, you don't have to worry about me. In fact, I welcome his offer. A mortal getting on the same level as the deities. I've always wanted to see that. And to realize that, the first step of that is to stop thinking that it isn't possible or forbidden." Stretching her arms out, Loki continued with a large grin. "Though some gods probably won't like it, the fact we are here for entertainment is largely true. A child stepping into the ranks of the deities. That's one of the greatest entertainments if I say so myself. So get the power that otherwise would be impossible. And perhaps in the future, you'll find your decision today a miracle that doesn't concern the gods." "Are you sure, Loki?" asked Riveria with a dumbfounded expression. "I am. I'm just not saying anything cause I wanted to see who was going to take it despite giving an impression that I don't like it," answered Loki. Confused, Riveria asked again, "But why?" "Just curious, you see. Nothing wrong with that, right?" But in reality, Loki was aware of Kisuke's goal to test them. "I guess only Line, Riveria, and Astan will receive the real lessons." And Loki completely agreed with Kisuke's decision. If she were in his position, she too wouldn't want to teach something that could potentially take you to the top unless the person you're teaching has the real desire to reach that top. I wonder what would have been Finn, Gareth, and Bet's decision regarding this. I can only see them sticking to their old ways. Maybe Finn would do it, but he'd never take a risk in pissing off the community of gods for his dreams. Loki sighed inwardly as she discovered how dreamless her familia is despite being adventurers. But she also figured that it's because they were already near the top that something like this isn't suitable. On the bright side, I don't think anyone from Freya's children would even consider it. Those guys are too devoted, after all. While Loki was contemplating to herself, Kisuke chuckled and addressed the girls of the Loki familia too. I'm sorry for asking such a question too. I'm also just curious who'd step out regardless of my words, and I'd like to take back the fact that gaining this power is similar to refusing the gods' authorities. Power is power. You gain it because you want to achieve something. The gods have nothing to do with it. For the first time, Hestia and Artemis heard and detected Kisuke lying. For Loki, meanwhile, this is the second time she'd heard him lie, the first time being when she was with Freya. And just to be clear, both Sarafal and I are not gods. If you think the power we showed you is unreasonable and should be outright impossible, it's only because you're not aware of a few things. In other words, you haven't expanded your horizon to deem something like that possible and reasonable, added Kisuke. Since he forgot to add something, Yoruichi also spoke up. Just to be clear again, Sarafal and Kisuke are not normal. These two's power level is at the top of the charts, even compared to the place we came from where this kind of magic is normal. Irina from the side nodded deeply. Right. Don't expect to gain a similar level of strength after learning the way we use magic. These people are just as ridiculous to even our eyes. She then faced Yoruichi. You too, Yoruichi-san, who can casually annihilate an enemy leader and leave a giant hole on the ground using lightning, shouldn't speak like you shouldn't be included. Just in strength alone, you're around the leader's rank. Now, Irina-chan. You shouldn't say that, Naya. Feigning a cough, Akino interrupted Kuroka. You too, Kuroka-san. You're someone feared among many different forces. So that includes you too. Akino then caught the tiny Medusa in the corner of her eyes and added, since Medusa-san is included in Yoruichi-san's restriction, I presume that she's also at a similar level. I can't help but think that we're really surrounded by ridiculous individuals who could lead their own factions. Restriction? Kisuke asked as he faced Yoruichi. I told them that we wouldn't get involved in their problems, answered Yoruichi. Oh, I guess that should indeed be the case. Wait up, Loki suddenly called out, that's fine and all, but what about the agreement between our familias? Kisuke nodded at her and said, of course, that won't be dissolved. But instead of me, Sona will be taking it over along with the others. All right. We'll take that. Seeing that they're done talking, Claire suddenly spoke up, Kisuke-niken, you'll be teaching them magic and ki, right? Can I join them? I want to learn it too and do cool things like Ni-chan. Kisuke then picked up Claire and started spoiling her, of course you can. I'll teach you everything you need to know so one day, you can wipe the floor with bad guys. Really? I can become a good magical girl too. From Yoruichi's arm Sarafal's eyes lit up and she jumped down. Magical girl you say? I'll teach you how to become a fine one. Magical Leviathan will teach me. Sarafal stood straight up and declared with great confidence, you'll be my disciple. I'll show you the way of magical girls and dominate the world with it. Yay. Sona could only shake her head at this scene. The underworld will have another crazy magical girl in their ranks. But also thanks to this ridiculously warm and silly scene, everyone from the Loki familia was able to calm themselves down. At that moment, Yoruichi turned to them, shall we start? Since they got permission from Loki and it's not as bad as Kisuke described, everyone nodded. Hence, it was the start of the revolution. Meanwhile, Aika and Kaneko were silently watching from the sideline while eating some snacks that Medusa kept serving. Say. We came here for a vacation, didn't we? Asked Aika with a fed-up expression. Kaneko nodded and answered, that's correct. Then why are we going straight back to training? Because it's Kisuke-senpai. With a dry laugh, Aika replied, what a convincing answer that I can't find any words to refute it. Chapter 614, Sharing Information. Although Kisuke proposed the idea of teaching them their magic and ki usage, in the end he just threw the workloads to others. More specifically, Sarafal, Sona and Akino went to teach those who wanted to learn magic while Kuroka and Kaneko became the instructors for the ki lessons. Although they were hesitant at first, after the start of the lecture, they became drowned by curiosity and amazement at the topic they were discussing. For mages, with the exception of Riveria, Line and Ace, they never knew that they could draw their own magic circle, be it externally or internally. After all, they were always relying on the chant that appeared in their minds from the moment they learned their respective magic to draw out the magic circle. For those who were learning ki, on the other hand, they were shocked to feel foreign energy different from magic power when Kuroka and Kaneko injected their ki into their bodies to disrupt their inactive ki in order for them to notice its existence. However, Loki could only stop their abrupt classrooms because they had to fulfill their main objective of coming to Melon. Sorry about this, Kisuke, but we have to cut this short. We can't really push back our schedule due to the risk of things going awry if we were to further delay our activities. It's fine. I knew you wouldn't come here just for a simple vacation, so while your children were having their lectures, I prepared some reference books for them to continue their study and training on their own. Kisuke took out 4 books in total. 2 books for magic and 2 books for ki. Since they'd already kickstarted their understanding regarding the topics, they'd be able to study and train on their own according to the book. He also made sure that it was extensive enough to let them teach the other absent members of their familia. Loki could only smile wryly as she accepted the books, so that's why you went away. It's for this. What do you need to accomplish, anyway? Kisuke changed the subject. Riveria approached them from the side and answered for Loki, we need to know if those villas are indeed coming from the city. So we need to check a few things like the integrity of the seal on the second entrance of the dungeon or the sewers connecting Orario and Melon. I see. Then you don't have to worry about those. Riveria furrowed her brows slightly and asked, what do you mean? If you're talking about the entrance which was sealed using the Leviathan's remains, then it's intact. As for the sewers, although nothing huge could come through it anyway, there are signs that the adamantium gates were relatively new. It was Loki's turn to furrow her brows, you already know a few things, right? Kisuke grinned but didn't answer. Share it will ya? Kisuke contemplated for a bit before saying, this will be the last time, alright. Any further information will have to come from Sona. As Uruchi said, we won't get involved with your problems. Loki and Riveria could only stay silent at his words. As for the information we know, we haven't investigated the things in Melon that much, so don't expect anything concrete. Although we know for sure that the three big names in this port city are in a deal of some sort and some forces from the Ishtar familia are also present. Ishtar? Asked Loki with a confused expression. But Kisuke just shook his head, you have to figure that out on your own. Sighing, Loki let it go. Though the fact that they discovered a secret dealing between big figures in the city was a big clue, what about you? What are you up to now? We're going to go home and take it easy for now, and maybe clarify some things with our members. I was hoping that you could stay longer. Guess I can't ask that much. Kisuke smiled and bid his farewell, well then, until next time. Good luck with your investigation. It only took a quarter of an hour for the Loki familia to gather their things and leave. Although some of the members were reluctant to end their lectures, they had a goal they needed to achieve for the safety of their familia. After they left, Kisuke faced everyone and said, shall we go home? Everyone agreed as they looked towards the sleeping Claire in Irina's arms. While she wanted to listen to the lecture, she immediately got bored with it since it was already something that her mother and father taught her. So instead, she played non-stop with the free members, Ophis, Aika, Irina, and Uruchi. After sending Claire and Ophis to their room, everyone sat down in the mansion's living room while Medusa and Aquino served them some tea and snacks. After sipping her warm tea, Hestia pouted while muttering in a complaining manner, you didn't tell us that you're that strong. What do you mean you have ways to fend off a god? You're already as strong as one. You've got it wrong, Hestia-sama. I'm not just prepared to fight off a single god, but a group of them, so it's only right to say that I have my ways instead of claiming that I could outright defeat them. Hestia then gave him a dirty look, why would a group of gods attack you? But instead of Kisuke, Uruchi answered for him, forget it, Hestia-sama. This guy always prepares for the worst and nothing can really stop him from doing so. Hestia's pout grew deeper but Artemis' hand patted her head, isn't that great, Hestia? You don't have to worry about their safety like you always do when they leave for the dungeon. And while Artemis was comforting Hestia, Sona spoke up and asked the question that had been bothering her since earlier, Kisuke, why did you decide to teach them? And from what I heard, you want them to propagate it. I'd understand if it was magic, as it's not a foreign concept for them, but even key. About that, I can't really say it now, but let's just say that it's in preparation for the future. I don't want them to be so helpless when things get a bit underhanded. For the future, muttered Sona under her breath, while thinking about his words. Then what about you guys not getting involved with their problems, asked Aika. We've already shown them our strength. It would be really annoying and dangerous for them to think that there's a place where they can retreat to. Aside from not taking things as serious as necessary, they might develop an unhealthy dependence on us. I want to avoid that as much as possible, even if it means that their familia could be in grave danger, answered Kisuke. To put it in another way, we can't be a source for their comfort and protection, or else that familia will fail in the future. Loki understood this and that's why she immediately agreed. She doesn't want her children to take success in their trials for granted, added Uruchi. So what's the plan for now, asked Kaneko. Kisuke thought for a moment and said, I'll be busy again with a lot of things. He then looked towards Sona and told her, Sona, take Sarah-chan, Irina and Aquino-san to the dungeon tomorrow and explain to them what they need to do to gain a level. Uruchi stood up and stretched her arms while yawning, then Kuroka and I will do what we originally planned and leave Orario to investigate some places. Chapter 615, couldn't hold back. The next morning, Uruchi and Kuroka left for the Dazara region where many maritime nations were located. It was also one of the places within the continent where monsters ran rampant and several strong familias were active. They wanted to investigate where these monsters were coming from, or if there was another entrance to the dungeon on that side. After bidding them farewell with a promise of frequent contact, those who were going to the dungeon went on their way, while Kisuke returned to the underground hideout to prepare the things he would need in the future. After his recent travels, he figured that they should have a proper and safe way to traverse the void. Since Great Red's brute forcing wasn't really a good example, Kisuke would have to test a few things. In addition, he needed to plan ahead on how he would deal with the mysterious men in the void who seemed to overlook this world, gonna have to find a way to evade his detection. Claire and Ophis, on the other hand, were left to Hestia and Artemis' care. The two goddesses would bring them around the city to let them get used to the scenery. Kisuke specifically told them that they can't lose sight of Ophis, as she could easily get lost in her thoughts and wander around aimlessly. Sona, Sarafal, Aika, Kaneko, Aquino, and Irina first went to the guild's main building, Pantheon, to register the newcomers. There, they met Sophie, the elf receptionist and their advisor, for the first time after a long while. After coming face to face, Sophie was making a dark expression and immediately brought them to a private booth. With everyone sitting, Sophie started with a dark tone, "Why did you only show up just now?" Smiling wryly, Sona explained, "It's only now that we were able to have some free time." "Then why didn't you send a message to the guild about your recovery?" Sona's smile froze before she answered in a flustered way, "Well. We forgot." Bam. While slamming the table, Sophie raised her voice, "You forgot. You forgot to at least inform your dungeon advisor. Then what's the point of me worrying about you guys? When you came back to the surface, I heard that you three slipped into a coma due to the injuries you received and had to be taken straight to the guild's infirmary for immediate treatment, only to be taken back by your goddamn captain who doesn't know how to inform others about his plans. And while I was worrying about your condition for a good while, I heard from someone that you're going around the market while having some fun. Neither the guild nor I was informed about your recovery. Though it's great news that you're fine now, but still." Although genuinely happy for their recovery, as adventurers that she had been taking care of for a while now, she felt betrayed when Sona told her that they simply forgot to inform her. Back then, she already assumed the worst case and that they'd be retiring due to the injuries they received. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko were crushed by their guilt. True enough, it had been Sophie who had been taking care of them whenever they dived into the dungeon. Her reminders and warnings were immensely helpful. Not just that, it was also because of Sophie that they were able to have an easier time in Orario by obtaining information regarding various establishments where they could get supplies. Since they didn't want to rely on Kisuke's inventions and concoctions as much as possible, they were trying their best to go through what normal adventurers experienced in their everyday life. With a resigned expression, Sona showed her guilt and tried to explain their circumstances while apologizing. "I'm sorry. It's our fault. Though if I were to give a reason, we were very busy with some stuff. And to unnecessarily add to that, several familias were trying to recruit us. The Apollo familia have been especially committed to this, to the point that it's already borderline harassment." Hearing this, Sophie sighed and replied, What's done is done. As long as you don't forget me next time." No, there shouldn't be a next time in the first place. But Sona just shook her head, we can't promise that. With our profession, getting injured is a normal occurrence. Just be careful next time. Sophie sighed yet again, but changed the topic. "You said the Apollo familia has tried recruiting you." "Yes." "Then be careful around them. Their members are not the most desirable. They've been trying to provoke us, but we never acknowledged any of them, so you don't have to be worried about it." Sophie then looked towards Aika with a blank expression. "Then why did I hear about a certain girl from the Hestia familia breaking the nose of someone from the Apollo familia?" Sona's eyes widened and she hurriedly turned towards Aika, who was already walking away, and asked her, "Why?" "That bastard insulted Kisuke," answered Aika. But before Sona could say anything else, Sophie faced Kaneko next and said with the same blank expression, "And what about this certain girl from the Hestia familia who was kicking the balls of someone from the Apollo familia?" Sona hurriedly looked at Kaneko who was making the same expression as Aika. "They insulted Kisuke-senpai." Sona could only sigh, and here I am, trying to ignore their bullshit. I don't think it'd end with just this, so watch your backs. Sophie let it go since she heard the injuries they caused only needed a low-quality potion to remedy. She then looked towards the new faces and said, "Mind introducing them to me? Are they going to register?" Sona nodded, "Yes. They already received their falna from Artemis-sama, but our future ventures would be as one, so I'd really appreciate it if you would take them under your wings." "I don't mind, but it's really rare for two familias to take a single advisor." With that, Sona introduced each and every one of them and they registered themselves as level 1s. After a few more reminders, the group left for the dungeon. Arriving on the upper floors of the dungeon, they went towards a certain corner where adventurers didn't normally pass through. Sona then explained to everyone that in order to gain Excelia to level up, they can't use their real abilities and could only depend on the magic power and other parameters that the fauna provided them. But before they went into their killing spree, Sona asked Aquino and Irina to cast their magic without the magic power provided by fauna, and there they found out that they couldn't do it properly without putting in extra effort and intense focus. Sona explained that without the Falna's help, it was extremely hard to control the magic power and ki in this world. The only way to properly control that is if one had enough mastery over magic, like Sarafal. So aside from their strong bodies, nothing worth mentioning could be said about Aquino and Irina, making them feel extremely helpless. Sona comforted them, well, don't worry about it too much. You're in the same situation as us when we first arrived here. We had to train harshly every day just to use our normal abilities. Then let's go bash in the heads of these monsters. I want to level up soon, cause I heard from Kitan that despite the minimal addition to one's strength, it's apparently extremely beneficial for the soul itself. If it's Nae-sama, this floor should be extremely easy for you. We'll only stay here for an hour, just to get used to this dungeon, and then we'll move further below based on Aquino-san and Irina-san's skill level. Somehow. I'm sorry for being so useless, Irina muttered. I'll do my best not to hold you back, added Aquino. The suffering of both of them had just started. Chapter 616, Invitation. At lunchtime, the group decided to go up before going deeper into the dungeon. But the moment they left Babel, two women blocked their way. The one on the right was a sharp woman with medium-length dark red hair, while the one on the left was a timid woman with long dark blue hair. Are you Sona Citri? The sharp woman asked. The group stopped and Sona immediately recognized them, children of the Apollo familia. What do they want this time? Despite the questions in her head, Sona answered while fixing her glasses, that would be me. I wonder what do I owe this visit for? After confirming her identity, the sharp woman looked towards the timid woman and nodded. The timid woman then approached Sona and handed over an envelope, take this. Receiving it, Sona saw the Apollo familia's insignia on it and muttered, an invitation. And from the Apollo familia no less. The name's Daphne and this one is Cassandra. As you can see, we are from the Apollo familia, the sharp woman suddenly introduced them. This is an invitation. Lord Apollo is going to hold a celebration, and if you'd like, the timid woman's, Cassandra's voice trailed off and as if gathering her courage she added, If you don't want to go, that's okay. However, she just received a smack to the head from her companion, ow. Looking back towards Sona's group, Daphne continued, make sure to tell your goddess. Got that. You got the invitation. Sona sighed and replied, understood. I'll be sure to tell her. That is all, the two of them turned around and started walking away. But before they could distance themselves, Daphne suddenly turned back and said, my condolences, before leaving for Real. What should we do? Asked Aika. However, Sona just shook her head, it'll be up to Hestia-sama. This particular invitation seems to be a celebration of gods where only deities are allowed to attend. We'll hand this over and let her decide what to do. When is it? Asked Kaneko. Sona pried open the invitation and read through it before answering, tonight. And it looks like they'll spice things up a bit. Due to the sudden invitation, they decided to return home for now. After handing over the invitation to Hestia, who was currently playing with both Claire and Ophis, Kisuke also came out to see what's going on. What's up? Idiots came to disturb us, answered Sarafal without hesitation. Oh. Which idiots? Kisuke's curiosity was piqued. The Apollo familia is hosting a celebration of gods. And to add some excitement to it, all the gods that are attending should bring one of their children as a companion, Hestia answered with a not-so-great energy. Kisuke took note of her strange reaction and asked, do you have some sort of history with him, Hestia-sama? Even though he's not an adventurer, the gods gave him the title, Phallus the Passionate. Everyone except the kids froze before Kisuke started laughing, fa-ha-ha. What the hell was that? I thought my title was crappy. I didn't think anyone would have a crappier one. Ignoring Kisuke's outburst, Hestia continued, the gods gave him that nickname due to his quirk. For his love, he'll do almost anything. Some deities would describe him as a tenacious and passionate lover boy. Kisuke managed to dig out the underlying meaning behind Hestia's words and said, so he once went after you. Hearing that, Hestia gritted her teeth, I almost destroyed him back in heaven. If not, I'm afraid he'd still be chasing after me. She then looked towards Sona, Aika, and Kaneko. This time, it seems that you caught his attention. I don't know what he's planning to do at the banquet, though. If that's the case, I'll go with you, Hestia-sama, Kisuke proposed. But this is our problem. Sona didn't agree. Yes, our problem. And no. I didn't mean it like Kisuke, however, interrupted Sona's words by blocking her lips with his finger and said, rascals eyeing my women. I'll have to at least destroy them. Sona's eyes widened before she smiled happily and nodded, Umo. Still not getting used to it, Sarafal grabbed Kisuke's hand and snarled at him, not in front of me. With a slight blush, Aika muttered, now I want to return what they said earlier. Nodding with a slight blush too, Kaneko added, my condolences. Aquino and Irina, on the other hand, didn't know what to do in this situation and could only stay quiet. But deep inside, both of them were feeling a bit bitter. Feigning a cough, Sona said, "Well then. I'll be leaving this issue to you. For now, we'll continue with our plan and maybe camp inside the dungeon to speed up the process of adjusting, since it would seem that we'll take action on the surface soon too." After they left, Hestia asked Kisuke, "What are you planning to do against them?" "As of now, nothing concrete. Since they invited you, they'll probably put on a show to corner you to accept their demands." Although Kisuke doesn't have any idea of what they are up to, he can come up with a reasonable conclusion when he recalled that Yoruichi told him that Aika and Kaneko hurt some of the members. Most likely, they'll put up an over-exaggerated drama and ask us to take responsibility. Since Hestia-sama won't accept it for sure, Apollo might instead challenge us to a war game where his demands could be met. I look forward to it. You're not planning anything nasty, right? Hestia suddenly asked when she saw him making a nasty grin. Eh? Nothing really. I just hope Apollo-sama won't disappoint me. Hestia gave him a suspicious look, but Kisuke didn't reveal anything and changed the topic. I'll prepare our dress. By the way, do you want to invite anyone else, Hestia-sama? It seems that you can also bring other gods with you. Ah, I'd like to invite Mike since he took care of me in the past, but I doubt they have anything to wear for this occasion, so prepare some for him and probably Nazuko-an. What about Artemis-sama? Hestia shook her head. She doesn't really like attending these kinds of events, so she won't come. Understood. Please ask who's coming with them so I can prepare theirs too. Hestia happily stood up and ran out to inform her friends. Got it. I'm going. Be careful. With Hestia gone, Artemis came in and asked, "May I ask what other reasons you have? If it was just Apollo, you wouldn't have to come yourself." Kisuke smiled at her and replied, "Because of one troublesome goddess that may attend. I can't really have Sona and others face that stalker for now, since she can see a lot of things. Aside from that, I also wanted to confirm something. Freya, huh? She's the type of woman that would do anything to get what she wants. Be careful around her," warned Artemis. "Thanks for the heads up, but I'm already fully aware of that." Chapter 617, Poking the Hornet's Nest. The Celebration of Gods. It was called that way because only gods were allowed to attend. However, the host this time decided to change things up a bit. Arriving at the venue, which was the Apollo familia's home, Kisuke and Hestia could see droves of gods, along with their escort children, being welcomed inside. The moonlight shone down on everyone on the street, which made Hestia, in her white gown, glow even further. "You look great tonight, Hestia-sama," commented Kisuke. Hestia also looked at him with a grin and replied, "I, on the other hand, was really surprised that you'd wear anything outside of your usual outfit. You should have seen how Artemis couldn't even take her eyes off of you." Instead of his usual attire, Kisuke was wearing a gray suit that matched his eyes. His usual shaggy hair was also straightened and tied into a ponytail. This resulted in those who knew him to have contrasting feelings. The casual and shady man had become a very proper and mature gentleman. If Hestia and Artemis didn't know any better, they'd certainly get scammed. From behind, a voice suddenly called out to them, "My apologies, Hestia, Kisuke." Hestia turned around and smiled, "Oh, Mike, you're here. Preparing everything for us, including these clothes, must not have been easy." "Thank you," added Mike, who was currently wearing a black suit. "You don't have to think about that. You've taken care of me in the past, so this was the least I could do." On Mike's side, Naza, who was wearing a gown, expressed her gratitude to Kisuke. "Thank you very much." Chuckling, Kisuke replied, "It's fine. You've been taking care of Sona, Aika, and Kaneko, so the feeling is mutual. Now then, shall we head inside?" proposed Hestia, and everyone agreed. After they were welcomed by the children of Apollo Familia, they were led towards the hall of the mansion where the main event was being held. Arriving on the floor, Hestia immediately noticed some very familiar faces and approached them. "Hephaestus. Take. You're finally here," replied Hephaestus. Matching her flaming red hair, the red gown made her stand out even more. "Good seeing you here, Mike." Takamikazuchi, on the other hand, was wearing traditional Far Eastern garb while his child, Mikoto, was wearing a tube gown with a Far Eastern motif. Seeing her shy demeanor, Hestia commented, "You brought Mikoto, take. I heard about the incident the other day. Must have been tough." Suddenly being talked to while trying her best to make herself inconspicuous, made her flinch. "Why yes. But it was thanks to everyone, especially Beldano's efforts, that we were able to come back safely." "I see." Hestia nodded in understanding and faced Hephaestus, who seemed alone. "Who's accompanying you, Hephaestus?" "I don't see anyone." Shrugging her shoulders, Hephaestus replied, "He's a strange one. Leaving me here to explore the party on his own." But before they could continue that topic, someone's familiar voice interrupted them. Hey. Everybody's here. Hermes in a tuxedo came, let me join the fun." Beside him was Asfi, making a wincing face. Making a doubtful expression, Takamikazuchi asked, "Why did you come over here?" Hermes immediately complained at his reaction. "Hey, come on. Didn't we just work together? Don't leave me out in the cold." Not letting him say anything else, Hermes immediately turned his attention towards the children accompanying the deities. "Hi there, Kisuke. Those clothes look good on you. And Naza, wonderful dress. Got some butterflies in your stomach, Mikoto-chan. Your cute face is going to waste. See cute." Mikoto immediately overreacted. Seeing that, Hermes took the opportunity to make her blush even more by suddenly grabbing her hand and giving it a kiss. Due to that, Mikoto instantly overheated and became at a loss on what to do. Hermes, meanwhile, also instantly earned the ire of two people as he received a hard knock from the furious Takamikazuchi and a fierce kick in the butt by the fuming Asfi. The chaotic scene immediately attracted the attention of the other guests in the vicinity, but when the gods saw that it was just Hermes, they all lost interest. The beatdown only stopped when the host of the celebration came down to address all the attendees. Coming down the stairs, Apollo greeted everyone while holding a glass of wine. "My guests, I'm glad to see you have all arrived. An idea came to me about how to make this event special. How do you like it? Dressing up the ones we hold most dear and bringing them to our celebration, what could be more delightful? Seeing so many of my kin and the faces of their beloved children fills me with great joy. Tonight is a night destined to be filled with grand opportunities and new meetings. I have foreseen it." Kisuke then noticed how Apollo took a glance at him and immediately understood what that meant. "Contempt, is it?" Looking at everyone again, Apollo continued, "I have assembled the best wines and the freshest foods. The night is young. Enjoy yourselves." Apollo raised his cup and toast to everyone. "I'll talk to Apollo later. Since we're already here, let's enjoy the party," said Hestia to Kisuke. The group then started talking about random things while Kisuke was also busy listening to what everyone around their group was talking about. Thanks to that, Kisuke was able to get a clearer picture of the power structure of Orario. After all, gods do love bragging about the achievements of their children. However, it was cut short when a certain pair approached them. "Would you look at that? The big cheese has arrived," uttered Hermes with a genuine appreciation of beauty. Freya and King Otter. Despite wearing a suit, Otter still looked like a barbarian due to his size, gait and grim expression. Freya, on the other hand, while wearing a low-cut dress that revealed a very large portion of her skin, still looked elegant and very confident. Hephaestus touched her chin in wonderment. First was Ganesha's celebration, and now this one. Like Artemis, Freya normally never comes out into public. It's weird, right? Instead of speculating, Hestia directly asked her when she got close enough, "Hey, Freya. What are you doing here?" "I merely came to say hello." "It's a rare chance to see so many familiar faces at once," replied Freya with a smile. She then panned her eyes to other people and saw how the male gods were looking at her attentively while their children were making dark faces towards their gods, acting all smitten. Freya continued this until her eyes landed on Kisuke, which contrary to the other gods and children, was looking at her with curiosity. "Oh." Meeting her eyes, Kisuke immediately greeted her, "It's a wonderful evening, Freya-sama." Freya then suddenly commented, "You really are different from the rest." While Mayak and Takamikazuchi were making confused expressions, Hephaestus and Hermes' eyes sharpened with the latter smiling deeply. Hestia, on the other hand, became nervous and wanted to step in, but in the end, she trusted Kisuke. Nevertheless, the men in question just chuckled and said, "What are you talking about, Freya-sama? I'm just your run-of-a-mill candy shop owner and an adventurer on the side." Of course, they instantly caught the lie. However, they don't know which was a lie, him being an ordinary shopkeeper or that being an adventurer was just his side job. Either way, it was a lie that couldn't expose the lie. Regardless of that, Freya just brushed it off. "Fufufu, is that so? How amusing. I wonder what else you are hiding. I'm really curious. I'm really flattered, but everyone's hiding a thing or two, and no one is exempted to that. On that note, I'm also curious about something regarding Freya-sama." "Oh. What was that?" asked Freya, just to entertain him. Kisuke then closed his eyes and thought, first and foremost, Kranal-san should be in the hostess of fertility right now since Mayak-sama asked him to treat himself because he can't go with them. If she's really interested in Kranal-san, then the real her shouldn't be the one in front of me. Alright, let's poke the beehive. Chapter 618, Poking the Hornet's Nest Part 2. After reaching a decision, Kisuke opened his eyes and looked towards Freya with a smile. "Well, please forget it. It's nothing significant or interesting. Then for the first time ever since he stepped into this world, Kisuke used his soul-scrying eyes on a deity. As Kisuke went through her avatar, Kisuke didn't see her soul, but instead, a shell made out of Freya's soul's power, covering the true owner of the body, as expected. But, twisting the fate of a mortal, huh? These deities sure have strange abilities. If not for Ophis-chan, I wouldn't have noticed it without being given a clue. Although nothing of note changed in Kisuke's exterior and no one had noticed what he did, his target, Freya, had her eyes widened in shock and shuddered, not knowing where the creepy feeling came from. She inevitably closed her arms and unconsciously tried to cover herself and tried to stop her body from shaking. Today was a busy night for the employees of the Hostess of Fertility. Seer was happily serving the customers, especially Belle, who had come here tonight. However, when she was bringing empty plates back to the kitchen, her eyes widened in shock and her body started to uncontrollably shudder. As a result, the plate she was holding dropped, creating a ruckus. Ryu immediately went beside her and asked in worry, "Seer, what happened? Are you all right?" However, Seer didn't respond and Ryu could see confusion within her eyes as she blankly stared at the scattered plates on the floor. "Seer." Only after Ryu's second call was Seer finally able to react. Seer faced her with a wry smile and replied, "I'm fine. I just tripped on my feet." But Ryu didn't buy any of that for a second. "If you're feeling unwell, you should rest." "I'm fine." From the counter, both of them heard Mia's voice, "Seer, rest up. Go take some fresh air outside." But. Ignoring her, Mia continued, "Ryu, cover for her." Ryu nodded and answered, "Understood." Since there was no convincing them, Seer accepted it. "All right. I'll rest up for a bit." "Thanks, Ryu. Just go on your way. We'll be fine here." After some small farewells, Seer exited the pub through the back and immediately made her way towards the Tower of Babel. What's happened back there? What was that feeling? As soon as she'd arranged her thoughts, she immediately willed Freya to return. Was it not a wise decision to not to see him myself? Back at the gathering, Otter and the rest immediately noticed that something was amiss with Freya and asked, "Freya-sama, what's wrong?" Freya's expression returned to normal and smiled, "It's nothing." "Well then, I'll take my leave. Enjoy your evening. Until next time." She then walked away with a wave and Otter followed closely behind. After she left, Hestia approached Kisuke and whispered, "Did you do something?" Kisuke, however, made a confused expression, "Should have I done something? And no. Don't cause a ruckus here." Hermes, meanwhile, became suspicious regarding Freya's weird reaction and creased his brows. "What happened?" "I know Freya wouldn't make a face like that without any good reason." His sights then landed on Kisuke. Did he do something? But knowing Freya, she would have confronted him, even if she's a fake one. While Freya left in an awkward fashion, the newcomer immediately broke that atmosphere. "Not even here for 2 seconds, and that vixen's already showing me up." Hestia turned towards the source of the familiar voice, Loki. In a white suit, Loki greeted Hestia, "Yo. Chibi. I see that you learned how to wear a dress. You're acting so grown up I could bust a gut." However, Hestia wasn't affected and snickered at her. "Just when did you get here? You're not the type to sneak around." "Shut up. 2 floppin' boobies stole my entrance, got that?" As usual, from the very moment they saw each other, they started arguing. One could say that they really got along very well. While they were busy with each other, Kisuke approached Loki's companion, Ace. "Good evening, Wallenstein-san, you look absolutely gorgeous today." Suddenly being complimented on a type of attire that she wore for the first time in her life, Ace was taken aback and became strangely embarrassed, resulting in her blushing fiercely. "Thank you." But before Kisuke could speak further, he felt a movement behind him and stepped to the side to dodge a hand chop aimed at his head. "You damned shady hat. Stop flirting with my Ace-tan." Of course, Kisuke immediately denied her accusation. "You misunderstand me, Loki-sama. It's a gentleman's obligation to compliment a lady. Besides, I wasn't lying, was I?" Despite that, Loki growled at him to defend her precious child from his poisonous claws. "I don't care. Don't use your gigolo skills on my Ace-tan." Due to the commotion they were causing, they attracted others' attention yet again, but this time, they couldn't turn away due to the individuals involved. "Hey. Look, it seems that the Gigolo Master is making a move on the Sword Princess." "What? Even the Sword Princess? Does he have a death wish or something?" "Kukuku. I can't wait to see Loki stomp that kid." "You idiot. Look closely. Loki seems to be desperately protecting the Sword Princess." Wait. What? What does this mean? See, could he perhaps have a chance? That question from one deity raised even more ruckus from the surroundings, and various groups started talking about the topic until someone raised Riveria's name and discussed her suspicious relationship with the Hestia familia's captain. At this point, not just jealousy but also a bit of admiration came emanating from both male deities and their children. Though their resentment hadn't changed at all. Meanwhile, Loki and Kisuke could only stare at each other with stiff expressions. After a few seconds of awkward silence between them, Kisuke finally spoke up. "This isn't what I had in mind." "Then you clearly underestimated how infamous you are. Damn you. You can take Riveria, but I won't allow you to take Ace-tan." "I'm not taking anyone." "Looks like he's even worse than you, by a lot," whispered Hermes to Takamikazuchi. Stop implying that I'm a womanizer. At that point, both of them noticed that Freya and Otter left for good. They thought that they'd stay for a few more moments, but it seemed that they were wrong. Kisuke had also noticed this as he had been taking note of their movements, but this wasn't the one that caught his attention. It was actually a familiar person who had just arrived in a hidden corner of Apollo's mansion, Seer. Looks like I shook the hornet's nest too strongly. I didn't think that she'd come over here. I wonder if I should confront her. Loki noticed that Kisuke had lost track of their conversation and started thinking about something else. Being curious, she asked, "What's up? Planning something nasty yet again?" Ever since Kisuke revealed his true abilities to her familia, Loki already guessed that he was the one behind the nightmare that she'd been experiencing. She also guessed that he was one of those who proclaimed themselves as the Crimson Apocalypse thieving group. She wanted to ask him about it and their goal that night, until a certain possibility crossed her mind. As it was at the same time as the nightmare happened, the ridiculous thought of them wreaking havoc throughout the whole city because Kisuke didn't like his alias came to her. She wanted to brush that possibility off, but after seeing the connection and timing, she became scared and chose not to say anything regarding that. After all, she was the one who approved of his alias. "Nah, I just thought of something." Kisuke then turned to Hestia and said, "Hestia-sama, I'll be exiting for a moment to do something. I'll be back later." "What are you going to do?" "Sort out some things." Chapter 619, Poking the Hornet's Nest Part 3. Seer sighed as she looked up at Apollo's mansion from a hidden corner only illuminated by the moonlight. What did I come here for? Through her connection with Freya, Seer had already heard what just happened. Although she had no concrete evidence, the strange sensation they both felt certainly came from Kisuke Urahara, one of the individuals that were shrouded in mystery. Due to her intense curiosity, she ended up turning a corner and headed to this place instead of returning to the tower. But after coming here, she'd already decided against calling him out, as any method to do so would attract attention, especially from Loki and Hephaestus, who were strangely protective of him. They are certainly aware of some of his secrets. I wonder what kind of secrets they are, to make them act this way. Seer questioned herself as she turned on her heels and decided to meet up with Freya and Otter to directly hear from them about what just happened, as there were certain limitations with the connection they had. After a minute of walking, Seer arrived at the small opening surrounded by trees and illuminated by shiny moonlight and abruptly stopped in her tracks. She already walked over this spot when she came to watch Apollo's mansion, but the sudden changes in it made her jump a little as a familiar figure greeted her with a smile while setting up a table with a bottle of wine and 2 wine glasses. "Oh hey, fancy meeting you here, Seer-san." With widened eyes, Seer muttered his name, Kisuke Urahara. After being taken aback for a few seconds, she recomposed herself and rearranged her thoughts before replying with a bright smile, "Good evening, Kisuke-san, but I don't think that this is a coincidence." Kisuke just chuckled, "Well, that's not really important. It seems that you're free, so why don't you join me for a cup of wine?" Sighing, Seer's face was filled with regret. "I'd really like to accept your offer, but I still have to return to my work later. As you've probably noticed, Mia-san's sense of smell is fantastic and I would be instantly discovered. If she were to notice that I drank some alcohol, I wouldn't hear the end of it. I'd like you to forgive me for that." I'm sorry too for not considering that." "Then how about a cup of hot chocolate?" "I'd love to, but I can only see a bottle of wine on you. Should we move somewhere else?" "There's no need. The cold wind will make the hot choco even tastier. Please sit down. Seer was confused at his actions and wondered where he would be getting the hot drink. He'd be incredibly rude if he were to leave her here out of nowhere and make her wait for the drink, but she also knew that Kisuke wasn't the kind of person from the times they'd interacted. After helping Seer sitting down on the chair, Kisuke pulled out a typical small adventurer's bag from behind a tree. Wondering what he was about to do with it, the thought that the hot drink would be coming from such a small bag never crossed Seer's mind. She was shocked to see that Kisuke suddenly picked up the fragile wine glasses and bottle and put it inside the bag. But when she was about to scold him for not handling the glasswares properly, Kisuke suddenly took out a steel pitcher and placed it on the table. From the sound it made at the moment it hit the table and the smell it produced, Seer was able to figure out what was inside it and how full it was. On top of that, a little bit of steam was coming out from the top, hot milk. But Kisuke wasn't done yet. Without resolving Seer's confusion, Kisuke kept taking things out of the small bag that was already far beyond its capacity. Being dumbfounded, Seer asked, "What's that?" "It's just a bag with some tricks on it," said Kisuke. He set the bag aside and started moving the things he just took out, asking Seer how she wanted her hot chocolate. After a minute, Kisuke was able to finish making 2 cups of hot chocolate with different flavors according to their preferences. Seer stared at her steamy cup of hot chocolate with a generous amount of marshmallows and dark chocolate shavings before looking back up to Kisuke, who was now opening some boxes which contained some snacks that could pair with the hot chocolate. "Please try it." Picking the cup and blowing on it, Seer took a sip and her eyes immediately shone like stars. "It's sweet, but not too sweet. It's also creamy and the bitter aftertaste is delectable." No doubt, this is by far the best hot chocolate that I've ever tried. I'm honored that a deity could praise my brew. Please try some lightly salted snacks too. It should go well with the sweet chocolate. Since Seer had already guessed that he was aware of her true identity, she wasn't shocked by that much and just continued to enjoy her drink and tried some snacks. Thankfully, they were now sitting in front of each other and they could slowly go over that topic as they conversed naturally. After silently enjoying the cold breeze with the hot drink in her hands for a few minutes, Seer finally spoke up. Kisuke-san, could you tell me more about that bag? It should be an item that has space laws rewritten inside of it. More specifically, space and gravity laws were slightly modified to enlarge the space inside it, not translating the weight to outside and stabilizing its contents. Then it's really a revolutionary item that could start all sorts of things, ranging from wars to smuggling. I didn't even know that this kind of magic item existed in the lower world. I presume Loki and Hephaestus are already aware of this. After taking a sip from his cup, Kisuke answered, I supplied a few sets to both of them. Seer smiled brightly and asked, I wonder if you could supply a few to my familia, too. Even though I'm aware that you're a deity, I'm still not sure which familia you are leading. Seer was surprised that Kisuke was actually telling the truth. You're still not sure? Even with all those clues. Chuckling, Kisuke replied, everything was just my guess and there's no way I'll consider something like that as being sure. Fair point. How were you able to confirm that I'm a deity anyway? Is it thanks to that child? I'd like to keep that to myself. Then why did you come to meet me if you're not going to tell me anything? Kisuke then looked straight into her eyes and said, well, there are just a few things I'd like to clarify, Freya-sama. Chapter 620, Boring Brilliance. Seer rested her chin on her right arm and asked, such as? One of those was to confirm my guesses. What I just did for you. What else? Also to ask you to promise not to interfere with my girls. Seer pouted her mouth, say, what do you think of me? Be honest. Kisuke stared straight into her eyes and with a straight face, he answered without any hesitation, a perverted stalker. Seer's face instantly crumpled up. She never would have thought that someone who knew her true identity would say that to her face. Unfortunately, although it was for her love, if one were to indeed describe her past actions, perverted stalker would be a very term and she couldn't refute it. Can't you word that in a nicer way? I can reword it, but not nicely. How about a deviant observer? Seer's face crumpled even more. No. Then degenerate pursuer? Sicko chaser is also good. At that description, Seer started waving her hand wildly at him. Stop, stop, stop. That's enough. It's getting worse. I get it. I fully understand your impression of me. Kisuke stopped speaking and continued sipping on his hot chocolate. Meanwhile, Seer could only sigh and just choose to move on, and... Why would you think that I'm going to interfere with their activities? While looking at his cup, Kisuke muttered, because I have a feeling that you're slowly losing interest over that boy. Seer's eyes widened for a moment before frowning. What are you talking about? Stirring the cup, Kisuke continued, you know what I'm talking about. He's bright, I give you that. He also has a lot of potentials, however, that's about it. On top of being naive and ambitionless, he's also chasing after a non-existent back. Sooner or later, he'll also forget that goal and would be satisfied with the way things are. And even if you create an artificial stage for him to grow, you know that there are limits to that. You're also worried that you might overestimate him and just outright kill him. I see that you also have the ability to see souls. It's probably because of this that you were able to see through my avatar, and you're also probably the person you gave Belle that strange weapon. Seer then leaned back to her chair. However, you're wrong about some things. Oh. Mind enlightening me to what those are? First of all, despite describing him as an indecisive boy, his soul is still the most beautiful and clean one that I've ever seen. And if I accidentally kill him one day, then I'd just ascend back to heaven and embrace his soul there. Kisuke could only smile wryly at her response. You're crazier than I thought. Compared to other deities, I'm just above average. Then the deities are crazier than I initially thought. If Hestia were to hear these words from his mouth, however, she'd point out that he's also above average. Then again, she hasn't experienced anything crazy from Kisuke aside from pushing Sona, Kaneko, and Aika to the verge of death. But I can now understand that we see souls differently. While you're more interested in beauty, I'm actually more interested in personality. Describing it further, you're more interested in the destination while I'm more interested in the journey. Kisuke had only ever seen a soul color similar to Belle's from two different individuals. First was Ichigo's soul, while the second one was Issei's soul. However, Ichigo's soul shined brightly when he was trying his best to protect the weak and those who are important to him. Issei's, on the other hand, shined brightly with his desires and ambitions. Meanwhile, despite being similar to those two, Belle's soul only shined. If Kisuke were to describe it, it didn't have any personality, or it hadn't developed anything yet despite reaching the stage of life. While thinking about that, Kisuke muttered, sure, his soul is an amazing sight, but it's also one of the most boring souls that I've ever seen. For Kisuke it was just an honest opinion, but for Freya, who was currently in Seer's appearance, it was an insult. An insult to her aesthetics. Kisuke saw her expression and immediately said, before you misunderstand, I'm not saying that the way you look at things is bad. It's just that we have different perspectives in regards to this. It's the same as the saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Seer was able to calm down after hearing that. I'm sorry for such a display. I jumped to the wrong conclusion. While sighing, she added, but boring, huh? Such brilliance is boring. If it's just brilliance, then Cranel-san is just above average. When he thought about the characters that really shined, Belle Cranel fell far short in comparison to them. One example of it was Kenpachi with his blinding desire for battle. Seer was shocked yet again. Even if Belle's color was disregarded, his soul was still one of the brightest she had ever seen. For Kisuke to claim otherwise, she could only murmur, just what have you seen? People who cultivated themselves beyond common sense. Unlike Belle, those people have flaws, but in my opinion, those flaws are the things that push them to such heights. The flaws that aren't needed to attain godhood. That statement from Kisuke immediately sent multiple meanings towards Seer, which she couldn't believe. First is the fact that she didn't catch any lies about Kisuke meeting such people, and the second was the hint from him that he knew, or at least, had some clues on how to become a deity. For the first part, she still could believe it as she hadn't met all the people in the entire world. However, for the problematic second part, it was a secret that not all deities were aware of, and those who knew about it would keep it to themselves and never revealed it among the residents of the lower world. The biggest reason why Freya was very attracted to Belle was not just his color and brilliance, but his flawlessness that could potentially earn him a seat among the deities, which would allow him to stand equal with her. If Kisuke knew the conditions to attain godhood, it could also mean that someone had already succeeded, but no deities were aware of it. Such a thing would send waves to all those in heaven and would start a brand new era, not just for gods, but also demigods. For the first time, Seer couldn't keep her composure and stutter, Jay, just what do you know? And what are you, really? Chapter 621, A Little Accident. Jay, just what do you know? And what are you, really? Seer couldn't help but stutter. However, Kisuke didn't entertain her question, finished his drink, and stood up. It's about time we cut this short. Since he'd already reached his goal of further poking the hornet's nest, he decided to go back. Obviously, Seer was reluctant, very reluctant. If before, Kisuke was just a mysterious and amusing child, now he looked like a bottomless abyss. It became clear to Seer, Freya, that everything Kisuke had shown her was fake without her seeing through it. She thought that she knew, or at least, had a clue to what he could do, but it turned out that everything was just her misconception that Kisuke intentionally fed to those who were watching him. On top of that, it seemed that he knew so much more about her than she'd originally thought. The combination of those gave Freya a strange mixture of confusion, suspicion, curiosity, fear, and exhilaration. A contrasting feeling that was born from the fact that she was a goddess with the ultimate dream of finding her eternal companion. But regardless of what she thought, Kisuke had already decided to leave and continue this at another time. By revealing small bits of information, he would be able to get her attention away from Sona, Aika, and Kaneko. And even if she decided to interfere despite that, she'd have second thoughts. Seeing that Kisuke didn't stop cleaning up, Seer gritted her teeth, you're forcing my hand. Even though she didn't want to use it, the desire to know more pushed her to a decision to use her power, Kisuke-san. Calling out to him, their eyes met and Seer's eyes turned pink and glowed brightly, tell me who you really are and what you know. However, the result that she was presented with was far from desirable, as Kisuke just stared at her for a few seconds before chuckling, save your efforts. That sort of thing won't work on me. Seer's eyes widened even further. As a matter of fact, she was actually using her charm ability to the limit without revealing her arcanum. It was her first time using this ability to this extent, as even in those instances that she used it on other people, it wasn't even half of this. For it to be totally disregarded. Is it his natural resistance? Or could it be? She didn't want to think about it, the possibility of Kisuke having a stronger soul than most gods. It really wasn't possible within her common sense. Because if Kisuke really did have such a strong soul, in accordance to the rules of this world, he would have ascended as a god, but clearly, the person in front of her was not a deity, nor did he have any indications that he was about to become one. So it was only natural that Freya would conclude that it was because of his natural resistance. The main reason why she didn't want to use her charming ability as much as possible was that it wrapped her target's soul with her own color, and even after she stopped using it, it'd linger for some time, and for those with a very low soul strength, they'd be tainted by her color until they go through reincarnation. She assumed that Belle had a natural resistance due to his brilliance and flawlessness, but even then, he couldn't possibly resist her charm's full power, which was a lot stronger than most goddesses of beauty due to the other authorities that compounded her divinity. Seer could only stare with her eyes shining in power as Kisuke continued cleaning up without minding her. More than ever, she wanted to see through his soul, which was covered by the dirty gray fake soul. Nevertheless, she didn't know how he hid his soul, nor did she have any ability at her disposal to peer through it without breaking the rules of the lower world. But because of a certain someone, her wish that she thought couldn't be granted, would be realized. Whether it was a fortunate or unfortunate event, even Kisuke didn't expect such a thing would happen. While Kisuke was disregarding that mild prickly feeling that was coming from Seer, his Ryatsuki started stirring up from the depths of his consciousness, and he immediately figured out what was happening. Beniheim. From within his inner world, Beniheim was trying to materialize herself in the outside world without Kisuke's permission. With a great deal of intensity, Beniheim replied, "Let me slice and dice that woman." "Stop. It doesn't affect me in any way. Why are you doing this?" However, due to her sudden movement, Kisuke failed to contain the exponentially expanding Ryatsuki that instantly broke his carefully crafted cover and revealed what his soul looks like to Seer. Kisuke did his best to contain Beniheim, who was now running wild, and heard her say, "I know you're not affected, but the feeling she is giving me, I don't like it. I want to cut her up. Release me and let me cut her up." Meanwhile, Seer could only stare blankly at Kisuke, more specifically, his soul, despite the perilous threat breathing down on her that was coming from him. What is this? Within Seer's eyes was Kisuke's reflected soul. All souls, even those of deities, had the basic form of an orb from her perspective. Although there were individual differences, it didn't go much beyond that. Kisuke's soul, on the other hand, while still in the shape of an orb, its blinding crimson brilliance was something she'd never witnessed before, and the two halo rings caught her attention even more. These two halo rings were placed on the top and bottom of Kisuke's spherical soul, radiating the power of opposing forces. The white halo ring on top emitted a power that could be interpreted as salvation and order, while the black halo ring's power could be expounded as destruction and chaos. Innumerable questions flooded Seer's mind, so much that she was paralyzed in place, like, how come his soul is too bright, how come his soul is too clean, or, how come his soul's form is different from the rest? But even with those in mind, the question that bothered her the most was, how come his soul hasn't torn itself apart? With such extreme opposing forces, she couldn't fathom how Kisuke could still exist, and what had he done to achieve this monstrosity. A few seconds later, Kisuke was able to forcibly suppress Beniheim and returned the dirty veil on his soul. It was only then that he was able to give some attention to Seer. When he looked at her, Kisuke noticed her slackened expression and minutely shaking body. Now how should I go through with this? While thinking about what to do next, Seer was finally able to get hold of herself after the view of his soul disappeared, and asked with a shaking voice, "You? Just what are you?" To that question, Kisuke smiled and answered, "Obviously, a human." Chapter 622, Touching the Reverse Scale. "There's no way someone like you is a human," shouted Seer at his face. Did you see something that says otherwise?" asked Kisuke with an intrigued tone. "That." Seer was about to answer, but after thinking about it further, aside from those halo rings, his soul wasn't much different from the residents of the mortal world. It also didn't have any parts that were present in a deity soul, nor was it similar to a monster's broken soul. But how come your soul could exist within those two extremely opposing forces? "Two opposing forces?" asked Kisuke in curiosity. "Could you possibly tell me what you saw?" From here on out, everything was already beyond the goddess' control, and it was already very far away from any of the predicted outcomes she could possibly think of. As such, after a short but serious contemplation, Seer decided to answer him. "Two halo rings surrounding your soul. Each of those rings was constituted of, without much better words for it, white and black powers." "Those two opposing forces were clearly visible," muttered Kisuke as he rubbed his chin, so it was visibly separated from her perspective. "I have already confirmed that the core of my soul and Beniheim were able to separate themselves from any influence of either my Shinigami and hollow powers, but it is interesting to hear that it was visualized that way." Different from the route that Aizen took, instead of integrating the powers into his soul, Kisuke chose to be independent from it and aimed for total control without losing the original form of his soul. Although it was not Aizen's, absolute power, absolute control, suited Kisuke so much better, even more if Beniheim was added to the equation. "Could you answer my question now since I answered yours?" asked Seer after seeing Kisuke nodding repeatedly to himself. "Fair enough. The answer to that question is because those two powers, while exuding opposing attributes, are not so different." "Not so different?" The goddess became even more confused at his answer, but Kisuke was unwilling to say any more than this. "Enough of that. Please forget this little incident." Regardless of what Seer wanted, Kisuke resumed cleaning up and was able to take away everything except for the table and a box with a handle on top of it. Wait. Seer tried to stop him, but Kisuke didn't listen and continued walking away, intending to go back to the party. But Seer hadn't given up. "Come to my familia. I can offer you much more." Kisuke stopped walking and turned his head. "Are you seriously hoping for a positive answer?" Hearing that, Seer could only bite her lips in frustration. "Please don't overthink this incident. It's not like this is our last time meeting, right? Kisuke then pointed towards the box he'd left on the table, and please take that. It's a box of cupcakes. Share it with Mia-san and the rest after closing. Seer looked towards the box and Kisuke resumed walking. But after a few steps, Kisuke turned towards her again and said, I almost forgot. Someone will come from the Loki familia and give you a little present. Please accept it and have your children follow their instructions. What? Waving goodbye, Kisuke replied, it'll give Otter-san a shot at level 10. Due to so many things happening at once, Seer couldn't keep up and it was only after Kisuke disappeared from her sight that she finally managed to get hold of herself and regret her inaction. While looking at the box, Seer heaved a large sigh. That was beyond unsatisfactory. I didn't expect that I would be frozen that much. But he sure has some weird considerations. Picking up the box and opening it, the smell of freshly baked cupcakes of different flavors whiffed through her nose, and Seer smiled before closing the box again before looking up to the moon, as he said, this isn't the last time we would be meeting. I want to know more about you, so I won't give up. Now the future has become even more unpredictable. I wonder what sort of revolution he would bring in this stagnant world. Will he become the hero or the devil, murmured Seer to herself before walking off in the direction of the main road. Kisuke re-entered the hall where the party was being held and came into a tense atmosphere. After hearing the muttering from his surroundings, Kisuke immediately figured out what was going on and it had indeed developed into the situation that he'd predicted. But before he could reach where everyone was, Kisuke heard Hestia's irritated voice, no. Why would you think that I'd even accept your challenge? So she rejected him. Well, I doubt he'll give up with just that, so I'll wait and see what he's going to do next, thought Kisuke as he reached Hestia's side and saw 2 Apollo Familia members full of bandages. Of course, it was just a farce that the Apollo Familia concocted to corner the Hestia Familia into accepting their responsibilities. Seeing Kisuke, Hestia immediately grabbed his arm and pulled him away, let's go home. As they exited the building, Kisuke could feel the majority of Apollo Familia's sneer on their backs while Loki could barely hold herself from laughing out loud. Once they managed to get away from the mansion, Kisuke asked Hestia, why didn't you just accept it? We wouldn't really have a problem with them. Hestia didn't turn her back and continued walking. Accepting his challenge would also mean accepting their allegations towards Aika-kun and Kaneko-kun. You may be able to take them on, but that doesn't mean I'm fine with them smearing your reputation. You're just overthinking it. We wouldn't really mind appearing a bit violent to others. True, you may not mind. Hestia then stopped walking and faced him, but I won't tolerate false accusations. I know you're strong, but at least, let me stand up for you when needed. After all, you're already my family. Kisuke's eyes widened a bit before he smiled cheekily and patted her head. All right, I won't question your decisions anymore regarding this. Thank you very much for protecting us, Hestia-sama. Hestia pouted and slapped away his hand while complaining, stop treating me like a child. Yes. Kisuke ignored her and proceeded to walk back home while accompanying the angry small goddess. The next morning, however, Kisuke and Hestia were standing in front of their candy store with the former making a dark expression while the latter didn't know what to do. If yesterday the store was so immaculate that it stood out from its surrounding, then right now, it was almost blending in with the surrounding ruins with it being almost destroyed and vandalized to the ground. In the distance, members of the Apollo Familia were snickering at them and making loud comments, hey, I heard that there's a candy shop around this godforsaken place, but it seems that I can't find. But before he could finish his words, something hit his face without knowing how, broke his nose, and detached his entire front row of teeth, before he lost consciousness. The 2 others who were with him also received a similar treatment, but since it was very early in the morning, no one else was there to witness this invisible assault. Still standing in front of his broken store, Kisuke muttered in a dark tone, hey, Hestia-sama. Not waiting for him to finish, Hestia immediately answered with what he wanted to hear, let's accept his challenge. Mess with them any way you want. You have my full support. With an evil smile that gave Hestia chills, Kisuke replied, thank you very much. Just please don't kill anyone. No worries, I won't need to do something like that. However, little did Hestia know that death would have been the best mercy which he could give them. Chapter 623, Declaration of War. Within the Apollo Familia mansion, every member was suiting up for battle. Since Hestia wouldn't agree with his proposition, Apollo decided to besiege their familia to either destroy them or force them to accept their challenge. All for the single purpose of obtaining the 3 rising stars from their familia. Just to make sure of their success, he also hired some outside help to attack them. More specifically, those from the Soma familia, who were very desperate for money and would do almost anything for it. Of course, Apollo was aware of the heavy sanctions that he may receive from the guild after doing this, but it was not something that he couldn't pay. Aside from that, he also invited numerous gods to watch this entertainment and would ask for some compensation to recoup his potential losses after this. Within Apollo's study room, his executives were gathered while waiting for their members and the Soma familia to get ready. We received some intel that said that 2 of their members had left Orario the other day and our targets, along with the new members of the Artemis familia, seem to have stayed in the dungeon last night, so we can expect weaker resistance from them, reported Daphne. Apollo's smile widened. Great. How about your little plan, Hyacinthos? I sent some of our members before daybreak, Apollo-sama. Since their store is their only establishment, they won't be able to use it if by chance there's an escape route from it. I've also asked the people who have records regarding the basement level of that ruined church and we've been reassured that it isn't connected to anything, so escaping from there is also impossible. They won't be able to escape, Apollo-sama, replied Hyacinthos. Good. You should depart now. Hyacinthos bowed his head and said, As you command, my lord. But before they could actually leave the door, the window of the room suddenly opened up with a loud bang, allowing the cold wind to come through. So this was your plan. How dirty, Apollo. Hestia, exclaimed Apollo. Beyond the window, Hestia was staring down at him with her arms crossed. How did you come from there? This is the third floor, you know. While sneering at him, Hestia replied, How? Are you not aware of the existence of ladders? You ought to learn more about the lower world. The mocking aura that came from Hestia instantly pissed Apollo off. How did you come here anyway? What you're doing is trespassing. Heh? You complain about me trespassing when you're here about to attack my place. Are you really that stupid, you damned punk? What? Apollo lost his patience and was about to command his children to catch her when she continued speaking. Well, enough of that. I'm actually here to tell you what you wanted to hear from me. Hestia then pointed at his face with a smug expression. I accept your challenge. The instant she said that, something flew by her left shoulder with an amazing speed and hit Apollo square in the face, creating a loud slap. Gah. That something covered Apollo's head with red ink and the splash it created on the wall behind him created a message. Whatever your rules are, we'll accept. As long as you can bet everything in the name of the Apollo familia and never set foot in Orario for at least 100 years. While everyone was stunned and Apollo was busy wiping off the ink, Hestia jumped down while shouting, the war game is on. So you guys make sure Apollo won't do anything that will upset our chances of winning or that'll be extremely boring. From below, a small maid with purple hair jumped up and caught Hestia midair to slowly cancel her momentum, before running towards the front gate to escape. Apollo. Don't make these people wait for too long. Soon enough, the deities that were inside the mansion cheered in unison, it's finally here. Since there weren't any people guarding the gates due to them being busy, Hestia and Medusa were able to escape without any problem and return to their place. When they arrived, both of them saw Kisuke and Artemis standing in front of the supposedly destroyed store. Welcome back. Kisuke greeted them. With a twitching mouth, Hestia asked, Since when did you rebuild the store? Rebuilt the store? What do you mean? Asked Artemis. Why, you didn't see the state of the store this morning? I helped out with making breakfast and waking up the kids. I came out not long ago since you were taking your time to come back down. Did something happen? Hestia sighed and shook her head. It doesn't matter. He already created that giant cavern, so a small store shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, we've declared war on the Apollo familia. Artemis paused for a moment before replying, I feel that I should be worried, but I can only feel pity for them. Putting his fan in front of his face, Kisuke laughed out loud, a free mansion will be good. We can't have Claire and Ophis always staying underground. I guess you're right about that. We should just use the Donatus, but since you told him that he can make any rule, Apollo would surely go for borderline shamelessness. It doesn't matter. As long we can kick them out, anything's fine. The Donatus to discuss their war game was scheduled 2 days later. During that time, all sorts of rumors started floating around regarding the Hestia familia and them being just a group of level 2s going against a familia with at least 100 members and multiple of them being level 3. Due to this strength difference, many people assumed that they'd be skipping the town, and those from the Apollo familia seemed to believe the same thing as their members were guarding the gates of the city to prevent them from skipping. The news regarding what Apollo wanted from the Hestia familia also spread like wildfire, earning various reactions about it. Most of them were disgusted by it while some took pity on them. Takumi Kazuchi and Mayak, on the other hand, were very worried about them and wanted to lend a hand, at least, to help them at escaping, but Hestia just reassured them that there was nothing to worry about. Apollo was also worried about the Hephaestus and Loki familia giving some assistance to the Hestia familia because he received some reports that said that they were getting along. But he put his worries down when he saw no movements from either of them, with the latter even openly celebrating Hestia's misfortune. But even if they gave them assistance, Apollo had already thought of the rules to make it invalid, at least for the current Hestia familia. After Hestia left for the Donatus, Sona, Aika, Kaneko, Aquino, Irina, and Sarafal finally returned to the surface. What's going on? Inquired Sona from Kisuke, who was on his break. We're smashing some heads. The Apollo familia kept bothering you, didn't they? This is your chance to retaliate legally. Just how did the situation devolve to this? They messed with my shop. The girls could only silently pray for their opponents. Chapter 624, it went so well that it's almost scary. With another Donatus on the 30th floor of Babel, many gods were gathered surrounding a table with 2 chairs for the main protagonists of today's topic, the war game. While their excitement was through the roof, they were also slowly losing their patience because one of the participants still hadn't arrived. After waiting for another half hour, Apollo clicked his tongue and said, "At this point, we're just wasting our time waiting. I suppose the guild will have no choice but to forfeit the game. There would be some difficulties, but since it would be Hestia's fault that the game won't happen, it'd be easier to snatch the 3 girls from her and let him keep them. Though he would have wanted to win the game to legally transfer them, this is the next best thing." Many among the deities sighed in disappointment, but a second later, the door suddenly opened up and Hestia came with a calm smile. "Hey. Sorry, I'm late." Along with the other gods, Apollo smiled at her presence. But as soon as Hestia saw Apollo, she couldn't help but snicker. "Hey Apollo. What sort of skincare products are you into these days? If you want my opinion on it, then I dare say that you look like a tomato. Or is that what you were aiming for from the start? Did a fashion revolution start without me knowing?" Apollo smacked the table and shouted at her with inflation, "You bumbling bitch. This is your fault. How dare you act ignorant?" Although most of the red ink had washed away, Apollo still looked like he was holding a large one in, which earned him amused and mocking laughs among the deities as soon as they saw him for the first time. He was very confused as to why his natural pureness didn't work easily on the ink, and so were the others, but they were more inclined to point at the amusing situation he was in. And now that he was very angry, Hestia couldn't contain her laughter and said, "Do you need to go to a comfort room right now? You look like you're pushing a giant turd out." A round of laughter echoed throughout the room and Apollo instantly exploded at her comment and stood up while slamming the table. "Do you want me to send you back to heaven right now?" But before it escalated further, Loki intervened. "Enough of that. We're here to decide how the 2 of you are going to duke it out, so save that effort for later." Soon after, the voices from other gods also stopped Apollo from acting out and he had no choice but to take deep breaths to calm himself down. He then looked towards Hestia with fury before immediately saying, "Before we start, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. If we win, we get Sona Citri, Ika Kiryu, and Kaneko Tuju, these 3 people. No wigglings, loopholes or vetoes." Hestia's smile disappeared, "And if we win the war game?" Finally, an evil smile grew on Apollo's face. "As you've wanted, I am giving everything up." He intended to hold back a bit to make it look like he was fair and reasonable. But after Hestia's insults, he decided to fully capitalize on their careless words of accepting any rule as long as he bets everything. Apollo then turned to one of the gods and said, "Scribe, please remind everyone of Hestia's proposal when she accepted the challenge." The scribe of this meeting nodded at him and said, "The exact words are, whatever your rules are, we'll accept. As long as you can bet everything in the name of the Apollo familia and never set foot in Orario for at least 100 years. Apollo expressed his gratitude to him and turned back to Hestia. "Since I'm willing to bet everything, I get to decide the rules. You won't take that back, will you?" Hestia only stayed silent with a serious expression. Most of the gods questioned Hestia's motives, but they couldn't think of any reason why she would allow something like that. Since she angered Apollo as soon as he entered, they were pretty sure that Apollo would do anything to his advantage and that would make this game very one-sided and very boring. Seeing this, Apollo snickered. "In that case, let me present to everyone what I thought of for this game. First of all, the game will be a castle siege." The deities listening almost had their jaws drop. "How shameless, Apollo. You just had to choose a game where you have the most advantage. Shame on you, Apollo." More dissatisfied voices filled the room, but Apollo didn't mind them and just looked forward. Hestia also ignored the clamor and said with a slight smile, "Then let me take the defensive side." When Apollo caught that, he became extremely suspicious. "She's still confident and wanted to take the defensive side. I would have taken the attacking side since it'd be hard for their numbers to keep a large castle safe, but where does her confidence come from?" After a few more seconds of silence from his, Apollo suddenly sneered, "Why are you trying to decide things? It's already been agreed that I'd be the one who'll decide everything. I'll take the defensive side since I also considered that it'd be hard for you to protect a castle with your few children. Be thankful." Hestia furrowed her brows and clicked her tongue in discontent, which made Apollo happy, and he thought, "That's just the start, my dear Hestia. I'll make sure you won't have an avenue for any advantages and make the game more tilted to my favor. Blame that careless remark of yours." Clearing his throat, Apollo continued, "Second, to make them more grand and exciting, both of our familias will be allowed to seek help from others." Everyone momentarily became quiet at Apollo's words and thought that things were finally becoming interesting until he further spoke. "However, you're only allowed to hire them using your own capital and the price has to be in accordance to that child's strength." "What the hell? Apollo, you spineless coward." More dissent came from the deities. Nevertheless, Apollo wasn't done yet. "Third, no one is allowed to accept new familia members before the game is done. Fourth, both of us are only allowed to use the equipment and weapons we have prior to this discussion. Fifth, those who are going to help us would be subjected to the same penalty I will get when I lose. Everyone became speechless before roaring into clamor. Although he could technically do so, they didn't think Apollo would go this far. Although the second rule was fine, the restriction made it so that only Apollo would be able to hire more children at his side thanks to his assets, a stark contrast to Hestia who didn't have much under her name. The third rule would prohibit Hestia to get followers from those she was close with. Although no one could easily lend their child due to the one-year mandatory contract between a god and child, Apollo still closed that avenue for the Hestia familia's potential strengthening. The fourth rule would stop the Hestia familia from receiving strong weapons and magic swords that would be extremely useful for siege situations. Lastly, the fifth rule may affect Apollo too, but this is also one rule that would make it extremely hard for Hestia to hire anyone due to the risks. One could say that Apollo really did corner the Hestia familia as much as possible. Hestia, on the other hand, was also speechless, but for a different reason. What the hell? Just asking for the defensive side really triggered him this much to issue all these rules. How the hell did Kisuke manage to guess all of this? Though Kisuke did prepare more to lead Apollo in the direction we wanted, I never thought that we'd be successful after just the first sentence. Chapter 625, Misconception of Power. Hestia exited the Tower of Babel from the Donatus that was filled with disappointment, mainly because of how things became so one-sided. And because of that, bets wouldn't even be available, since no one would put any money on Hestia's side. Compared to the previous war games, this could potentially become one of the most boring ones. Behind Hestia were Takamikazuchi and Mayek who were making strange faces. Is that fine, Hestia?" asked the former. Hestia continued walking without looking back. "It's fine. This is what Kisuke wanted." With a remorseful voice, Mayek said, "I'm really sorry about this, Hestia. It should be me who should be helping you, but you have to take this route because of that child." "You really don't have to worry about that, Mayek." If I had to say anything, it became more convenient for him. Mayek and Takamikazuchi's eyes widened at Hestia's words. "How can you say that? Isn't your familia in even more danger because you decided to help Soma's child?" Hestia couldn't say that Kisuke became even happier when Soma's child got involved. For him, it was even more of a gain. Seeing that Hestia didn't want to answer them, Mayek continued, "If there's something we can help with, please don't hesitate to tell us. If it's just us, without asking our children, we're willing to take the risk of helping you." "That's right, Hestia. I'll try to convince my children if you decided to request our help," added Takamikazuchi. "Thank you. I'll be sure to do so if needed, but since we took this path, we have plans." Takamikazuchi then started rubbing his chin. "Still, I never thought that it'll go down exactly as he said it. It's like he scripted that whole Donatus." "Right. If those deities knew about this, their attention wouldn't be on those three girls and I'm pretty sure most of them would scramble for him," commented Mayek. "Well, let's just say that Apollo became extremely predictable after revealing his desires. His petty personality is not one you would describe as unforeseeable, you see." Hestia then faced them. "We should be on our way. We don't want Apollo to put more restrictions on us with him seeing us together like this in public." "Understood. We shall see each other later as planned." Hestia then returned, but instead of going through the normal passage, Hestia used the teleportation circle that Kisuke had placed in the shop. Once in the underground hideout, Hestia immediately saw the faces of those who dived in the dungeon a few days ago and smiled happily. "You're back. Welcome home." Sona approached her and gave her a light hug. "Welcome back, too, Hestia-sama. And good work out there." Returning the light embrace, Hestia replied, "I just did everything Kisuke instructed. I never thought that it'd go that smoothly as well. And here I thought I'd have to ad-lib more to irritate that annoying god." Clapping his hands, Kisuke garnered everyone's attention. "Let's have lunch for now and update your status after eating." Sona, Aika, and Kaneko were the first ones to update their fauna, and since they only went to the dungeon to facilitate the new members' adaptation, they didn't gain much. Only a total of 50 points across the board. Even then, it was still a very monstrous growth compared to the residents of this world. The next one to update her fauna was Sarafal, as per Kisuke's request. Different from Akino and Irina, Sarafal operated separately from the rest most of the time. Due to her mastery that could be compared to Kisuke and Yoruchi, Sarafal was fully capable of going to the deeper floors where stronger monsters lurked. Since the monsters on the upper and middle floors didn't have very much, if any magic resistance, they were easy prey for Sarafal and her masterful use of ice magic. By freezing the monster's vital parts and crushing it using her martial prowess, most of the monsters were instantly killed by her and Sarafal was able to go down as far as the 21st floor. Still, Sona couldn't help but worry about her big sister whenever she goes off on her own, since every time she would return, Sarafal was always running critically low on potions and had a few broken bones. Similar to Kisuke and other risk-takers, they could only use the magic power and ki provided by the fauna to strengthen it. As such, they could only use their natural bodies, naked from any form of defensive measures, to keep up with the offense. After updating her status, Sarafal gained around 500 to 700 on each of her parameters, which greatly scared Artemis. She had to use Hestia's help to calm down, who explained to her that this was normal. As someone who had already experienced running a normal familia, Artemis couldn't easily accept the result. However, seeing Hestia's "everything is normal" face, Artemis chose to finally abandon all of her concepts of a normal familia to run her current one. Next were Aquino and Irina. This time, Kisuke requested Artemis not to reveal their new status until she updated both of them. Artemis granted his request and updated them, only to be shocked again after seeing both statuses. If Artemis had never met them, she wouldn't have been shocked by Aquino and Irina's statuses. After all, their parameters only increased a total of 10 points across the board. Much lower compared to Sona, Aika, and Kaneko, who only assisted them. A very normal increase by this world's standards and common sense. Huh? What's the meaning of this? Asked Hestia in confusion. Kisuke probably already holds the answer, replied Sona as she looked towards Kisuke while fixing her glasses. Aquino and Irina were also making disappointed faces. Despite working so hard, they didn't think that their gains would amount to almost nothing. Was it not enough? Murmured Irina under her breath. Immediately, Kisuke responded to that, yep. Your efforts are not enough. Kisuke's honest answer made both of them clench their teeth and fists in frustration. They could work even harder, however, they didn't know why their gain is so small compared to the others. This gave both of them a cloudy perception, asking themselves if extra effort is really enough. Maybe, they didn't have any talent, and chasing after them would just be a futile endeavor. Their expression of self-doubt became very apparent to everyone within the room, who became worried about them. Sarafal also knew how dangerous this was in their current development phase, and if not resolved, it could very much cripple their potential. Sarafal was about to say something, but Kisuke beat her to it by chuckling, Kitan. Kisuke ignored Sarafal and said with a slightly condescending tone, "You think power is that easy? Do you think you're some miraculous individuals? Get off your high horses. That power isn't yours to begin with. You can say that this is the price of your decision." Chapter 626, It Won't Be Easy. The whole room was silenced after hearing Kisuke's words. Artemis was about to say something, but Sarafal stopped her because she got the context behind what Kisuke had just said. While the others were confused and had no idea what Kisuke was trying to say, they didn't interrupt him. Aquino and Irina, on the other hand, were frozen in their spots once realization dawned on them. Immediately after, they felt ashamed. Ashamed that they were disappointed when they thought that their progress was slow. It was true that they couldn't take full advantage of their new bodies due to the restrictions of this world and their poor mastery over energy manipulation. However, it was also true that the draconic bodies they'd received also gave them a substantial boost in power and defense if they were in a normal situation. But, despite the fact that they looked the same, they didn't immediately realize that they weren't in their old bodies anymore. The silence ended when Irina started walking towards Kisuke, while making a condescending smile. Once she came in front of him, Irina raised her right fist and gave his chest a soft thump. "Do you really have to say that in such a condescending tone? Though it's really our fault for not realizing it sooner and thinking that it'd be a lot easier from then on." Kisuke's smile softened and he reached out for her bobbed head. "It's just so that I can send the message across much better. You can't have me telling this to you every time, as you should have felt and realized this yourself through self-evaluation, even if you didn't know the specifics." Kisuke then looked towards Aquino and said, "Especially you, Aquino-san. You have more experience and should have been able to figure out something like this. Letting power blind you is never a good thing." Aquino couldn't look up and could only mutter, "I've been arrogant and overconfident. I should have known that there's no such thing as a free power-up." Kisuke nodded and replied, "As long as you understand. Well, I can't exactly put the blame on you entirely due to the existence of ridiculous sacred gears that could change the power balance with anyone wielding them. Could you explain to us now what exactly is going on? Since you made it sound like this isn't normal and all," implored Irina. "To start, although I did my best to make it compatible with you, adaptability is still a different story that I can't do anything about. If I were to make an analogy, it's like from an analog machine to the latest high-tech stuff. Even if you know how to use it, you don't understand anything about it, nor its full potential and capabilities. On top of that, your base capabilities are all at abnormal levels due to the origins of your bodies. However, that also means training or improving your bodies may not yield any results. Hence, today's update. I'm actually surprised that you managed to gain some points, meaning, you actually worked hard. I'll give you that." Aquino finally looked up with a concerned expression. Then, is there a way to actually improve?" "What you actually did is already good," answered Kisuke. "This way, you can slowly raise your stats and adapt to it, pulling out more hidden potential. Just keep on doing what you did in the dungeon and within a few years or a decade, you'll be a force to reckon with." "What?" questioned Aquino and Irina in shock. But more than anything they were wondering where everyone else would be within the decade power-wise. And not just that. With how fast things were changing in their original world, being only remotely powerful a decade later was not a good thing at all. Then a strange thought came into them that they could become more powerful if they were in their original bodies, a big contrast to their initial thoughts. What's the point of potential if we can't properly manifest it, thought both of them, as they felt like they were being scammed. Kisuke was able to correctly guess what was on their minds and chuckled, I reminded you, didn't I? It won't be easy. Akino and Irina became silent and conflicted. Even then, Kisuke continued, well, it's not like there isn't a way. The girls looked at him with hope and waited. Smiling brightly, Kisuke added, simple, taking the offense aside, both of you have very durable and sturdy bodies. You should capitalize that, to your limit. Akino was the first one to understand what he meant, you're telling us to torture ourselves and risk our lives. I never said that you should purposely hurt yourselves, but it's true that being on the verge of death is the easiest way to learn. It's the same with your adaptability issues. Wait. I can't agree with that. Artemis immediately opposed Kisuke's words, constantly risking your lives when it's not necessary is stupid. Even if it's for getting stronger, I don't think that it's warranted to purposely put your lives in danger. Although Artemis didn't know the context of their conversation, she didn't want to lose her new children over the pursuit of power. That's where I have to disagree, Artemis-sama, replied Kisuke, it isn't stupid to purposely risk your life, however, only with proper preparation and resolve to go through it. Otherwise, it would indeed be stupid. Besides, it seems you misunderstand my idea of taking the risk. You're thinking of increasing the chances of one dying to an enemy to practice while I was referring to decreasing the chances of dying in front of certain death to the utmost limit. Although the goal is the same, they are completely different. Kisuke then peeked back to Akino and Irina, and finally, even if you don't want them to do this, they can't really take the normal route. No, that's wrong. They can't afford to take the normal route. Artemis wanted some more clarification, but before she could ask, Akino spoke up, Kisuke-san. I would like to take that training again. Kisuke knew what she's referring to and asked, oh. Do you mind if I increase the difficulty? Akino nodded, if you think that's for the best. I implore you to do so. I'd like to take it too. Irina wanted to join the training. Then I'll set it up later. I suggest you go through it for a few hours whenever you're on the surface. Wait, what training? Asked Aika in curiosity. It's something I devised here and tested over on that side. Although it's not strictly for getting stronger but for discipline and mentality training, it'll be good for Akino-san and Irina's adaptability. Let me try it too, requested Aika, and looking at Kaneko, she was also eager to experience it. Sure, but I don't think that it'll be very effective for you. Why's that? Because of Yoruchi's training. She trained you three on how to fight stronger enemies through techniques and skills. The dummies only have a limited amount of moveset, and once you figure that out, even if it becomes stronger than you physically, it won't be able to do anything against you. Wait, what? Akino and Irina were shocked yet again as they already experienced the terrifying wooden dolls. Kisuke then started to walk away to prepare the things needed before saying, well, compared to your training, their training under Yoruchi is all about surviving and getting out with the fewest injuries. Unlike the dummies, their opponent is someone who has real killing intent. This time, it was Sona, Aika, and Kaneko who were surprised. Wait. Our training is that bad from the outside perspective? Asked Sona. Yeah. It's actually pretty bad. Even the strictest special forces I know of doesn't employ that much brutality. Kisuke stopped walking in realization, now that I think about it, both Yoruchi and I got carried away and threw away our previous notions of training. But since you kept adapting to it, we just went on while improving our methods. It worked out great, though. Chapter 627, Chapter 627 Start of the War Game. After Kisuke left, Akino, Irina, Sarafal, and Artemis were still dumbfounded. But that was only the start because Medusa suddenly said, no wonder Kuroka-san refuses to leave the three of them alone whenever they train with Yoruchi-san and Master. And each time, she's always on edge, flinching at every moment. I thought that she was just very concerned, but I didn't really think that their training was more than abnormal. With the others still not being able to say anything, Sona closed her eyes while holding her chin to reminisce, so getting my neck snapped to a weird direction is too much, after all. The newcomer shuddered. So is my throat being slashed open and my gut spilling out? Asked Aika. Cold sweat started pouring out of them. And my limbs flying away, wondered Kaneko. With that, something snapped inside Sarafal's head and she launched herself towards the direction where Kisuke left. Kiten, you bastard. What did you do to these girls? While Sarafal was making a mess with freezing everything around Kisuke and the latter trying his best to defend and explain himself, Artemis faced Hestia with an unbelieving face. Hestia. Have you tried stopping them? Hestia, this time, was very nervous as she answered, well. I thought that they were just very strict and Spartan. Kisuke also assured me that no one would actually die. So I just accepted it. I never thought it was that bad. Artemis didn't know what to do at that point and thought with some fear, what sort of common sense did these people cultivate in this place? Conversely, Aquino and Irina were still speechless. They thought that a broken bone every few minutes was already too much. They didn't think their peers would be dancing with death multiple times a minute while training. However, one thing was for sure. Their hard work was still not on par with their hard work, by far. And on another note, they didn't know if they could even catch up nor progress at the same pace. The way they do things was too inhumane for them, after all. 3 days had passed and the day of the war game had come. Even with such one-sided conditions, the city of Urahara was still bustling and full of energy, since a war game was still a war game. It doesn't happen very often. Tourists would pour in after hearing the news, and it was the residents' chance to make some extra income and join the festivities. During these 3 days, the Apollo familia used all of their manpower to prepare the old abandoned castle that served as a fortress in ancient times against monsters, the Shreem Castle. The Hestia familia had already agreed with the war game's terms, so even if they escaped, it'd be their defeat and the guild would be enforcing the agreed terms, putting a bounty on their heads once they disappeared. Since it was technically a ruined castle, the Apollo familia had to do emergency repairs to make it more secure. However, it became easy for them because several familias lended their children to Apollo, most notably, Soma's children. Their gods were all reluctant because they would share the same penalty as Apollo, but seeing how many were giving their assistance, they felt confident, except for Soma, who didn't know anything about his children's actions, as everything was decided by his captain, Xanis. In total, there were more than 500 people currently occupying the castle, and among them, 21 level 3s were present. An astounding force to such degree that it was impossible to lose given the current circumstances. An hour before lunchtime, a Ganesha familia member climbed on the temporary stage that was created in the middle of the plaza in front of the Tower of Babel. Good morning, Urahara. The much-anticipated day of the war game has finally come. I, Ibriaka, will be your host for the big event. You may also know me for my alias, Fire Inferno Flame. It's a pleasure to be here, folks. The announcer then invited another person up and introduced him, and providing commentary for us today, Ganesha-sama. As soon as he got up the stage, the tan man wearing a red elephant mask posed and exclaimed, "I'm Ganesha." Hence, the war game officially started. On the 30th floor of the tower, various deities were gathered to witness the game. Except for Soma, all the players were gathered. Hestia and Artemis on one side and Apollo and his alliance on the other side. "Now, this is really something, don't you think?" asked Loki with an amused expression to the red-haired goddess at her side. "I'm really worried." Hephaestus couldn't hide her concern for her friends. Loki looked at her and figured something out. So you really don't know much about them, huh? Hephaestus frowned. "Is that why you're confident?" Chuckling, Loki answered with a lowered voice for others not to hear, "Let's just say that even if they triple or quadruple their forces, it still wouldn't be enough to best that gigolo. I'm just here to look forward to what faces these deities would make when the results come out." Hephaestus was still doubtful, but since Loki assured her, her worries decreased. "But are they going to display those weapons? If they do, it's going to be a long headache for me." Apollo approached Hestia with a condescending smile and said, "Hestia, it's fine to surrender, you know. At least that way, they won't get hurt. And I promise to take really good care of them, much better than what you're doing right now." However, Hestia and Artemis just ignored him. Apollo didn't mind, though. He just shrugged his shoulders and left to find a good seat. A few more minutes had passed after the host had announced the start of the war game. "All right, let's get this started," muttered Hermes to himself before shouting, "Arenas, permission to use our powers." From an unknown location, an old and magnanimous voice reverberated, "Granted." With a snap of his fingers, a circular screen manifested in the middle of the room, showing the old Shreem castle where the defending side was positioned. What's strange about this circular screen was the fact that, no matter where you looked, or what angle of perspective you were in, it would always be facing the spectator. So even in the circular room, everyone could clearly see the image as if they were right in front of it. And not just within the meeting room, various gods also used their powers to manifest this screen for everyone in the city to watch. At last, we're moments away from noon. Let the war game begin. The host announced with the loud gong rang out. Those who were in the Shreem castle also knew that it was about time, so they got into their positions to anticipate the enemy familia's attack. After giving some background to the castle's origin and explaining the position of the defending side, Ibri asked, "Now then, we see that the Apollo familia were ready, but where's the Hestia familia? Please show us their current position." Hermes, the one in control of all the manifested screens, heard the announcer's question and also became curious about what they were up to. With another snap of his fingers, the scenery on all the screens changed. What? Similar to Hermes, those who were watching right now could only gawk. They are eating their lunch." Ibri exclaimed while watching the group who were enjoying themselves at the very familiar establishment, hostess of fertility. Chapter 628, The Great Gamble. Within the Twilight Manor, before the screen that showed the Hestia Familia's status, the executives of the Loki Familia were gathered in one room to watch the war game. Do you think they can win? Of course, without using those ridiculous moves that sacrifice themselves. And I heard that the strange Amazonis isn't with them, asked Bet with furrowed brows. Hearing that, Tiona immediately made a smug expression. Ho, since when did you become interested in them? Bet instantly flared up at her remark. Ha. Since those strange techniques came from them, of course, I would be curious, you dumb Amazonis. Ha. What was that, you dumb mutt? Want me to test out what I learned from those strange techniques? Ha. Cease it, Riveria sighed and reprimanded them. Laughing quietly, Finn spoke up, I'm also curious if they could win this. According to Bet, Yuruchi Shihuin could come toe-to-toe against a level 5 with just her martial arts, but she isn't here and we only know the other 3 members' abilities. Even if they could fight on par with a level 3 to 4, it would still be very hard for them to win against that number. And even if Kisuke Urahara has the same mastery of martial arts as Yuruchi Shihuin, I can't imagine them taking on an unending stream of enemies and magic from all directions. Different from monsters, adventurers could strategize and act according to the situation. So even if an army of the same strength and number of monsters to go against the current Apollo Familia, the monsters would instantly lose. Finn then looked towards the screen. As my experience dictates, their chances of winning are very close to none unless they have something clever planned for them. Even if they could, the girls hadn't said a word about what happened on the beach. Finn, Gareth, and Bet didn't know that Kaneko could easily deflect Lafia's magic with her bare hands. Before telling them, they decided to practice the techniques they were taught back then since they had a feeling that they wouldn't really believe them without showing any proof. That's where you're wrong, muttered Riveria. Your conclusion is based on your experience, however, you're still grounded by common sense. For that group, common sense doesn't really work. For you to say that, could you tell us now what really transpired back then? Riveria looked around before sighing yet again. I don't really want to say this without a way to prove it, but using this key, Kaneko Tuja was able to deflect Lafia's magic with just her bare hand without taking any damage. What? Bet exclaimed, how is that possible? Finn also furrowed his brows. Right. How is that possible? They've never shown something like that, nor did they seem to be capable of it when they're with us. Tiona then raised her hand. I can attest to that. It was really an amazing thing. I tried copying it but I only end up injuring my arm whenever I try to catch Lafia's magic. So when you invited Lafia the other day after learning a little bit, it was so that you could try copying her. Tioni wanted to smack her stupid sister's head cause maybe that could fix her. We also don't know why they didn't show anything remotely similar to that when they were in the expedition, but I assume that they leveled up or something changed in them when they fell unconscious. Riveria answered Finn's question with her hypothesis. If what you're saying is true, then we're in for a great show, replied Finn with anticipation. All of the girls' expressions stiffened up. If Kisuke were to use his real abilities, it wouldn't just be a great show. It'd be the advent of the Demon King. Though they were absolutely sure that he wouldn't be using that kind of power in this game after they'd been asked to keep Sarafal and Kisuke's sparring a secret. We'll also have to spread the information regarding magic control and key after this game, added Riveria after she cleared her throat. To mitigate the chaos and confusion that they'll be causing, huh? Well, I also think it's bad to monopolize this idea if it really has such potential. We wouldn't want to become enemies to everyone. Immediately after, the scenery changed and showed the Hestia Familia, which caused everyone in the Loki Familia to be speechless. Fwahahaha. I really like this guy. Gareth suddenly started laughing out loud. Are they not taking this seriously? Bet asked. Hearing that, the girls only thought, it'll be over in an instant if he were to take them seriously. Everyone from the Hestia and Artemis Familia, except for Kuroka and Yuruchi, were present and currently enjoyed some delicious meals from the hostess of fertility. In contrast, the atmosphere around them was awkward, as the other patrons who were watching the war game were also present, not knowing what to make out of this situation. Searsan, another serving of salad please, Kisuke called out. Ah, I'll have one too, Sona followed up. I'd like more of this pasta, please, Aika added. Soon enough, each one of them ordered more food of their liking while the screen displayed their actions. Nichan. We're on TV, Claire excitedly pointed out. Indeed, say hi to everyone. The delighted child figured out where the invisible camera was and started waving while facing that direction. But it really feels strange seeing yourself on a live screen, commented Aika. I don't like the feeling, replied Kaneko. Meanwhile, Sarafal started complaining, seriously, if I knew something like this was going to happen. I would have worn my magical girl uniform and not this plain and boring adventurer attire. Sona instantly shuddered at her words, please spare us from that, Nei-sama. Medusa looked towards Kisuke and said, Master, I would also like it if I could wear my uniform. It's not like I'll be fighting anyway. Denied. We'll look too chaotic, replied Kisuke. Since when did you become concerned about appearance? Asked Irina with big bags under her eyes. Just now. How are you all still so energetic? Asked Aquino with all seriousness while being in a similar state as Irina. The two of them almost didn't stop fighting the dummies, neither did the other 3 trainees. However, it was very obvious that they still had a lot of energy to spare despite going through the same thing. You'll get used to it, or rather, you'll learn how to recover fast out of necessity. Else, you'll be in for a world of pain. Literally, answered Aika. Their food was ready and it was brought by Rio. It seems that you're confident. Compared to shaking in our boots from fear, this is a lot better, responded Kisuke. Rio couldn't help but smile when she saw that, not just Claire, but also Ophis was making weird poses in front of the camera before looking at themselves on the screen. It seems that they were enjoying themselves to the fullest, despite the latter being expressionless. Even for a fast horse, it'll take about half a day to reach the Shreem Castle. Are you sure it's fine to take your time? Ryu asked again, because she didn't want them to lose because of a blunder like underestimating the needed time to arrive on the battlefield. Kisuke grinned and said, I'd like to make the festivities livelier, so we'll go there after doing so. Make it livelier. Kisuke didn't answer and instead faced the camera. Good morning, everyone. Captain of the Hestia Familia, Kisuke Urahara, speaking. The speechless residents of Labyrinth City woke up and started listening carefully. It seems that no one was wagering on this game at the betting stations. Some individuals thought that it's a useless endeavor due to how stacked the situation was against us, making a large portion of today's event fun disappear. It's obvious for everyone that this was the case, however, they don't know why Kisuke was mentioning this now. But fear not, for I'll be opening a wager. Since we're already betting our everything here, I thought, why not bring it up to another notch? Hence, if Loki-sama and Hephaestus-sama were to agree to give me a loan, I'll pay whoever bets on the Apollo Familia's win, doubling their money. Well, you have to forego 10% of your earnings for the tax to those who'll be managing this. Murmurs started spreading throughout the whole city, wondering what this madman was thinking. But before any of them could come up with a conclusion, Loki's voice resounded throughout the whole of Orario. Phaeton and I agree. We'll also manage the stakes for you. But if you lose, you'll be working for us your whole life. A few seconds of silence prevailed before an eruption of cheers ran through the city. Adventurers started rushing towards the Hephaestus and Loki Familia to offer their money while thinking that it was an easy income. Tiona couldn't help but mutter, they'll become public enemies after this. Chapter 629, Otherworldly Carriage. An abrupt workload suddenly came to the Hephaestus and Loki Familia's way, but they didn't mind it too much, as it was an extra income for them. The guild also sanctioned their activities after finalizing the tax they would be getting out of it. But even if everyone was busy trying to earn some money, they didn't stop watching the feed that was still showing the Hestia Familia. Hermes could have switched it back to the Apollo Familia, but since their enemies were still not there, nothing interesting would happen. After their meal, the Hestia Familia immediately made their next move, but instead of going in the gate's direction, they made their way towards the guild's main building, Pantheon. Oh my, it looks like they still don't intend to go to the battlefield. What do you think they are up to this time, Ganesha-sama? Asked Ibri. I'm Ganesha. Please leave if you won't make any proper commentary. The people watched how the Hestia Familia entered the building and went straight towards their advisor, who was making an interesting face. Why aren't you out there for the game? Asked Sophie with the corner of her mouth twitching. You long time no see, Sophie-san. It's been a while, Kisuke greeted her. It's really been a while. I've always wanted to talk to you, but I suppose this isn't a good time. What business do you have today with the guild, for you to prioritize it over your current predicament? We'd like to update some of our members' guild status. We don't want to be branded as cheaters, after all. Kisuke went straight to business. Hearing that, Sophie's eyes widened and her long ears perked up a little. Are you saying that? But before she could continue, she managed to stop herself. I'm sorry. Please follow me to a private room to process your request. Sophie stood up from her seat and faced the direction where their image was being taken. Please look away for a few moments. From here on, it'll be their private affair. Hermes understood her point and immediately changed the point of view back to the Shreem Castle where the Apollo Familia and their alliance were still waiting for their enemies to appear. Some of the gods immediately started complaining, but Hermes ignored them. Within the private room, Sophie immediately asked, so who is it? Why now of all times? And you do know the clamor this will cause, right? It'll be Sona-chan, Aika-chan, and Kaneko-chan. Please process it, answered Kisuke. Sophie sighed. If it wasn't clear before, now it'll be clear that they are the fastest leveling adventurers in history. Record holder, S. More deities will be after them. But since she had already said what she wanted to say, she proceeded, understood. I would need the certification from Hestia-sama with her divine mark. Sona handed over the documents needed, and after Sophie confirmed them, the latter kept it in her folder. Once I filed this, you'll be officially announced as level 3. Congratulations on your level up. Thank you. Then I won't waste more of your time, said Sophie, and stood up from her seat, intending to leave the room to further work on their documents. However, she stopped just before she exited and asked without facing them, "Can you win?" Kisuke opened his fan and placed it in front of his face before answering, "You may bet everything on us and I guarantee that you'll become a rich person overnight. Oh, and by the way, please take this to where the gods are meeting after the game." Kisuke passed a note to her. Sophie took the note and smiled slightly before replying, "I'm sorry but I hate gambling." "Well then, please excuse me." Their advisor left them in the private room. "Should we leave?" asked Sarafal. "Right. It's about time. Let's go and test that thing out on the road." Kisuke also stood up and recalled something, "By the way, Medusa. How did it go with Soma-sama's side?" Medusa nodded and reported, "Everything went smoothly. Though before he agreed, he gave me one of his creations. It's delicious and has some sort of bewitching effect, but it's not something that can affect me." "Oh. So that's the rumored, successful wine of his, huh? I'll place an order later." Some time after the Hestia familia entered the Pantheon, Ibriaka finally received new information. One of the guild employees who approached the stage passed a note to Ibri, this is. Ibri immediately grabbed his voice amplifier and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen. Big news just came from the guild. Apparently, Magical Girl Azure, Flashy Knight Champion and White Flames of Dawn updated their guild status just now, and after just 2 months from their previous level up, they officially became level 3 adventurers." A wave of silence engulfed everyone before an explosion of discussions occurred. While most were shocked by the news, some were jealous while others wanted to know their secret, more specifically, the deities. While Apollo became even more exhilarated with the news, some gods started plotting on how they could snatch them from Apollo after the game. Away from other gods, Loki, Hephaestus, Hestia, and Artemis sat together. "If it was from before, I would have been furious with them breaking my A-stands record," commented Loki. "That's really thought-provoking, Loki." "What changed your mind?" asked Hephaestus. "'Cause I can say for sure that they are in a different category than anyone else. They can't be compared to the normal ones." "How rude. Are you saying my children aren't normal?" Hestia immediately complained. However, the teammate she thought she had immediately rebuked her. "That's only because you haven't experienced what's truly normal," added Artemis calmly. Hestia knew that she couldn't win an argument against them, so she immediately changed the topic by addressing Hermes. "Hermes. Enough of that boring castle where nothing is happening. Show us my children." "Understood." With a snap of his fingers, the scenery changed and it was now showing the road outside the walls of Orario. The party was still present, but what caught everyone's attention was the strange black carriage. "What's that? Is that a carriage? It has a strange shape and peculiar wheels," asked one of the deities. "Not just that. It seems to be made out of something metallic. Tamed monsters aside, there's no way a normal horse would be able to pull that," added another deity. While everyone started chattering, Hephaestus asked Hestia, "Hestia, what's that?" Nonetheless, Hestia was as clueless as everyone else. I don't know. Kisuke never showed me anything like that before." From the screen, Kisuke's voice echoed, "All right everyone, hop in. I'm going to drive." But as soon as he said that, Sarafal immediately rejected the idea by asking, "Do you have a driver's license?" "I don't." "Then leave it to me since I'm probably the only one who has it," declared Sarafal gleefully. Kisuke thought about it for a moment before agreeing, "It's not like something bad will happen." In front of them was a high-mobility multipurpose wheeled vehicle, HMMWV, also known as Humvee back on Earth. In his free time, Kisuke was able to assemble this vehicle with an engine that used magic power to move. Aside from the absence of the firearm on top of it, it was very similar to the original one. Of course, even though it looked like a Humvee, the technology behind it was very different. For one, it had multiple features that would allow top speed on multiple terrains and stability that would keep the vehicle upright even when turning tight corners at high speeds. Kisuke also didn't forget the safety of its passengers, as there were multiple barriers inlaid in its chassis which would automatically activate if certain conditions were met. Magic barriers were also used to achieve the utmost comfort even in rugged situations. As they got on board, Sona finally recovered from the teasing she received from Sarafal after she'd heard her nickname, Magical Girl Azure, and recalled something important. The Humvee started, but there was no noise due to magic directly spinning the wheels similar to an electric vehicle. "I remembered something," said Sona suddenly. "What is it?" "Ne-sama would always drive every vehicle as if she's in a race car and participating in a competition. Her license was actually revoked a few years ago because of that." Kisuke, Medusa, Kaneko, Aika, Akino, and Irina all looked at each other before looking towards Sona with an empty smile. Too late. Without anyone being able to stop it, Sarafal, without any hesitation, floored the accelerator. Chapter 630, Otherworldly Carriage Part 2. As the Humvee launched itself forward, a mix of screams of terror and one scream of delight echoed, "Nay-sama. Please slow down." But only a devilish laugh came back, "Wahahaha. It has been a while. Although the engine's sound is disappointing, the power in this thing is amazing. Ki-tan. Can I trust your craft?" "How rude of you to question my skills, Saratan," Kisuke became offended. "That's not the problem," the girls shouted in frustration. But Kisuke ignored them and continued, "This is a good chance. Since this is a prototype, I haven't implemented any sort of limitations on the engine. I want to see how much of a beating it can get before it falls apart." Everyone became horrified with his words and cried out loud, "No." Meanwhile, Sarafal got even more excited and shouted in delight, "I love you, Ki-tan." In any case, Kisuke's only concern was Claire's safety and he was already on it. He was also thinking about how he could let the little girl enjoy the situation instead of cowering in fear like the others. Due to its shape, despite the motor's power, the top speed was about 200 miles per hour, 322 kilometers per hour, and that was only possible on a flat road. Thanks to the bumpy dirt road, it couldn't get much traction and could only travel around 60 to 90 miles per hour, 97 to 145 kilometers per hour. In a relatively flat, even and straight road, it could go up to 150 miles per hour, 241 kilometers per hour. Even then, it was still an insane speed for an armored vehicle weighing more than 3 tons, almost twice as much as a normal car. Within the 30th floor of Babel, there was silence. A silence like that was very rare among the gods that had gathered for entertainment. Of course, that didn't take too long as Loki broke the peacefulness. "What is that? I want one." Some other gods then started calling out to Hestia, "Hestia. What's that? Explain it." In response to that, Hestia hissed at them, "I don't know. And even if I did know, I don't have the responsibility nor the obligation to inform you. If you want one, go find one yourself." The others were momentarily speechless at her strong response, but not even a few seconds later, they started bothering Hestia with all sorts of questions. It was only thanks to Hephaestus, Loki, Takamikazuchi, and Mike that the other deities backed off. More specifically, it was because of the 2 leaders of powerful familias. Of course, the others thought that they were only doing this to monopolize the secret behind the strange steel carriage that could outrun a fast horse multiple times over without seemingly getting tired. Apollo and his alliance, on the other hand, weren't too bothered and were just overall excited with this new device that could revolutionize many industries, especially trade and travel, which would also mean unimaginable wealth. In any case, they would be able to get their hands on it and its origin once they won this game. All they needed to do is to wait and harvest this unexpected gain. After separating from the annoying gods and successfully taking some distance from them, Loki whispered to Hestia, "Oi, do you really have no idea where that thing came from?" "Right, I'm also curious as to what that thing is and how it works." "It seems to be some sort of artifact similar to automatically moving carriages from Altina, but nothing too crazy like that," pondered an interested Hephaestus. "I really don't know. This is also the first time I've seen it," answered Hestia with a low voice. "Then we can only ask that guy, huh? Good thing that these retards are only focused on the girls and not the true monster of the group," Loki and Hephaestus sighed in relief. "Don't call my cute child a monster," complained Hestia. But at the same moment, she recalled something, coming to think about it. Kisuke does like to make a bunch of things, but there's one thing he has complained about before. Being curious, Hephaestus asked with great interest, "What is it?" "The fact that magic engineering is almost non-existent." "Magic engineering?" Hestia nodded. If I remember it correctly, he described it as designing and creating tools and devices that use magic power to perform tasks. Loki and Hephaestus looked at each other before looking back to Hestia and simultaneously saying, "Isn't that blacksmith and mystery development abilities or some other similar skills and abilities?" Hestia shook her head. He made it clear that it's different from those. In fact, he openly admitted his dissatisfaction regarding those abilities that could instinctively give the user the knowledge on how to make something just by thinking about the effects of what they intended to make or construct. And true enough, gods were the only beings that truly knew how to forge, mix, and create. The people of the lower world simply used abilities to directly tap into that knowledge. As such, aside from strengthening the soul in a marvelous way, he didn't like the fact that the people of this world had become lazy because of the fauna, effectively stagnating any kind of development in technology and magic. After all, even though the gods, or heaven, collectively, had a vast amount of knowledge, they didn't know everything. It was the reason why they were so shocked when Kisuke revealed the Humvee, a foreign vehicle. On the top floor of Babel, the silver-haired goddess was also silently watching the screen in front of her before suddenly asking the boar person beside her, "Otter. Just what is that?" Before answering, Otter stayed quiet for a few seconds as he watched how the armored carriage went over a rock at high speed and flipped itself multiple times in midair before miraculously landing on its 4 wheels again and moving forward as if nothing happened. Although he also had a lot of questions right now, he was sure of one thing. The person sitting on the front left side seemed to be the one in control of the strange carriage. While a cheerful black-haired woman controlled it at first, after reaching the halfway point towards their destination, the coachman changed and the carriage was now being controlled by a black-haired little girl with a stoic expression. I'm sorry, Freya-sama. I also don't have any idea to whatever that thing is, nor any clue to where it might have come from. Freya silently looked at the screen and thought, Kisuke Urahara, what more surprising things will you show me, I wonder? And recalling something important, Freya asked Otter again, Otter, how did it go with the thing that the Loki familia sent? We're still in the middle of testing it and due to its nature, it might take a while. We don't want to practice it without knowing if there are any adverse effects down the line. The chances of this being the Loki familia's ploy to weaken us is high as of now. Stop thinking about it and just directly learn it, replied Freya. Otter was mildly shocked, yes. However, Freya didn't explain herself further and just said, or else, you'll all be left behind. Otter wanted to ask more, but he also knew that his goddess knew things that they didn't, as you wish, Freya-sama. Half an hour after they departed, the Hestia familia reached the hill where they could see the Shreem castle from a distance. Chapter 631, Start of the Siege. Once the Humvee stopped, everyone got out. Sarafal, Kisuke, Claire and Ophis were stretching and trying to take in some fresh air after the exciting car trip. The unfortunate victims, namely Akino, Irina, Sona, Aika and Kaneko, however, were kneeling on the ground and trying their best not to vomit as they knew that the whole of Orario was watching them. Damn you, Kisuke. Couldn't you have stopped them, complained Aika with a bit of drool on the side of her mouth. Why would I? Ophis was enjoying herself, replied Kisuke before he looked at them with a smug face, look at you lot. You clearly lack training if a few flips reduce you to this. This training idiot. And cars don't flip, retorted Irina. Meanwhile, Sona started muttering to herself, since Ophis couldn't reach the pedal, Nae-sama stepped on it for her. But I never thought that she wouldn't let it go no matter what happened. She didn't even bother touching the brake pedal. But the scarier thing is, Ophis would always go for bumpy things as if she has some sort of personal vendetta against them. These two should never drive. I shouldn't have eaten so much back in the city. It's really hard to hold it back, grumbled Akino. She really wanted to hurl, but it'd be the end of her image and she had a feeling that she'd never heard the end of it from Kisuke if she were to do that now. I can't let him get more blackmail material on me. Sarafal directly ignored them and looked at Kisuke with shining eyes, Kitan. Give this to me. I'll take good care of it. Kisuke looked at the beaten-up Humvee and replied to Sarafal, after I do some repairs on it. Also recalling the experience from earlier, Ophis grabbed the hem of Kisuke's clothes to get his attention, I want one. Since Kisuke prohibited her from assuming any other form, she couldn't reach the pedals and didn't get the full experience. Ophis wanted to do it again with her in full control next time. Not wanting to lose, Claire also requested, Nichan. Please teach me how to drive, too. Kisuke smiled and patted her head, you can ask your Sarafal Nichan to teach you. The girls on the ground shuddered at his words, no. But Sarafal happily accepted Kisuke's proposition and hugged Claire, this Nichan will teach you everything I know. Kisuke also knew that this was some terrible education for Claire, however, it was also more interesting and amusing this way, so why not? Though he had a feeling that he could already hear his mom and aunt's sermon from another world. Kisuke then went towards the back of the vehicle and took out a few large parasols and several blankets, setting them down beside the girls for them to rest on. How do you want to do this? Take it slow or bring them down in one go. Sona laid down on the blanket and said, let's finish this and go home. But after some rest. The onlookers back in Orario were still clamoring about the strange and insanely fast iron carriage, and many people and deities were trying to find out its origin in an attempt to acquire one for themselves. But without any information coming in regarding the subject, including witnesses or records of any kind, everyone was forced to sit down and continue watching what was happening. If they wanted to get it, then their only lead was the Hestia familia. The majority of the people who wanted to bet had already placed their money, and those who hadn't still continued to do so as they believed that there was no way for the Hestia familia to win. But a small portion of them stopped, and some who already bet regretted it. Their instincts were telling them that things aren't as simple as it seems. While everyone was becoming impatient due to their inaction despite already arriving at the battlefield, the Hestia familia finally made their move. More specifically, Sona, Aika, Kaneko, Akino and Irina were bringing their weapons out. The attention immediately went towards the contested members and watched their every move, trying to see what was so good about them that they were able to repeatedly break records. Finally, we're going to see some action. But what's this? It seems that the Hestia familia is going for a frontal attack despite the big disadvantage they have. A bold move, announced Ibri, which also hyped the onlookers. The 5 girls walked forward until they stopped 100 meters from the obviously rush-repaired castle wall. They were well within Apollo Familia's archer range, but they chose to watch what the girls were going to do first, as they didn't seem to have brought any siege weapons with them. Sona then put forward her free hand, and without any words, a blue magic circle started constructing itself in front of her slowly but surely. Judging from the size and intensity of the magic circle, it seems to be mid-class magic. But am I imagining things or am I not hearing any incantations come from her mouth? Is it a skill? How is she doing this? Immediately after, Akino put her hands together and a golden magic circle appeared on top of her head with a similar size and intensity as Sona's. And another one. Sona could have cast her magic as soon as her magic circle appeared, but not only did she not want to show that much, she also had to wait for Akino's magic to be ready as she hadn't gotten used to the restriction of this world yet. Seeing the unknown threat, the commander of the archers immediately issued the order to shoot, and a second later, a curtain of arrows rained upon them. But before they could hit, Irina, who had been preparing her magic long before they arrived at their current spot, raised both of her hands and another golden magic circle appeared in front of the group, deflecting all the incoming arrows. At this point, Ibri and the spectators were already speechless, an instantly reactive magic barrier. Those from the castle were also shocked, but they didn't stop and released a few more waves of arrows. However, those arrows only became a clatter at their group's side, not even inflicting a tiny bit of damage. Stop. Mages. Come forward and use your magic, shouted the commander. But before they could fix their formation, Akino spoke up, sorry for the wait, I'm ready. No worries, replied Sona and released her magic, manifesting a gigantic water serpent that went straight towards the top of the castle's wall. Before it crashed down, it first stared menacingly at the adventurers standing on the walls, reflecting the fear and panic in their eyes. "Ahhhh," shouted one of them, dropping their weapons before running away. That single shout was soon followed by many more as they panicked against the unknown magic and started running away. You bastards. Stop. Maintain your positions. Mages. What are you waiting for? Attack it now. The commander tried to control the situation, but only a handful listened to him. The gigantic water serpent ignored their screams and dropped down on the part of the wall where no one was standing with great force, losing its shape and flooding the greater part of the castle. The panicked adventurers didn't know what just happened, but they were nevertheless happy that they were safe. But then, heaven's wrath was brought upon them when they thought everything was fine. Raising both of her hands, Akino shouted, lightning. The golden magic circle on top of her disappeared, but multiple smaller similar magic circles appeared on top of the walls, bringing down a rain of blinding bolts of lightning. Chapter 632, Overwhelming. The shock from the lightning bolts incapacitated all of the adventurers on the walls, with some of them outright losing their consciousness. With the spreading smell of something burnt, someone from within the castle shouted, the wall's defenses are gone. With no one to intercept them from higher grounds, Kaneko and Aika were able to approach the partially and drenched wall unimpeded. Once the wall came into Kaneko's reach, the Nikomata went into a front stance. While the adventurers of the Apollo Familia and its helpers were still scrambling to gather their remaining forces, the air around Kaneko started rotating as she pushed her fist forward. A split second after Kaneko's fist collided with the wall, there was silence. But soon after, cracks started appearing all over the wall, before it exploded inwards, crushing the people who were gathering on the other side. Ahhhh. No. Please help me. What's happening? Screams of panic, confusion, and fear ensued as Aika sauntered through the newly demolished wall. The wall has been breached. I repeat. The wall has been breached. Immediately intercept the enemy, shouted one of the commanders that just came out. Most of the Apollo Familia and allied forces rushed out and encircled Aika, who was leisurely walking through the castle grounds, and got ready to attack her. But despite the overwhelming number of people surrounding her, Aika just calmly put the tip of her sheathed blade on the ground, resting her arms on the hilt. She then closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening her eyes again and shouting with all her strength, "Get lost." As the shockwave from her dragon-infused voice passed through everyone in the castle, all the level 1s and weaker level 2s instantly lost their consciousness as they fell to the ground. While the rest of level 2s were enduring a large headache, the level 3s had their ears ringing and all of them were covered in a cold sweat. They all had a feeling that shout just now wasn't one of a human, but instead of a terrifying beast, asserting its domination. But instead of a face full of fear and pain, all of them were making the same shocked expressions, as they watched almost everyone fall to the ground without being able to resist. From their overwhelming number of more than 500 people, just 50-odd people were left standing, and not all of them were able to fight. A big upset, shouted Ibri, with one surprising thing after another. In an instant, the Hestia Familia was able to take out one of the Apollo Familia's biggest advantages. However, most people still don't understand what just happened, including me. But fear not, we have someone who could explain things here on stage. Ibri then introduced the newcomer. Since Ganesha-sama was useless as a commentator, we've invited an experienced adventurer, the captain of Ganesha Familia, Shakti Ankusha Varma. Shakti-sama. Please explain to us what just happened. With a serious expression, Shakti answered, I'm also not too sure what exactly transpired, but I could give you my conjectures. That's fine. Please do so. Nodding, Shakti continued, well then, to start with, 2 of their magic casters disabled the defenses of the walls, allowing their vanguard to approach it safely. The first one, water magic in the shape of a giant snake, drenched the area and the people defending the walls while also weakening the integrity of the structure. The second magic was lightning magic that caused immense shock, especially to those who were wet, causing them to lose their consciousness or being paralyzed, effectively disabling the most important defense of a castle siege. One of the vanguards, Shiron Tuju, then approached the undefended and structurally weakened wall and used strengthening magic on herself before smashing it open. Using that chance, Aika Kiryu entered the stronghold and used some sort of intimidation magic to take out those who were vastly weaker than her. And that's how we came into this situation. But even after explaining it herself, Shakti still believed that her explanation was done poorly and she only oversimplified it for the common people to be satisfied. For one, their magic was too strange and too strong for new level 3s that could do something like this almost instantly without any prior incantations or activation words. How do others view this? Even from my experience, this is really too strange. The Hestia familia. I'll have to look more into them. But couldn't Aika Kiryu have used that intimidation magic from outside of the castle? Why did she have to do it inside? Asked Ibri suddenly. Most of the Apollo familia may have been disabled, but the core of their strength was still fully intact. If she had done it outside, before breaking the wall, those stronger members could have immediately gone to the wall to strengthen it. By breaking the wall first, they created a situation where the Apollo familia wouldn't have a wall to reinforce anymore, forcing them to fight on an equal battleground. Just as Shakti finished speaking, Sona, Akino and Irina followed their vanguard inside the wall and faced the Apollo familia who were all gritting their teeth. This is the first time we are meeting, Hyacinthos Cleo. It's nice to finally meet you. Also, I've always wanted to complain about something when I meet you. Sona then glared at the leader of the Apollo familia who's standing on the castle's balcony looking at them with a grave expression. Your members have annoyed us to no end, and you'll have to take responsibility for all of that. For starters, why don't you surrender and apologize for everything? Hyacinthos was shocked when all of the level 1s and some level 2s who were within the throne room with him suddenly dropped down unconscious after the beastly roar that came from outside and hurriedly brought everyone outside to see what was happening, only to discover that most of the forces couldn't fight anymore within just a few minutes of the clash with their enemies. He wanted to ask someone for clarification on what really happened, but after Sona addressed him with a tone that was looking down on him, he instantly lost his cool. What are you all doing? They're here. Attack them now. The prideful Hyacinthos couldn't take someone looking down on him and most certainly not from a lowly level 2, from a tiny familia whose goddess had to work herself. Apologize. He didn't do anything wrong, and even if he did, he still had nothing to apologize over. It was their fault for being weak and joining a weak familia. If not for Apollo wanting them, he wanted nothing to do with them. In fact, thanks to them stealing the affection and attention of his beloved god away from him, he wanted to kill them from the bottom of his heart. Among the 21 level 3s, 11 of them went to attack the group with some odd level 2s. Did you think that you had the upper hand just because you were able to reduce our number? If yes, then it's clear why you're a newbie and from a nondescript familia. Let me show you the truth of the world. The reason why levels are absolute, declared Hyacinthos. However, after a few minutes, those who were sent to fight the group still couldn't get the upper hand in the battle despite the gap in level and number. In fact, aside from their new members, the contested people, Sona, Kaneko, and Aika, still hadn't received a single blow and kept counterattacking, slowly tiring out their assailants. What is this? Hyacinthos couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chapter 633, Enemies That Cannot Be Made. Within a certain room of the Twilight Manor, the executives who were watching the war game were speechless for a long time, and the first one to speak up was Finn, with his chin resting on the back of his hands. I'll be damned. To think they have such a trump card to reduce their number significantly that easily. And it was done in a way that the Apollo familia won't be able to respond easily either. But aren't they being too confident? They could have rushed them when the enemy forces still hadn't consolidated, but instead, they chose to wait for them to gather and swarm them like that. Even if they are stronger, they'll be overwhelmed at some point, commented Tioni with a frown on her face. Right. They're underestimating their opponents, added Tiona. Ace was also confused as to why they would put themselves at such a disadvantage. They said this because they knew their fighting abilities from when they joined their expedition. However, Finn, Gareth and Riveria instantly understood what was going on. We're wrong on one thing, uttered Finn. With question marks painted on their faces, Finn continued, we've indeed seen them fight monsters in the dungeon, and all of you could tell that although they knew how to fight, they were beginners as adventurers. It also felt strange at that time, but now I understand what was going on. What do you mean? Asked Tiona. Meanwhile, Tioni and Ace looked back up to the screen to confirm their guesses. It means that although they don't know much about fighting monsters, they're very well versed in fighting against other people. If a comparison were to be made, almost at Finn's level, answered Riveria the clueless Tiona. Tiona was stunned and immediately looked back up like the other two and carefully watched their movements. And indeed, if they were on the same level, they couldn't have done the same thing. While my anti-personnel abilities come from experience, theirs is clearly from a systematic training, added Finn, but even then, it's really hard to imagine what sort of training they have gone through. Training to fight against another person is a lot harder than training to fight a monster with a limited set of moves and very limited intelligence. And on top of that, practical experience is much more needed and dangerous than the experience required to effectively fight monsters. Have they been fighting since their childhood? Even then, this level of mastery is too much. However, everyone's deep concentration was broken by a knock on the door. Who is it? Riveria asked. It's me. Raoul's voice resounded from the other side and he opened the door. What's wrong? A lot of people are asking for a refund and are starting to get heated up. Riveria sighed. She already knew that this would happen and said, don't entertain them. If they want to get violent, smack them down and kick them out. You're allowed to get rough on those stubborn ones, but never hurt the elderly. Understood, Raoul nodded and closed the door again. Now that they have the permission to fight back, it'd be a lot easier for them. But the moment Raoul closed the door, Gareth suddenly started laughing out loud. Fahaha. I really like this guy's guts. Confused, everyone else also focused on the ongoing fight but couldn't find anything funny about it. Seeing their expressions, Gareth then explained, not the fight. At certain angles, you'll see him. Him was what they all asked inwardly until the screen showed a different angle that could see the balcony where Hyacinthos and the other level 3s were watching. Beside them was the familiar figure of a man wearing a bucket hat with a white fan covering half of his face. With a twitching mouth, Tioni commented, how can he blend in so well with them? And look at those eyes. It's as if he's carefully appraising the fight below. Riveria could only put the palm of her hand on her face as she sighed. He could have ended this by taking out the enemy familia's captain and no one would hold it against him. It doesn't look like he plans to do that, replied Ace. Maybe he wanted to mess with them more. After all, it's him we're talking about here. Wondered Tiona. Recalling their prior engagements with him, Riveria, Ace and Tioni couldn't think of any words to refute her. At that time, something clicked within Finn's mind. Ace, Tiona, Tioni. Tell me. When you chased him around the 18th floor, did you hold back? The three looked at each other before Tioni replied, have we not told you about it, Captain? That Ace used everything she's got as if she was after some strong monster. Finn got a massive headache and clicked his tongue. What a mistake. Due to his level, I thought you all held back as a condition to catch him and I didn't confirm it with you as it was the most logical conclusion. Finn then looked at the girls with a grave expression. It seems that there's a miscommunication regarding what he can do between us. I'd really appreciate it if you were to inform me of things. Including you, Riveria. The three girls became a bit scared while Riveria became apologetic. The fault lies with me. As there were some things that we agreed not to disclose with Loki as an intermediary, I can only reveal a few things. But with how complicated and convoluted things surrounding them are, it's easier not to say anything as long as it won't put our familia in danger. With that in mind, I asked the others not to say anything as much as possible. You know, excuses like that won't cut it. I know. Give me some time. I'll arrange the information I have on them and tell you everything I know that I'm able to reveal. Finn nodded and said, I'll wait for it. But I wonder what sort of secrets are they that you're not allowed to reveal even among fellow familia members. Finn watched their expressions and caught a hint of wariness and fear, enough to make them scared. However, he didn't wait for them to reply and said, don't worry. I won't force you to break your oath. Just be mindful of new things that you can say. That way, we won't easily get off guard. Finn then returned his attention to the screen. With that said, I severely underestimated the Hestia familia. In fact, I think we should consider them as someone who rivals us in terms of strength. Bet, who had been quietly watching all this time, finally spoke up. What are you saying, Finn? It's in consideration of the things they can't reveal. Right. Hearing that, Riveria suddenly raised her hand and spoke up. Just let me say one thing for now. We may antagonize Hestia familia if they do something that is against our beliefs and policy, but please, we should never ever make enemies with Kisuke Urahara, Yorichi Shihuin, Kuroka Tuju, Medusa, and Sarafal Citri. Finn, Gareth, and Bet became incredibly confused because of her contradicting words. The other girls, meanwhile, nodded in agreement. Chapter 634, comparable to top class. After a few more minutes of the amazing clash between the girls of the Hestia familia and the members of the Apollo familia, Shakti finally noticed Kisuke's existence. Look. At the balcony. Ibri was confused, but he focused his eyes on the balcony and noticed the uninvited guest and exclaimed for everyone to hear, it's the captain of the Hestia familia. Since when did he arrive there? His voice prompted the screen to change perspective and show the balcony where the rest of the level 3s were watching with the Apollo familia captain. Just a little bit behind them was Kisuke with a white fan covering half of his face. But the bigger question is, why isn't he doing anything? He could have ended this game if he were to take out the enemy familia's captain, added Ibri, while those who bet on the Apollo familias win couldn't help but wail in despair. Apollo and his allies, meanwhile, almost had a heart attack with the former shouting, "What are you doing, Hyacinthos?" His allies also did the same, calling out to their respective children in panic. Seeing this, Loki couldn't help but laugh loud and pointed out, "Idiots. There's no way they can hear you. You should start thinking about how you'll pack your things up." They shuddered and paled when they heard that, but they had nothing to refute it. When they thought that everything was already just a matter of time, Aika suddenly pointed her sword towards Kisuke and started complaining, "Oi, Captain. Until when are you going to watch without helping?" Silence then ensued as Hyacinthos and the others with him turned towards Kisuke and instantly lashed out once he came into their view. Kisuke dodged by jumping backward, going further inside the castle. "Fohahaha. I didn't know your child was this stupid. Now I don't know if I still want her." Apollo celebrated at Aika's blunder and heaved a large sigh of relief. Those who were watching in the plaza were also having similar reactions while some were disappointed at the wasted chance. Although they didn't know how Kisuke got up there without being detected, now that he was detected, he would have to fight his way through to escape. But once he was defeated here, it'd be the Apollo familia's win. As if nothing had happened, Aika went back to fending off her assailants while complaining, "Really? Until when will he keep watching? Kisuke-senpai just probably wanted to see our progress," replied Kaneko. But suddenly, one of their opponents started speaking, "You really are dumb. If you hadn't pointed out his position, he could have silently taken out Hyacinthos and won the game. Too bad, it's already too late for that." From the back of his head, the shaft of a halberd hit him, making him eat the ground. "That doesn't really matter. The end result will be the same no matter whether he did it secretly or overtly," Sona's voice came. "What do you mean?" asked one of the curious enemies, thinking that their captain set up a trap somewhere. "Because even if the 5 of us went against him at once, we have no way of winning," replied Sona with a harumph. Everyone's focus was now on Kisuke, a level 2, being surrounded by 10 level 3s, including Hyacinthos. "You made me worry for a bit there, but now I can end this game. Blame it on that stupid woman of yours who ratted you out." Kisuke's smile didn't disappear and just said, "Oya. You're already assuming that you can take me out? Are you a prophet or something? If so, what are you doing in such a low-ranking familia? You deserve at the least a rank B." "Low-ranking," muttered Hyacinthos as a vein popped on his head. These people from the Hestia familia were really infuriating him to no end today, was what he thought as he commanded coldly, "Kill him." Without any words, 3 people instantly rushed out and attacked Kisuke. "My, how violent. Whatever did I do to deserve such treatment?" asked Kisuke casually, but received no reply. A grave situation for the captain of the Hestia familia. And it seems like they're aiming for the kill. Although is very much frowned upon and the backlash from the public will be immense, if not specifically mentioned, killing isn't prohibited. How will he escape this situation? "Winning this game should be the least of his worries now," exclaimed Ibri to the audience with a grave tone. He didn't like the ruthlessness that Hyacinthos was showing. The few people who knew them like some merchants and peddlers paled at the situation, praying that Kisuke would just surrender to save his life and close their eyes, not wanting to see a bloody ending. But no matter how long they waited, neither came the announcement for surrender, nor the notice of victory. As they looked up again, they were shocked to see that Kisuke was seemingly dodging his opponents without much effort at all. "What are you doing?" shouted Hyacinthos in impatience. But one of the attackers turned towards him and shouted back in anger, "Why don't you attack too? This bastard is too strange. He's reading and dodging all of our attacks as if he has eyes in the back of his head." Hyacinthos gritted his teeth and signaled to the rest, "Go. Take him out and finish this nonsense." Everyone but Hyacinthos started assaulting Kisuke. Although Hyacinthos was prideful, he still wouldn't risk going himself as he was afraid that Kisuke had something that could instantly take him out. As long as he was conscious, it'd be their win. However, no matter how much time passed, the results were still the same as Kisuke kept dodging all of their attacks, including magic. They tried using binding magic but it would seemingly fail and would only consume the magic power of the user without even activating. Although this mystery was bugging them, it could be attributed to some unknown skill that rendered control magic ineffective. What was really bothering and scaring them right now, however, was the fact that Kisuke wasn't moving any faster than them, so they were all confused on how they hadn't landed a single attack on him yet, despite having 9 people, who were clearly stronger than he was, going after him. "What's going on?" asked all of them inside their heads while fear started forming inside them. It was as if the person in front of them was not a real person, but a ghost. No matter what they did, they couldn't even touch him. What the hell is going on? The same was happening with the people watching in Orario. They were asking what was going on. Shakti-sama. Please explain. Shakti herself was making a difficult expression as she answered, "He's predicting all of their movements and evading them in advance. If not that, then I don't know what's going on. But there's one thing I can be sure of." What is it? That's not something a normal level 2 could pull off. From my observation of his movements, his parameters were well within the range of a level 2, however, his fighting skills are even beyond mine. Ibri accidentally dropped his mic after hearing that and asked for confirmation. What do you mean by that, Shakti-sama? Before speaking, Shakti picked up the mic and used it. In other words, I would describe him as a first-class adventurer in the body of a third-class adventurer. But the real first-class adventurers, including herself, thought that her words were an understatement. Even among the top adventurers, they couldn't think of anyone who could rival his prediction, maybe aside from Otter, the king, and Finn, the brave. Chapter 635, Instant Defeat. After losing their patience, one of Kisuke's opponents suddenly yelled while lunging at him, "Stop running away, you coward." Kisuke replied while chuckling, "Good point," and dashed forward to meet him. The guy who had just said that was surprised, but also delighted. It was clear that he was no match in terms of fighting ability, but he was very confident that he could overpower him. And even though he couldn't outright defeat him, having a clash with him would mean that he'd stop moving for a few moments, giving others a chance to land a decisive blow. In fact, from the corner of his eyes, he could already see 3 other people coming up to Kisuke from his blind spot. Kisuke, while running towards him, suddenly threw his cane upwards, his only weapon which he hadn't pulled out after all this time, because he hadn't fought back. The one in front of him thought that it was only to distract those who were coming from behind and ignored it, brandishing his sword towards his hateful enemy. This is the end. But the moment his sword was about to land on Kisuke's fist that he chose to intercept with, the man noticed a shine on Kisuke's finger, a ring. And that same ring hit the blade of his sword, deflecting it to the side. What? In his shock, the man wasn't able to notice Kisuke's other fist in time, which was already about to hit his chin. The sudden attack on his chin rattled his head, but the next thing he knew was that Kisuke was already holding his sword and his right shoulder somehow became lighter. When he glanced at it to see what was going on, all the pain came rushing in as his sights landed on his own severed arm on the floor, and he screamed in pain. Ah! That scream instantly broke everyone's concentration for a moment. Using that chance, Kisuke suddenly threw the enemy sword in his hand behind him without looking, impaling and pinning the foot of one of the assailants who were rushing towards him. The second scream also gathered attention, but one of the 3 rushing at Kisuke noticed the bucket hat in the corner of his eyes and immediately focused his sights on that. However, it was already too late as Kisuke's palm was already on his elbow, and bent it backward, instantly breaking his joint. Catching the weapon he dropped, Kisuke immediately proceeded to sever his arm, making him scream in more pain as Kisuke dodged the spraying blood. The last one among the people rushing towards him finally ignored the screams and went to thrust his spear into Kisuke's back. But without even looking back, Kisuke easily deflected the spear and turned around, severing another arm. With that, 4 people were screaming in pain and 3 of them were staring at one of their missing arms on the ground. Kisuke then slowly walked towards the pinned opponent who was trying his best to free himself and said, "Let me help you with that." Without any hesitation, Kisuke severed the pinned leg before turning towards Hyakintho's directions with a smile, while having a chorus of screams behind him. "That's 4 out and 6 to go." At that moment, the thrown cane came back down and Kisuke caught it with his free hand. "Shall we continue?" "The tables have turned," shouted Ibri, followed by a loud cheer from the surrounding spectators. Within just a single moment, Kisuke Urahara, the captain of the Hestia familia, brutally disabled 4 of the top fighters of the Apollo familia all by himself. Ibri then turned to Shakti and asked, "What do you think, Shakti-sama?" "There's nothing much else to say," replied Shakti, "his skills are way beyond all of them. And at this point, it's already the Hestia familia's win as long as no unforeseen accidents happen. Look. His opponents have already lost their will to fight after witnessing those ruthless and brutal actions. Indeed. It's as you say. Right now, all of them except for Hyakinthos are slowly inching towards the exit, and I don't think that the captain of the Apollo familia can do anything about it as they are all just hired combatants. I wonder what faces the gods who helped Apollo are making right now," commented Ibri. He imagined that they were all making devastated faces and were all about to attack Apollo for dragging them into the problem he'd created. And he was correct with his assumptions, as Loki was currently laughing at their pale faces, who thought that they'd somehow profit and amuse themselves in this war game. Back to the scene, the first one to outright run away was the mage who wasn't able to do much since earlier, aside from disturbing Kisuke with his attack magic. This can't be happening. Seeing that, the other 4 went towards the exit, leaving Hyakinthos and the disabled adventurers behind. I didn't sign up for this. I never thought that something like this was going to happen. King hell. I have to go back. Our familia is done. Wait. We're really going to lose if you all run away, screamed Hyakinthos and tried to stop them, but as Ibri had expected, no one even tried to stop or look behind. Seeing them disappearing beyond the dark corridor, Hyakinthos couldn't help but mutter, "Why is this happening?" "It's because you messed with the wrong shop," said Kisuke, who had already crept up behind him. Hyakinthos jumped away from him while letting out a weird sound. At that point, he also decided to run away for now and think of a way to reverse the situation. But as he stepped into the corridor, he suddenly heard screams beyond it and stopped in his tracks. A few seconds later, the 5 girls who were supposedly fighting their other combatants outside emerged from the darkness. "Oh. His limbs are still intact," Ika greeted him with some terrifying words. It was then that Hyacinthos knew that this war game was already a lost cause, iis. Oh. But just as he was about to surrender, he suddenly lost his balance and fell straight down while screaming in pain. It was only a second later that he realized that both of his legs were no longer attached to him. Still, Hyacinthos hadn't forgotten what he was about to do and tried speaking up again. But strangely enough, he couldn't seem to let out his voice, and fear overtook his sense of self when he saw Kisuke looking down on him. Turning him over with a kick and stepping on his chest while placing his cane beside Hyacinthos' head, Kisuke secretly cast a spell on him. A few seconds later, his mouth started frothing and his eyes rolled back, losing consciousness. From then on, every time when the Apollo Familia captain closed his eyes, he would see nightmares of him dying in extreme pain in countless ways. Augmenting both magic and soul techniques, Kisuke was able to show him illusions that were directly branded on his soul and wouldn't disappear as long as his soul didn't sever its connection with his physical body, in other words, dying. Kisuke may have left him alive today, but he doubted that he'd be able to survive for a few more months before killing himself in despair and hopelessness, not just messing with my shop, but also insulting my girls and Hestia-sama. Hyacinthos' Cleo was taken out. "The Hestia Familia has won," shouted the announcer for everyone in Orario to hear. Chapter 636, First Advancement of the World. Kisuke had started walking away when he felt the monitoring on them disappear. "I'll leave these guys to you," he said before disappearing with flash step. From her storage, Sona started taking out potions and distributed them to others. "Let's stop their bleeding. This should give them enough time for the medical team to tend to their wounds once they arrive." For these people who were enduring immense pain, the girls looked like spirits that appeared in their time of distress. The fact that their familias would be disbanded after this had already left their mind. A certain distance away from the castle ruins, Kisuke appeared in front of Medusa and looked beside her to see a tied-up man. The familiar man was already unconscious when Kisuke arrived and Medusa said, "It's as you expected." He tried to escape. People like this guy who only think about profit are easy to read. "They may look smart, but they are very easy to control," replied Kisuke before grabbing the captain of the Soma Familia who had joined Apollo's side without Soma's knowledge. "I'll take it from here, so return for now." Kisuke was about to leave when he recalled something and took out a bag from his storage. "By the way, I took some time to gather some cookbooks and ingredients from all over the world when I was on the other side. Everything is in here so you can ask Sona." "No. Not Sona. You can ask either Irina or Claire to translate it for you." Medusa's purple eyes shone at the sight of the bag. After grabbing it, she held it dearly within her bosom. After experiencing her new life for a few months now, there were a few enjoyable things that she'd found, and one of those was cooking. At first, she became Kisuke's maid solely because she wanted to return at least some of the favor she'd received. Medusa never really thought that she'd enjoy seeing people smile at her cooking, and it was only recently that she discovered why. It was because it reminded her of the happy times she had with her older sisters. "I'll be sure to serve grandly for this victory." Kisuke chuckled and patted her small head. "I'll be looking forward to that." He then disappeared along with Xanis. After the announcement of the Hestia Familia's victory, Hestia slowly approached Apollo and his cohorts with a menacing smile. "Apollo, and the rest of you know what to do, right?" Their faces paled even more as Hestia closed in on them. Hestia. Forgive us. We promise that we'll never do something like this again." Similar words of defeat and asking for forgiveness came from the other gods, hoping that Hestia would take pity on them and reduce their punishment. But Hestia's smile remained and said, "But I have a way to make sure something like this won't ever happen again, even without you promising anything." At that moment, all of them became hopeless as Hestia continued her words with a rageful expression. "All of you shall have your assets confiscated and expelled from Orario, never setting foot in this place again." Hestia then started walking away with a harumph from their wailing voices. But just as she was about to exit the room, she stopped walking when she heard one of them speaking with a creepy laugh. He. "Hestia. You can't be thinking that you can really kick us out of Orario, right?" Hestia turned towards them with a frown and asked, "What do you mean? Are you planning to break the agreement that you yourselves set? You may take our assets, but you can't kick all of us out. If it's just Apollo, then you're very welcome, but if you are going to include us, you'll first have to talk to the guild." Hestia's frown deepened and she looked towards the guild chief, Royman, who just came to mediate between the two sides. He seemed to be hesitating about something and she could tell that he was agreeing with the deity, and why would that be? "It's a citywide problem," replied Hephaestus. "I already knew that they were going to leverage this, so it's really going to be hard to kick out everyone else aside from Apollo." With the obvious question mark on her face, Loki decided to explain it further. "Their familias combined are big enough to cause some major problems in the city's economy. It's not just about the adventurers that may choose to follow them when they leave, but also the connections they have outside Orario. Aside from magic stones and drop items, Orario still imports most of its commodities from the outside, and it's actually familias of their sizes who are the ones taking care of that. If they left, a recession may happen if they were to use those connections to pressure Orario. So it's about money, huh? Thought Hestia, and finally understood the situation. Even then, she didn't want to let them go, not after they'd all joined up to bully a small familia like hers. If it wasn't for Kisuke and the others, the ending would have been very different, with no one even remembering her familia after the event. But just as Hestia didn't know what to do, Kisuke's guild advisor suddenly arrived and approached Royman. Royman-sama, please take a look at this. Not now, Sophie. I'm in a tough spot right now, replied Royman with impatience. Without minding his attitude, Sophie continued, this should solve our problem. Royman became curious and took the paper from Sophie's hand and gave it a quick read. A few seconds later, his eyes widened, and after a few minutes more passed, Royman silently folded the paper and regained his serious expression before asking Sophie, is this true? Yes. I've received it from the man himself earlier. It seems that he already expected this situation. Even Sophie couldn't believe the contents of the note that Kisuke had given her. When she first read it, it didn't make any sense and she was confused about why he wanted to present it to the gods. However, the moment the Humvee was revealed, she instantly understood that it was preparation for something. Understanding the current situation now, everything clicked in her head and she admired Kisuke's grasp in their situation. Clearing his throat, Royman announced, since Hestia-sama has already decided, the guild will be enforcing her terms. Apollo-sama and his allies shall have all their assets confiscated and the deities to be expelled from Orario. What? Royman. What are you saying? You can't decide this. Go get Arena's words first. And I assure you, a decision like this is a mistake. That's right. Not only will this be revoked later, but you'll also lose your position. And what's that note you received? Why did you change your stance after reading it? Royman answered the deity's last question, it's a guild affair and can't be disclosed to anyone right now. What was that? Why can't you tell us the reason why you suddenly agreed with Hestia? With her ears ringing from all the barking of the loser deities, Loki finally had enough and interrupted, will you shut it? The decision has already been made and you guys should start packing your things. This has nothing to do with you, Loki. Sighing, Loki continued while facing Royman, let me guess. That message came from Kisuke Urahara, didn't it? And its content should be somewhere around the line of him willing to negotiate the production method of that strange carriage and its distribution. Royman flinched, but he answered, as I said, it's a guild affair that can't be revealed to the public. Please excuse us. Sophie, let's go. Royman immediately left with Sophie, but the reaction he gave more or less confirmed Loki's words. And if that was true, getting the production method of an item that could revolutionize how the people of this world traveled, would also become the sharpest sword that Orario could use to destroy any economical pressure that others could put on it. Who would want to pressure Orario at the risk of not getting such a wondrous item? Chapter 637. Chapter 637 Motorcycle. Hestia, Hephaestus, and Loki left whilst the whole 30th floor of Babel was still in an uproar. Hestia had a hard time escaping from the curious gods. Nevertheless, she managed to do so with some help from her best friend and best frenemy. The three of them then immediately headed to a nondescript cafe to meet with two other gods who had left the 30th floor much earlier, Mayak and Takamikazuchi. The three goddesses also noticed their children at another table looking at them with anticipation. You're here. Mayak greeted them. That was an unbelievable match and also very exciting. After this, they'll surely gather everyone's attention, especially Kisuke. The three of them sat beside them and Hephaestus replied to him, that's for sure. However, he could have done this more quietly. He did this so that his familia would have more prestige. With more prestige, it'll be harder for something like this to happen again, added Loki and ordered some drinks. While talking about something mundane, Hestia noticed Takamikazuchi's wordlessness. What's wrong, take? Sorry. I've been thinking about the match from earlier. What's wrong with it? Asked Hestia with curiosity. Nothing's wrong. It's just that everyone has been talking about the flashy way Kisuke dodged the attacks from all directions, but failed to notice something even more amazing about him. Takamikazuchi then looked at everyone and continued, while the way he dodged all of those attacks was truly a sight to behold, it could be attributed to a skill or a developmental ability. However, the same can't be said for his swordsmanship. While he looked casual, the refinement behind his swordsmanship couldn't have just been a skill or a developmental ability. He's a real master of the sword with skills way beyond any children I've ever met or even heard of in the lower world. Takamikazuchi then perceived that Hestia was looking at him with suspicion and immediately said, don't misunderstand me. I don't intend to get any confirmation nor get information about your child. I'm just so amazed that I've been thinking about it all this time. But other gods who have held a sword would surely be interested in him, so you should be careful with that. You don't have to worry about that guy can take care of himself, replied Loki while chuckling. In fact, she had been looking forward to a clash between Kisuke and a god. Wouldn't that be even more interesting? It's about time that Kisuke-kun arrives, isn't it? Mike suddenly pointed out. And as soon as he said that, a screeching sound of rubber rubbing on a pavement, which was impossible to hear in this world, echoed from outside, along with some screams from the pedestrians outside of the cafe. What's that? Loki immediately stood up and went outside to check what was going on, and the others hurriedly followed her. As they got out, what greeted their eyes was the sight of Kisuke, who was just getting off a strange two-wheeled vehicle. Yo, sorry that I've made everyone wait. What is that? Loki excitedly ran towards the foreign vehicle, a motorcycle, and went around it a few times. She then immediately figured out its use from the design and the marks which the tires left on the pavement. Loki then looked back up to Kisuke with shining eyes. What's this? And I want it. Give it to me. This is a prototype, so I can't. Kisuke immediately rejected her while thinking, you'd just kill yourself within just a few seconds of riding this. Kisuke then ignored her and started looking around. Locating Bell Cranel and his companions, he said to them, Cranel-san, Arde-san was released and it looks like she went directly to your home. Bell and his party members' faces immediately lit up in delight and all bowed down to Kisuke. Thank you very much. I promise to return this favor one day. With Bell being the first one to bolt away, those beside him hurriedly followed after expressing their gratitude to him. Mike then approached him and said, allow me to express our gratitude one more time. Thank you, Kisuke-kun. If there's something you need, please do not hesitate to tell me. I'll do everything within my capability to help you. Don't worry about it, Mike-sama. You're Hestia-sama's friend and you've helped her a lot. This much, I can do. Besides, thanks to the situation, I was also able to strike a good deal with Soma-sama. Mike smiled wryly and said, is that so? Nevertheless, my offer still stands. Understood. But let's get inside first. It's getting crowded around here, proposed Kisuke and went towards the cafe's entrance. Is it fine to leave that here? Asked Hephaestus while pointing towards the motorcycle. It's fine, no one aside from me knows how to operate it and it also weighs a lot more than what a normal level 2 would be able to run away with. But a level 3 can. I'd honestly want to see him carry this as he runs away. I'll even cheer for him. Well, if you say so. Once they'd all sat down once again, the motorcycle outside became the center of everyone's attention and was flooded by crowds of people. The patrolling Ganesha familia had to intervene as the people were blocking traffic and interfering with businesses along the street. I presume you also made that one. If so, then you've made yet another amusing thing, Loki stated with a big grin. Kisuke nodded, I did make it, but just to be clear, I'm not the one who invented it. Though I'm the one behind the magic circuits that make it run. Alright. Spare us with the technicalities. Hestia immediately stopped him. It'd be really hard to do so, once he gets into gear and starts explaining every little detail of his creation. I'd like to hear it, though, complained Hephaestus. You two can have your time later. Hestia then turned to Kisuke, you already knew that it'd be hard kicking them out, didn't you? What did you give the guild to make them change their mind? Since kicking that many familias out would certainly hurt Orario, I figured that the guild would try to mediate and reduce their punishments, offering something else in return. But I don't care about whatever their offers were. They ganged up on us, so I'll have them leave this entertaining stage forever. Since that was the case, I offered something to the guild that would counter the detrimental effects of them leaving. Loki-sama might have already guessed it, but I offered a negotiation regarding the production method of the four-wheeled vehicle and the two-wheeled vehicle from outside. So it's really as Loki said. Hephaestus nodded in understanding. You said negotiation. So you've meant to give its production to some other familia? Yep, if I just hand it over for royalties, they could hire any familia to produce these things. It would be distasteful if such a good job were to land on an unsavory familia. Hephaestus didn't speak further, but there was an obvious gleam in her eye. Seeing this, Kisuke chuckled. I'll have Hephaestus-sama arrange the production line. Hephaestus finally noticed the expression that she was making and feigned a cough to hide her embarrassment. I'm glad to have your trust. By the way, you'll also need some mages and scholars to help the blacksmiths creating the core parts of the production machine, added Kisuke. I've got some contacts in Altina and they wouldn't dare not to come after I reveal the news to them. Since I would also need more blacksmiths to focus on this, I'll ask for some people from Zolingam. That would be good. You'll also need a large plot of land outside of Orario if you want to mass-produce it and give some manpower into researching it. Note taken, said Hephaestus and immediately stood up. I'm sorry but I'd like to take my leave. The sooner I arrange this, the sooner I'll be able to tinker with those things. Without waiting for the others to reply, Hephaestus left the establishment. She's pretty excited, muttered Hestia. I fully understand her. She'll be getting a new toy, after all, replied Loki. It was very rare for a god to encounter something very new in their life, after all. Chapter 638, Plans to Lock Up. After explaining that there would be more sustainable work coming from the production of the vehicles for Takamikazuchi and Mayakas Familias, like gathering raw materials and preparing acids for material processing, the two gods left with light feet. Although they were all in for the adventures of their children, if there was a much safer way to earn an income, they'd gladly take it. Besides, Takamikazuchi and his children came to Orario in search of someone important to them. "So, what's the plan?" asked Loki. "I'll leave everything to Sona-chan," replied Kisuke as he drank his tea. Loki furrowed her brows slightly and asked, "What about you?" "I'll be going out of view for some time. I need to focus my attention and resources on certain projects that need to be done as soon as possible." Kisuke then looked towards Hestia before continuing, "With that said, Hestia-sama, take the former Apollo Familia mansion as our new base, since I'll be closing the shop and locking up the underground facility." Hestia's eyes widened in surprise and asked, "With just you in there?" "Yep. Some things I'm going to try would be volatile and may cause some destruction, so I can't have Claire and the others stay there, otherwise, I won't be able to put my full attention and focus on what I want." But Kisuke, however, didn't allow Hestia to finish her words. "My schedule was already pushed far behind and I want to get a few things done. Aside from that, although they could go out, I can't have Claire always staying in such a place. It isn't healthy for a child to never go outside. It would be better for her to see other people aside from us and interact with them." For all the reasons he had, this was the main one. Since Claire was finally able to get away from her cage-like world, Kisuke intended for her to explore this one at her own pace. After making friends with Ophis and the others, the silent trauma that she had from before should have weakened and she'd finally be able to talk properly with other people this time. By then, she should have eradicated her fear of people and would start to grow up brightly. Kisuke was actually thanking Apollo for creating a situation like this, where he could immediately establish his familia with a firm foundation in Orario. It was also about time that he left the management of the familia to Sona, making her the main decision-maker for the team. With enough time and experience, even without Kisuke, Yuruchi, or Sarafal, she'd be able to lead everyone, and maybe even save him from a predicament if that were to come about. "How about the negotiations? Are you going to lock yourself up after that?" asked Loki. "No. I'll be initiating my plans as soon as I can. Sona-chan will be the one who'll take over my position and duties. Even without me, she would do a wonderful job. And even if things get difficult, her older sister is there to support her along with everyone. Though please keep in mind that I'll explicitly ask her only to lend her knowledge and experience." Loki immediately caught on to that and asked for clarification. "In other words, she won't be using her strength unless things get really dangerous." "Correct. Only if the situation is way beyond the girl's capabilities, only then would Sarafal be allowed to help directly with force," replied Kisuke. "Even if it means not achieving their goal?" asked Hestia in a small voice. "Yes," answered Kisuke with a serious expression. "As deities, you should be aware that, if a child could depend on an unconditional power at any time, things are going to get rough. It'll only breed disaster and stagnation, making them unable to escape the grip of convenience and losing the reason to strive for more." The two goddesses became silent, but both of them agreed. "I see, this is also one of your reasons to hide at this timing," muttered Loki. "Yep, with all the eyes on us, things will inevitably become rough, so this is a good chance for growth. Who knows? Your children might even clash with our girls." Loki grinned and asked, "Then is it fine if I were to ask them not to hold back?" Kisuke grinned back and answered, "That would be great, and please do tell them that we won't interfere with Sona-chan's decisions nor do anything if they're against it." "I'll do just that. I don't want my children to hesitate on their beliefs because they've come to fear you." Hestia could only sigh between the two of them. After the celebration of their victory that night, Kisuke announced his plans. No one went against it, because they knew the importance of his creations and projects. They also thought that it would be good for Claire, if they were to live on the surface instead of the stuffy underground place where you could always hear groans of pain and raging profanities. "Would that also mean that our training would stop?" asked Kaneko. "For the most part, yes. But you'll have to keep your daily routine of sparring. This time, without using any lethal moves or weapons. I'll also be leaving my dummies, but with toned-down mechanics." "How should we contact you if needed?" asked Aika. "For now, it'll only be Saratan who'll be able to contact me. It'll be up to her if I need to be contacted." This also meant that they couldn't contact Kisuke at all, as there should be no situation where Sarafal couldn't handle it herself. And the moment Sarafal uses her power, Kisuke would immediately feel it and, assuming that something troublesome has happened, stop his activities to come out. Sona and Medusa understood this but didn't say anything. With that realization, Sona knew that she couldn't expect any help from him nor from her sister and realized the former's intentions. "I won't betray your trust and expectations," she thought to herself and started arranging the information inside her head to plan for the future. The next day, everyone, except for Kisuke, first went to the guild to claim all of their earnings. On their way, they would catch everyone's attention and many of the looks were full of hate. However, they couldn't see the hateful figure of the man wearing a bucket hat who made them bet for the Apollo Familia's easy win. When they reached the guild, Sona first passed Kisuke's message of returning the money of all non-adventurers and level 1s. Kisuke understood that almost everyone would see the game from yesterday as a riskless bet and that those who were struggling might gamble their everything for various reasons, be it for their sick family member or some other reason that could have made them choose to gamble their lifeline. Although they didn't care if the adventurers were to hate them, they couldn't have the normal citizens hate them for winning, too. It would be unreasonable for them to hate the Hestia familia, but it wasn't people's nature to hate something they didn't like, regardless of reasons. Strong adventurers, on the other hand, could fend for themselves and they'd gladly take their money. Besides, the majority of the money they got from the bets was from these strong adventurers, so it wasn't much of a loss for them. He doesn't strike me as a charitable man. I'm surprised he didn't take it all, was Sophie's first words after hearing it, though I'm really thankful for this. It's really hard to see those devastated faces from people who gambled their everything so that they could finally help their families. Kaneko wanted to say that he wasn't doing that for the people, but for the girls to have not bad time with the citizens. However, Aika stopped her. Chapter 639, New Reputation. After sorting everything out, Sophie asked, "Where's the guy who instigated all of this?" "He left to deal with some business." "Not sure when he'll return," answered Sona. Sophie became confused and asked, "Did he choose to escape the people's wrath?" Hearing that, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. That couldn't be further from the truth. He's the type of person that wouldn't care even if the entire world hated him. Sophie frowned and continued asking, "So I presume that you'll be taking over the negotiations?" "Yes. He entrusted everything to me." "If you're worried, you don't need to, I can still do this properly." Sophie immediately shook her head. "I'm sorry, I gave the wrong impression. I just thought that he left because he finds this troublesome." Sona couldn't answer since that was actually the truth. Sighing, Sophie pushed the conversation. "In any case, the guild is still gathering the required documents and data before the negotiations start, so it'll probably take a few days to proceed further. For the moment, let me inform you that your familia ranked up to D, so you'll have to take guild-issued quests. 2 of those every month to be precise." "Understood. We'll accept it. And another thing. Adventurers would probably flood to you, hoping to enter your familia," reminded Sophie. As Sophie had said, when they arrived at the mansion that came from Apollo and that they'd be using from now on, there were already several adventurers waiting. Before they could even speak, each one of them started their sales pitch. Not trying to be rude, Sona chose to wait for them to finish speaking and came to know that 3 of them were level 1s, 4 of them were level 2s, and 1 of them was a level 3. But despite their best efforts to sell themselves, Sona answered with a strict tone, "I'm sorry, but we're not accepting new members as of now." Everyone but the level 3 sighed and gave up, choosing to retreat after her refusal. But the lone man couldn't easily accept it. "You're now rank D, right? Think about it, the quests which the guild will be issuing from now on would keep on getting harder and you'll need additional members. I'm a level 3 and would prove to be more useful than most people out there. You should accept me as it's very rare for someone of my level to apply to such a small familia." Sona carefully looked at this man and saw a disgusting glint in his eyes. Figuring out his real intentions, Sona frowned but still chose to be civil. "I'm really sorry, but we don't need additional members as of now. We can take care of ourselves just fine." Losing his patience, the man raised his voice, "You can't use that reason. Sooner or later, you'll have to increase the size of your familia due to you needing to venture deeper into the dungeon. Besides, I'm already a big asset that you can take advantage of. What's the need for hesitation?" At that point, Sona already gave up and fixed her glasses while looking straight into the man's eyes. "Fine." The man smiled widely as he thought he succeeded until Sona continued her words, "However, only after you can take it standing or dodge a single attack from Kaneko here." The man was about to interrupt her, but after hearing Sona's words, he grinned. "Just a single attack from a fellow level 3. That's easy. As long as I don't take that attack that destroyed the wall, I'll be fine. Besides, that attack has such a long preparation time to initiate that I can easily dodge it. Looks like this is just for show and you've already accepted me." Their banter attracted the people around them and they had the same thought as the applying men. Just dodging or taking an attack was easy enough. Even a level 2 could do it, much less a level 3. Kaneko, on the other hand, looked towards Sona and heard her say, "Do it," with an evil grin. Since she also felt his disgusting stare, Kaneko nodded with great enthusiasm before positioning herself 10 meters away from the man. The man also readied himself with a smile and said, "I'm ready." But before they started, Sona added, "Before that, I'll have you agree that the injury you'll take if you can't endure it won't be our responsibility. Everyone around us will be the witness." The man's smile didn't change as he unhesitantly said, "I agree. Bring it on." Sona then took out a bronze coin and said, "The moment this coin lands on the ground, you can start," and flipped it up. At this time, a big crowd had already gathered around them, waiting for the result of this duel. But everyone who knew of the context thought the man could easily pass this. The man focused all of his attention on Kaneko, who was still standing still until he heard the coins clang. However, the cat person he was watching suddenly disappeared from her spot without any warning, and he heard a small voice below him, "Down here." When the men looked down, it was already too late, as Kaniko's leg was already between his legs, aiming for his precious junk without mercy. EI. In an instant, the men flew several tens of meters up in the air with a screeching voice in extreme pain, "AAAAHHHH." Not understanding what was going on, the man landed with a frothing mouth, losing his consciousness instantly. The stunned crowd inevitably had their eyes land on the man's destroyed junk and saw his crotch bleeding. At that sight, all the men around them hurriedly closed their legs in horror, with cold sweat draping their backs. Without minding everyone's reaction, Sona displayed her evilest grin to everyone and said, "I'm sorry, but you failed. As agreed upon, we have no responsibility for your injury. Please take care of yourself in the future." Everyone who was watching shuddered as her evil intention was revealed to everyone. They could only look on in fear at the devil with glasses as she turned around to enter the mansion, followed by her fellow party members. But before the gate was closed, Sona stopped walking and turned to everyone with a smile. "I'm here to make it clear to everyone that neither the Hestia familia nor the Artemis familia are accepting any new members for the moment. But for those who want to prove themselves while looking at us with disgusting intentions, you'll have to duel one of our members to be accepted first." At that moment, everyone understood what had just transpired. The men looked at them with lust and received his reckoning. But some of them couldn't blame the men, as everyone from the Hestia and Artemis familias were top-class beauties that even gods would be attracted to. Soon enough, this event would spread, along with the unfortunate man's medical report of his manhood being saved only because he used his life savings to buy an elixir. "If you anger the devil in glasses, she'll destroy you." This phrase would start to gain traction as more people tried to enter their familia with malintentions. Chapter 640, A Student's Life Insurance Policy. On the first day of his lockdown, Kisuke first cleaned up everything and then set up his new pieces of equipment. This time around, he had three main objectives. The first was a reliable way to transfer between worlds. If possible, by completely bypassing the empty void and directly connecting the two worlds. He also had a feeling that if he chooses to do so, the powerful being from the void could stop them from leaving this world. He would have to make countermeasures against that. The second main objective would be finding a way to fool the watchful eyes of that being. Since he'd already figured out that this guy had some unknown motive that involved him and his group, the best way to create a margin of safety and movements for them was to undetectably escape his surveillance. But to do that, Kisuke would need a power equivalent to him. It was possible to attain that through transcending, but even Kisuke himself didn't know when that could come to reality, as he didn't have any concrete plan to achieve that as Aizen did. Besides, countering chaos surveillance through transcending would be a very stupid move, as transcending was neither an instant nor quiet affair. The moment he transcends might become the moment chaos chooses to deal with him, and he would be in a very dangerous situation, a risk that Kisuke wasn't willing to take. With that in mind, Kisuke and Yoruichi decided to tackle this problem on two fronts. While Kisuke tried to find another way through the clever manipulation of magic, ki, and soul, Yoruichi would try to find a potential helper that would be at the same level as chaos. Kisuke's third objective, however, was currently the most important one, Yash. Let's start with reforming Medusa-chan's body. Taking out the special clear container which housed Medusa's eye, Kisuke took a good look at it again. Although it looks pristine, it's only the outside appearance. Most of it was already decayed with a complex magic preserving it. Even then, that magic only focused on preserving the eye's form and ability and did little in regard with its core structure. If I want to use this as the base for the body, I would have first to restore this to a usable degree. Diving into his work, Kisuke busied himself for a week straight until something knocked on his consciousness and he stopped what he was doing, before looking up with a frown. Line. The mark that he'd left on Line Arsh's soul when she reset her level was rapidly disappearing. What happened? Without further ado, Kisuke immediately initiated a telepathic call with Sarafal. "Saratan, please tell me what the Loki familia is up to these days." Sarafal sensed the urgency behind Kisuke's voice and immediately answered, "I'm currently watching the situation, and more than 7 hours ago, most of the Loki familia, including all the executives, went to the sewers and attacked a facility underground. They attacked that man-made dungeon," thought Kisuke, and immediately understood what transpired. Without proper information, it was almost certain that the Loki familia would suffer great losses in it despite having numerous top-class adventurers. Sarafal then continued, "Just a few minutes ago, their main force escaped from the sewers and retreated with grave injuries, including their captain. A while after that, another batch of the Loki familia were able to escape, but I heard it was only possible because Line Arsh distracted their enemies and was left behind. Just now, Ace Wallenstein and Bet Loga went in again to rescue her, while Riveria Joe's Al froze the doors to keep it open." Thanks, that was all that Kisuke needed to hear. Shutting down the line, Kisuke picked up his cane and disappeared from his spot. In front of the Gnosis' entrance, Riveria was gritting her teeth while the other members around her were nervously looking at the frozen entrance. Riveria was contemplating whether or not to ask for Kisuke or Sarafal's help to save Line, but she knew she would just be embarrassing herself after they already reminded them that they couldn't use their help, whatever situation they were in. Even then, It might already be too late, thought Riveria with a grim expression. She had already heard from the others who were able to escape thanks to Line that she was facing a level 5 enemy who was wielding a cursed sword. Valletta agreed. Hurry up, Ace, bet. But all of a sudden, a familiar voice suddenly resounded beside her. Please excuse me. I'm coming through. Riveria immediately turned to her side and saw the familiar face. When did you? But Kisuke ignored her and everyone around her as he continued walking casually through the frozen entrance. Stupefied, everyone could only see him gaining distance and slowly disappearing along with the darkness of the hall. On that occasion, Riveria had figured out his motives and asked, why? Line-san is my precious student. I still have a lot of assignments for her, so I can't have her retire this early, replied Kisuke, before he completely disappeared around the first corner. Riveria could only sigh and smile wryly, so he would move for Line, huh? I'm a bit jealous. Realizing what she thought at the end, Riveria immediately shook her head. What the hell am I thinking? Soon after, those around her started voicing out their concerns. Riveria-sama. When did he come here and why did you let him through? That's Kisuke Urahara, isn't it? No matter how good he is as a level 2, he has no chance of surviving if he were to be besieged by countless monsters. With a large portion of her worries abated, Riveria smiled calmly to everyone and said, he'll be fine. If there's someone who has a chance to save Line, it would be him. Everyone was stupefied and asked her what she meant, but Riveria just chose to stay quiet. After walking for a minute or two, Kisuke was able to find Line's precise location and immediately used flash step towards that direction. When he arrived, Kisuke saw 3 people. Ace and Bet making complex expressions while looking at Line impaled with an ominous sword on the ground. They already gave up saving her as her life was already slipping away. As Kisuke started walking towards them, his wooden sandals echoed through the hall, instantly catching Bet and Ace's attention. Who's there? Shouted Bet in rage. But when he saw who it was, he became wary and suspicious. You. What are you doing here? Are you part of Evolus? Bet, Ace tried to stop him but Bet didn't listen. I do not belong to Evolus nor to any other organization running this place. I'm just here for Line, answered Kisuke calmly as he continued walking. Bullshit. Why would someone like you be here? And don't come over. Since this was their enemy's territory, Bet was wary of anything that didn't belong to Loki familia. But Kisuke ignored his warning and didn't stop his approach. That, however, immediately triggered Bet's nerves and he suddenly launched an attack towards him. Bet, Ace tried to physically stop him, but he was already outside of her range. Without any hesitation, Bet aimed a punch at Kisuke's face. But before he could land it, his arm was suddenly caught by Kisuke's right hand. Bet's eyes widened in shock. What? Nevertheless, before he could understand what was going on, an incredible force was suddenly applied to his arm, snapping its bone before he was thrown up, crashing on the ceiling and creating a small crater on it, before dropping down with a few more broken bones. Gaha. I understand your wariness, but you're still too violent. You might want to work on that temper of yours, said Kisuke casually, before resuming his steps. Bet. Ace immediately went to Bet who was writhing in pain on the floor before grinding her teeth at Kisuke. In response to that, Kisuke said with an unfeeling tone, don't blame it on me, Sword Princess. If that was not me, the person lying on the floor wouldn't be Bet Loga but his victim. He might have even outright killed that person with the first attack. Ace shuddered at his words, not because of his reasonable statement, but because of the extreme coldness he emitted. It was the first time she felt something like this ever since she met him, and that coldness was akin to a sharp blade pointed at her neck. The amiable shopkeeper that always used her name suddenly used her alias in a very cold way. She hated it. But thanks to that, she was able to clear her head and realized their mistake and said with a frustrated expression, I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. Kisuke then proceeded to ignore them before kneeling at the dying Line's side. Curses, huh? Interesting. Hearing the commotion and somewhat familiar voice, Line turned her already blurry vision to the side. Kisuke-san. Chapter 641, Speedy Revenge. Kisuke smiled at the dying Line. 'Tis I. Kisuke then checked her whole situation once again in greater detail and started some first aid measures. Does it hurt? However, Line didn't notice his actions as all emotion she had been keeping gushed out along with her tears. I don't want to die. All this time, she has been toughing things out. With the use of the things that she'd learned from Sona, Line was able to fend off Valletta, creating an opportunity to escape for the others with her. Thanks to that, Valletta lost her interest in the others and focused on the weird Line, who seemed to be capable of using all sorts of magic without chanting, albeit very weakly. Valletta interrogated Line, but the latter didn't even speak. In any case, her interest was in line with Line's goal of creating enough time for the others to escape. She also already stopped thinking that she'd be able to come out of this battle alive. The more the fight went on, the more Valletta became curious at Line's ability. In the end, she attributed it to a very rare skill and decided to take her alive to be brought for her god's entertainment. Catching on to that, Line spat in Valletta's face, instantly angering her and making her impaling Line with her cursed sword after making many large but non-fatal cuts all over her body, leaving her to die from blood loss and cursed festering wounds that continuously inflicted large amounts of pain and suffering. Notwithstanding, she didn't say anything and thought that she was able to successfully give her comrades a window of chance to survive. When Ace and Bet arrived, Line was already on her deathbed. But even then, Line endured it with her blurring vision and asked, were they able to get away, in a stuttering manner. As soon as Ace nodded at her question, relief came over Line as she peacefully awaited her death, doing her best not to think of anything else at this moment as she'd surely regret it. But her trying to calm herself down and emptying her mind didn't get her desired results when it suddenly became noisy beside her and a certain man she was trying her best to forget suddenly appeared with a smile. At that point, all that she was trying to keep in went out as she recalled all the days she had ventured with the members of the Hestia familia. Especially the memories about the men who gave her back her aspirations and motivation to try harder to achieve her dreams. I don't want to die, repeated Line with greater energy than before. But thanks to her pushing herself, she started coughing blood which blocked her breathing. Still, after seeing Kisuke's face, it reminded her of what she wanted to do and what she wanted to reach. Her journey had just started and Line couldn't just let it go. Even if she knew that it was already impossible, she wished for a miracle. She wished she could still join their adventure towards the unknown. Hearing this, Ace could only close her eyes and grit her teeth while Bet decided to look away. Both of them knew that at this point, it was already impossible to save Line even with the most expensive potion and anti-curses. That was what common sense and experience dictated to them anyways. Kisuke's smile grew wider when he saw and felt Line's will to live. Easy now, girl. You're not dead yet since you can still speak with such enthusiasm. Of course, Kisuke's joke felt out of place and both Ace and Bet couldn't believe they were hearing it. Nevertheless, Kisuke disregarded them and continued, I wanted to teach you how to cure this thing yourself, but we won't have enough time and you'd die for real. Instead, I'll show you an ability that belonged to a friend, which in my opinion, is the greatest form of healing. Kisuke then took out a token. It was the token that contained Inoue's rejection ability. As the orange barrier covered Line, Kisuke started explaining, instead of helping, aiding, or guiding the body's regenerative process, this ability directly affects reality itself. More specifically, it reverses causality itself, making it so that you didn't take any damage at all. Meaning, this ability makes it so that you were never injured in the first place. Line's head was a mess and she could barely hear everything he said. However, she still tried to remember all of it despite her inability to understand it. Well, this is just a copy of that ability, a very poor copy that hardly does what it's meant to do. Kisuke then suddenly yanked out the cursed sword sticking on her belly without any hesitation, making Line groan in extreme pain. That said, it could only remove the curses and reverse your wounds for a bit. It'll be your job to heal yourself. Just think of it as practice. But Line didn't mind the pain and understood that Kisuke just gave her another breath of life. Although she also knew that she couldn't heal her current wounds with her current ability, when she heard Kisuke uttering the word practice, she figured that Kisuke was expecting her to surpass her current self. And indeed it'd be thanks to this that Line would have a breakthrough with her overall magic capabilities, surpassing even Riveria's manual control of magic power. And unknowingly to Kisuke and Line, the latter would have some insight regarding the rejection ability, forever changing the course of her future. A few seconds later, a small green magic circle appeared on top of the wound on her stomach. After a minute, multiple magic circles already covered her full body, all aiming at her wounds, though most of them would fail and fizz out of existence before reappearing again. However, each iteration of those magic circles were an improved version, signifying Line's improvement in real time. Death really is the best training partner, thought Kisuke as he stood up while carrying the cursed sword in one of his hands. Facing Ace and Bet who both had stupefied expressions, Kisuke said, Wallenstein-san, please look after Line-san for a moment. We don't want anything to disturb her while she's healing herself. Where are you going? Asked Ace. Kisuke thought for a moment before answering, to issue a complaint. See complaint. Kisuke turned around and started walking away, yep. They did beat up my precious student after all, of course, I'm going to complain. Ace still couldn't wrap her head around Kisuke's words as she watched him walking away until he reached his destination 30 meters away from them, where he faced the wall on his left side. Kisuke started swinging around the cursed sword in his hand for a few minutes as if he was very bored. What is he doing? Asked Bet after being healed a bit by an elixir. He didn't dare to ask him directly, since he figured that he couldn't hold a candle against him after that one single exchange between them which immediately disabled him. To that question, Ace could only shake her head. After a few more minutes, Ace was about to ask him what he was planning to do, but he suddenly uttered to himself, finally. You're here. Immediately, Kisuke swung the cursed sword at the wall a few times before it suddenly collapsed into pieces, creating a large hole in it. The wall, which only Gareth was able to break when he used all his might, was instantly torn into pieces with just a few swings of a sword. Stepping forward, Kisuke spoke with a jovial tone, Excuse me. I'd like to issue a complaint to those who smell like my student's blood. And, in fact, a solution for that. From the hole, Bet and Ace heard the panicked but familiar voice of Valletta. Who are you? Kisuke Urahara, your everyday shopkeeper. A second later, Bet and Ace saw blood spurting from the hole with a few heads rolling out. They couldn't even utter a single word before they were decapitated. Chapter 642, Getting Permission. Valletta Greed, a head executive of Evolus and currently a member of the Thanatos familia, was in a light mood. Although she wasn't able to kill Finn, her hateful enemy since the time of the old Evolus, and the others escaped using their own monsters against her, she was able to relieve her stress on a left-behind member of the Loki familia. As of now, Valletta was roaming around the Gnosis to check the integrity of the doors and walls after the beating it went through from the battle between them and the Loki familia, when the wall on their right unbelievably collapsed and a young man with a big smile and Far Eastern attire went through it. Excuse me. I'd like to make a complaint to those who smell like my student's blood. And, in fact, a solution for that. The sight of a strange man suddenly destroying an almost indestructible wall and coming in a casual manner, incredibly confused Valletta and her underlings. Who are you? All of a sudden, the strange man suddenly disappeared in front of them while leaving his words, Kisuke Urahara, your everyday shopkeeper. Something warm then suddenly touched Valletta's cheeks. Upon checking it, she was shocked to see that it was blood. What? Whose blood is this? She finally realized that her underlings didn't have their heads attached to their necks anymore. What? Feeling a threat from behind her, Valletta immediately turned around while putting her cursed sword across her body before she was uncontrollably launched away by a kick. Gaha. Valletta landed on the wall beyond the hole, cracking its stone exterior. But before she could drop down, a hand grabbed her neck and pinned her against the wall. Gah. A few seconds later, her vision cleared and she saw the strange man, and inescapably stared at his gray eyes full of coldness. Hi. With a terrified expression, Valletta immediately started pleading while the hand on her neck also started tightening. Please spare me. But the strange man's smile only grew wider. No can do. You played with my student so I'll have you disappear. The sudden flood of dense killing intent made Valletta frenzied as she suddenly swung her cursed sword towards his neck. But her actions were inadvertently stopped. When she looked at her sword, Valletta saw two fingers pinching it without any effort. An attack from a level 5 like her was effortlessly stopped. Monster. Those were her last words as Kisuke snapped her neck and threw her lifeless body away. After he was done with issuing his complaints, Kisuke returned to where Line was and saw Ace's dazed expression and Bet's astonished expression with a hint of fear in it. Without any words, Kisuke picked up Line and a princess carry and started walking away. The two others didn't say anything and just let them walk past them as they disappeared through the darkness of the man-made dungeon. Say. Did you know about his strength? Asked Bet suddenly. Ace only nodded at his question, but that was more than enough for Bet. So this is what the old hag meant by not making them our enemy. Even Otter couldn't make me that helpless, thought Bet as he recalled Riveria's words that confused him. Finn, and Gareth back then, just what are they? The moment Kisuke and Line appeared on Riveria and other sites, they immediately ran towards them nervously. How is she? Asked Riveria. It was then that she noticed multiple small magic circles placed on Line's wounds. This is. Guessing the question in her head, Kisuke spoke. She's healing herself. This is Line's magic. Riveria doubted her eyes, but why? If she can do it by herself, why not let her do it? Answered Kisuke as he walked past them. Where are you bringing her? To my place. I need an assistant for a few of my projects, answered Kisuke without turning around. But before he left completely he added, I'll be talking to Loki-sama regarding this so you don't have to worry about it. And by the way, if you don't ramp up your efforts, she'll soon surpass you. Remembering the magic circles on Line's body earlier, she thought, I know. As Kisuke left, the others from the Loki familia asked, is that fine, Riveria-sama? Since she didn't object to Kisuke's words, they'd remained quiet. Riveria then turned back towards the entrance to Gnosis as she felt Ace and Bet's presence coming towards them. It's fine. She'll have a better time in his hands. But as soon as she saw Bet's state and him being assisted by Ace to walk, Riveria asked, did he do it? In response, Bet just clicked his tongue and said, you never told us how ridiculous that guy is. But I did warn you, sighed Riveria. Bet clicked his tongue again while others were substituting Ace and assisting him. Couldn't he just clear this place all by himself? At those words, Riveria frowned deeply, and then what? Letting him solve our problems for us and render everyone's efforts in vain. Are we that weak to depend on him? Bet's eyes widened as he understood Riveria's words. Okay, enough. Don't start lecturing me now. I understand. A few minutes later, within the Dien Sect Familia's clinic, everyone who was wounded was being treated by one of the only few people who could dispel curses, Ermid Tizonair. Within 5 meters of Ermid's barrier, the wounded Loki Familia members were cramped together to heal their wounds. How is it? Asked Loki with a concerned expression. Ermid didn't speak for a few moments as she focused on strengthening her magic. They're fine. I've already removed the curse from their wounds and the usual treatment methods should now work. Loki and the others from the Loki familia who were still awake sighed in relief, thank goodness. Now we only have to worry about Line, said Tiona, who was currently covered in bandages. Tioni, who was in the same state, replied, Ace and Bet are already on their way. But Finn, Gareth, and Loki knew that it was probably too late with her facing an opponent like Valletta, but they didn't say anything to discourage them. Unless, Loki's mind wandered to a certain man, but knowing him, he wouldn't make a move even if the whole world was in chaos, unless his group was involved. And to be fair, I'd also do the same. Shaking her head and deciding to leave it to Line's fortune, Loki looked towards her grievously injured children again and vowed to take revenge on whoever was behind that man-made dungeon. At that time, she noticed Ermid's troubled expression and asked, What's wrong, Ermid-chan? Ah. No. I'm just wondering about something, she replied. What is it? Asked Loki curiously. After some hesitation, Ermid asked, Well. Did you use some sort of potion before coming here? Loki and the others became confused at her question and asked, What do you mean? Ermid hesitated even more but chose to continue, I'm just really amazed. They've already lost so much blood when you brought them to me and normally, they would have fallen into shock and died at that point. However, every single one of them managed to survive and it seemed that they even had some spare energy. To be completely honest, this is a miracle that I haven't seen before. While others looked at each other in confusion, Loki understood what was going on. But before she could explain, someone beat it to her, that's because their vitality is now much stronger since they already can move their ki. Although they can't utilize it in battle yet, its effects on overall health and vitality are tremendous, especially to first-time users. Everyone hurriedly faced the direction where the voice originated and saw the men who became famous and disappeared a week ago, Kisuke Urahara. Meanwhile, Loki immediately requested, Kisuke, just this one time. Please save Line. She's still in the man-made dungeon. You don't have to worry about her, Loki-sama. I already got her and brought her to my place. I'm actually here to tell you that I'd like to take care of her for a while. Chapter 643, one of her many hidden talents. Loki was surprised but immediately sighed in relief before replying, Is that so? Then you can take her, but only if you promise that you'll be taking good care of her. That I'll do, promised Kisuke, even though he knew full well that Loki's taking care was a bit different from his taking care. Well then, that's all from me. Have a great day everyone. Kisuke turned around, intending to leave immediately, when someone suddenly called out to him, Please wait. Kisuke turned his head and asked, What is it, Miss Doctor? Ermid, with great curiosity, asked Kisuke, I'm sorry for asking this and taking up your time, but if you don't mind, could you further explain your words earlier? What is this key? And how could it keep them alive? You can ask everyone from the Loki familia about its specifics, but basically, it's an energy similar to magic power but naturally resides in everyone. And unlike magic, everyone, with enough practice, can use it, though some are naturally attuned to it. The beginning stages of ki practice is strengthening the blood, so even after they've lost so much of it from their wounds, the ki contained within their remaining blood was enough to keep them alive. I see. So that's why I could keep my consciousness, Finn, who had been resting in the corner beside Gareth, spoke up. Correct, replied Kisuke with a smile, although you still can't use it to strengthen your attacks and defenses, your practice was enough to make you harder to kill. I understand. On behalf of the entire Loki familia, I thank you for imparting this magnificent technique and also for saving our lives. If there's anything you want, please tell me. There's nothing for now but if I think of something, I'll be sure to let you know. Kisuke then closed the doors of the clinic and left. Soon after, Finn faced Ermid and asked, Ermid-san, what do you think of his words? I don't understand it fully, but his words were in line with my observations, answered Ermid with a nod, but are you sure that you're fine with me hearing all of this? It seems to be a very important piece of information. You're now part of our trusted individuals so it's fine. Besides, we don't intend to monopolize this method. Finn then looked towards Loki and said, In any case, Loki. I'd like you to negotiate with the guild to reduce the number of our expeditions. If possible at least by half. Oh, leave it to me. Loki gave a thumbs up. Thank you. Finn then announced to everyone, the excursions to the dungeon will be set to a minimum and everyone is to practice their ki in that freed up time. As you can see, even with minimal effort, the degree it helped us was already outstanding. So take this seriously, even those who are having a difficult time with it. Yes, Captain, shouted everyone who was awake in unison. Please keep it down. Ermid, of course, reprimanded them for the noise they created. But Finn only chuckled and continued, but with a repressed voice, of course, while we're at it, we'll sort this out and take our revenge. We can't really have them keep running around. Everyone from the Loki familia became determined. They seriously underestimated their opponents and have figured just how dangerous their group was. Before there were more victims, and for their wounded pride, they had to take care of them. At this moment, the door suddenly opened up again with Riveria entering the room. Do you have a spare bed? I can prepare one. But for who? Responded Ermid immediately. Soon after, Bet entered the room while being assisted by others, for him. He has some broken bones all over his body. Finn immediately frowned and asked, what happened? Ace also followed inside and answered with a deadpan expression, he was flung around by Kisuke. Huh. Everyone was having the same surprised expression as Finn when suddenly, Tiona started laughing out loud, Fuhahaha. You probably attacked him out of nowhere, didn't you? All the female members were then reminded of Kisuke's real strength and imagined Tiona's words with Kisuke having a big grin on his face and ended up stifling their laughs. Of course, there was a person who wouldn't hide her expression. Displaying a smug smile, Tiona added, I can imagine it. Kicking or punching him before he grabbed your limb and swung you around, right? I would really have liked to see that. Shut up, you bitches. You knew about his real strength and decided to hide it, roared Bet at them, but Ermid started bandaging his mouth first. Tell us what happened, instructed Finn, and Ace narrated what they saw and heard. That night, their view regarding Kisuke Urahara would change yet again. Loki, on the other hand, chose to stay quiet and leave after making some excuses when she heard Ace mentioning the reject ability. The ability to reject reality. That's even more ridiculous than that over-the-top sparring, thought Loki as a cold night wind blew on her face. Late at night, Sarafal woke up Hestia and Artemis and said that Kisuke had come out. Right now, both of them were having some hot chocolate while covered in a blanket within the living room. Will he really come? Asked Hestia. Since he came out, I think he'll at least show his face, answered Sarafal while taking a sip on her hot chocolate. It's too bad that the others aren't here, muttered Artemis. They've been in the dungeon for 3 days now. Are they doing all right? Hestia couldn't help but worry. Ever since Kisuke left, it seemed that they suddenly kicked it up a notch and became even crazier with their training. Not to mention, they seem to be in the area where only level 4s could thrive. You worry too much, Hestia-sama. They'll be fine. Aside from that, Medusa-chan is there to take care of them and pull them out in case of an emergency, appeased Sarafal and couldn't help but pat Hestia's head. Not to mention they plan to stay there for at least a month, agreed Artemis and nodded with a wry smile. Hestia's eyes widened as she woke up completely and recalled their words before they left, that's right, isn't it? It was then that Kisuke's voice resounded from the door, it seems that all of you are doing fine. Hearing that, Hestia hurriedly placed down her cup and jumped out of her blanket and off the couch before attaching herself to Kisuke like an octopus grabbing its prey, Kisuke-kun. It's been so long. No. It hasn't. And I've been gone for longer than this, replied Kisuke as he casually walked over the couch and sat down, ignoring the goddess attached to him like a kid. Spoil her a bit. There are only very few people currently in the estate, so she has been feeling lonely, said Artemis. Kisuke quickly scanned the entirety of the state using his Ryatsuki and only felt Claire and Ophis sleeping. But the moment his energy lightly swept by Ophis, the humanoid dragon instantly woke up and disappeared from her bed and reappeared on his shoulders. Since his lap was occupied, she had no choice but to go to her second favorite spot, welcome back. I'm back though I can't really stay for too long, greeted Kisuke back while patting Hestia's head. Artemis was slack-jawed when Ophis suddenly appeared, Ophis-chan has this kind of ability. It's one of her many hidden talents, answered Sarafal with a smile. Chapter 644, Sarafal's Observation. Kisuke, Hestia, Artemis, and Sarafal went on and talked about random things for half an hour before Kisuke decided to leave. It took some time to peel both Ophis and Hestia off of him, but he had to if he wanted to leave. At the gates of the mansion, Kisuke and Sarafal stopped walking. What about the god that I asked you about? Asked Kisuke suddenly. He's been coming in and out of the red light district with his captain these past few days in secret. I don't know what he's scheming but it looks like he's looking for something or someone, answered Sarafal after thinking for a bit. Do I really need to watch him closely, though? Hermes, that is. Yep, but you only have to watch in secret. Don't get involved with anything he does. Even if it involves Sona-chan and the others. That's right. Of course, you can intervene when they're in danger, though. Sarafal sighed, well, my sentiments are the same. I want Sona-chan to have as many experiences as possible. Besides, this is actually my first time seeing her work so hard and intensely to achieve something. Kisuke became interested with her words, Wasn't she like this since before? The overly serious student council president and heiress of the Citri house. With a smug expression, Sarafal answered, don't underestimate my cute little sister, journal observation records. Her smug expression then changed into that of nostalgia. She's indeed very hardworking, but that's only because of her sense of duty that her family gave her. Aside from the time when she tried to break off from the engagements that were proposed to her, this is the only time that she's doing something of her own accord. Sarafal then started stretching her arms and continued, HNNNG. Ah. Enough of that. Why are you giving him so much attention anyway? Kisuke didn't mind her suddenly changing the topic and answered, because he wants something from me and if his first plan fails, he'll come after me. I presume that it'll only be a matter of time before he starts scheming behind Sona-chan and others. If he's going to do it, and I think it'll be when you're not around, how do you want me to approach it? It's enough if you give them a warning before they advance further, depending on what they know. Then what about this Freya? She's always keeping an eye on us. Don't mind her too much. Unlike Hermes, I doubt she'll do anything. She's just very curious regarding a few things. Kisuke then turned away and said his goodbyes. I have to go. Take care. Sarafal waved her hand at him with a smile and said, you too. Take care. And by the way, thanks for bringing me to this world. Kisuke smiled too and said, it seems you're enjoying this world. Don't mention it and just enjoy your vacation. The future isn't too kind. After leaving those words, Kisuke disappeared into no one in particular. Sarafal muttered, I know. And I'm actually thanking you because I finally found my way forward. Thinking outside of the box really does wonders. Though in this case, it's thinking outside of the world. Skipping happily, Sarafal returned to the manor to finish the magical girl costumes that she had been working on for everyone. Several thousand kilometers away from Orario, Yuruchi, and Kuroka, who were investigating the middle floors of the dungeon located under the ocean, suddenly shivered. What was that? And no clue, Naya. Yuruchi became quiet for a moment to think about the shivers they both felt. It was not a dangerous feeling, but is this unpleasant premonition? There's no message from Kisuke's side, so I wonder what it was. Sighing, Yuruchi continued, no matter. Let's continue our search. All right, Naya, Kuroka nodded, refocusing her attention to the task at hand. According to the strange reports, it's around here that adventurers have felt something strange. But so far, I haven't detected anything with my key yet. I'm sorry that I had to leave the scanning to you. I can't recklessly use my Ryatsu key within the dungeon. Don't say that, Naya. I'm really happy that you can depend on me, Naya. And you should do it more often. Yuruchi smiled gently and said, I guess that's true. Even Kisuke is trying his best to change himself to depend on others when needed, as we both knew the limitations of doing everything on our own. Anyway, let's go. But after walking for a few minutes, Kuroka suddenly stopped and said with a lowered voice, Yuruchi-san. Troublesome people ahead. Yuruchi frowned and sighed, again. Then we can be sure that we're being tracked by these people. I guess being Rouge adventurers really does attract others' attention in this place, Naya. 2 days later, the whole of Orario came into an uproar once again when Freya suddenly invaded Ishtar's territory, not just destroying her familia, but also sending her back to heaven. A lot of people were wondering what was going on inside Freya's head and why she would suddenly assault a big familia. Of course, no answer would be given to them as only a few people knew the real reason and no one among them wanted to share anything regarding that incident. Without any surprises, the Freya familia was penalized by the guild due to their actions, raking up multitudes of fines. But many knew that they only needed Otter to slaughter monsters in the deeper floors for a week or two to gain all of that back. The next big event that happened was when the Evelus members started assaulting and assassinating former Ishtar familia members for some unknown reasons. Even though the scale was small and quiet, it still brought fear to everyone in Orario as Evelus, once again, started their activities which could potentially put them in danger. As a result, many citizens petitioned the guild to sort out the problem with Evelus. Although the guild announced that the Loki familia had already repelled and apprehended the members that assaulted the former Ishtar familia members, the fear in their hearts didn't abate completely. But soon, all of this was drowned out when a large army from Rakia arrived 3 days later, attempting another invasion on Orario. As troops from Rakia initiated their siege, adventurers immediately intercepted them with the Loki familia in the lead. And within just a few hours, the Rakian troops were all down to the ground, exhausted but not injured heavily. Since most of the soldiers from Rakia were just normal people and were just forced to participate in this meaningless war by their idiotic god of war, Ares, they stood no chance against the people of Orario who defied common conceptions. As this was the case, the guild prohibited any killing and would shoulder all the cost of the defense. Of course, the guild would not willingly shoulder the cost if they couldn't get anything out of the Rakian soldiers. Instead of a threat, the citizens of Orario treated them as tourists from far away, which bolstered the city's economy. When Sarafal saw Ares and how he acted, she immediately thought with a twitching mouth, compared to the Ares that Kisuke fought, he's pretty pathetic. Beside her were Claire and Ophis with food in each of their hands while watching the ongoing noise. But with keen eyes, one could tell that the adventurers, especially male ones, were avoiding them like plague. Not because of the recruitment incident, but because of the black-haired little girl. Chapter 645, Mascots. A few days before the Rakian invasion, after the night of Evelus' mass assault, Sarafal had to go and follow Sona's group into the dungeon, because her little sister had contacted her about Medusa not feeling very well for some unknown reasons. Sarafal immediately sent this issue to Kisuke and he asked her to go get him some mana samples from Medusa. Kisuke also asked Sarafal to tell Ika to extract a small amount of Ryoryoku, spiritual power, from Medusa if possible. As such, Sarafal left the manor that day, leaving the others to their own devices. Since Hestia and Artemis were around, she didn't have to worry about Claire and Ophis, even if they were to go around the town. Hence the fate of some unsavory adventurers was sealed that day. After lunchtime, Claire and Ophis wanted to go out and look around the city and asked Hestia and Artemis to permit them. Hestia and Artemis didn't think very hard about it and decided to accompany them to the market area. They immediately went towards the part that they hadn't explored yet, while getting some snacks on the way from the stall keepers. As it wasn't their first time arriving here, most of the stall keepers knew about the little girls, especially the black-haired one due to her many quirks. The first time they went here, Ophis immediately garnered everyone's recognition because of her seemingly endless appetite and her rude way of calling anyone according to their physical features. Although it immediately put off everyone who came across her, upon further inspection, her bad name-calling didn't include any hostile feelings. In fact, they all felt that it was just the stoic girl's way of remembering a person. Besides, even with her apparent expressionlessness, whenever she was given food, she would enjoy it to the fullest, which made these stall keepers happy and they would always give her their merchandise at a discounted price. In addition to that, Claire, a little girl with gray hair and eyes, who was a large contrast to Ophis, captured the hearts of many due to her development. When she first arrived on these streets with Sarafal and Ophis, she was very afraid of strangers. But as of late, she became a jolly kid that was very polite and kind to everyone. Her development felt like they just watched their kid growing up and overcoming her fears. As such, these two unofficially became the mascots of the food street. Of course, they still had questions regarding Ophis's endless appetite and were worried that they were feeding her too much. To ease their worries, Hestia revealed, without thinking, that Ophis had a rare skill that lets her eat all the food she could ever want. Although it indeed eased the worries of the stall keepers, it inadvertently attracted some pesky gods, wanting to know about this rare skill. But since Ophis wasn't an adventurer, nor was the skill very useful in battle aside from wasting food, it didn't gain much traction. However, Hestia still regretted the fact that she'd run her mouth in the heat of the moment. A man with a big mustache called out to them, "Hey, little missies. You're here today too. Come and take some of my fried chicken skewers." Immediately after, a blonde woman also called for their attention from the opposite side. Considering the time, they just had lunch, didn't they? "Take my sweetened fruits. I'll give you large servings." For Ophis, however, there weren't any choices to be made here, and she pulled out her small black purse. "I shall take it, mustache man, flat blonde." The man with a mustache laughed out loud while the blonde woman took some mental damage. Soon after, more stall keepers started calling out to them while Hestia and Artemis watched from behind with gentle smiles. Scenes like these were more to their taste rather than exciting adventures. Not long after that, gods started bothering Hestia and Artemis again. But after that minute time frame of shooing away the pesky gods, Hestia and Artemis asked each other at the same time, "Where are they?" Both of their eyes widened and they hurriedly looked around. Where are they? They severely underestimated Ophis' superpower to get lost. Immediately, Hestia and Artemis started asking around for their whereabouts, but each time, they would be pointed towards a random direction, showing how erratic and fast the little girl's movements were. Meanwhile, Ophis was dragging Claire around through the various stalls. Sometimes, she would take some random alleys, which made locating them even more difficult. After getting full, Claire suggested that they rest and finally realized that Hestia and Artemis were not with them anymore when they returned to the first area. "Hestia Nichan and Artemis Nichan are not here. Are we lost?" The man with a big mustache saw them and called out to them, "Hey little missies. There you are. The goddess Samus are looking for you everywhere." Ophis also realized the situation they were in, but she came up with a different conclusion: they are lost. The man with a mustache and Claire looked at her with a speechless expression, but the former just laughed out loud and said, "Ahaha, isn't that right? They are lost, aren't they? But I think you should wait here until they find their way back." The man then brought out 2 chairs and placed them on a shaded area. "Come sit here while you wait." The mustached man asked some of his friends and acquaintances to inform Hestia and Artemis of the current location of the little girls while he kept them from wandering off, and time went on peacefully until some adventurers, who were in a very bad mood, arrived. There were a total of 4 adventurers that came. 1 greatsword user, 2 knife users, and a mage. Of course, it was not unusual for adventurers to come here at all, but the 4 of them all had bad reputations, especially the bulky man leading them, who was a level 2 and the greatsword user. Once the stall owners saw them, they all became quiet and the people around them also started leaving. If it was the normal them, they wouldn't be so scared, but clearly, these people just met some misfortune within the dungeon and were seething with anger. And indeed, this group had spectacularly failed on their exploration, losing all of their supplies, magic stones, and some equipment. Though they were lucky to be able to get out alive, they didn't care about that and just thought about the debt they'd be put in. With nowhere else to go, the group decided to go to the free market area to get some free food and maybe release some of their anger. And without much searching, they immediately found a target for their unreasonable harassment. Approaching the blonde woman who sold sweetened fruits, the leader of the group pointed at the cup containing her merchandise. "Give me that one." Slightly shaking from fear, the woman gave it to the men while saying its price, it's 50 valis. But the men didn't say anything and grabbed the wooden cup before bringing its contents to his mouth. After eating some of it, however, he spat it out and threw the cup towards the woman, hitting her stomach. Gah. Not minding that she fell to the ground and started tearing up, he yelled at her while kicking over a crate of apple-like fruits beside her. "What the f***ck is this? It tastes like shit. How are you going to compensate me?" Chapter 646, Wasting Food is Bad. With the woman getting hurt, she could only softly cry on the ground. The others tried to help her, but the man's companions blocked them. As for the other adventurers, there was no group stronger than them and they chose to stay clear from trouble. Besides, there were only very few adventurers around as most of them were busy making a living inside the dungeon at this hour. Some people had already ran towards the guild and the Ganesha familia to ask for help. They already knew that these adventurers would stop what they were doing before they arrived with help and would escape the scene, denying everything they did. But what they really wanted was for help to arrive for the blonde woman. However, before then, they could only watch in frustration. At that moment, Ophis suddenly stood up from her seat and Claire guessed what was going to happen, so she started preparing herself too. Hey. Missy. Where are you going? The man with the mustache tried to stop her, but he was already too late as he'd only noticed that Ophis had left her seat when she had already arrived at the side of the bulky adventurer. Ignoring the cries of the stall keepers, Ophis tugged on the shirt of the adventurer, attracting his attention. "Ha!" Of course, Ophis wasn't scared of his threatening face or voice. "Why did you waste food?" She asked him with a deadpan expression on her face while staring straight into his eyes. "Get off, you damned brat." The adventurer replied with an even more threatening face. But Ophis didn't flinch and said, "You shouldn't waste food." The adventurer, however, lost his patience and turned back to the crying blonde woman and intended to get a hold of her merchandise before leaving. But as he did, he swiped his hand towards Ophis with considerable force that would have sent any normal person flying away. Yet the moment his hand made contact with Ophis' cheek, the bones in his hand made an audible crack, sending signals of extreme pain throughout the adventurer's nerves and making him scream while hurriedly taking back his hand. Ahhh. It felt like he'd hit a block of iron. Without minding the bulky adventurer, Ophis raised her free hand and made a grabbing gesture. Suddenly the wooden cup that the adventurer had thrown made its way towards her hand and its contents soon followed, but it was obviously already contaminated with grime and dirt. Ophis suddenly pulled him down with the hand that was grabbing the adventurer's shirt, forcing him to kneel down in front of her before repeating her words, "You shouldn't waste food." With considerable force, Ophis pummeled the cup straight through the man's mouth, destroying his teeth on the way and placing it securely inside. At this point, the man had already lost his consciousness from the amount of trauma his head had just received, and with a bloodied and devastated mouth, Ophis released him while being satisfied. At that moment, Ophis suddenly recalled Ika's words, "If you don't like someone and it's a man, then just kick him in his groin." With that in mind, Ophis looked at the downed adventurer and did a mental checklist. He was a man and she didn't like him, Humu. Since he was meeting the criteria, Ophis walked towards the man's groin and gave it a kick without thinking. Even with as much as she held back, the man still flew away for several tens of meters before hitting a stack of boxes. Now the unconscious man was frothing blood. Letting out a puff of air, Ophis didn't know what to do next after properly feeding the man the food which he wasted beforehand. In fact, it was just her usual spontaneous actions without thinking of the consequences. Even then, she still remembered Kisuke's words of her not being allowed to use her powers unless the situation was at the heavenly dragon level, but they came with exceptions, of course. Ophis was still allowed to use her physical strength, albeit, while holding back, if she didn't like something. Kisuke thought of setting the condition of when there's a threat, but he didn't trust Ophis' sense of crisis and just decided to go with the things she didn't like. At least, it wasn't easy for her to dislike something. In addition to those, Kisuke also told her about what would appear strange to others, like her not taking any damage after any weapons hit her and that she should avoid those at all costs to remain normal. So when she felt the incoming knives to her side, Ophis caught an arm in each of her hands. But since she was still not well versed in the art of holding back, the moment she gripped them, she instantly squeezed their muscles and broke the bones of her assailants. The two other companions of the now unconscious adventurer tried to assault Ophis secretly after shuddering from her threat and were now squirming and shrieking in pain as they tried to peel off Ophis' monstrous grip. Ahhhhhhh. While thinking about what to do next, a ball of fire suddenly flew over and hit Ophis squarely in the face. Yes. The last member of their group cheered when he saw that. But immediately after, his face contorted and he yelled in fear, "How?" The fire went out and Ophis was still in her thinking expression, unfazed. Since it was not a weapon, it flew under Ophis' radar and she didn't block it. If there was someone to blame, it would be Kisuke who didn't make it clear. "What are you?" yelled the panicking mage. Ophis didn't pay him any attention and continued on her contemplation while the owners of the arms she grabbed were already pale blue from the pain. Since he had to help his comrades getting away from this demonic little girl and she apparently wasn't giving him any time of the day, the mage decided to keep casting the only magic he knew, Fire Shot, an instant cast magic that didn't have much firepower. Every 2 seconds, a small ball of fire would fly out towards Ophis, but no matter how many times he casted his spell, it seemed that the little girl failed to notice its existence. This led him to falling into panic and made his concentration slip off. As a result, one of his fireballs flew past Ophis and towards the hurt blonde woman. "Jenna!" shouted the man with a mustache. The blonde woman, Jenna, saw the fireball and screamed in fright while closing her eyes and covering her head. But before the spell hit her, it miraculously fizzled out of existence. What? What happened? Asked the caster with great confusion. From afar, Claire's gray eyes were shining ever so slightly, but no one was able to take note of this. "Faiz-chan. Just throw them towards him," suggested Claire suddenly as she pointed towards the mage who was materializing his next magic. Without any hesitation and with a force that almost ripped the adventurer's arms off, Ophis threw them towards the casting mage like Claire had said to. As their bodies whipped through the air violently, the clash of flesh ended up pushing them away for several tens of meters, crashing into various debris and items on the way. All of those who were watching had their mouths wide open in shock, and a conservative estimate of the condition of the unsavory adventurer was at the very least numerous broken bones. At worst, they may not be able to move for the rest of their life. Although still not so sure of what she should do next, Ophis decided to return to her seat and continue to wait for the lost goddesses as if nothing had happened. Everyone in the vicinity could only watch in silence as the little girl walked back quietly when a blue-haired goddess suddenly snatched her off her feet and carried her away. On second glance, it was Artemis, and beside her was Hestia, who was surprisingly already carrying Claire on her back. After an unknown amount of time, the first one to get hold of himself was the mustached man, Joseph, as he immediately ran towards Jenna. "Hey! Jenna! Are you okay?" Jenna also woke up from shock and answered hurriedly, "Why yes. It still hurts, but I'm already fine." "But what was that?" Joseph became quiet. Soon after, the other stall keepers also started approaching them. Since their customers and the other adventurers already fled long ago, it was only them right here, Joseph. "What should we do?" "And to those guys?" Joseph closed his eyes in contemplation and recalled the distressed expressions of the goddesses who picked them up and remembered the little girl's interactions with everyone in the free market. He then opened his eyes and smiled widely. The little missies had already left long ago, and it was some random strong adventurer who had done these idiots in. Everyone was shocked at his statement, but soon after, they all looked at each other and a smile crept up their faces. "Ah, right. I was so shocked that an adventurer of his caliber would suddenly show up and beat these lowlifes half to death," said one of them. "But we couldn't identify him because of the hood he was wearing, but it looked like he was packing some muscles under his clothing," added another one. Soon enough, the story about a mysterious strong adventurer was brought to life and started spreading among the stall keepers. Not long after, guild officials arrived along with some people from the Ganesha familia, and they immediately saw the gruesome scene. "Someone please explain what happened." Chapter 647, A Girl with a Screw Loose in the Making. Returning back to the present, Sarafal accompanied Ophis and Claire to watch the bloodless war between Orario and Rakia. And although the stall keepers within the free market got together and decided to cover for the little girls, there were still a few adventurers and other people who had witnessed Ophis' actions, thus a legend after a strange rumor was born. Thanks to the stall keepers, however, no one could actually confirm this rumor, and those few who saw it couldn't believe it themselves. After losing interest in it, Sarafal decided to take Ophis and Claire back to the mansion and to make sure that Ophis wouldn't slip out from under her radar, to avoid another tragedy. On the way back, she could hear some adventurers talking about the strangeness between the Loki and Freya familias, as both of them hardly ever went out anymore from their respective homes and they didn't seem to be taking any missions from the guild. Although the Freya familia already did this, it was even rarer to see a Freya familia member on the streets or in the dungeon these days. These strange actions of the top two familias worried a lot of people, as they thought that they would be in a war soon, even if the guild reassured them that it was highly unlikely. It didn't help that intense training could be heard from their respective training grounds that would go on for days, which was also highly unlikely. A month has already passed since Kisuke had saved Line within the Gnosis, and currently, Line was buried within a mountain of books, trying to understand each and every one of them. Thanks to the magic glasses that Kisuke had created, it would take Line only a few minutes to go through a book and memorize it. However, understanding its contents was another story, as it still depended on the reader's comprehension. The topic within these books mainly focused on magic, key, anatomy, biology, basic subjects on the soul, and basic sciences and maths. Although she couldn't understand most of it, the topics were of her interests, and that resulted in her going through more than 1,000 books multiple times in an attempt to commit it to her subconscious so that she could easily pull out information from it whenever needed. Of course, this wouldn't be possible with just Kisuke's magical glasses, which could let college students go through their entire course materials in just a day. It was also thanks to his candies, which replenished her energy and refreshed her mind, that it was possible for her to go through the whole day with just an hour of sleep. Naturally, reading books, studying and practicing magic wasn't the entirety of Line's activities, as she was also there to clean up Kisuke's messes and to remind him of the time, while also helping him with some random clerical jobs that Kisuke couldn't be bothered to do. But slowly, due to both of them having no downtime, Kisuke's lousy habit of forgetting his surroundings started to rub off on Line, and the latter didn't even notice it, as she really enjoyed and was addicted to learning non-stop with a clear head thanks to the variety of knowledge not known to this world, especially anatomy and biology. Line was actually a little afraid of how the authors of these books were able to get such detailed information about the body and other living beings. With an alarm going off, Line immediately got off her chair. It's time to cook lunch. After half an hour, Line had finished cooking and took it straight towards Kisuke's lab. Knocking on the door, Line said, "Lunch is ready." From the inside, Kisuke's voice could be heard, "Oh. So it's that time of the day. Come in. Excuse me," she said, and after opening the door, the first thing that met Line's sight was a mountain of crumpled and torn-up papers strung across the large room. Line came into this room multiple times a day, but it was always like this whenever she came in. After placing the food beside Kisuke, who was drawing some sort of diagram, Line started cleaning up. Setting aside what he was doing right now, Kisuke opened the cover of his food and saw a simple but warm and filling lunch. Even though he didn't need it, Kisuke very much appreciated Line's efforts, as this was one way to keep his mind connected to reality and to not lose himself in his search for the answers he sought. "Thanks as always. Please stop saying that." "It's me who should be thankful," replied Line as she carefully picked up fully crumpled or torn apart papers while not touching papers that were only slightly damaged. "You saved me that day, so this is the least I can do." Why do we keep repeating this conversation?" After swallowing a mouthful of food, Kisuke replied, "You're the one who keeps repeating it. I'm just thanking you for the food and work you're doing, which is something everyone should do, regardless of whether or not you are doing it for free or for something else. You're neither my slave nor my servant." "Ugh," Line froze for a moment, "but I'm your student." "That's different." Should I call you teacher or master?" "Please don't." By the time Kisuke finished eating, Line was also done cleaning up. "I'll also leave the documents here to you. Sorted out into 3 separate parts and encoded in the terminal, right?" Line then took a peek at the documents she had to work on and noticed a few things, "But I still don't know how to put these drawings in. Just focus on the data for now." "I'll teach you how to do it later," answered Kisuke before he walked towards the center of the room, where a large white tank stood, and started manipulating the terminal on it. The first time Line saw these pieces of equipment, she was in awe and thought that she was in an entirely different world. But she soon got used to it and learned how to use the so-called personal computer or workstation with the help of Kisuke, though she could only do very limited things. Within the room, all sorts of unknown machines were producing various lights aside from the large tank. Line wanted to ask what those things did, but decided against it. And even after studying all the things from the books, she could only understand a small part of the documents she worked on, and it was about anatomy. After doing her work, Line cleaned up the table before picking up the utensils that Kisuke used before leaving through the door. "Kisuke-san. I'll be leaving. You'll be practicing magic after this, isn't it?" "Yes. I'll be practicing barrier-type magic for today," replied Line. "I'll have some free time later, so I'll help you out." Line's eyes widened in excitement. "Really? Thank you very much. I'll look forward to it." In response, Kisuke just waved his hand. After thanking him again, Line completely left the room with light steps. She was happy because every time Kisuke helped her out, her progress would shoot forward. She wanted him to teach her more so that she could be more useful to him, but Line was already satisfied with Kisuke's short and occasional tutoring. Kisuke, on the other hand, could spare more time to teach Line magic, but he thought that it'd be better for someone like her to learn on her own first and just guide her enough so that she wouldn't fall into bad habits of magic control that could hinder her progress. And after a few sessions, Kisuke knew that his decision was correct, as Line would always think on her own and innovate depending on her observations. In fact, her progress was far beyond Kisuke's expectations, especially on the topic of healing magic. Of course, it wasn't just about Line's talent, but also Kisuke's stance of leaving her to her own devices that most teachers wouldn't even consider, as it might accidentally kill their students. Since Kisuke was letting her learn magic on her own, Line would also experiment with it, and most of the time, the result was her magic running amok and exploding, injuring herself. Despite knowing the result would end up like that, Kisuke didn't give her a single warning. As Kisuke wouldn't even heal her, Line had to do it herself, which resulted in her acquiring more proficiency. And sometimes, if she was feeling adventurous, she would experiment with her healing magic, resulting in more accidents. But thanks to those experiences, Line could learn a lot more rather than just following what the book said. If Sarafal could see this, she'd immediately stop this, as Line was inheriting the worst habits of a magic user. Instead of a magic user, this was the habit of a researcher, which was incredibly dangerous if applied to magic learning. Hence, their daily lives within this isolated space continued in peace. Chapter 648, A Contact from Afar. More than a month and a half ever since Kisuke started his grind, he and Line finally emerged from the underground hideout. Stretching his arms out, Kisuke uttered, "Finally. Some fresh air." Meanwhile, Line was still lost in her thoughts. More than a month has already passed. But it felt so short. Even though I'm awake 23 hours a day. Kisuke then patted her back. "Stop thinking about it. You'll still be continuing this kind of lifestyle, won't you? But you only gave me a month worth of those refreshing candies. It isn't good to rely on those in the long run. However, if you have enough magic control, you can try refreshing yourself with magic. It's a lot safer than depending on external factors. That's what I'm using, and I technically only need sleep once every few months. Besides, you have to keep the normal rhythm of your life, so even if you can do it, you have to refrain from it unless you're in a rush or something." Line's eyes widened in realization and she said, "I see. I understand. I'll remember your words." Kisuke smiled and added, "That's good enough. By the way, what are you going to do next?" Line smiled widely and replied, "I'd like to go back for now." "Is that so? Then send my regards to Loki-sama and the others." "I will. Thank you very much for all the things you've done. I'll be sure to return this favor someday." "Don't mention it. If you want to do anything else, then take the healer position within Sona-chan's party. That's the reason I gave you extensive knowledge about healing, and that would be enough. I'll be sure to let Loki-sama permit it." Line then bowed down before Kisuke before turning around and running away. While watching her back, Kisuke suddenly recalled something and yelled, "Another thing. Don't let that high elf boss you around. Aside from magic power and experience, you're better than her." Line stopped momentarily and turned around, chuckling at Kisuke's joke, and took it as a motivation. That can't be. Riveria-sama is the greatest mage in Urahara, after all." As Line resumed leaving, Kisuke could only smile wryly and muttered, "I wonder what face that overly serious elf would make. Too bad, I have to go home now." Making a detour through the free market, Kisuke got some snacks on the way to munch on. There were some adventurers and people who were pointing at him and commenting on his reappearance, but he ignored all of them. In any case, none of them seemed to have the courage to approach him. "But what's this caretaker of devils?" he asked internally after a few of them mentioned it. "Looks like some fun things happened after I left," he concluded, and went on his way towards the Hearth Manor. However, before he could arrive at his destination, Kisuke received a call from Yuruchi and immediately turned into an empty alleyway before answering, "Yo. Yuruchi-chan. How are you and Kuroka?" From the magic circle that appeared beside his right ear, Yuruchi's voice could be heard. "From the sound of your voice, you're finally out." Kisuke chuckled and replied, "You know me so well. I was able to finish Medusa's body, but I wasn't able to do much for the other objectives. The information is too little and the opponent is too strong for a direct confrontation." Kisuke's eyes then became sharp. "But since you're calling me, you've got some discoveries." "Yes. Although it took us a very long time to locate a certain spot, and while we weren't able to detect anything out of ordinary from it," Bayako reacted. "I think that warrants our attention and further investigation. It's your lovely feline friend that brought us into this situation, so it must be something. Have you heard anything from him?" "None. And I think this is already weird. There must be some clauses that prevented Bayako from saying anything regarding this world when he agreed on a contract with this chaos. That's a good point and may likely be the case. All right. After I give Medusa her body, I'll be going there." "Got it. I'll prepare the end node of the teleportation magic. And by the way, Kuroka and I have been very frustrated this past month due to some problems. Get ready to take some of that heat off." "Ahem. I'll be sure to prepare." "All right. We'll be expecting you soon." Yuruchi then hung up the phone. Kisuke also thought that he wanted to lose some heat as he exited the empty alleyway, so he became a bit excited, thinking about what kind of toys he should bring. However, the moment he got near their home, Kisuke immediately noticed prying eyes from the shadows watching the manor. A dead person. Interesting. For now, Kisuke ignored it and went inside the manor, arriving where everyone seems to have gathered. "I'm home." The first one to greet him was his ever-so-short goddess as she launched herself towards him, gripping him like a rope with her arms. "Kisuke-kun. Welcome home." Patting her head, Kisuke replied, "I'm home, Hestia-sama. Welcome home." Aika soon followed, and then the rest except for Sona, Ophis, and Claire. Upon closer inspection, a hooded figure could be seen behind Sona, hiding in fear. Of course, Kisuke already took note of this presence but didn't say anything until now. "Good afternoon to you, guest from the dungeon. Please be at ease. No one's going to hurt you here." "Hi." A small voice came from the hooded figure and made her body smaller behind Sona after Kisuke addressed her. "Don't scare her, will you?" Sona glared at Kisuke. She also noted that Kisuke seems to be already aware of the true nature of their guest. Ahaha, sorry about that, but I would like to hear her story. Everyone sat down, but the hooded figure never left Sona's side. Ophis and Claire on the other hand were also very curious about her, especially the former, sitting beside her, and poking her occasionally. But before she spoke, Sona first removed the hood of their guest, revealing a little girl with amber eyes and long silver blue hair with some scales on her face. She also has a red stone in the center of her forehead in addition to her bluish-white skin pigment, signifying that she isn't a human. A Vuivra, huh? Muttered Kisuke as it confirmed one of his suspicions regarding the dungeon. Yes. We came across her when we were returning to the surface, replied Sona. She then started to tell Kisuke what happened when they were returning from the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 649, Tanis. On their way home, on the 19th floor, it was Kaneko who noticed it first. With her ears suddenly perking up and tail swaying, she muttered, "Someone ahead, a monster." Sona, Aika, and Medusa immediately caught the strangeness in Kaneko's words and tone. "Let's go check it out," Sona commanded. But after a few seconds, Kaneko suddenly said with urgency, "Not good. It's being attacked by a firebird." Immediately, Sona gave out instructions, "Aika, Kaneko, go ahead first and secure the area." In an instant, Aika and Kaneko disappeared from their spots and reappeared 10 meters away before disappearing again out of sight. The moment Aika and Kaneko arrived at the scene, the firebird was just about to peck a strange little girl to death with its beak. But with her long reach, Aika was able to decapitate the monster, turning it into ash and leaving a magic stone. With the monster out of the way, Aika and Kaneko first searched the surroundings and noted several monsters and adventurers in the area, but none of them seemed to be coming over to this spot as of now. Finally, they were able to take a closer look at the strange naked little girl. "A Vuivra, isn't it?" Aika commented. "But she doesn't have a tail nor wings," Kaneko added. The two of them then became quiet and stared at the injured and crying monster with obvious fear within her eyes. "Kaneko-chan. For starters, lend her your robe. You might already know this, but although she looks like a monster, she isn't one," Aika uttered. Kaneko nodded and took her robe before placing it over her while Aika took out some potions from her pouch, intending to use it on the monster's injuries. At that point, Sona and the rest arrived. As they heard the situation from Aika and Kaneko, a group of adventurers suddenly turned in their direction towards them and hurriedly closed their distance. "Save the potion for later and cover her up tightly," Sona directed. Soon enough, they heard the aforementioned adventurers shouting at each other, "Where did it go? That Vuivra." At their voices, the strange little girl visibly flinched and made her body look smaller. Not long after, the adventurers arrived at their spot and started questioning them rudely. "Did you lot see a Vuivra around here?" Sona, while fixing her glasses, answered unceremoniously, "If we did, we would have hunted it ourselves. Such a rare monster, why did you think we would let it go?" The bald leader immediately snapped at her and yelled, "That's our prey." On the other hand, Sona remained calm and collected. "Then you should hurry along. We're not the only ones with such sentiment within the dungeon." Clicking his tongue, the leader turned in another direction while saying, "Let's go." The bald adventurer wanted to attack them, but securing the Vuivra is at the top of their priority, so he left quietly after taking note of their identities. After they left, Sona approached the little girl. Crouching down, Sona reached out to her hood but momentarily stopped when she flinched at her arms again. Continuing her action, Sona unraveled her face. Staring at her most prominent feature, which is the red gem on her forehead, for a moment, Sona proceeded to look straight into her terror-filled watery eyes. Seeing her eyes clear from any madness that took over the usual monsters and intelligence and will that wasn't present in any of them, Sona smiled gently as she offered her hand. "Do you want to come with us? We'll keep you safe." As far as they're concerned, this little girl was a person, just with an unusual form. Hesitation then filled the girl's eyes, but with a moment of courage, she took Sona's hand. After helping her stand up, Sona continued, "Good. Let's go home. And by the way, my name is Sona." "Sona." The little girl suddenly repeated her words, which shocked all of them. "I see. So you can speak." "Yes, I'm Sona. And that's how we met our little friend here." Sona finished her story. Kisuke then faced the little girl who's hugging Sona's arm and said, "My, isn't that wonderful? Mind telling us your name, little miss?" The little girl hid further behind Sona's back while Ophis was still poking her side. "Sona." Sona chuckled and patted her head. "That's my name." "As expected." "She doesn't have a name, huh?" Hestia muttered as she curiously looked around her. Even for deities like her and Artemis, this is the first time they'd ever heard of a talking monster. All of a sudden, Ophis suddenly spoke, "Tanis." Everyone looked at her with confusion, but Ophis didn't mind their stares and added, "You shall be known as Tanis." The little girl looked at her and tilted her head while repeating, "Ta-nis." "Umo." Ophis nodded her head and reiterated, "You shall be named Tanis." "My own name. Tanis." The little girl first stared at Ophis for a few seconds before smiling happily. Tanis. Everyone smiled at this exchange and decided to go with Ophis's name. Unexpectedly, however, a black magic circle, bearing the symbol of infinity and brimming with unknown power, suddenly emerged in front of Tanis before shrinking and melding into the red gem on her forehead. From Kisuke's perspective, the moment this transpired, the indistinct connection between and the dungeon Tanis was suddenly cut off, followed by an earthquake. What's happening? Hestia immediately grabbed onto something to maintain her balance, but this didn't alleviate her concerns. Meanwhile, Kisuke continued watching with great interest as Ophis let out a satisfied grunt and Tanis went through some small changes. The blue scales around her body became pitch black and the red gem on her forehead turned bright purple with an additional design as if a constellation of stars was trapped within it. By accepting the name granted by the dragon god, this little dragon girl has irreversibly severed her connection from her origin and changed her fate forever. Tanis, meaning serpent lady. It seems like Ophis wanted to train and watch this dragon grow. A dragon of a different world, Kisuke thought with an amused expression. Although he understood what had just happened, he has no intention of telling it to everyone. After all, this will be one of their challenges, but it looks like I have to give new reminders to Ophis since she'll probably want to get involved one way or another if another incident were to occur. A few minutes before the earthquake, Uranus on his pedestal was facing his right-hand man, Fels. A monster endowed with intelligence has made contact with a group of adventurers and has left Babel, Fels reported while looking through his surveillance orb. And who are these adventurers, Fels? Asked Uranus. The Hestia and Artemis familia, answered Fels before adding, for better or for worse, both of these familias has gained too much attention in town with all sorts of strange rumors circulating around. Uranus didn't say anything in return for a few seconds before closing his eyes and muttering, I want to determine whether they'll become their hope or not. Fels wanted to say something when the ground started shaking. This is. Uranus was also shocked and focused his attention and power on the dungeon. My prayers haven't been broken. But what's this? The dungeon is remorseful, but also glad. Chapter 650, A Gift to Medusa. The earthquake soon stopped, but it was soon followed by roars of the monsters from the dungeon which was heard even on the surface. Due to this sudden occurrence, the guild immediately issued an emergency response that evacuated all normal people from the vicinity of the Tower of Babel. The adventurers within the dungeon also came rushing out due to this strange event, and although none of them were attacked or came across a monster party, the guild still called out to the Loki, Freya, and Ganesha familias to surround and scout the dungeon. This is really strange. It's not that long ago when the monsters started rampaging and now it's happening again. Did the dungeon go through some unknown changes? Shakti asked herself while running with her response team. On the way, she saw Alan Frommel and the Gulliver brothers rushing through the crowd on her right side while Bet Loga, Ace Wallenstein, Tiona, and Tioni Hiriot came rushing in from her left side as all of them arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. But as soon as they arrived, the cry of the monsters stopped and everything went quiet inside of the dungeon. With these three familias in the lead, they would investigate and guard the dungeon for a whole day without discovering anything. On the Hearth Manor's side, the moment the monster's cry stopped, the girls looked around, only to discover the changes in the little dragon girl now called Tanis, with Ophis making a satisfied face while Kisuke was smirking while looking at them. What just happened? Asked Irina. Kisuke stood up and said, nothing major, just Ophis-chan making a new friend. If the dungeon shakes every time someone makes a friend, then the world would end. Hestia retorted. But Kisuke just shook her off and said, well, no matter. It'll be up to you what to do with her since I'll be leaving again soon. With a deep frown, Hestia asked, where are you going this time and what are you going to do? There are some developments on Yoruchi and Kuroka's side, so they asked me to come. Can't take it easy, huh? Artemis commented with a wry smile. There's just that much that needs to be done. Though after this, let's hang out again and play somewhere. Then that's a promise. Hestia smiled widely. Kaneko suddenly appeared at his side before tugging his shirt and asking, Kisuke-senpai. Are you going to leave right away? Patting her head, Kisuke answered, not right away. I still have to check on Medusa's condition, so I'll stay for dinner. Then I'll prepare the dinner for tonight, Aquino proposed. I'll help you out. Irina added. Grabbing Claire, Ophis and Tanis, Sarafal put forward, we're going to take a long nice bath. Before leaving the room with the kids. Sona looked around for a moment before deciding, looks like those who are free can do some investigation regarding Tanis. Let's split up and gather some information. There are bound to be some sort of rumors regarding the talking monsters. Be careful, though. We know some adventurers are targeting Tanis and we might have come under their radar after this encounter, so steer clear from suspicious individuals for now. I can transform into a cat so I can investigate suspicious places, Kaneko said as she raised her hand. I can't do anything complicated, so I'll just loiter around the guild, Aika added. Sona nodded and said, I'll use illusion magic to gather information from intel hubs disguised as pubs. She then looked towards Hestia and Artemis. What about you, Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama? Hestia and Artemis looked at each other before the former said, "Guess I'll go ask Hephaestus about it." "If that's the case, then I'll arrange a meeting with Mayak and Takamikazuchi. Maybe they know something." "All right. Let's leave now so we can return for dinner later. Don't be late." While walking through the streets, going towards the underground hideout, Kisuke asked Medusa, "How are you feeling these days?" "I'm fine, but the strange feeling that I can't describe still hasn't disappeared. It used to be occasional bursts of this feeling, but after I took the medicine that you sent, it became a constant thing." "Can you tell me what's this?" "Those medicines aren't cures, nor are they there to alleviate your symptoms. In the first place, you don't have any illnesses that need to be cured. I gave you these things to stabilize you after diagnosing your condition. But for further detail, I'll leave it out for now until we're done. I have a surprise prepared for you, but if the conditions are right, there are multiple ones, so look forward to it." Medusa was curious and confused but decided not to ask any further. "Okay. Just please be gentle." Kisuke's mouth twitched and said, "Don't make it sound like I'm about to do something rough to you." Chuckling, Medusa continued, "I don't mind if you do, though. And by the way, this offer is only available for you." After spending her time with everyone, Medusa had become bolder and bolder. A change that made Kisuke feel complicated. I will certainly miss that shy bookworm. In the end, Kisuke chose to not reply, making Medusa a bit disappointed. Nevertheless, she already expected this, so she didn't mind it very much. She already noticed that the first step with Kisuke is always hard and even became harder as the number of women who had already crossed the line with him increased. Even then, she won't be giving up anytime soon, not for several eons, at least. Arriving at their destination, Kisuke's laboratory, Kisuke asked Medusa to enter the pod in front of her after taking off all of her clothing. Medusa quietly followed his instructions. She didn't even have the time to blush as she saw the seriousness of Kisuke's expression, concluding that this operation is of paramount importance. Before closing the pod, Kisuke added, "Medusa. No matter what happens, please trust me and don't resist." In response, Medusa smiled gently at him. "This life could be said yours. If I couldn't trust you, then I could trust no one." With a wry smile, Kisuke retorted, "Your life is yours and no one else's. The same with your decisions, it should be yours and only yours." Covering her mouth and giggling, Medusa replied, "I knew you would say that, so please let me say this. Please take care of me. If possible, forever. If you intended to hang out with me for that long, then I couldn't possibly refuse someone like you. With that said, I'll ask you to take care of me in the future too, and maybe some other people." Medusa was stunned for a moment before gleefully smiling. "That's the best I could hope for." Nothing else was needed to say for now, so Kisuke closed the pod and started the operation to return her to her physical body. With her new body, the promised bright future also awaited the pseudo-goddess that was wronged for several millennia for being in a certain type of situation which she had no control over. Chapter 651, The First Proper Reunion. A few hours later, Kisuke sighed in relief as he peered into the transparent cultivation pod. Inside it was a blue liquid that could sustain life, and floating in it was Medusa in her previous form. Looks like it's a success. But from here on, the next couple of things will just be speculations. Waiting for a few more minutes, Kisuke drained the liquid from the pod and caught Medusa, before placing her on a bed and putting a blanket over top of her. Since it'll take an hour more for Medusa's body and soul to stabilize, Kisuke started cleaning up while taking note of her vitals. After the wait, Medusa slowly opened her eyes and immediately recalled the extreme discomfort she had when the mana that composed her body started disintegrating. Soon after, she noticed a big change in her body. The change was so big that her drowsiness instantly disappeared as she hurriedly stood up to look at her arms. Clenching and unclenching her fist, Medusa finally figured out what had happened. Flesh and blood. "Yep, but for now, you should wear some clothes. It's really distracting." From the side, Kisuke's frivolous voice sounded. Medusa looked at him with a dumbfounded expression and saw him handing over a robe. She looked down and saw her mature body without a single covering. Although she'd already prepared herself, she still couldn't help getting embarrassed. With a blushing face, Medusa grabbed the blanket with her right hand and the robe Kisuke offered with her left hand. Thank you." Kisuke waited for her to get dressed before adding, "After that, please do control your magic power. Your eyes have become extremely potent in your current state. It's getting harder to move." Since she still wasn't used to her new body, she thought that the mana being consumed was still for her to maintain her body. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Medusa retorted as she tried to control her beautiful gem-like purple eyes. However, due to her excessively powerful eyes, Medusa failed to even cut off the flow of magic power. "Please wait. I'm going to cast my Breaker Gorgon. I can't control it now that I have my real eyes." "No need. I just asked you to control it to see if you could at least mitigate its effects." Kisuke then took out a pair of glasses and handed it over to Medusa. "These are your pair of glasses, but I enhanced its sealing effect to adjust with your eyes." Medusa received the glasses and immediately put them on. In an instant, her glowing eyes dimmed and the effects of her petrification disappeared. "Thank you. But how were you able to reconstruct my body?" As far as I know, nothing was left of my original body. Did you construct this from nothing? Of course not. That would only create unnecessary problems for you. I got lucky and got a hold of your eye, which was apparently being traded. In addition to that, Athena gave me a few drops of your blood and some extracted divine powers that she intended to use for research. After all, your existence is technically a miracle, replied Kisuke. With just that. You really are amazing. With your ability, those gods would be swarming at you with all sorts of requests. Too bad for them. I don't accept any requests and only do things out of my own self-interest and necessity. But seriously, though, your eyes are much more amazing than I had initially thought. I had assumed that the most complicated thing I'd handle for a long time was souls and dragons, but I never thought that your eyes would give me a headache. Medusa put her hand on her face and asked, are they really that special? They are. Instead of operating on logical magic, they actually use a concept as a law changer. In other words, your petrification is a unique ability that projects its own idea, petrification, to the real world that can't be easily replicated through magic. Due to that uniqueness, there's actually no other way to block it aside from using greater energy to resist it. At least 3 times of what you're using at full power. And finally, I'm sure as hell that I wouldn't be able to reconstruct your eyes if I was not able to get hold of the original. Even if I had your full body intact and analyzed how your eyes work with your mana-manifested body. If those from the Seriitii heard of this, especially Mayuri, they would be shocked at his claims. Of course, Medusa didn't know of his reputation and just accepted his words as her eyes were a bit more special than the rest. Medusa looked down at her body again and said, couldn't you make me smaller? I could, but thanks to the unexpected complexity of the reconstruction, I could only reconstruct your body as the last form it took just to be safe. Since you also have Ophus's power within your divine core, I had to add a bit of her blood into your body to properly contain it, adding to the complexity. Although Medusa was extremely grateful for what Kisuke had done for her, the fact that her ideal form was lost in the process disappointed her. Kisuke guessed what she's thinking and added with a smile, don't get too down. Since you have Ophus's power and blood within you, it also means you also have some if not very limited access to her abilities, especially her ability to take any form. In your case, the most you can do with sufficient practice is change the apparent age of your body. Medusa's eyes gleamed in excitement, I'll do my hardest. But before that, you'll have to deal with what's to come first, any moment now. Medusa tilted her in confusion at Kisuke's mysterious words, what's going to happen? All of a sudden, the divine power from her divine core burst out, covering the entire room, what's happening? Medusa held her chest as she alarmingly asked Kisuke. But the latter just smiled and said, it wasn't just your blood and divine power that I got from Athena, but also 2 other extracted divine powers. What? Before Medusa could fully understand what he meant, however, she suddenly heard a yawn in her head. This yawn caused Medusa to freeze in place as her distant memory resurfaced and recalled the owner of that voice, Stheno, Nisama. She muttered the name of her older sister. From the depths of her consciousness, the voice replied with a touch of lethargicness, Medusa. Hearing that, tears started falling from Medusa's eyes as she yelled in extreme delight, Stheno Nisama. At that point, another voice resounded, HMMMPH. Yawn. What is it? So noisy. Although the second voice was almost the same as the first one, Medusa instantly identified it. Urahara Nisama. Geez. So noisy. Do you really have to shout every time? My ears are ringing, Stheno complained while making noises as if she's stretching. I'm still tired, so I'm going back to sleep. Wake me up when the breakfast is ready. The carefree Urahara, on the other hand, wanted to go back to blissful rest. This isn't the time to be joking around, Urahara Nisama. Medusa raised her voice even further. While all of this was happening, Kisuke quietly exited the room to give them some time alone. The first proper reunion of the sisters after several eons, he doesn't want to disturb it. Chapter 652, A New Woman. Half an hour had passed before Medusa exited the room with puffy eyes, only to see Kisuke grinning at her, looks like you had a good time. Medusa ran towards him and gave him a tight hug, it was great. Kisuke returned the hug and said, I see that my efforts were worth it. Your efforts are worth my dreams. Medusa's hug tightened even further and she whispered, thank you. Kisuke smiled at her heartfelt gratitude and patted her head gently, you're very much welcome. The two stayed like that for a few more minutes before Kisuke proposed, let's go home. They're probably waiting. Medusa separated from him and nodded with a smile, MMM. While Medusa was getting dressed, Kisuke contemplated if he should hide her appearance, but decided against it immediately after. Those at the top of the hierarchy will most certainly recognize her, but if I ask her to hide when she had done nothing wrong and most of her life was already hiding from others, it doesn't seem right. I'll just deal with the consequences later. With a typical adventurer's attire, Medusa came out and the two of them went up to the surface. But the moment they are about to get out of the abandoned church, Medusa suddenly stopped and asked, am I going out like this? Some people would instantly recognize me. You don't have to think about them. If they confront you, tell them to send all their complaints my way. I'll deal with it. Medusa couldn't help but smirk and say, I don't think any of them will be complaining, but if they need something from me, then I'll send them your way. Thanks for the trouble. Tapping his chest, Kisuke declared, I'm the captain, after all. Although it was already night, the streets were still lively as adventurers were just coming back from their hunt and celebrating their success. But even if they were far away, they could immediately recognize the infamous captain of the rising familia. However, their glances only stayed on him for a split second before their attention was caught by the unknown individual beside him. Hey! Did they always have someone like her? One of the adventurers asked his comrades. If they did, there's no way I wouldn't know someone like her. One of them answered. Walking through the streets beside Kisuke, Medusa was having a different perspective, not just because of the height difference, but also the burdenless feeling of not having a body to constantly maintain. With a breath of fresh air, she could see and feel everything brighter and warmer. Due to that, she couldn't help but look around more with a bright smile on her face. But thanks to her not minding her surroundings, Medusa was unaware of her lethal allure to those around her, be it man or woman, mortal or deity. The adventurer attire couldn't hide her alluring figure. Her breathtaking, glistening purple hair that reflected the night's light reaching to her knees. Her purple gem-like eyes that enchanted anyone who saw them. And finally, all these prominent features, matching her captivating beauty, were collated and exponentially refined by the elegance in her movements. Although imperfect, Medusa was still a goddess that was born from the congregated idea of an ideal idol. Even most of the goddesses of beauty would envy her idealness. As to not give everyone around them any ideas, Kisuke grinned and said, Medusa-chan, grab my arm. At that point, Medusa finally took note of the odd atmosphere and the silence around her. She then smiled brightly and happily accepted Kisuke's offer to declare that she's off limits, let's go home. Passing through the market area, the pair left everyone with a dumbfounded expression. Before long, Kisuke and Medusa could hear the yells of resentment and jealousy targeted at a certain somebody. Now your reputation has become even greater. Isn't that nice? Oh ho ho, these kinds of resentment and envy are food for my well-being. It's so nice to be me. We're home. Kisuke shouted as the two of them entered through the front door and went straight towards the living room. Everyone was having a discussion on what was the next step they should do regarding Tanis, but they abruptly stopped when they saw Medusa. Medusa-kun. Did you walk through the streets looking like that? Hestia asked as she knew the effect she would have, not just on mortal men, but also deities. Wait. That's Medusa. As this was the first time she'd seen her like this, Artemis asked in surprise. Ah. Right. We forgot to tell you, but this is her real appearance. Though I can tell you that something else is different with you. What happened? Hestia asked as she squinted her eyes at Medusa. She noticed that something is different about her. But Kisuke just brushed it off by saying, nothing's wrong with her. She's just a lot healthier now. Even though Hestia knew that there was something more to it, she chose to trust Kisuke and not ask any further questions. Is that so? Then that's great. But considering her appearance, I can guess why it was so noisy outside. Akino then clapped her hands, gathering their attention. Let's talk about this later. For now, let's go to the dining hall. Everything is already prepared. That night, Medusa's existence would spread throughout the whole of Orario, and after hearing about her features, some of the adventurers would recognize her. Within the Twilight Manor, everyone was just returning from guarding the dungeon until they heard a commotion outside. What's going on? Asked Finn as he thought that it might be related to the dungeon. Raoul came back while making a strange face and reported, the commotion was apparently about Kisuke Urahara having a new woman that could be compared to a goddess of beauty. At this news, Riveria, who was also in the room, unconsciously frowned, and Finn and Gareth instantly took note of this. Finn decided to ignore this and asked Raoul, that's not everything, isn't it? You're making a strange face. Raoul nodded, yes. The problem lies in the description of the said woman. They say that she has purple hair reaching to knees and has gem-like purple eyes. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth instantly understood what Raoul was trying to say. Gareth faced Finn and asked, do you think she's the same person? Since she's related to that man, then we can safely assume she is. Finn was still skeptical with Kisuke and Ko's real abilities as he hadn't seen them directly in battle. But it's a different story with Medusa, as he'd already witnessed how she slaughtered monsters even faster than Otter during the moon incident. I wonder why she revealed herself at this time, Finn muttered before facing Raoul again and saying, gather more information regarding her, but don't go too deep. You understood. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, Pandemonium. The next day, Kisuke set off after doing what he'd wanted to accomplish. Seeing him off from the gates of Orario, Kisuke got on his motorbike, this time with a proper helmet. Of course, this wasn't for him but for the eyes that were watching him. Setting up a safety right now would help the distribution and development of magic-powered vehicles. After getting to a certain distance from Orario, Kisuke got off and put the motorbike and helmet in his personal space before giving Yuruchi and Kuroka the cue for the long-distance teleportation. Since this was their first time teleporting from a very long distance, it didn't hurt to be careful of any accidents that may happen. A few seconds later, Kisuke reappeared within a damp but shallow cave. "Thou whom has summoned me, what is thy hope?" Kisuke first greeted his summoners. Stepping in front of him with a big grin, Yuruchi replied, "I want my dose of Kisukinium." Smiling similarly, Kisuke replied, "Thy hope shall be granted." Without any further ado, Yuruchi proceeded to assault his lips with hers for a long few seconds before letting go of him, satisfied. "So what's the price of my wish?" Kisuke then grabbed her shoulders and said after kissing her forehead, "Your whole life, I suppose." But before Yuruchi could say anything back, Kuroka from the side feigned a cough. "Please don't make me watch something so cheesy and corny, Naya. I've had enough of those afternoon TV series." "Fair point, but don't you want your Kisukinium replenished too?" asked Yuruchi. Kuroka became silent for a moment before answering, "I'll have mine later, Naya." At that response, Yuruchi chuckled, "Despite how you look and always act, you really are surprisingly innocent. Guh. Leave me alone, Naya." At this moment, Kisuke knew that he had to be assertive as he couldn't just let his girls initiate everything. Stepping towards her, Kisuke gave Kuroka a quick peck on her forehead before patting her head. "Good work out there." Kuroka was stunned for a moment, but immediately after, without any words, she stepped forward and hugged Kisuke. After about half a minute of replenishing her Kisukinium, Kuroka let go of him, feeling refreshed. "Let's get out of this stuffy place, Naya. It's more interesting outside." Yuruchi and Kuroka then led Kisuke to the outside, which was a forest. Taking a large breath, Kisuke immediately took note of a few things. The sea breeze coming from the north and the lively noises from the south. Leading the way south, Yuruchi explained, "Around this area, there are 4 significant territories, 3 of which are managed by 1 or 2 familias, while the last one is similar to Orario after disregarding a few things. The place we're heading right now is that city similar to Orario, Pandemonium, Naya," Kuroka added. "My, what a wonderfully grim name." "I like it," Kisuke commented with interest. All of a sudden, they halted their steps as a few creatures suddenly emerged from the woods. These creatures are similar to the weakest monster on the upper floor of the dungeon back in Orario, but their skin was actually blue, and they had gill-like slits in their necks. Of course, like any other monsters they met, they were brimming with hostility and their eyes were clouded by madness. As they lunged towards Kisuke, Yuruchi, and Kuroka, roots from the ground suddenly entangled them and started pulling them towards different directions, resulting in monsters being torn into several pieces, before turning into ash and leaving behind magic stones. "Oh. Your senjutsu has improved significantly," Kisuke remarked. He hardly noticed the movements in the ki from the surroundings. If it was done further away from him, he could have completely missed it. Feeling proud of her achievements, Kuroka thumped her chest. "Of course. I never slacked off, Naya." The group resumed their steps as Yuruchi further explained, "Those things are called sea goblins. As you can tell, they're just goblins, but they've adapted to be underwater." Kisuke caught the mood behind Yuruchi's words, "So these are normal occurrences. It seems that the dungeon in these parts operates quite differently from what I know if monsters normally roam the surface." "Indeed, Naya. It's already strange that there are 5 entrances under the sea, but it's even stranger that even if you cover all of them, monsters would still reach the surface. Well, the dungeon is already a strange thing, so not much surprise there. We'll explain more about the dungeon later, but for now, let's go and have some lunch. I'm actually pretty famished." After saying that, Yuruchi dashed forward, leaving a trail of wind behind. Kuroka immediately followed after her, but first looked at the sky. Lunchtime, huh? At least 4 hours difference. While thinking of the interesting things he'd come across within this region, Kisuke followed the girls with a light smile on his face. After almost a quarter of an hour of traveling and escaping the sights of other people and monsters, the 3 reached a walled city that was approximately a little bigger than Orario. Contrary to its name, however, the city of Pandemonium seemed to be peaceful. As they approached, Kisuke noticed that before anyone could pass through the gates, it seemed that the guards were inspecting something from each individual, except for deities. "What are they checking for?" asked Kisuke. "They are checking for 3 kinds of cards. 1 for the normal citizens, 1 for those who intend to tackle the dungeon, and 1 for those who are from other nations but registered within the city. I mentioned that there are 4 major territories, right? Actually, you can't enter 3 of those without an invitation from the familia occupying it. For this city, however, instead of a single organization, a coalition of deities is actually managing it." From Yuruchi's words, Kisuke guessed that the relationship between these 4 players isn't good enough for people to enter their territories freely. While these 3 separated familia are the strongest in this region, with the Poseidon familia of Asoros having a level 8 mercenary, this city of Pandemonium is the one keeping this region alive by constantly supplying everything that was needed for daily living and dungeon explorations, added Yuruchi. Kisuke nodded in understanding. "I see. So this coalition of gods is controlling and monitoring their territory to a degree that they won't be caught off guard if one or two of these super strong familias decided to take over the city. For ambitious and power-hungry people, this city is a big piece of meat. But mercenary. They're adventurers, Naya, that's just how they call them in these parts, replied Kuroka. Soon enough the three of them reached the gates after queuing for about 10 minutes. Please show us your cards. Kuroka flashed her mercenary card first and then Yoruichi did before the latter pointed to Kisuke. This guy is with us. He'll be registering as a mercenary. Understood, one of the guards replied before taking out a metal card with a serial number inscribed on it and passed it to Kisuke. Take this to the mercenary guild to register. If this card doesn't reach the place today, you'll be put on a watch list and guards would try to detain you for questioning. So if possible, register first before doing anything else. Is it always this strict? Asked Kisuke. The guard nodded and said, it's necessary, especially since those from the Urahara familia are getting unreasonable these days. Must be tough. Thank you for the reminder and good luck with your work. The guard smiled at him and said, we're just doing our job and welcome to Pandemonium. Though with these two with you, you might not have a good time. After glancing at Yoruichi and Kuroka, the guard went away and entertained the person next in line. Kisuke didn't bother him and started walking towards the center of the city with Yoruichi and Kuroka. What's up with that? He asked. We're a bit famous, but nothing really worth mentioning, Yoruichi answered with a big grin. Seeing that, Kisuke immediately furrowed his brows. You've just thought of an amusing situation, didn't you? And let me guess, I'll be in it. But Yoruichi didn't answer and just whistled her way out. Chapter 654, Mercenary Guild. Walking through the lively streets, Kisuke immediately noticed one thing. While the deities roaming around were a bit fewer than those in Orario, everyone, except for very young children, seemed to have received a falna, regardless of their profession. Is it because the surroundings are too dangerous for normal people? After more than half an hour of walking, the three reached a wide, 3-story building, teeming with people of all races. With its large entrance, the traffic of people was non-stop. Different from the guild, however, the atmosphere inside was a bit heavier. The moment they entered the establishment, half of the people inside looked towards them, more specifically, at Yoruichi and Kuroka. Some of them glanced at Kisuke curiously but soon returned their sights to the girls. Ignoring these stares, Kisuke and Ko proceeded towards the receptionist desk. Behind it was an aged muscular man. He has brown hair with white stripes running along it and a thick mustache and beard of the same color. However, his most prominent feature is an eye-patched left eye with a long scar running along it from his forehead to his cheek. With the combination of this and his strict expression, he gave off a terrifying pressure and anyone who was weak-minded wouldn't even look at his right eye, much less approach him. Good day, I'd like to register. Obviously, his appearance didn't matter to Kisuke, who approached him with a big smile while passing the blank card that the guard gave him at the gates. Instead of replying, however, the man on the reception first looked around. He saw that there were other free receptionists and some of them were even beautiful girls. With an expression that said he couldn't care less, the man replied while resting his chin on his hand and yawning, "Go away. I'm busy." Too bad for him, he met an annoying and stubborn person who feared almost nothing. Sitting in front of the man, Kisuke continued as if he didn't hear the man's words, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kisuke Urahara. I need to fill out a form, right? Bring it here." The man stayed silent for a moment and stared at Kisuke, who was smiling at him. Clicking his tongue, he gave up and took out the form needed to register. He concluded that it'll be faster to finish his registration rather than bicker with him. The only required information is your name and your affiliation. What about my level? Asked Kisuke. Did those two not tell you anything? The man was referring to the girls that entered with him. Kisuke shook his head and said, "Nope, but since you're already entertaining me, please explain to me this whole mercenary business. It's my first time around this area." The man glared at Kisuke for a few seconds, but after noting that his smile couldn't be broken, the man scratched his head in frustration and annoyance. "So you already knew that I don't want to be disturbed. Just why did you have to come to my spot and interfere with my resting time? Don't mind it. I just thought that you're the most experienced one around here. And besides, I trust you more than those who are already making a stiff smile from doing a fake one all the time." Everyone around them heard his words and some of the receptionists glared at him for his words, but Kisuke just waved at them with a smile in response. "By the way, what's your name?" The man sighed and answered, "Varka. Just Varka. It may seem strange for an outsider like you, but it's common for people around here to not have a surname for obvious reasons. Due to the harshness of this place, isn't it? Looks like I'm already reaping the benefits of talking to you," replied Kisuke as he filled up his name and familia on the form. Varka snorted at him but continued speaking. "There aren't really any special reasons why level isn't required to be disclosed. First of all, there are cases where some people are too strong for their level while some are too weak. Another one is that hiding your strength or aces is generally a good practice, making it some sort of deterrence against your enemies, which is effective around these parts as many people don't get along very well." Kisuke finished his form with just his name and familia before passing it to Varka to let him have a look. "Hey. That means there are also tons of people out there pretending to be a sheep or a tiger. If they are weak and pretend to be strong, then they'll just be welcoming their death. If it's the opposite, it won't really be long until they reveal themselves. Varka received Kisuk's papers and commented, Hestia familia, huh? The same as those two I see. Since we don't have any information regarding this deity Hestia, we could only consider you a vagrant mercenary. How is that different from normal mercenaries? Nothing much. You just don't have preferential treatment as long as your deity doesn't show their face in the guild and register in the coalition of gods. I see. That's one way to force people with strong blessings and is just wandering to join one of the factions. The face of the two receptionists beside Varka stiffened when they heard Kisuk's words. Varka himself, however, just shrugged his shoulders as he filed Kisuk's paper. You're not wrong. Even those from the other three factions have better preferential treatment compared to outsiders like you. Inscribing the blank card that Kisuk got from the guard with the mercenary guild's insignia and the owner's name, Varka passed it back to Kisuk. Here. You will need it to leave and enter the city. If you lose it, you should report it immediately to get a new one, but for a certain price. To the side are missions you can take. Whether you die or succeed with those will depend on your judgment. If you want further information, ask your companions. They've been here for quite some time. And finally, we're done here, so get lost. Kisuk received the card back and said, Thank you. I'll come again, before turning his back to him, returning to Yoruchi and Kuroka who were waiting outside. Please don't. Kisuk heard Varka's voice from behind and it was the most sincere thing he'd ever heard from him. But Kisuk just ignored him. The moment Kisuk and Ko left the premises, a blonde half-elf came to Varka's side. Fufufu, never thought you'd work that hard. That guy's pretty interesting, managing to force you to do actual work. Varka didn't look back but replied, Shut it up, Camilla. My head is already aching from the fact that that guy will most certainly bother me again. With that said, I'd like to take a leave of absence. Indefinitely if possible. Camilla chuckled, Please don't say that. You already promised to work for at least 10 years. And you're also allowed to treat others however you like as long as you don't hurt them. It's just your bad luck to finally meet a guy who doesn't seem to get bothered by your tough stance. Oomph. Camilla then faced the entrance of the guild and continued, In any case. That guy seems to be acting tough. It's very obvious. Varka stayed silent for a moment before replying, Yeah. He's too good at acting tough. Too good that I actually think that he's acting tough to look weak. Camilla creased her brows slightly and said, I see. So you're suggesting that he's at the same level as those with him? Varka didn't answer her anymore, so Camilla took that silence as an affirmation. With three individuals with that kind of power without any affiliation appearing all of a sudden, it's not hard to guess that it's going to get very noisy soon. As Camilla left him, Varka took a glance at her back while thinking, the same level. In the first place, you people are understating those women big time, and one of them is probably beyond level 6. But that guy, Kisuke Urahara. He makes me dread him. Way more than captain of the Poseidon familia who's known as the strongest. Varka then turned his face forward and proceeded to glare at people trying to approach him once again. It's going to get noisy, alright. But I'm pretty sure they won't be the victims. Chapter 655, What an actual idiot. You just had to choose that sharp-eyed guy, Yoruchi said while eating skewered grilled meat that she'd bought on the way. I'm just curious as to how much of it was his own ability and how much of it was from skill or something. I wasn't able to figure that out, though, replied Kisuke. Choosing a snack of her own, Kuroka added, That guy is pretty strong, Naya. Probably only second to the strongest guy around here. Geez, stop it you two. We're just about to have our lunch. Kisuke reprimanded their actions. A few minutes later, they'd arrived at a large tavern that was serving lunch. This is the place. The food here is great. Yoruchi entered followed by Kuroka and Kisuke. Keely, is there a free private room? A human woman with long black hair squinted her eyes when she looked up and recognized the girls. Yoruchi-chan, Kuroka-chan. Your usual spot is free. She then looked towards Kisuke and opened her squinted eyes slightly. And this is? Nice to meet you. The name's Kisuke Urahara. The woman smiled and returned the introduction. Kisuke-chan, is it? Nice to meet you too. I'm Keely Dukes, the owner of this humble establishment. Welcome and please enjoy your stay. Keely then looked at the back and raised her voice. FIA. Please lead the guests upstairs. A white-haired Chianthrope appeared at her call and answered, Understood. With a blue waitress uniform, FIA came out from the back and approached the three. Please follow me. I'll lead you to your table. As they went upstairs, some of the customers immediately left the place and Keely thought, Amen, huh? This is going to get complicated. And it doesn't help that the people of the Astarte familia are also upstairs. I guess I should ask my customers to leave. Keely then asked some of her waitresses to warn the people of a potential disturbance that might happen. But she knew that only a few people would actually leave and the rest would stay for the fun. I wonder how much money I can wring out of those guys from Aruna Familia. Once the waitress left their room with their orders, Kisuke suddenly suggested, "Should I do something so we won't be disturbed?" "Please do so, Naya." Kuroka immediately agreed. "Make something that hits back," added Yoruchi. "How potent should it be?" With a grin, Yoruchi replied, "Destroying this place is fine, we won't be the one paying the damages, anyway." Kisuke then suddenly stood up and said, "I, Kisuke Urahara, the magic engineer, have something that fits just this occasion." Before the entrance to Keely's tavern, 3 infamous people stood. More than half an hour had passed since Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Kuroka had arrived. "Are you certain that they're here?" the raccoon man asked the one who led them here. The skinny human grinned dirtily and said, "Of course, Sir King." They even brought a man with them. Hearing that, the light blue-haired Palom and their last member snorted, "Humph. They've been playing hard to get, yet there they are, suddenly appearing with a man. Just because they beat Cleo's group, they've been thinking too highly of themselves. You've even expressed your desire to court them. They should feel honored that an executive of the Urahara familia is even looking at them." "Calm down, Ruddy. We aren't here for that, but to invite them to join our familia. With their abilities, we don't want them going to the other factions," the raccoon man, King Johnson of the Urahara familia and a level 5, replied. However, his face told otherwise. From the window, Kisuke observed the 3 of them. "They're not really troublesome, just plain annoying." Chuckling, Kuroka replied, "So you can get annoyed too, Naya." "Of course I can get annoyed too." Kisuke then placed down his cup of juice before standing up. "Wait here. I'll just go increase the power of those things by a tiny bit." Kisuke returned to his seat soon after and resumed his after-meal drink. He also changed the topic and told Yoruchi and Kuroka about what had been happening in Orario. After telling the story of Medusa getting her body back and reuniting with her long-sleeping sisters, the 3 sensed the 3's presence beyond the door of their private room. Outside of their room, the 3 annoying fellows stood. "Is this it?" King asked. "I've confirmed it, sir. This is their usual room. It's basically an open secret around here," the skinny human answered before facing the door. Since he's with one of the most prominent and influential people in the region of Dazara, courage overflowed from him and he shouted at the door, "Those who are inside, open the door right now. Sir King Johnson of the Urahara familia is here." The Palom and raccoon just let him do what he wanted. In any case, this was how the raccoon man wanted things done. However, even after they waited for a minute or two, no answer from the door was given. Being embarrassed, the skinny human instantly lost his patience and tried to kick open the door. "I said Sir King Johnson is here. Answer the goddamn door." But the moment his foot connected with the door lit up slightly before the human felt the force of his kick being rebounded back, instantly breaking his ankle and fracturing multiple parts of his leg. Not being able to react, the human blasted through into the opposite room, destroying it entirely. But the force of the rebound didn't abate even after he hit a door and wall, as he continued flying through the streets of Pandemonium, crashing into multiple stalls on the way before finally stopping, unconscious and severely injured. King and the Palom who had just watched all of this unfold instantly could only gawk at what had happened. While they were still not sure of what had just transpired, the doors of the occupied room swung open and people came pouring out, trying to figure out what had happened themselves. All of them instantly recognized the 2 standing in front of Kisuke and Ko's room, but only one group came forward to confront them. "What no good are you up to again, douchebag King?" King managed to get his bearings back and clicked his tongue at the Amazon who'd just spoken up, "Manhater Fenia. What are you doing here?" "Of course it's to dine, you dumbass. And you just had to disturb our meal. What are you even doing here, destroying this establishment?" The Amazoness replied while the 3 girls behind her got ready to engage in case King and Ruddy suddenly turned hostile. King gritted his teeth in anger due to the insults he'd suddenly received. However, before he could do anything else, the door to the room they were trying to open suddenly opened and behind it was a man with pale blonde hair and a green and white striped bucket hat on his head. "Yes. What is it? Why did you knock?" Due to his sudden and untimely appearance, King and Ruddy didn't actually know what to say, while the Amazoness Fianna creased her brows. On the other hand, Kisuke first looked up and down on King and Ruddy before suddenly saying, "You look like scammers. Did you think that I'm an easy target just because I'm new around here? Please take your snake oil somewhere else. Or better yet, just drink it yourself so this world can be a better place." Not just King and Ruddy, but everyone who was watching and heard Kisuke's words, were stunned. He was basically telling one of the executives of the Urahara familia to kill himself. They all only snapped out of it when Kisuke slammed the door shut. King was about to explode, but he was interrupted yet again when Kisuke suddenly opened the door again. As if he forgot something, he added, "And if you're here to talk about your religion, I also don't need it. I'm friends with a god and I can even invite her over for some cookies and donuts," shutting the door once again. Instead of King, however, the first one to make a move was the Palom, Ruddy. He just couldn't take a nobody mocking them to no end. After gathering all of his strength, Ruddy sent out a punch. "Stop. Ruddy." King tried to stop him. However, Ruddy didn't listen. Obviously, he didn't forget the fate of the skinny human, so instead of the door, he aimed his punch at the wall beside it. The reason why he was so confident is that was because the moment the skinny human had kicked the door, it lit up, but only within the boundary of the door. With that in mind, he concluded that such a strong and strange barrier wasn't applied to the walls. On the other side of the wall, Kisuke only waited for a light thump before hearing a cry of extreme pain flying off into a distance. His fate was much worse than the skinny human. After he couldn't hear the cry anymore, Kisuke just chuckled and muttered, "What an actual idiot." Strangely enough, those words of his were heard throughout the entire second floor. Chapter 656, Unusual Amazonas. Kisuke's whispers instantly pissed off King beyond reason, but he didn't dare strike back in fear of the strange barrier. More than hurting himself, he was more afraid of humiliating himself, so instead of confronting them further, he jumped through the hole that the blasted people created. In any case, he was already in a disadvantageous position with the women of the Astarte familia present. The moment he exited the building in a hurry, however, the door of the private room swung open again. But instead of just peeking, the people inside went out. "Since they attacked first, it's not our fault. We won't be paying for any damages," Kisuke declared. "You're thinking that maybe you could ask for compensation from Keeley, aren't you?" Yoruichi guessed. "It's my right to do so. Those bad guys really scared me by suddenly destroying the things beside us. I'm just an intellectual guy and hate violence. What if they hurt me for real?" "For establishments such as this, that's just unacceptable," replied Kisuke, as Yoruichi correctly guessed his ruse. Leaving the two behind, Kisuke went directly downstairs to complain about the traumatizing experience and maybe get a free meal or two. Yoruichi Shihuin and Kuroka Tuju. No wonder that rascal is here. Phinia wanted to ask who the man who'd just left was, but she'd already lost her interest in him and decided against it. It's just another scumbag, judging from the way he acts. Yoruichi and Kuroka turned towards them and the former greeted them with a big smile. "Yo, Phinia, fancy meeting you here." Phinia smiled back and replied, "You two never cease to show many surprises. Even after thinking about what I just saw, I still have no idea how you fought that group back. A magic that you never showed. In any case, now that you've hit back at the dumbass raccoon, the Urahara familia will never stop trying to take you or destroy you." "Are you saying that you have a way around that, Naya?" asked Kuroka with an amused expression. "Absolutely. My sister, Tenestra, may have already invited you before, but I'd also like to extend my hand to you two to join my familia. That way, you won't just deter them, but also be able to retaliate when you want to and we'll have your back." "That's an endearing offer, but I'd like to refuse." Yoruichi shook her head. "First of all, it wasn't us but that guy who just went down's magic item. Secondly, I've heard that your familia, as a pure female faction, doesn't allow any men within their ranks or any members to have a relationship with one. I'm sorry to say, but that guy is my hubby and I don't intend to leave him anytime soon. Phinia didn't hesitate to show her frown of displeasure. However, she also didn't say anything distasteful. "I see. That's really sad to hear." She then turned her attention to Kuroka. "What about you, Kuroka Tuju? In addition to what I've said earlier, we also won't interfere with your mercenary business. As long as you uphold our mission of saving abused women and don't get into a relationship with any men, we won't say anything regarding who you want to party with." She'd already given up on Yoruichi, but just for now. With Phinia's skewed view of men and woman relationships that stemmed from her childhood, she believed that their relationship wouldn't last long. As long as they had Kuroka on their side, it'd be inevitable that she'd also join their cause in the future. "Ah, sorry, Naya. That same guy happens to be my hubby too, so I will have to refuse," Naya replied Kuroka with a shit-eating grin. Phinia and the girls behind her were stunned at her confession. A second later, Phinia showed her utter displeasure as she clicked her tongue and said, "TSK. So he's really just as scummy and disgusting as those animals from the Urahara familia." However, the moment she'd uttered those words, an immense flood of killing intent and some other forces came bearing down on her in an instant, before disappearing. But even then, she almost blacked out and lost consciousness. It's as if the Reaper of Life decided to aim its scythe of death at her neck for a very brief moment. As her vision cleared, Phinia immediately saw Yoruichi and Kuroka's faces. While the latter was already frowning, the former kept on smiling. However, she could tell for sure that Yoruichi wasn't smiling. "I would really appreciate it if you don't compare Kisuke to those dumbass. While he's scummy, he's my lovable scum, and any biased and unreasonable insults at him, I find quite distasteful, you see." Yoruichi slowly replied before turning away from them, walking towards the stairs. "I thank you for your invitation, but those are some beliefs that I can't agree with. We'll take our leave and see you around again, hopefully, in a delightful manner." After staying for a few more seconds, Kuroka decided to follow Yoruichi without saying anything. Although she wanted to get back at her for insulting her beloved, she decided against it after recalling the information they had on her. Scaring her should be quite enough. I also understand where she's coming from after going through so much at such a young age. As someone who did everything to protect her little sister, Kuroka can somehow relate to her. Once they left their sites, one of the girls behind Phinia suddenly called out to her in a worried tone, Phinia-sama. Are you alright? Phinia looked at her with confusion, but after seeing her concerned face, it was only then she noticed that she's breathing frantically and cold sweat covered her forehead and back. Not wanting to show such a thing to her comrades, Phinia immediately tried to normalize her expression and smiled wryly and patted her head. I'm fine. I'm just feeling a little lightheaded. Let's pay up and return home for today. I'm sorry, everyone. It was supposed to be a pleasant outing. The girl she patted immediately responded, please don't be, Phinia-sama. If you're not feeling well, please rest up. She then turned to the other two girls and said, Celis, Mina. Please accompany Phinia-sama back home. I'll follow you once I take care of things here. The two girls nodded and ushered Phinia. Don't worry, everyone. We'll have a chance in the future again. Please stop thinking about that for now, Phinia-sama. We're already happy that you're concerned with us. We couldn't possibly ask for more, the girl named Celis refuted her. While leaving, Phinia recalled what happened earlier. What was that? Was it just my imagination? I didn't see them do anything. But where did that pressure come from? After thinking for a while, Phinia concluded, I don't have any evidence, but I have a feeling those two are too dangerous. I'll have to warn Tinestra and Astarte-sama. Chapter 657, Unusual Amazonas Sisters. On the following night, Phinia was overlooking the town of Septal that the Astarte familia created for themselves, from the castle that housed the executives of the familia. Magic lamps illuminated the streets of the mostly residential town. Despite that strange trait of the city, people were still moving actively around, ranging from preparing for the dungeon to everyday chores. Even though the Astarte familia was a purely female faction, there were still some men roaming the streets. Although none of them had a permanent residence within this town and their entry was controlled, they were still free to roam and interact with their members. Whilst most of them were peddlers who were looking for business and some business partners from other familias stationed within Pandemonium, some of them were here trying their luck in courting their members. Phinia didn't like this scene at all, but Astarte had explicitly cleared that even if relationships between men and women were not allowed within her familia, she wouldn't stop her children if they decided to get into one, albeit, they'd have to leave the familia for this. Phinia only didn't say anything about it because Astarte also told the executives that in case of something unfortunate happening to their former members, they'd still help out and save them if the need arises. Big sis, are you in? Suddenly, Phinia heard a knock on her door. The door's unlocked, she replied. The door opened and a cute bespectacled Amazoness entered the room. Big sis, are you alright? I heard that you're not feeling well. Contrary to Phinia's long hair, graceful face and voluptuous body, her younger sister, Tinestra, had short hair, a cute face and a petite figure. I'm fine, Phinia went back to overviewing the small town. Did you just come back from your studies? Tinestra sat down on the sofa while sighing. Yep, but no progress. I was able to make a chantless version of my first two magics, but I'm having a hard time with my third one. It seems that copying the magic circle which appears when chanting isn't enough anymore. The only way forward now is to understand what the lines in the magic circles actually mean, but even after scouring for books and records with related subjects, I'm barely able to piece some clues together. Phinia turned towards her with a wry smile. Even if you tell me that, I don't really understand what you're trying to say. Why don't you try asking Astarte-sama? I did, and she indeed knew what the problem with the magic and understood the magic circle. However, she can't impart that knowledge to me as she'd be breaking the law of heaven, and being sent back would be the least of the problems that everyone would incur. Phinia became interested and asked, what problems? Tinestra shook her head. I don't know. She wouldn't tell. She thought for a bit before adding, I guess except for the promised day she accidentally spoke about. But that phrase isn't familiar at all and not in any records. It's a deity-related secret. I already guessed as much, so I didn't bother Astarte-sama about it. Tinestra then turned her head towards Phinia and changed the subject. I heard you came across Yoruchi and Kuroka in your outing. How did it go? Instead of answering her, Phinia sat beside her and asked, what do you think of them? Tinestra went silent for a moment before replying, I don't know them enough to give a satisfying answer to that question, but I think they're strong and hide their real abilities. She then looked straight into Phinia's eyes and asked, what about you, big sis? What do you think of them? And if you don't mind, please tell me what happened earlier. They're the reason you're not feeling well, aren't they? Phinia sighed and said, I agree with you that they're hiding their real abilities. In fact, I think they're too dangerous. Dangerous? Yes. I can't point out what it was, but something is telling me that they are too dangerous. Much more than the captain. Tinestra's eyes widened. Their captain, after all, was considered as the second strongest after the captain of the Poseidon familia. What made you say that? Phinia then told Tinestra about what had happened in Keely's tavern from her perspective without missing a single detail. If it was any other person, Tenestra would think that they were just imagining things, but she trusted her sister's instinct that had already saved them countless times in the past. It was just really too hard to believe that a roaming person would be that strong. After thinking for a while, Tenestra finally spoke her mind. That only makes it more attractive to invite them over. What? What are you saying? We can't let such time bombs enter our familia. On top of that, they are in a relationship with a man. Just that already disqualifies them. I know. Our familia's goal, in addition to the dungeon exploration, is to help unfortunate women out of their situation. However, the rule of no relationship with a man was just imposed by Astarte-sama because she resented one of the gods who didn't return her feelings, so she can also easily revoke it the moment she changes her mind. Phinia grimaced at her words but didn't say anything. And it may become the case in the new future with us calling the former members to return, regardless of their marital status. What do you mean? Tenestra hesitated for a moment before answering. Only Astarte-sama and the captain know this, but there are some very concerning and suspicious movements from the Urahara familia, and the three of us concluded that it would be of paramount importance to expand our strength. To the point of calling back former members. Even if you think that Yoruchi Shihuin and Kuroka Tuju are dangerous, we still don't know their personalities fully, so we can't say for sure if they'll become a detriment to the familia. In fact, their very hostile stance towards the Urahara familia makes them trustworthy enough. Besides, Astarte-sama only needed to talk to them to figure out a lot of things. What about the coalition and the Poseidon and Amphitrite familias? Tenestra shook her head. Astarte-sama has already confirmed that even though there aren't many interactions between them, they have each other's back. Meaning, they are technically in an alliance. And as long as the captain of the Poseidon familia, a level 8, is still around, they will never fall. In my opinion, their secret alliance is actually good for the region's overall stability. In that case, wouldn't they do something regarding the Urahara familia if they went out of line? Tenestra shook her head again. The reason why I think they're safe even if they became the strongest force by far within the region, is that they'll remain neutral no matter what. It means that if the Urahara familia moves against us, they'll only secure their own people and won't take anyone's side, regardless of the moral value. That's how it has always been in this place where a person with the biggest fist makes the law. Phinia clenched her fist and recalled the image of their peaceful town. Just because of some greedy maniacs, they might get embroiled in a conflict they'd never wanted. Tenestra reached out for her hand and sighed. As such, if Yoruchi and Kuroka are really that strong, we'd want them in our ranks in preparation for the incoming war. If inviting them to join our familia isn't possible, we could also hire them. Phinia, after some contemplation, sighed. I guess you're right. I should set aside my biased views for a bit, for the sake of the familia. Tenestra's smile became sad. I see that you're aware that your view is biased. But Phinia just chuckled, of course. After all, it's impossible not to hear about those successful relationships. But even then, my emotions still get the better of me, and I can't think otherwise in regards to this. To this, Tenestra just silently hugged her sister. Because of Tenestra's warmth, Phinia was able to calm down significantly. After a few minutes of solace, Tenestra separated and suddenly asked with sparkling eyes, and by the way, big sis. What's this about a strange barrier? Care to tell me more? Ah, crap. This magic maniac, thought Phinia as she tried to escape from her grasp. Chapter 658, Complaint Part 1. Going back in time for a bit, everyone went home to prepare for the upcoming day after seeing Kisuke off. However, an hour later, Loki and Riveria came running to their estate while dragging Line along with them. Oi! Kisuke! You bastard! Come out, yelled Loki from the gates. Feigning a cough, Riveria reminded Loki, Loki, you're in public. Please be mindful of your image. I don't care. I need answers, replied Loki and called out to the mansion again. With a timid expression, Line, who was dragged over here, asked, Loki-sama, Riveria-sama. What are we doing here? We're here to complain, answered Loki. Complain about what? Asked Line with an innocent expression. Your behavior, of course. Line tilted her head in confusion. Did I do something wrong? Loki and Riveria gawked at her. Are you seriously not aware? Asked the latter with a twitching mouth. But before Line could say anything else, a tall woman with long purple hair and a pair of glasses came out of the mansion, wearing a simple maid uniform. However, her gait made her look more like a high-ranking aristocrat instead of a maid. This contrast made Loki, Riveria, and Line quiet for a moment. The maid approached and opened the gates for them before greeting them. Good morning, Loki-sama, Riveria-sama, and Line-sama. What can I do for you? While rubbing her chin, Loki stared at her for a while before asking, Are you Kisuke's rumored new woman? Chuckling, the maid replied to her, I have no idea what you're talking about, Loki-sama. Besides, this isn't our first time meeting. We've met before. Maybe with my children within the dungeon, but I would never forget someone as striking as you. The maid nodded and added, It's a complicated story, but I'm Medusa. Riveria and Line's eyes widened at her words, but Loki took some time to pull out Medusa from her memories. Medusa. Wait. What? You're that little kid. As I said, it's a complicated story. Anyway, please come in. Medusa then ushered them in. Where's Kisuke? Loki first set aside her shock and asked what she came here for. Unfortunately, he once again left for more business and we don't know when he'll come back, answered Medusa as they walked. Again. He's a busy person and doesn't know how to rest. Loki started scratching her head in frustration before saying, fine. I'll complain to that pipsqueak instead. Hestia-sama, is it? I'll lead you to her. Reaching the living room, Loki and her companions came face to face with Hestia, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch with her arms crossed and having a scrunched-up face. What menace have you brought upon this home? Loki didn't say anything to her and instead panned her sights to her side. Can I knock her head? Artemis, who was peacefully sipping her tea, smiled at her and said, be my guest. Loki smirked and approached Hestia with a threatening glare. With Artemis' permission, Loki unhesitantly raised her fist. Flailing her arms around, Hestia immediately took back what she said with a panicked expression. Wait. I just wanted to say that at least one time. But Loki didn't listen to her and everyone could hear a fist knocking on the head resounding throughout the whole room followed by a scream of pain. A few minutes later, Sona, who was in the same room, asked the guests to sit down. What can we do for you today, Loki-sama? Of the three of them, only Loki sat down and made herself feel at home. I'd like to issue a complaint to that bastard, but I've heard that he isn't here. He has important business to attend to. To your homeland again. Sona shook her head and told her the truth. He actually followed Yuruchi-san and Kuroka-san who had previously gone to the Dazara region. So that's where they went. But for what? Asked Loki, but she only received silence from Sona. Accepting her answer, Loki sighed. Dazara region, huh? I have a feeling that they'll wreak havoc in that place. I want to see it. Do you have any teleportation circles here? Sona smiled wryly. Loki-sama, you do know that something like teleportation magic can't be dispersed to the public easily. On top of that, only those who are experts in space magic could execute it safely. Sona and Akino could only do it despite both of them not being experts due to their devil lineage that gave them an edge through summoning. That's true. A lot of regulations would first have to be decided before instantaneous transfers could be used safely. Speaking of the Dazara region, it reminds me of a start. I've heard that she's been active around that area. What about her? Hestia asked Loki. Well, if she knew that Takamikazuchi was in Arario, she would probably scale the great distance between Dazara region and here just to give him a beating. She's been chasing him for a few millennia after all, and I think that she still hasn't given up. Ah, I think I've heard about that back in heaven. So she still hasn't given up on him. Yep, but not in the sense that you're thinking. Last I've heard from her was when she declared that she'd hunt down Takamikazuchi and tie him up for a few hundred years to express her resentment. Ever since then, Takamikazuchi has been on the run from her. So that's why he didn't choose a popular spot when he descended, muttered Artemis in realization. I also think that's the case. Loki then smirked maniacally. I sincerely hope that Kisuke would become the bridge for their reunion. I can't wait to see the carnage. From behind, Loki suddenly heard Riveria's cough, which made her return to her original expression. Ahem, I got sidetracked. Anyway, I want to know what that maniac fed to my Line during her stay with him. Loki-sama, Line exclaimed in confusion. At those words, Sona, Artemis, and Hestia all made complicated expressions while Medusa could only smile wryly. What did he do to you? Did he cross the line? Sona asked Line in a flustered voice. Cross the line? Line repeated the question before realizing what it meant. With heat instantly rising up to her face, Line started flailing her head and arms as she vehemently denied her assumption, and no. Nothing like that happened. I swear. He only left me alone with some books and taught me some things. That's all. Hestia, Artemis, and Sona sighed in relief. But they also knew that if Kisuke wasn't careful, another one would be on the edge, like the high elf beside her. So, what happened? Asked Hestia. Clearing her throat, Loki started telling them what happened this morning. Chapter 659, Complaint Part 2. The next day, after a night of celebrating Line's return, everyone from the Loki familia went back to their new training program, practicing magic and ki. However, not everyone was in it, as some of them had to take care of the daily needs of their familia. Supposedly, Line should also be within this group who were rotating to take care of the chores, but all of them insisted that she should rest. Without anything to do, Line went towards the backyard, where everyone who was free, practicing and training. Once she reached her destination, Line immediately noticed two divided areas. One area was for magic practice while the other side was for ki training. Surprisingly enough, Riveria and Lafia were not practicing their magic. Instead, they were with the rest of the executives to train their ki. After Line thought about it carefully, this was also a good choice. Training ki is a lot more effective if you're doing it with others, while magic could be learned in the convenience of your own room. Yo. Line, Tiona approached and called out to her with a large smile, came here to join. Yes. I've got nothing to do and figured I should take a look at how everyone was doing. Ace approached them while wiping her sweat and asked, shouldn't you be resting more? Line immediately shook her head and said, I've already rested enough. She then looked towards the ongoing training and first saw Bet and Tioni intensely sparring while Riveria, Finn, Gareth and Lafia were silently practicing circulating their ki off to the side. Seeing her line of sight, Tiona explained, they're waiting for their turn. Finn told us that we can't spar without anyone looking due to the danger of letting their ki go out of control. Ace nodded at her words, Tiona, and I just finished ours. I see. Without a dedicated healer, elixirs are just too expensive for any injuries, muttered Line. Tiona and Ace looked at each other. They had a feeling that something was wrong with her words just now, but couldn't tell what it was. Deciding to ignore it, Tiona changed the topic, anyway, since you have nothing to do, what would you like to practice first? Ki or magic? Line thought for a bit before deciding, My research on magic was cut short, so maybe I'll continue that. Tiona tilted her head in confusion, research. Didn't that guy teach you magic? Even Ace here really wanted to learn more but the only thing she got from him was a book. So why do you need to do research? Ace nodded along with her question with a serious expression. She doesn't know if Kisuke forgot about his promise or just giving her the book was really the end of it. Kisuke-san taught me the basic things, but beyond that, I've had to progress with minimal help. He told me it's to cultivate a creative mind, after all, complex magic is just cleverly combined simple magics. He said that if I can experience this combining process myself, it'd be a lot easier to create more complex magic in the future, explained Line happily. However, she didn't tell them that Kisuke only allowed her to do so because she was special in the way that she could effectively heal herself and also practice while she's at it. Line believed that she wasn't that special, so she didn't mention it. Ace and Tiona were shocked at her words when Riveria's voice came from behind them. If it was me from before, I would have called those claims nonsense. However, I wholeheartedly agree with him after learning some simple spells. Bet and Tioni were done with their sparring and it was now Finn and Gareth's turn. While the former two decided to lay down and rest, Riveria and Lafia approached the three. Line-san, are you sure you should be moving around too much? Asked Lafia with a worried expression. Happy with her concern, Line nodded, I'm fine. Thank you for worrying. She then pointed to a certain free spot and said, by the way, can I use this spot to practice my magic? Sure. Go ahead. I'm also interested in how Kisuke taught you to practice, replied Riveria. The others also followed Line, being curious. After reaching the spot she wanted, Line took out 4 stainless steel plaques the size of a book. On each of its surfaces a magic circle was inscribed. So he also gave you a bag. By the way, what are those for? Asked Riveria curiously. Line laid down these plaques 2 meters away from each other, creating a square with her in the middle. After that, she took out 4 specially processed magic crystals and put them in the middle of the magic circles. Kisuke-san gave me the simple barrier so that I wouldn't disturb anyone when I practice magic. While the other 3 nodded in understanding, Riveria frowned in confusion. But before she could ask why she would need a barrier to practice magic, Line activated the magic circles and a translucent pyramid-shaped boundary was erected between her and the outside. Due to that unusual scene, almost everyone from the Loki familia looked in her direction. However, Line had already started focusing and took out several notes from her bag and a pen to review where she's at. Thanks to the habit that she developed with Kisuke and maybe the side effect of the refreshing candy she was having, most of the information outside started going through her senses without her processing it very much. If she was not in any immediate danger or an emergency situation didn't arise, she won't exit her concentration mode. Riveria and the girls talked to her and asked her several questions but she was already unresponsive. When did she develop such an intense concentration? Muttered Riveria in amazement. She knew for sure that their voices were reaching her as the wind would go through her barrier. Riveria then asked the others not to talk to her anymore and let her concentrate. The others agreed and decided to watch what she's doing closely. They wanted to know what she'd learned in her time of absence. A minute later, Line stopped reading her notes and raised her left arm. While looking at it, a purple magic circle suddenly manifested on the top of her hand without her muttering anything. She's already at this point. Riveria exclaimed internally as she couldn't even materialize a magic circle as fast as her, not to mention, it was much more complicated than what she'd ever tried to do. All of a sudden, crackling sounds started popping out as electricity started dancing around her magic circle. It was the rarest type of elemental magic, lightning magic. But before others could react, the electricity started getting stronger until it suddenly exploded on her left arm, Kaya. With her small scream and her magic failing, Line's magic circle instantly disintegrated and her arm was lacerated numerous times. As a large amount of blood started dripping on the ground, Riveria shouted in panic, Lafia. Take out the strongest elixir. Now. Why yes, answered Lafia as she scrambled to grab her elixir and give it to Riveria. But as Riveria stepped forward with the elixir in her hand, she realized that the barrier was still up and blocking her way. Line. Open the barrier, she yelled as she knocked on it. But to her and everyone else's shock, Line still ignored Riveria's calls and grabbed her pen instead, so lightning magic isn't just about controlling the magic power, but also controlling the charges. According to Kisuke-san's book about physics. I wasn't able to understand most of it, but it says that electric current moves from positive to negative. In other words, I have to create a set of instructions in my current magic circle to create this positive and negative to guide the lightning. It seems that I have to review that book again and figure out how to do that. She started muttering with her right hand right on her notes while her left arm left hanging in the air, healing with her already mastered healing magic. Everyone was speechless. For the first time since the Loki familia started training the mysterious method, the Twilight Manor's backyard became silent. It was so silent that everyone could hear Line's muttering and the sound of people's activity from outside. The silence and shock continued as they didn't want to disturb Line, who was apparently healing her wounds. If that magic were to fail too, it would be their fault. A quarter of an hour without movement, Line finally finished healing her arm back to its original state, and she was also done with her review and revision. Yash. Let's try it again, she cheerfully shouted. Stop. Riveria's intense shout finally interrupted Line's line of thought. Line was startled and hurriedly answered, why yes. Riveria-sama. What is it? Riveria and the others were stunned yet again with her clueless expression. Have you? Is this how you always do your research? Asked Riveria with a twitching mouth. Not knowing what she was angry about, Line answered honestly, yes. It's a really good training method, as I can also practice my healing magic. Kisuke-san also agreed. Though he prohibited me from doing any experiments with large-scale and complex magic without his supervision. Riveria put her hand on her forehead as a large headache attacked it. Ace. Call Loki and drag her here. Ace nodded and ran towards the interior of the Twilight Manor. After seeing her off, Riveria then glared at Line. Let's wait for Loki and discuss what just happened now. Of course, she wasn't angry at Line, but at the irresponsible guy who taught her this way. Without much choice, Line had to nod and answer, yes. And that's what happened this morning. Loki finished her story. I was really shocked at the expression they were making when I arrived, you know. Especially Bet's. That's the first time I've ever seen his jaw drop that much. After hearing her story, Hestia, Artemis, Sona, and Medusa could only make a deadpan expression. Seeing this, Loki added, what? Say something. As she requested, Sona indeed said something, but it wasn't the response that she expected. Give it up. Chapter 660, A Sudden and Painful Power-Up. When Kisuke woke up, there were 2 flowers on each of his sides, and the first thought that entered his mind was, who would have thought I'd reach this point someday? A harem. Looks like the previous world rubbed off on me more than I had imagined. Kisuke knew that despite his personality being unchanged, his bottom line and moral values already were. However, he didn't regret anything and would continue on this path that he'd already stepped on, not just for himself, but also for those who believed in him. After admitting it to himself, Kisuke sighed in relief as if a huge weight left his shoulders. Fully accepting his reality, the small doubts within his eyes had finally disappeared and were replaced by a bright conviction. As his mindset went through a small but monumental change, the Hogyoku that had already fused with his body suddenly reacted, prompting Yoruichi and Kuroka to wake up due to Kisuke's aura suddenly shifting. What's going on? Asked Yoruichi in concern. I don't know, replied Kisuke while he prepared to strengthen the seal on his rising energy levels. Sorry, but take me to a quiet place. On it, Naya. Kuroka immediately left the bed and activated the teleportation circle that she'd prepared long ago in case they needed to escape from their rented house. It didn't take long for Kuroka's teleportation magic to take effect, and they reappeared in a clearing in the middle of a forest just a few seconds later. Yoruichi and Kuroka then jumped away from Kisuke while materializing their clothes, and Yoruichi additionally threw 4 kunai knives around Kisuke, erecting a powerful barrier. Are you going to be alright? Kisuke sat cross-legged and closed his eyes before replying, yeah. I think so. His unsure answer made Yoruichi and Kuroka only more worried, but they didn't say anything else, lest they disturb his concentration. Instead, they each went to do something they thought could help. While Yoruichi strengthened the barrier around Kisuke and added additional layers to it, Kuroka used her senjutsu and yujitsu to create a mist and an illusion that would deter anyone from approaching their spot. Seeing that, Yoruichi also added a layer of a sound-insulating barrier to the surroundings for better camouflage. Meanwhile, Kisuke carefully watched the movement of his energy and asked his partner, Benihime, any idea on what's happening? Not too sure either. But if you want to guess from a third party's perspective, I think the Hogyoku just granted your wish. Aside from that, I don't have any other guesses. My wish, huh? I really have no idea how this mess of a ball works. Well, the fact that you can't recreate it anymore despite following your previous procedure is already a testament to that, replied Benihime with a chuckle. Your guess that an invisible hand assisted both you and Aizen in creating that thing has become even more believable. Kisuke became quiet one more time as he tried to control his energy that was about to go berserk. However, even after strengthening the seal, the Hogyoku didn't stop. Kisuke had to find another way to calm these energies down or his body would break down. Unlike Aizen, who had an unnaturally enormous amount of Riryoku to begin with, Kisuke's soul wasn't accustomed to such pressure. He could let his soul slowly adapt to this, but that would take some time and he didn't have that kind of time right now. After trying a few things out but to no avail, Benihime suddenly spoke in his mind again. Why don't you just let it go? And die? Asked Kisuke. That's the problem with you. You're too logical. Your instincts are also telling you to let go, aren't they? Why don't you give up and try trusting your guts this one time? That's essentially the same as trusting this broken wishing orb to do whatever it wants. What are you so afraid of? I'm here with you, remember? Kisuke became silent once again as he contemplated Benihime's words. As it was now, the Hogyoku would break through his seals and that may cause more damage than letting it explode. And indeed, Benihime correctly guessed that his instincts had been telling him to just let it go do its job. All this time, he had been trying to find the reason why he was feeling this way to justify this instinct and go with it, but he couldn't. He could also try sealing the Hogyoku completely as he'd already prepared for something like this, but he also had a feeling that if he were to do this, a great opportunity would be lost. Right now, Kisuke was torn between safety and the unknown future. A few minutes later, Benihime spoke up again as she noticed that the situation had reached a critical state. If you want to do something, you have to do it now. Thankfully, Kisuke didn't let her wait and answered, fine. This is my first real gamble. As he reached a decision, Kisuke removed all the seals which kept the Hogyoku at bay. Yoruchi and Kuroka immediately noticed the change in Kisuke and moved according to it. Yoruchi opened the top portion of the barrier and Kuroka cloaked Kisuke's surroundings and upwards with her illusions. A split second after they did so, a crimson beam of light emerged from Kisuke and parted the sky. If it wasn't for Kuroka's illusions, the inhabitants of the Dazara region would have noticed this crimson pillar that pierced through to the heavens. Of course, despite their best efforts to hide this spot, they couldn't fully contain the energy fluctuations from Kisuke and it attracted numerous gods and some sensitive people. Kuroka, extend the confusing mist 3 kilometers more. We have to buy as much time as possible, instructed Yoruchi. Kuroka nodded and released the key that she had been saving. Black flames started fluttering around her, red patterns appeared on her face and the number of her tails increased to 9. A large red magic circle then appeared below her, making the mist around them not just extend for 3 kilometers in all directions but also a lot thicker, making it almost impossible to navigate through it. Meanwhile, Kisuke closely watched the changes happening in his physical body and soul without interrupting any of it. The first thing that happened was that the Hogyoku started saturating his soul with Riryoku to the point of almost making it implode. Kisuke experienced untold pain as foreign Riryoku invaded his soul, however, he didn't do anything about it and continued watching stoically. When his soul almost couldn't take it anymore, the Riryoku from the Hogyoku suddenly flowed in a different direction. More specifically, towards the core of his fauna. While being shocked, Kisuke and Benihime witnessed how the energy produced by the Hogyoku got absorbed by the fauna completely. Even then, the two of them only watched for a couple of seconds before they understood what must be done. Fauna, the god's blessing, wasn't Kisuke's. So what he had to do was to wrest it completely away from the system governing this world. Chapter 661, Another One. Wresting away the fauna from the system's control may sound easy and it was indeed, at least for Kisuke. However, the consequences of doing that weren't ideal in that it'd predominate the benefits that he would get from doing it. Not to mention becoming an enemy of the system, the source of his fauna, Hestia, might receive a backlash along with those others to whom she'd granted her fauna to begin with. Of course, it was not like Kisuke hadn't thought of a way to circumvent this, but he still hadn't figured out anything that would net him the most benefits he could have. I don't have much of a choice. The most I can do now is to break the fauna's structure and make it look like it didn't come from Hestia. By doing this, not only will he be losing his connection to Hestia, but the blessing's effect on his body would almost lose its effects and his soul would incur some damages. He couldn't care less regarding the last two and he was already satisfied that Hestia wouldn't be put in danger. It's a shame that I can't get the most out of it, but it's better than nothing. While preparing to restructure his fauna, a sudden connection was established to it and it wasn't from Hestia. Kisuke decided to halt his actions and tried to trace the connection. But before he could do that, a deep voice of a woman suddenly rang in his head. What are you? Being startled, Kisuke used everything he had to gather more information instead of replying. But the voice didn't care about what he was doing and continued, I smell chaos scent on you. Are you his pawn? After a few seconds of extensive information collection, Kisuke finally got a clue as to where the connection was coming from, the dungeon. Unperturbed, the voice added, I see that you are an outsider, and also know almost nothing. Who are you? Asked Kisuke while trying to gather more concrete information. But instead of answering, the voice asked, "What is this power? And what were you about to do with your connection to heaven?" As Chaos Pawn, this seems to be counterintuitive. Kisuke was in a predicament. He didn't know who was talking to him and he didn't have any logical step to follow after this. He also had a feeling that he couldn't lie to this voice and contemplated whether or not he should just go all in with his guts since he already started it. Screw it. I'm already at this stage. First of all, I'm not Chaos's pawn nor I will be in the future. Second, I'm taking this connection for my own. Kisuke decided to answer honestly as his gut dictated him. "How surprising," replied the voice in its usual uninterested tone, "but I doubt that you'll ever get away from his schemes, regardless of your wishes." Kisuke, however, only had one response to that. With a smirk that naturally came to his face, Kisuke answered brimming with motivation and confidence, "Try me." The voice didn't reply but Kisuke could still feel the owner's presence through his fauna, so he waited. A minute later, the voice finally said something, "You misunderstand the thing that you call fauna." Kisuke was confused about the sudden change in the topic but continued to listen. This connection to heaven isn't a blessing. Although it gives you power, it's only minuscule compared to how grand heaven is. It is because you contributed to it, that's why it refines your soul and grants power to that refined soul. The more refinement, the more power it can give. But as I said, only if you contribute. Once you've reached a certain amount of contributions and went through enough refinements, it would then grant you a permanent connection to heaven. Kisuke took a deep breath and replied to it, in other words. You'll become a slave of heaven, a deity. The voice didn't say anything regarding that, but it was a silent affirmation. All of a sudden, however, Kisuke's fauna started changing on its own. More specifically, a large amount of information was being written in it. What's this? A set of instructions on how the system of heaven refines souls. Also, heaven won't be able to take back this fauna from you anymore. Why? First, it seemed that you needed this, and second, because I made it so. How? Simple, I created heaven. Maybe we'll meet again. Instantaneously, the presence inside his fauna disappeared completely. Kisuke couldn't help but smile wryly, so we're stuck between these two powerful beings that clearly don't get along. Well, I'd rather deal with this new one with a watch-and-see attitude compared to that scheming gentleman out in the void. Kisuke immediately noticed that his fauna's connection to Hestia became rather empty, but it was not noticeable if not scrutinized. The upstream of information also stopped, confirming the words of that unknown being to him of being disconnected, but not noticed by the system. What he had now was a fauna, but a standalone one with bonus instructions up to level 10. As long he fed it with energy, he could automatically level up to 10 as long as his soul could take it. Of course, he wouldn't do that because he wanted to understand the instructions that made that possible first, and maybe, modify them a bit based on his knowledge. Soul tech of two different worlds, Kisuke was looking forward to the result of this fusion. It was also then that Kisuke tried to guess what the Hogyoku was trying to do. Did it intend to contribute to the system in exchange for power? Or did it intend to contact the system's owner? However, he wasn't able to reach a clear answer. Setting that aside, for now, Hogyoku's actions were far from done. As it saturated the fauna with energy, making it possible to unlock the soul refinement instructions until level 10, the wish item then focused on his physical body. Unlike the other two times where the Hogyoku just saturated both his soul and fauna with Ryoryoku, spiritual power, the Hogyoku instead controlled Kisuke's Ryatsuki and the more destructive variant of magic power, demonic power. Kisuke observed intently as the Hogyoku combined these energies through some unknown method. How fascinating, thought Kisuke as he tried to memorize every single detail for later studies. Chapter 662, Hogyoku's Last Service. Through some unknown means, the Hogyoku started mixing Ryatsuki and demonic power, resulting in a completely different type of energy that didn't just have the properties of the other three, but also some unknown ones that Kisuke couldn't tell as of now. However, he wasn't able to observe much longer when this new energy returned to his body and started tearing it apart. Gah! Arga! Even for the extremely pain-resistant Kisuke, with all his nerves and every cell in his body was being torn apart, he couldn't help but groan and howl in pain. Kisuke, Kuroka, and especially Yoruchi, were very shocked by this. He didn't reply, but Kisuke gritted his teeth and raised his arm to say that he was doing fine. Although this new type of energy surpassed his existing ones, Kisuke didn't have a way to produce it naturally, so even if he had it, it would just deplete over time as he wouldn't be able to hold onto it forever either. So in return, the Hogyoku tried to let Kisuke's body adapt to it, forcefully. If it was any other person, they would have instantly died and become a blob of messed up meat. For Kisuke, fortunately, his hollow factor immediately kicked in and hastily connected to his physical body, repairing it as it got destroyed over and over again. From an outside perspective, white matter started coming out of Kisuke's orifices, covering his whole body like a cocoon. From that point on, Yoruchi and Kuroka couldn't hear any of Kisuke's cries anymore. Yoruchi. What should we do, Naya? Asked Kuroka towards Yoruchi while starting to panic. Yoruchi contemplated for a few seconds before sitting down. We wait. Kuroka gritted her teeth in frustration. But a few seconds later, she sighed and jumped away, leaving the words, "Some people have entered my mist. I'm going to watch them carefully in case they get closer." Yoruchi watched her leave and then closed her eyes, focusing her senses on the changes in Kisuke. "You better not go off dying on your own." Within Kisuke's inner world, Benihime watched her crimson castle collapse and the blood-filled world got drained. Since Kisuke's soul was directly connected to his physical body and started contesting it with regeneration, the new energy went towards it too, destroying it in a similar manner as Kisuke's body, exponentially increasing his torment. So this is my cue, thought Benihime as she disappeared from her spot. By becoming a bridge between his soul and physical body, Benihime was able to stabilize the circulation of Kisuke's regeneration, enabling it to catch up to the rate of destruction. However, this irreversibly changed things. By becoming a bridge, Benihime had to absorb the same energy and change through it, effectively becoming a permanent link for Kisuke's soul and body. This meant that Kisuke wouldn't be able to separate his soul and body anymore without discarding Benihime, which he would never do. If his physical body were to die, his soul would come with it too. Kisuke noticed Benihime's actions, but he trusted and didn't stop her. The partners agonized for more than an hour until the forceful evolution ended. Yoruchi hurriedly opened her eyes and stood up when she felt that Kisuke's cocoon started breaking. Meanwhile, Kuroka also returned when the disturbance within the barrier abated. The two of them watched as Kisuke's cocoon cracked and disappeared into nothing, revealing Kisuke with his pale blonde hair draping until his waist and 12 black energy streams ejecting from his back, resembling 6 pairs of black wings. There were also 2 more pairs of these energy streams, but they were very small and kept disappearing. Yoruchi dispelled the barrier and used Flash Step to instantly appear in front of Kisuke, catching him as he fell. "Goodness. You really made us extremely worried there." Without much strength, Kisuke looked up. "I also got extremely worried for myself. By the way, where's Benihime?" "You're disoriented enough that you can't find her?" asked Yoruchi in shock before looking around. But before she could find it, Kuroka found it first. "Is this her?" "Nya." She lifted what seemed to be a standard-issue katana. Kisuke looked towards it and smiled. "Yep. Looks like she's returned to her original form." After grabbing the katana, the energy streams from Kisuke's back receded, disappearing entirely. Taking a deep breath, Kisuke tried standing up on his own. With great difficulty, he was able to do it. However, the feeling of weakness couldn't be compared to what he was feeling overall now. From his perspective, everything became so clear that even ki, magic power, and spiritual power streams were visible to his naked eye. Each breath he takes slowly replenishes his missing energy. It was as if he was born with this body. Looking up to the parted sky, Kisuke muttered, "Yoruchi. I might just be a step behind transcendence." Yoruchi's eyes widened before pouting. "That thing is really a cheating item. So the next time it starts acting up again, you'll be at Office level." Kisuke chuckled and shook his head. "There won't be a next time. It's already gone." Furrowing her brows, Yoruchi asked, "But in Aizen's case, it didn't disappear even after completely changing him. It might be strengthening him more to this day. Is yours different?" "I'm pretty sure it isn't. But my path and my wish went way beyond the Hugyoka's capabilities and therefore, it could only give me a huge boost and opportunity." Yoruchi became silent for a moment before muttering, "It's really a different path, all right. Even this close to you, I can't feel any reatsu nor ki coming from you. Not even magic power or demonic power. It really looks like you're just an ordinary everyday young man." Hearing that, Kisuke chuckled even more. "That's great news, then. I'm becoming closer to my ideal merchant image." "That's what's important to you, nya," Kuroka retorted from the side. "What up with that question?" "Of course, it's important. It's my main profession, after all," Kisuke retorted back. Yoruchi immediately got in between the two of them and said while shrugging her shoulders, yeah. You two argue about that later, but for now, get dressed, Kisuke. We're not alone in this forest." "Right. I don't really have a hobby of exposing myself." With a snap of his finger, the black energy with a touch of crimson surrounded Kisuke before forming into his usual attire. "This is neat." He then faced Yoruchi and said, "Please cut my hair." Taking out her knife, Yoruchi went behind him and said, "Sit down." As Kisuke sat down, he looked down on his Zanpakuto, Benihime, and thought, "Looks like the ordeal stressed you out too, huh? Rest well." Chapter 663, Astria. Different from Aizen's case where he was completely transformed, Kisuke was just given a chance, even if the Hugyoka had used itself just to jump-start up the process. Kisuke estimated that he was still a lot weaker than Aizen, even after he fully recovered. However, unlike Aizen who achieved his ideal and possibly final form, Kisuke's path had just started. After cutting his hair, Kisuke's pale blonde hair to his former shaggy appearance and putting on his favorite bucket hat, Yoruchi then immediately crouched down in front of Kisuke with her back facing him. "Although you can stand, you still can't walk. Hop on." Kisuke hopped on her back and asked, "We can't teleport back, after all." "Sorry, my senses right now are a mess." Kuroka had been looking at the teleportation circle on the top of her hand and shook her head at Kisuke's question. It's no use. The surrounding space is too disturbed to properly calculate our entry and exit points, nya. I can force it, but it's too dangerous. The risk is not worth taking, nya. And while speaking, she also dispelled the mist that has been covering the forest. Pandemonium is more than 100 kilometers away from this spot, nya, but there's a village just a few kilometers from here where we could rest. Let's go there then, Yoruichi replied, and Kuroka immediately led the way, avoiding numerous monsters and some adventurers that came to investigate the mist that suddenly appeared and disappeared. On the way to the village, Kisuke fell asleep on Yoruichi's back and the girls didn't disturb him. Yoruichi estimated that he'd need a few days of sleep to at least get some of his strength back. After that, he would be able to actively recover. A quarter of an hour later, the trio arrived at their destination, the village of Sinesh. It's a relatively small village that was surrounded by lined-up logs with sharpened tips as the fence. Approaching the entrance, Yoruichi asked the guard, "Excuse me. Do you have a free room where we could stay and rest?" The guard first looked at them silently before answering, "I'm sorry, but it was already occupied by a familia who came yesterday to clear out the monsters in the area. You can try asking the residents if they are willing to share a room, and food or something useful would be enough as compensation." "I see. Thanks. We'll also join the effort to clear out monsters in the vicinity later." The guard smiled and said, "We should be the one thanking you. If you can't find a place after asking around, come back here and I'll arrange something with the village elder." But before Yoruichi could answer, someone approached them and interjected, "No need. We still got a few beds to spare. You can stay with us. After all, we can't have you move him around in his current state." Yoruichi and Kuroka looked towards the source of the voice and saw a goddess with a long walnut-brown hair that is gathered together behind her head in a dignified manner, along with deep indigo eyes that are reminiscent of a sea of stars. She's also wearing a simple kirtle and a long skirt. Seeing her, the guard called out to her, "Astria-sama. Is that fine with you? All of your members are women." Astria shook her head and said, "It's fine. It looks like he needs help more than anything else." She then looked towards Yoruichi and Kuroka, who are making a subtle expression that is indistinguishable for most people. "Do they know me?" However, she didn't voice out her question and said, "Follow me. I'll lead you to the place we're staying." "Thank you very much, Astria-sama," replied Yoruichi and silently followed her. When they arrived at the aforementioned place, it resembled a longhouse that the Vikings used in their previous world. This one, however, had wooden floorboards instead of pounded earth. One could also immediately tell that it's only designed for temporary lodging, as there were only rows of beds on the side and a stone hearth in the middle where one could cook their meals. The only private space available was a narrow room at the opposite end of the entrance that was meant to be a room where one could wash up and change clothes. Yoruichi and Kuroka now finally understood why the guard was a bit reluctant for them to stay here. Looks like the problem of those two big gender-based familias existing managed to reach as far as this village, Yoruichi thought. "You can lay him down on the first bed from the left," Astria pointed at a free bed. Yoruichi laid the unconscious Kisuke down carefully and bowed towards Astria. "Thank you very much, Astria-sama." Astria just smiled at her and said, "It's fine. By the way, do you need a potion? Although we only have the cheap ones, it should be helpful if he has injuries." "No need, nya. He's in a state similar to mine 0, so he should be able to recover after some rest. Thank you for the offer, though, nya." Kuroka replied with a big smile, "But aren't you worried that we're bad guys, nya? You're too kind and trusting." "That may be the case, but I don't have any reason to think so. But regardless of what you may be, I'll still choose to help you when you clearly need one." "I'd rather help a few evildoers than miss the good people," replied Astria with a small smile. "I see. As expected of the goddess of justice," muttered Yoruichi. Astria's eyes widened slightly. "So you do know me." But before she could continue any further, it became noisy outside. Recognizing the voices, Astria immediately came out to see the guard and some village residents assisting two of her children. But seeing one of them with a huge wound on their chest, Astria shouted her name in panic as she ran towards them. "Liz." "April, what happened?" With tears running down her cheeks, the cat person known as April looked up to Astria. Astria-sama. "Liz. Liz is. Potions don't work." Within April's arm was a palom in mage attire, and across her chest was a large slash wound. With a very pale face, it's obvious that she'd already lost too much blood and was on the verge of death. Astria bit her lips and took out all the potions she had before pouring all of them on the wound. However, the wound only closed slightly before blood started to gush out again. Reopening it, "No," she muttered and tried to find something useful in her bag. But among the panicked voices, a calm one emerged from behind, parting the crowd. "Lay her on the ground properly." Yoruichi approached the wounded palom with a bottle of top-class elixir in her hand. "You are." Astria muttered, but she immediately gave way to her. Without minding everyone, Yoruchi proceeded to pour half of the bottle on her wound before lifting the Palam's head and putting the remaining elixir on her mouth. If you want to live, do your best to drink it even if it's painful. The Palam heard her and felt the refreshing liquid within her mouth. Liz then tried her best to swallow the elixir, not wasting a single drop of it. Yoruchi smiled at her and said, "Good." She then took out a red pill, crushing it with her bare hand, and put it inside the now empty bottle of elixir. Conjuring water in it and giving it a good shake, Yoruchi once again put the bottle on her mouth. This will help you replenish the blood you've lost. Now in a better state, Liz was able to drink the red juice without much difficulty this time. Everyone who was watching was amazed to see Liz's wound close completely and slowly recover the color of her face. Seeing her in a good state, April finally recalled something. Oh no. Mildred and Cecil are still in the forest luring the monsters away. I have to save them. But before she could stand completely, two hands pressed on her shoulders, stopping her actions. Looking up, she saw a black-haired cat person. Where are they? Nya. They ran towards the east side of the forest. April answered. Is that so? Then stay here since you're already tired and take care of your companion, Nya. I'll go assist them. Kuroka then turned around, ascertaining the direction she should go. Still, April tried to stand up. If she's going to help, then she's extremely thankful, but for a better chance of saving her comrades, she should go too. I'll come with you. Before she could finish her words, however, Kuroka suddenly jumped away, instantly disappearing from everyone's view. Chapter 664, Astria Familia. April carefully laid Liz on her bed before facing Yoruchi with an almost tearful face. Thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, Liz would have died and I wouldn't know what to do. Astria also approached Yoruchi and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving my child. At least please tell me how much that elixir cost. I'll be sure to pay it back one day. Hearing that, Yoruchi immediately shook her head. Please don't think about it. That elixir was not much for us. If it was able to help the child of our benefactor, then all the more reason not to ask for anything in return. While April's eyes widened, Astria's face became filled with hesitation. But I've never done anything for you aside from offering a place to stay. This isn't even our place. Chuckling, Yoruchi replied with a small smile. That may be the case. However, in certain situations, I greatly appreciate small gestures of kindness without any trace of malintent or calculating moves. In this case, you offered us what we really needed and even offered potions. Although the cheap ones, it's also all that you had. So wouldn't it just be fair to offer something of similar value from my perspective? Smiling wryly, Astria asked, so you're saying that elixir is of the same value as our potions? Yoruchi answered with a big grin on her face, correct. It's really hard to accept that. Touching her chin, Yoruchi thought of something before continuing. Then how about this? In exchange for that elixir, we made a good friend like Astria-sama. Besides, I have a feeling that you'll get along really well with our goddess. Your goddess? Who is it? Hestia-sama. Astria's expression instantly changed from a complicated to a shocked one. Hestia. That shut-in actually decided to descend, leaving the comfort of her hearth. Oh, so you actually do know her, but please don't worry. She hasn't actually changed and is still just a lazy bum. At that moment, Yoruchi was the first one to hear screams of fear getting near and looked towards that direction. Looks like they're here. Astria and April became confused, but soon enough, they also heard the screams, and it was from familiar voices. Running out of their lodging, Astria and April saw a small dot in the sky before it became bigger, forming a silhouette of a person dragging two other people. Are those Mildred and Cecil? Asked April. The screams became even louder and worse as they approached the ground. Even April and Astria became pale at the rate they were descending at. But before they hit the ground, multiple shockwaves exploded out from under them, slowing their descent considerably, and they were able to land softly. Releasing their collars, Kuroka greeted them. We're back, Nya. Meanwhile, the tall and slightly tanned half-dwarf woman with dark red hair called Mildred, and the black-haired human woman, Cecil, were wheezing on all fours on the ground. I thought I was going to die, muttered the former with a muffled voice. After taking several deep breaths, Cecil looked up and saw two familiar faces which reminded her of the fate of their youngest member. Hurriedly standing up, Cecil grabbed April's shoulders in panic. April. Where's Liz? What happened to Liz? Mildred also hurriedly stood up when she heard that. Right. Where's Liz? Calm down, you two. She's already safe and resting, answered Astria while stepping up and patting their shoulders to calm them down. Ah, really? Yes. She's currently inside. Mildred and Cecil then immediately went inside their temporary lodging and saw a peacefully sleeping Palam. Cecil slowly and quietly approached Liz while trying to muffle her sobbing sound. Thank goodness. Crouching to her side, Cecil gently held her hand as tears of relief fell down. Mildred, on the other hand, stayed back while wiping the tears that were about to fall from her eyes. She then faced Astria and asked, Astria-sama. How? I mean, I was not optimistic of her survival, even after luring the monsters away. April immediately pointed towards Yuruchi. This lady here saved Liz. She's... However, she realized in that moment that she didn't even know her name and turned to Astria. Astria's face blushed a little in embarrassment as she also realized that she hadn't even heard of their names. Yuruchi giggled at her reaction and proceeded to introduce herself. My name's Yuruchi Shihuan. Kuroka also raised her hand and added, and I'm Kuroka Tuju, nya. Nice to meet you. Mildred offered her hand and introduced herself. I'm Mildred, the captain of the Astria familia. Nice to meet you too, and may I ask how you saved my precious friend? Yuruchi grabbed her hand with a grin and said, nothing complicated. Just with an elixir. Hearing that, Mildred froze with the corners of her mouth twitching. Elixir, you say? How much was it? Its quality was top-notch even compared to those circulated in the market, so its estimated value was around 700,000 valis. Mildred wiped her forehead, now being covered by cold sweat. 7 to 700,000, you say? We'll be sure to pay you back, but please give us time. You're charging them, nya? Kuroka asked Yuruchi. Yuruchi separated her hand from Mildred before saying, of course not, I just wanted to see what kind of expression they'd make. I almost forgot. You're cut from the same cloth as that guy, nya. That said, Mildred could only slack her jaw at Yuruchi's words. Why, you're not going to charge us? I'm very thankful, but why? I already explained it to Astria-sama, but to put it in simpler terms, she helped us out and it's only right that we help her out, too. Aside from that, it also looks like she's a friend of Hestia-sama. That's true. Aside from Artemis and Hephaestus, I'm one of Hestia's few close friends, Astria confirmed her words. Yuruchi then shrugged her shoulders. Then all the more reason we shouldn't ask for anything back. But... you see, that elixir came from that guy. Yuruchi pointed towards the unconscious Kisuke. He tends to spoil Hestia-sama a bit too much, and if that guy were to know that you're close friends with our goddess, he might just give you a case containing a dozen of those elixirs as a thank you gift. Please don't. We wouldn't be able to accept that, Astria immediately retorted. In other words, that guy's pretty well off, so you don't really have to sweat it. Allow me to express my sincerest gratitude. Thank you. If not for you, Liz might have already left this world. However, we'll still return this great favor someday. Please don't reject that or we might not be able to properly sleep. Mildred bowed her head to Yuruchi before turning to Kuroka. To you too, Kuroka Tuju. Thank you very much for saving us from danger. Fine. If we need something in the future, we'll be sure to ask you. Of course, it'll only be reasonable requests that you may or may not accept, so you don't have to worry, was how Yuruchi settled things. It's fine, nya. Happy to help. With everything seeming to be finally settled, April raised her hand to attract their attention. By the way, I'm April. It's very nice to meet you. Immediately after, Cecil's voice also rang out, and I'm Cecil, the vice captain of the Astria familia. It's a pleasure to meet you and thank you very much for saving our Liz, she said while wiping her tears away. Yuruchi-san and Kuroka-san. I heard about you the last time I went to Pandemonium. You're the famous rogue mercenaries that appeared out of nowhere and laid waste to the unreasonable members of the Aruna familia. Chapter 665, Waking Up. 3 days later, Kisuke finally woke up. Immediately sitting up and raising his arms, he shouted out, I'm alive. But as he did so, the veins and muscle tissue in his arms suddenly ruptured, spurting blood everywhere before his forearm bones made snapping sounds. Oya. Around him, everyone was present and were making two distinct expressions. While Yuruchi and Kuroka were shocked, the rest of the Astria familia and Astria herself were horrified at the sight of his arms suddenly being mangled. The first one to move was Yuruchi, with her immediately taking out 2 elixirs and pouring both of them on Kisuke's arms, while Kuroka hurriedly used magic to clean up the splattered blood and bits of flesh that were scattered around. While Yuruchi blocked everyone's sight of Kisuke's arms with her body, Kisuke promptly went ahead and did a quick self-diagnosis. The first thing he noticed was that the elixir wasn't actually affecting his wounds and would just slip off. However, as if he was in his full Vasto Lord form, his arms started regenerating themselves without any input from Kisuke, and after a few seconds, his mangled arms were no more. Going wider with his diagnosis, he immediately came to know that he couldn't use any magic, ki, or any of his soul techniques. But after thinking about it, Kisuke thought that was normal. Even though the new type of energy coursing through his very being was a congregation of demonic power, ki, and spiritual power, it still followed a different set of rules. As for his body, when his arms were broken like frail twigs, it didn't actually mean it got weaker. In fact, his body became a lot stronger in addition to his improved regeneration even outside of his transformation, making him invulnerable to most things. It was just that his new energy circulation was too wild even for his vastly improved body. By just simply swinging his arms and subconsciously using the method of control he was using for his Ryatsuki, the new energy immediately exploded and mangled his arms. This is going to be tough. All of a sudden, however, Yuruchi flicked his forehead. Nursing his forehead, Kisuke looked at Yuruchi. What? You've got a large grin on your face. What's up? Touching his face, Kisuke felt that the corners of his lips were curled upwards before replying, nothing much. It's just that I'm about to learn something new again. Technically, Kisuke became strong after the transformations that the Hogyoku had done to him. However, thanks to those transformations, especially to the type of energy that he used, he effectively became weaker as he couldn't use any of his techniques and could only rely on his durability, but was easily mangled through accidental self-destruction. He could, of course, always relearn everything. However, unlike with magic and ki, Kisuke didn't have any references that he could use as this new type of energy transcended all the properties of spirit, magic and ki. It would take a short while to regain his former combat prowess. On the flip side, Kisuke estimated that even if someone were to cut his body into 1,000 pieces, he still would be able to safely regenerate without any problems, making him almost an immortal. On top of that, even if he were to recover his former combat prowess, it wouldn't just stop at that. His progress would continue until he hit another bottleneck. As such, the disadvantages and advantages of the transformation, or more accurately described as a chrysalis, became very clear. For Kisuke, however, the disadvantages were the ones that actually made him happy. If he needed to learn something, then it means that it was something new. And learning about this new thing meant that new perspectives, insights, and discoveries were soon to follow, which would in turn increase the things that Kisuke could actually do outside of combat. But much less than all of that, Kisuke really just enjoyed learning new things. Unlike Aizen who sought more power, Kisuke was a person who sought more knowledge. Yoruchi sighed at his answer and said, "Take it easy. It seems really dangerous." "My case is actually very safe," replied Kisuke before grabbing his Zanpakuto. Now that he couldn't control his power, it was actually Benihime who was keeping the blade's shape. If she were to leave it to Kisuke who couldn't do anything right now, it would just uncontrollably expand to suit his energy reserves. Kisuke tried talking to Benihime but all he got was an angry aura reply. Benihime, compared to Kisuke, was in a much more difficult state. Even when Kisuke had changed his energy reserves to that of Ryatsuki to also accommodate his physical body, it didn't affect Benihime who was a purely spiritual being. But after the incident 3 days ago, Benihime had to accept the change or risk Kisuke dying from his physical body and soul body fusing permanently. As she had to become the linking bridge for the two, she had no choice but to be converted to suit the new energy type more. Of course, this change didn't just bring advantages but also similar disadvantages to Benihime. Compared to Kisuke, however, Benihime didn't have any prior experiences with controlling a different type of energy, and much worse, this change technically overrode her entire existence as a Zanpakuto. Both Kisuke and Benihime thought that they were extremely lucky that Benihime was able to keep what makes her, her. As such, Benihime was also having a tough time controlling her own powers to such a grade, that she couldn't even speak to Kisuke and could only let out an angry and frustrated aura. With his arms fully healed, Yoruchi separated from him and Kisuke also slowly and carefully stood up, facing the people he was unfamiliar with. "Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Kisuke Urahara. It's a pleasure to meet you, ladies." As he couldn't materialize his Shihakusho, Kisuke was currently wearing an attire that was typical of this world, linen clothing that Yoruchi and Kuroka had put onto him. "And nice to meet you, too, Kisuke Urahara. I'm Astria. It's great to see that you're finally awake after 3 days of rest. However, those arms. Are you truly fine?" Even as he moved and spoke, Kisuke was trying all sorts of things to control the wild energy inside of him. So to not cause another explosion of blood and flesh, Kisuke carefully raised his left arm, but fast and fluid enough to not to warrant any unnecessary worries. "Astria-sama, is it? Sounds really familiar. Thank you for asking, but I'm really fine." "See?" Still not convinced, Astria asked, "But what happened earlier?" At this point in time, Kisuke finally recalled where he heard Astria's name. However, instead of mentioning that, he answered Astria's question. "You see, I was cursed before coming to this land. This curse would spontaneously hurt me, but it would also cure me. Until this curse is lifted, I'll be suffering from the pain it will continue to bring." Astria's children became even more horrified by his story. As mercenaries, they've already experienced breaking a few bones, but they couldn't imagine the torment they would receive if they were in Kisuke's shoes. Of course, Astria caught this lie but she didn't point it out as it was not her right to know what it truly was. "Is that so? If there's something we could do to lift that curse, please don't hesitate to ask us. We'll do our best to assist you." Chapter 666, Training Once Again. After a round of introductions, Yoruchi told Kisuke about the help they provided and Astria's friendly relation with Hestia. Thinking for a bit, Kisuke suddenly asked Yoruchi and Kuroka, "How many elixirs do you have?" "Just 2, answered Yoruchi. "3 with me," added Kuroka. Since Kisuke couldn't access his inventory currently, he could only rely on Yoruchi and Kuroka's own inventories. However, since they're not Kisuke, they didn't amass random things. Closing his eyes, Kisuke rubbed his chin while muttering for everyone to hear, That's a shame. I don't have enough to give you a box." Hearing that, Astria immediately panicked. Stop that. Yuruchi and Kuroka already saved my children and that's more than enough. Meanwhile, Astria's children were shocked at his remark. He really did think about giving a box of those elixirs, was what they all thought. Then how about this? You can request me any one thing and I'll personally fulfill it. Of course, under the impression that I'll be able to do it. Shaking her head, Astria replied, you don't have to. As I said, what Yuruchi and Kuroka have done was more than enough and I still think that we're indebted to them. Behind her, Mildred, Cecil, April and Liz all nodded in unison. Please accept it, Astria-sama, Yuruchi suddenly chimed in. This guy is one of the more stubborn people out there and won't stop doing this. Just accept it and you don't even have to request him anything. Astria thought about her words and indeed, she could just simply accept Kisuke's offer and forget about it. Sighing, Astria finally nodded to the smiling Kisuke. I gladly accept it. Thank you. If you ever need something, please don't hesitate to tell me. For Kisuke, it was enough for her to accept his offer. In any case, if they were to come across a problem, they would certainly remember this. Now then, Astria-sama. Thank you again for everything, but we have to leave now. Kisuke suddenly changed the subject. Astria immediately disagreed. Now. It's already afternoon and traveling at this time of the day won't be advisable. On top of that, you've just woken up and haven't even eaten anything. You should rest and regain your stamina first. Kisuke stood up and looked outside. We're fine. As you've probably noticed, Yuruchi and Kuroka are pretty strong and I do have my own expertise. We're also already behind on our projected schedule so we have to move on. Yuruchi and Kuroka also stood up and started packing up. Seeing Kisuke's expression, Astria sighed, fine. But be careful out there. I would hate to hear of something bad happening to Hestia's children. Thank you. Since they didn't have much, to begin with, Yuruchi and Kuroka were able to pack everything up within just 2 minutes. The Astria familia accompanied the three until they reached the gates of the village. After saying their final farewells, Kisuke, Yuruchi, and Kuroka took the direct path towards the city of Pandemonium. Once they were out of their sights, Mildred asked Astria, Yuruchi, and Kuroka are going to be fine, but won't there be some problems for that guy? Astria smiled and answered, they are going to be just fine. But for them to leave just like that? It seems that they're really in a hurry. Too bad. Astria-sama has been looking forward to hearing about Ryo-senpai from him as apparently, he knew more about her than those two, muttered Cecil. Looking at the direction of the far-distant Orario, Astria replied as a gentle wind blew her face, don't worry about it. We'll have more chances later on. Astria, however, knew that Kisuke was lying about being in a hurry due to being behind the schedule, but she also noticed that he seemed to be enduring something so she didn't force them to stay for a while. That's true, Mildred nodded in agreement before turning towards her fellow familia members, all right, let's go home and rest up early. Thanks to Yuruchi and Kuroka, we were able to clear the monsters within the surroundings of the village, giving us plenty of time. However, we should still hurry as this isn't the only village suffering from the increased number of monster attacks, so we should move to the next one early tomorrow. Roger. Answered the three in unison before Liz suddenly raised a question, how about the mysterious mist that suddenly enveloped the forest 3 days ago? We still don't know anything about it. Cecil already sent a letter to Pandemonium regarding this matter and other familias within the vicinity should have too. A well-equipped familia should arrive any time now to investigate, so let's not worry about this unknown problem. April, on the other hand, turned to Astria and asked, what about you, Astria-sama? What do you think about this strange incident? Astria shook her head, I don't have any idea what it was. Maybe it was a rare kind of magic that went wrong or maybe something else entirely, but truth to be told, Astria had a feeling that this phenomenon had something to do with Kisuke, Yuruchi, and Kuroka. But as usual, she didn't reveal her thoughts about them. Deep within the forest, the three suddenly stopped walking as Kisuke started bleeding throughout his body. Crap. This is harder than I thought. Kuroka wanted to touch him but stopped her hand mid-air. Are you really going to be fine, Nya? You won't suddenly drop dead on us, would you? Since she didn't know what was going on, she couldn't help but be extremely worried. Kisuke only chuckled as his wound suddenly started closing up as if the time was being rewound on him. Don't worry. After that incident, I actually became a lot harder to kill. I presume that even if you separate my head from my body, I would still be fine. However, after that remark, Kisuke flinched at the angry glare that he received from the two of them. Even if that is true, please don't ever do that. Not even as a joke, declared Kuroka. Both of them knew that Kisuke might really try severing his head, but between Yuruchi and Kuroka, the latter was much more furious due to the fact that she wasn't really used to Kisuke's dangerous antics. Raising both of his hands in surrender, Kisuke replied, okay. I promise I won't do that. Not wanting to be in this awkward situation anymore, Kisuke immediately changed the topic. However, thanks to my condition, I will have to relearn all of my daily activities like a baby. With that, you'll have to be my bodyguards, until I can fight back without accidentally killing my opponents. So how are you going to learn how to move around? By just simply walking, asked Yuruchi. Of course not. There's no better teacher than experience, be it a success or a failure. So to start with, let's go bash some monster heads before teleporting back. That's learning how to run before you can walk, nya, retorted Kuroka. Chapter 667, A Rare Researcher. It took Kisuke a whole day just to prevent himself from self-destructing while doing his everyday activities. However, he estimated that it may take more or less a month to properly fight. Fortunately, even if he can't fight, that's only physically, and studying techniques like magic and Kido would be a lot easier for him. How is it, Kuroka? Yuruchi asked her cat friend who had been checking the state of the surrounding space. We've gone far enough away from the epicenter so the surrounding space has already stabilized. I can do my calculations properly now, nya. Shall we go? Kuroka looked towards Kisuke, who was currently laying on the ground while he waited for his wounds to completely heal. Yep. We should go. Kisuke stood up and a purple magic circle appeared below them before the three of them disappeared, reappearing in their rented house. I wanted you to make another base around here, but it looks like it won't be possible for a short while, Yuruchi sighed, thinking that they'd have to put up with more guests that won't easily leave them alone. That you don't have to worry about. Even if I can't do much with my abilities technically sealed, I can still make magic items to repel some pests. I just need some materials to start with. Yuruchi stared at Kisuke before saying, right. I almost forgot. You aren't just a pervert and a candy shop owner. Hey. I'm also a mercenary now. And a magic engineer. Please don't forget that you're also an adventurer, a part-time devil, a terrorist, and funeral director, mortician or something, nya. Since Kuroka knew that his sword called Benihime purifies souls and Kisuke's extensive expertise with souls, she just assumed he most likely dealt with dead souls before. Yuruchi and Kisuke only smiled at her remark. Both of them planned to tell everyone close to them about their past life, but not anytime soon. Either way, that fact won't really change anything, as it's not really important in their current relationships and would never be a factor of it. Stretching his limbs once again, Kisuke made sure that he wouldn't randomly explode again and said, all right. Let's go shopping. Let's make those pest repellent items. Any requests? I want something explosive, nya. Kuroka first requested. I want something that would make someone kiss the floor, Yuruchi added. As they moved the streets of Pandemonium, many looked their way but none of them really bothered them. What's surprising though was they came across some members of the Urahara familia and nothing happened. Yuruchi and Kuroka knew how they usually act, so they were shocked when all of them ran away from them. This is really strange, muttered Yuruchi. What is? Even if they are the weak members of that familia, they would still provoke their enemies for their pride, nya. So it's indeed very strange they would just run away from us without doing anything. Yuruchi then just shrugged her shoulders and continued walking. Well, we don't really have to do anything with them. If we deal with small problems similar to that every time, there would be no end to it. Keeping a bit of an eye on them should be more than enough. And if something were to happen, it doesn't have to be us to solve it. Though it would be different if a friend were to get involved. Kisuke looked around to see where the materials he needed. A bit of assistance is enough for that. As they went through the market, the three both had a lot of monster materials and ores that are usually used for equipment crafting, and their last stop was the area where magic stones are being traded. Unlike Urahara, where magic stones were being strictly regulated by the guild, magic stones are being traded like normal monster materials, as it's also used for magic sword manufacturing and powering of daily household items like lights. Of course, deep-level magic stones are not being publicly traded, as it was always at the hands of big and strong familias and would only exchange hands between them. Since they have no use for it, Yuruchi and Kuroka always sold the magic stones they got to the Astarte familia, Poseidon familia, and the Alliance. As such, they almost didn't have anything Kisuke could use. Separating from Kuroka and Yuruchi, who went to get food, Kisuke saw something he could use, pointed to a certain magic stone. Boss, give me that. But at the same time, another voice rang out, also pointing towards the magic stone he wanted. I'll take that Trent magic stone. Kisuke looked beside him and saw a relatively small Amazoness that wears a mage attire. This is actually the first time he saw an Amazoness not wear those ridiculous articles of clothing as if they are competing who can show the most skin. Hey, kid. What are you going to do with this magic stone? Who are you calling a kid? I'm already 19. The Amazoness retorted. Hey, old kid. What are you going to do with this magic stone? Kisuke repeated his words, albeit a little bit different from the first one. The small Amazoness stomped his foot in anger. I said I'm not a kid. And what the hell is an old kid anyway? It doesn't make sense. However, the Amazoness suddenly saw something in Kisuke's hand. It was the magic stone she wanted, and Kisuke already tossed a bag of coins towards the stall keeper. Why you? The Amazoness pointed at him with an unbelieving face. Thank you for your purchase. The keeper received Kisuke's payment before facing the Amazoness. I'm sorry, Miss Tenestra, but this lad grabbed it first. The keeper knew of the Amazoness' good reputation, so he's not worried that a backlash would come his way. With a grin, Kisuke said, "Too bad, you got too distracted, like a kid would." Tenestra gritted her teeth. She has been sharing all morning and this is the only Trent magic stone she found, so she can't easily give up. "I'll pay you double the price you got it, please give it to me." "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I also need this particular one, so I'm not selling it." "You need that?" "Although it's indeed rare, it's useless for any daily appliances as they emit a nasty smell when the magic power inside them is consumed. Aside from weird magic swords or some experiment, I don't think there are any other uses for it." Kisuke looked at the magic stone and replied, "Really? I don't really know about it." "Then what about you? What are you going to use this for?" "You don't know about that? Then please sell it to me. I'll still double the price. I need it for my experiment. I'm telling you, the smell it releases is really nasty." Kisuke became interested as not many people have an interest in experiments, as Falna gives them everything. Experiment? What experiment? That question, however, tickled Tenestra's passion. After all, no one was really interested in her research and experiments as they were too hard for them to comprehend them. "Are you interested?" she asked before letting her mouth run off. Chapter 668, An Oddball. At her question, Kisuke smiled and said, "I am. And if you can convince me, then I'll give this to you for free." Tenestra's eyes shone and she immediately took out several papers from her pack and passed them to Kisuke. "Listen. I'm currently researching how the magic circles deployed by the mage developmental ability can be cast without one being a mage with the help of an item similar to a magic sword." "Oh. So you're saying that the magic circles that appear with the help of the mage developmental ability can be used to cast magic without one being a magic user," replied Kisuke while looking through the papers he got. Tenestra's eyes widened in excitement as no one had ever given her a reply like that. "Of course. Since this is the case, we should capitalize on this fact and develop another branch of item crafting. In that case, why do you want this magic stone in particular? It's nasty, isn't it?" Tenestra then crossed her arms and propped up her almost non-existent chest in pride before saying, "To be honest, I've already created a working prototype that uses simple fire magic. However, a magic sword can already easily do that, so the next magic I wanted to replicate and study is the vine trap magic that uses vines and roots to hold onto enemies. Since I've never heard of anyone succeeding in making a magic sword that uses control or barrier-type magic, I chose this particular magic. If I'm successful, my research would immediately be put on the same level as magic swords and magic items. Why? Because producing the magic circles itself doesn't require you to have the mystery or blacksmith abilities. I need that particular magic stone because it came from a Trent, a tree monster. For some reason, despite copying the magic circle and making the necessary adjustments, I still can't seem to activate it. This is why I came to think that something could be different if the magic power source were to come from something closely related to it." Tenestra then delved deeper into her thoughts as she explained things to Kisuke. But as she went on, she forgot that she was explaining something and just continued on muttering the possible ways to make her research a success. It was only around 10 minutes later when Tenestra finally got a hold of herself and recalled that Kisuke was still in front of her. "Crap. My bad habit." To her surprise, however, Kisuke was still standing in front of her and never left. She was happy and was about to say something when she noticed that Kisuke was scribbling in her all-important notes. "Hey. What are you doing?" Tenestra immediately snatched it from his hand and checked what he had done to it. Tenestra gritted her teeth in anger when she saw red ink all over her beloved work and was about to spout profanities at him when she noticed something strange about the things he had done. "What is this?" "Corrections." All of a sudden, Kisuke started speaking while playing with the pen he used to scribble on her notes. "Different from most elemental-type magics, nature-type magic doesn't just require magic power, but also life force. Although you were able to copy the magic circle and make some sensible adjustments, you still failed to account for the importance of the incantation from the magic user because you thought it wasn't required since you succeeded the first time. Incantation, in this case, doesn't just gather the required magic power, but also a bit of life force to transfer it to the magic itself to make it possible and also allows a high degree of control. Else, you'll just be randomly grabbing things with this even if you were to succeed. In there, I made the necessary corrections for better stability and cut out unneeded stuff. I also added variations of vine trap that you can use. The first forcibly grows the plant matter and the second just controls it. Finally, on the last page, I've added a magic circle that you can use to gather life force from the surroundings, saving the user the complication of channeling it themselves. Though you'll have to work on your own to incorporate that into your magic." Tenestra was stunned into silence as she looked back and forth between Kisuke and her corrected notes. Memorizing what he'd just said, Tenestra carefully went through the red ink, trying to understand it. Tenestra then became lost in thought until the stall keeper nudged her. Miss Tenestra. Are you all right?" Tenestra immediately woke up from her stupor and looked towards the stall keeper before hurriedly looking towards Kisuke. However, the mysterious man had already disappeared. "Mr. Where's the guy I was just talking to?" "Him?" The stall keeper became confused. "He left a long time ago." "You've been standing there for half an hour, miss." Wah. Another one of her bad habits. If her older sister were to know of this, she was sure to be scolded again for daydreaming in the middle of the street and would hear at least an hour-long lecture of how dangerous doing something like this was. Looking around, Tinestra thought nervously, no one from my familia saw that, right? Seeing that none of her comrades was around, Tinestra sighed in relief before looking back at the stall keeper. Mister, do you know who that guy was? You mean the one who snatched the magic stone from you? The stall keeper shook his head, no. Tinestra's shoulders dropped in disappointment as she thought that it was going to be hard to search for him until the stall keeper continued speaking, but I do know the two women who came to him after talking to you. They are the famous rogue mercenaries, Uruchi Shihuin and Kuroka Tuju. Tinestra's eyes immediately shone in excitement and ran off. Thanks, mister. That's the guy that Big Sister met the other day, she thought. But after taking some distance, Tinestra slowed down until she stopped moving and muttered to herself, I'm just going to disturb him if I go to him now, won't I? After contemplating a bit more, Tinestra decided to return home. I don't know why he gave such important information to me, but I have to verify everything in here before I confront him again. Thanking him later won't be too late. A bit earlier, Kisuke was able to gather the materials that he needed. So, what were you doing with the oddball of the Astarte familia? Asked Uruchi suddenly while biting a mouthful of grilled meat skewers. Oddball. Although there isn't really a culture for giving aliases to the mercenaries around here, Tinestra of the Astarte familia was able to get one, by successfully discarding the incantations on two of her magics. She's known as the Silent Mage, supplemented Kuroka. She's considered a genius. But as geniuses are to do, she became engrossed in the possibility of using others' magic. Since one can only have 3 slots of magic in their fauna, she became known as an oddball. What do you think of her? Uruchi asked Kisuke. Kisuke chuckled and said, I like oddballs. They're truly interesting. Chapter 669, Hidden Quest. At the end of the day, Kisuke had managed to finish a slew of magic items, not just for Uruchi and Kuroka's use, but also for his own. From simple stuff like flashbangs, to items with complicated formations like gravity magic, Kisuke created various things in anticipation of many different scenarios. The next morning, the 3 suited up and prepared themselves to dive into the dungeon. Our target will be the strange room on the 47th floor, explained Uruchi. It's amazing that you really found one, commented an impressed Kisuke. We didn't think that we'd find one as well, nya. When you asked us to look for a spot where strange energy gathered, I thought you were just guessing. I wasn't so sure either. I only came up with the idea after noting strange points within the dungeon. I also tried searching for it when we were still in Orario, but I wasn't able to find it, Kisuke replied to Kuroka. But you didn't give up and sent us here. Why is that? Asked Uruchi. I can't divulge my full line of thinking now, but I thought that it was because of the existence of a certain someone. Uruchi thought for a bit before guessing, Ace Wallenstein. Kuroka was surprised and looked towards the smiling Kisuke, correct. More specifically, the connection she has with the last remaining world quest. Uruchi then rubbed her chin and muttered, if the written records are correct, the Black Dragon also came from that hole in Orario. It also has something to do with that. Kisuke then stood up from his seat and urged the two, let's go. Uruchi and Kuroka looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders. Both of them knew that he was still hiding something, but they also knew that he was just being careful. Following him, the 3 departed towards the mercenary guild. Since they were going to the dungeon, it would really be extremely suspicious if they were to just go in without taking any quests that could be the large majority of their income. Arriving at the guild, Kisuke immediately went towards the deserted counter and yelled, Good day, Varka-san. I see that you're as sour as ever. Hearing his voice, Varka immediately clicked his tongue and his frown deepened. There are other counters open. Placing his elbows on the counter, Kisuke replied, Hey now. Don't just shoo me away. We're good friends, remember? No, Varka immediately retorted with a disgusted expression. Not minding his reaction, Kisuke continued, We're going to the dungeon today. Any exciting things for me? Varka looked at him silently for a moment before opening the drawer beside him. It was the drawer that contained high-level missions that weren't posted on the general board. For how long will you be staying? We've got enough supplies to last us for at least a month. Varka then started sorting out the missions he thought they could do. After a few minutes, Varka was able to get a few suitable ones, until his eyes landed on a paper that had been gathering dust for a long time. After a few moments of hesitation, Varka grabbed said paper while thinking, I'm just giving him the options here. Laying it all in front of Kisuke, Uruchi, and Kuroka, Varka just simply said, choose 1 or 2 from this. Kisuke, Uruchi, and Kuroka looked over and one of them instantly got their attention. Material gathering, Surtur's Horn. Reward, 1,320,000 valis. Kisuke pointed to it and asked in a low voice, who's asking for this? The Mercenary Guild, answered Varka after a small pause in the beginning. Kisuke, Uruchi, and Kuroka guessed that it couldn't be revealed after getting an answer like that. Kisuke, however, was happy with this and asked again, then I guess you can keep a secret for us if we were to pick this up. Varka's eyes widened for a bit before returning to normal and replying, I can. But only for the general public. Kisuke then grabbed the paper and rolled it before placing it inside his vest. That's good enough. It's not my responsibility if you were to die, all right, reminded Varka as they left. Waving his hand, Kisuke replied with a chuckle, relax. No one is gonna blame you for our deaths. When they left the building, Varka immediately cleaned up his counter and put the missions back in his drawer as he felt an annoying presence come close. Camilla's voice rang behind him. What sort of mission did they take? Varka didn't turn around but replied, I was asked to keep it secret to avoid annoyances. You know the women beside him. They tend to gather random flies. But I'm curious. Just wait for them to return and you'll know about it. Fine, Camilla turned around, losing her interest. Thanks to how Varka worded it, she thought it was just some random mission that others could easily reach and disturb them. Seeing her leave, Varka sighed in relief. I wonder if they can really do it. The first in history. It's going to be extremely noisy if they were to succeed. What kind of monster is this Surtur? Asked Kisuke suddenly as they made their way towards the shore. So you really picked it up without knowing, Yuruchi sighed. Why not? Look at this gigantic bounty. We'll be set for a while. Kuroka did a facepalm and said, if anyone were to hear you right now, they would be mocking you to no end, nya. Why's that? Those who wish to complete this mission don't care about the reward. They only wanted the honor of getting it first, nya. Yuruchi then added, Surtur is a monster Rex and currently known as the strongest monster inside the dungeon. Surtur is a flaming giant that wields a giant flaming sword. Aside from being able to emit extremely high temperature flames, each swing of its sword would also create a line of lava, making it almost impossible to tank any of its attacks. But due to its obvious flame attribute, it's actually possible to defeat this monster without any losses, for the top familias, at least. The main method of defeating it is amassing a large number of mages capable of water magic and ice magic to flood and cool down the boss room. Once it has reached a certain temperature, its movements would be extremely slow and its defense would become brittle, giving the attackers a large window of opportunity to defeat it before it regains its flames. And what makes this Surtur's horn special? This time, it was Kuroka's time to explain. If you can defeat Surtur, there are actually 3 possible drops from it, nya. Its magic stone, very rarely, the flaming sword, and finally, its horns. However, no one has actually been able to get the last and most precious drop, the horns. In fact, it was only 20 years ago when a mage with an unknown skill, development ability, and magic said that a 3rd drop is possible, but only after a certain procedure was achieved. The gods confirmed that she wasn't lying, nya. To get Surtur's horn, one has to first sever it from Surtur before it's defeated, or else it would just disappear along with its body. The problem, however, is that its horn is actually a lot harder than its flaming sword, nya. It was so hard that the most damage that was done to it was years ago. An adventurer gave the horn a very small nick, but in exchange for a top-tier sword being broken in half. As such, its reward of 1 billion Valis is quite small compared to the difficulty of acquiring it, so most people think that this is more for honor than its reward, nya. If I recall correctly, the one who still has a request for Surtur's horn is the Poseidon familia, with the others having already withdrawn theirs, thinking that no one, aside from the captain of the Poseidon familia, has any chance of completing this mission, nya. Even after all of that, Kisuke's answer was only, who cares? Money is money. Anyway, where is this monster Rex? Yuruchi chuckled and replied, our destination, the 47th floor. Chapter 670, the Dazara Dungeon. Kisuke, Yuruchi, and Kuroka reached the shore where a sizable port was constructed. However, this port was neither for fishermen nor for traders. It was an outpost for the mercenaries wanting to reach the dungeon. Similar to a large market, the area was bustling with people. Some were doing small or personal trades, some were arranging their supplies and others were leaving the area, either by returning to one of the cities around or in specially crafted sailboats towards the spot where the entrance to the dungeon was located. There are 5 entrances to the dungeon and the nearest entrance is the southern entrance, located around 2 kilometers away from here. We'll be taking the next entrance which is around 5 kilometers from here since it has a network of tunnels that leads directly to the lower floors, explained Yuruchi as they walked around, trying to find a sailboat that they could ride on. A few minutes later, they found a sailboat that had just docked after returning some mercenaries to the land. Yuruchi immediately approached him and said, we'd like to go to the central entrance. The relatively old man with a wide conical straw hat to fend off direct sunlight looked at them and replied, 1,000 Valis for each person. If you want to leave immediately, 3,000 each. The 3 of them immediately hopped on and Yuruchi said, let's go now. The old man tipped his hat and quietly operated the sailboat, leaving the dock, along with the other sailboats that had mercenaries in them. Kisuke, Yuruchi, and Kuroka didn't say anything throughout the entire journey and that was also the same for the operator. Along the way, they encountered several attacks from the sea goblins, but the old man dispatched each one of them. More than an hour later, they reached their destination. Although there weren't any landmarks in the area and all one could see was the vastness of the ocean, the entrance to the dungeon was very easy to spot due to the steady stream of magic power coming from below and the number of sailboats that were also in the area. Looking around, Kisuke saw how the mercenaries who just arrived from land would dive down and were replaced by other mercenaries who were done with their exploration, taking the sailboats that became free. Uruchi stood up and passed a bag of valise to the old man. After waiting for him to count the coins, the old man nodded. "I've received it. Thank you for your patronage. Have a safe exploration." "Good luck to you too, old man," replied Uruchi before jumping down directly to the water with Kisuke and Kuroka immediately following after her. As soon as they went beyond a certain depth, the water became so clear that they were able to see the entrance to the dungeon. Instead of a large hole in the ocean floor like Kisuke was expecting, it looked like a gigantic anthill with several hundred holes, spanning almost a kilometer wide. Each hole was 3 to 10 meters wide and they were randomly placed along the mountain. While each group of mercenaries was taking a tunnel of their own, various monsters also came out from them. This was the reason why there were so many monsters on the surface within the Desara region and nobody had the resources to block these holes, not to mention that this was only one of the 5 entrances which were all on the ocean floor. Uruchi already had a target entrance, but because he'd failed to control one of his kicks, Kisuke was suddenly shot forward in an unintended direction, entering a tunnel. Immediately following him, Uruchi and Kuroka traveled through the same tunnel, reaching the room beyond it that was devoid of seawater because it was being kept out by an invisible force. Chuckling, Kuroka commented on Kisuke who was laying on the ground. "I just knew that would happen, yeah." Kisuke stood up before throwing his dummy backpack towards Kuroka. "How do others go to this place? Normally, you would have to swim for about 10 minutes and you still have to deal with the monsters that come after you." Uruchi also threw her dummy backpack towards Kuroka so that she could keep it in her inventory and used magic to dry everyone and remove the mud from Kisuke while also simultaneously fixing the tears in his clothes. There's a potion that allows one to stay for long periods of time underwater and equipment that makes it easier to move with all the pressure. "So what's the plan?" asked Kisuke after stretching his limbs. "The next respawn of the cert will be 3 weeks from now and it was announced that the Astarte familia would be killing it this time. Let's go straight to the 47th floor and make a camp there. It'll be up to you what you want to do next." Kisuke contemplated for a bit before deciding. "I guess I'm going to divide the time between investigation, combat practice, and spell practice. I want at least to release my shurikai before it respawns." The difficulty of the first floor was similar to that of the 13th floor of the dungeon in Urahara. Due to that, only level 2 and above could actually start exploring the dungeon and those who were level 1 would have to settle for those monsters escaping to the surface. After reaching the 6th floor, the halls became taller and wider, allowing multiple paths to meet. With large cloaks, Kisuke, Uruchi and Kuroka passed through several groups without garnering much attention until they reached the 9th floor, a safe zone. More than half of the safety points were covered by water and there are several waterfalls that led to the lower floors. Of course, there were proper staircases, but there was only one and it was located at the west end of the floor. Like the 18th floor of the Urahara dungeon, the ceiling of the 9th floor was also covered by innumerable shining crystals, giving light to everything. But unlike the former, there wasn't a big settlement similar to Riveria. Instead, there were various camps erected on the islands. Not stopping, Uruchi led the way towards one of the waterfalls and the group directly jumped down. Some mercenaries saw them but weren't able to identify them. They were very curious about their identities as the only people who would take the path directly leading to the 33rd floor were the top fighters of the top familias. As they fell through the waterfall, the temperature kept dropping considerably until around 5 minutes later when they finally saw the light below. Kuroka immediately used her magic to slow their descent and carried everyone away from the lake where the water dropped. Thanks to that long drop, Uruchi and Kuroka were able to clearly feel the space of the dungeon warping around them, signifying that some sort of space laws were used to make the dungeon expand beyond common sense. Since Kisuke's senses aside from the normal ones were busted, he couldn't feel a thing about it, though he already knew of this fact way before. Right now, the temperature was already way below the freezing point such that if any weak normal people without the blessing of the fauna were to stand here, they'd be frozen to death within just a few seconds. Kisuke looked around and noted that everything was covered in ice. "Beyond this is the room of the monster Rex, Kurokami, an ice dragon," explained Uruchi as she and Kuroka got ready to fight. Chapter 671, Kurokami. After choosing a path and walking through the long luminescent ice tunnel, they came out in an enormous chamber of glistening ice. In the middle of it was a hill of opaque ice, before it started shaking and cracking. A few seconds later, the hill of ice exploded into many pieces with some of them flying in the group's direction, prompting them to dodge in different directions. In the spot where the ice hill was before, a large blue western dragon with blood-red eyes slowly emerged and roared to the sky. "Of all monsters that I've seen within the dungeon, that certainly is the coolest thing." "Literally and figuratively," commented Kisuke lightheartedly. The clear blue scales that reflected the light, the beautiful curve of its dark blue horns, the slender body and graceful wings that screamed majesticness. Just from its appearance alone, any man who had ever dreamed of fantasy would admire it. However, Uruchi wasn't a person like that as she immediately dashed under its belly, throwing her palm upwards. Ha! Kurokami's belly caved in as it was launched upwards and it screamed in pain. The ice dragon immediately spread its wings out and stabilized itself in midair before looking towards Uruchi with eyes filled with madness. But before it could even roar, it felt a thin line wrapping around its neck. Switching its attention towards the culprit, it saw Kuroka, who was holding her black whip sword. Using a magic circle as a stepping platform, Kuroka jumped back as she pulled back her sword. The blade of her sword immediately dug deep into the dragon's neck, creating a large wound all around its neck before it returned to its master. The incredible pain it felt from Kuroka's attack immediately attracted all of its rage and it forgot about the opponent who'd sent it flying. Kuroka then saw how it inhaled deeply and immediately controlled her whip sword to form a spiral in front of her. The next moment, her ears and tails lit up with black flames and a striking blue tattoo appeared on her face. From the gaps in her blade, the same black flames were ejected out, forming a solid circular shield in front of her. The next second, Kurokami opened its mouth wide and released a blue beam which contained an extremely freezing magic power towards Kuroka. However, even before it could land on her shield, the beam was dispersed in multiple directions, not doing any damage to its target. At this sight, the monster Rex became confused but it didn't have time to think as it felt a presence on the back of its neck, Teshu, iron palm. Hitting just above the large, profusely bleeding cut, Uruchi severed the dragon's head, immediately turning it into a cloud of ash, leaving behind its undamaged magic stone and a few claws. After immediately picking up the loot and placing it in her inventory, Uruchi urged Kisuke, "Let's go." Before the others reach this place. "Oh, right. That roar just should have alerted the people in the safe zone," mumbled Kisuke as he ran after the girls towards the 34th floor. More than 10 minutes after they left, splashing sounds could be heard from the room where they'd come from earlier. Soon after, 4 groups of people hurriedly entered the Kurokami's ice chamber, only to be met with an empty place and piles of ashes. "What's this? Wasn't it agreed upon that we'll take care of the 2 monster Rexes this time? Who did this?" Phinia, one of the people who came down, asked in confusion and slight anger. Not far from her, however, she heard a mocking snort, "Humph. Stop this ploy, will ya? It's pretty obvious that you wanted to take the next respawn, too, by slaying this monster secretly. Too bad for you, we won't give up our right as the next one in line." Phinia glared at the men who just spoke. "I could also say the same as you. This could have been your group's doing, thinking that you could get away with it." The man, a war-tiger, glared back at Phinia. "Huh. And where's your evidence?" The man is one of the vice-captains of the Urahara familia, Todd Bunce, a level 6. But from the way he acted, he looked like a low-level ruffian. The other men who came down with him, one of the executives of the Urahara familia, Salvatore Bourne, who was a human and a level 5, grabbed his shoulder in an attempt to remind him that they were at a disadvantage due to the fact that their captain hadn't appeared in public for a month now. And indeed, Phinia sneered at them and used that fact. "I could ask the same, but I'll ask this instead. Where's your captain? The people who are capable of this are all accounted for, except for your captain. He could have come down here to do this, and considering your reputation, it isn't a far-fetched possibility." Todd gritted his teeth as that didn't come to his mind at all. But before he could say anything, Salvatore spoke up first. "In the name of Aruna-sama, I can assure you that Captain Hadrian is within Sita as we speak." Tisk, Phinia immediately clicked her tongue and looked at others who were investigating the chamber. "So who did it?" Not being able to contain himself, Todd immediately answered, "It's obviously your Astarte familia. Your members are recently very active within the dungeon and we have no way of knowing what they're up to once they're inside." But instead of Phinia, it was the captain of the Amphitrite familia who retorted at him, "Shut your loud mouth. Even if it was your captain along with some other people, they couldn't have done this." Todd immediately turned to the elf called Lalalia, the captain of Amphitrite familia and a level 7. "What was that, hag? Are you saying my captain is so weak that he couldn't defeat Kurokami?" Instead of Lalalia, it was Phinia's companion who answered him, "Take a look around. Aside from the small pothole in the middle, there are no other signs of battle. Considering that neither the Rex nor the people who killed it were here when we arrived, it's safe to assume that it was instantly killed and without much effort from its assailants." The elf, Yenna Lightwing, an executive of the Astarte familia and a level 5, then turned her head towards Todd and continued, "For everyone's sake, please don't go to an investigation if you're only going to run your mouth around and not use your head. You're only suitable for grunt work and you should just stick to that." Chapter 672, Boring Area. The war-tiger instantly lost his cool and was about to attack when his companion immediately grabbed his arm and reprimanded in a low voice, "You can't do this, Sir Todd." Everyone was already touching their weapons, but what they didn't expect, however, was that the infamous and incredibly arrogant Todd Bunce actually immediately backed down and just clicked his tongue. Just my luck that this brainless idiot was the only one around when something like this happens, thought Salvatore. They had to follow everyone else or they wouldn't be able to defend themselves if someone really defeated the Kurokami in secret. More importantly, they couldn't give up their right to the monster Rex that only spawned every 2 months since their captain right now was at a very important juncture. Looking around, Salvatore couldn't help but be frustrated at everyone looking at them with suspicion. Nevertheless, they can't really get any answers from me even if they ask. And what's wrong with us not making any trouble? Everyone took back their hands from their weapons, but as Salvatore thought, they were all suspicious that Todd would easily back down as they knew for sure that he was not afraid of them. However, they couldn't really ask them why and could only keep their suspicion in their mind. So who could have done this? All those who could are currently accounted for, and I doubt that the Astarte familia would really start this drama. Zerelda Sawyer, a sheep person from the Luff familia, and a level 5 asked everyone. Everyone discussed it for a bit before a splashing sound was heard from the tunnel they came out of. Soon after, a mercenary from the Poseidon familia emerged and immediately went straight towards Lilalia before whispering something. Nodding at her, Lilalia asked the mercenary to dry herself off before facing everyone. According to the witnesses, it seems that a group of 3 people came down moments before they heard the cry of Kurokami. However, their identities couldn't be determined due to them wearing heavy cloaks. But even before this information came to them, they already had a guess as to who they were. 3 people, huh? So chances are, it was Yoruchi Shihuin, Kuroka Toju, and the new addition to their party, muttered Phinia while recalling their last encounter. If that's the case, then our initial estimations of them are seriously off. And with a new addition to their group, they could technically become another faction. Zerelda crossed her arms and muttered in contemplation. Even then, we can't really point our fingers at them since we don't have any evidence. They could just as easily say that it may be other strong wandering individuals who took care of it, added Lilalia. Then how are we going to solve the allocation of the monster Rex? We certainly won't give away our rights over it in 2 months, asked Salvatore. Lilalia looked at him and replied, we can't decide a proper conclusion to that with just us here. Let's move to the surface and discuss this with everyone else. Zerelda looked towards the path leading to the next floor and asked, should we send someone to scout them? I'd advise against that. We don't know their full capabilities and it'll only put the scout in unnecessary danger, replied Yenna. As soon as they stepped into the 34th floor, the temperature became a lot better but the surroundings became even grimmer. With a thick mist covering the whole floor, it was impossible to see beyond 10 meters. Without a good map or a guide, one would instantly get lost in this enormous labyrinth that could fit an entire city. However, the most terrifying thing about this floor for the mercenaries were the monsters that silently roamed throughout. A few minutes after stepping into the mist-veiled floor, they were immediately surrounded by floating translucent skeletons covered in tattered cloaks with their eye sockets filled with purple fire. They were wraiths, monsters that were incorporeal, which made them immune to physical attacks unless one hit its magic stone that was randomly placed inside its body. Their main attacks were mental disturbance and curses that made one weaker. If someone fell to their attacks without defending, they'd become mad and start attacking others or just outright kill themselves. The only way to hurt these beings outside of damaging their magic stones was magic, so without preparing a sufficient amount of magic swords and magic potions, it was just going to be suicide, not to mention that there were other stronger incorporeal beings that lurked in the darkness of not just the 34th floor, but until 39th floor, too. Of course, it was a different story for Kisuke's group. With a simple Kidu, Yoruchi could annihilate a group of them and Kuroka just needed to use Senjutsu and they would be destroyed from the inside. Even if Kisuke couldn't fight properly and couldn't awaken Benihime, just a slight cut from his blade would immediately purify the wraiths. Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Kuroka didn't stop running until they reached the 40th floor, slaughtering not just wraiths, but also banshees and revenants. That's a boring area for sure, muttered Kisuke. Yoruchi sighed and nodded, I know, right. Please don't say that, nya. It just happens that we're their worst enemy. Others could easily get wiped out if they're not careful, Kuroka reminded them. Kisuke then looked around at the large steaming tunnel and said, let's forget about that. It looks like it's a hot area this time. What are the monsters this time around? Since this was where he would spend the next 3 weeks, Kisuke didn't want it to be as boring as the previous area. There are many types and various monsters from this floor until the 46th floor, but generally, they are divided between 2 categories, answered Yoruchi as she walked forward. The first are obviously fire monsters and the second are poisonous monsters. Or it could be a combination of these two. As for the 48th floor, it's a safety point so we could set up our base there, nya, added Kuroka. Beyond that is a rainforest biome and I've heard that there are a lot of exotic fruits and vegetables over there, with some having some unique effect. Kisuke smiled and said, now that's nice to hear, let's go set up our base first. Let's make our 3 weeks as comfortable as possible. Yoruchi and Kuroka knew for sure that if not for his current state, Kisuke would probably make a modern skyscraper as their base on the 48th floor. However, these two still underestimated Kisuke's enthusiasm in building bases as he'd already prepared something just for the occasion. Now then. How tall should I make it, thought Kisuke as he started thinking about the floor plans. Chapter 673, a completely different genre. The group still rushed through the floors since they would have time for them later. As they got deeper, the temperature became higher and higher. From the 44th floor, streams of lava could be seen here and there, and by the 46th floor, there were rivers of them. As for monsters, it ranged from giant scorpions to wyverns with either fire, poison, or both attributes. The 47th floor was also a large chamber similar to the 33rd floor, but a little bit bigger. In the middle was a pond of lava where the surtur was supposed to spawn in 3 weeks. Thanks to their fast travel, it only took them a whole day to reach this place, where it was normally reachable in 5 days. Yoruchi didn't stop walking and said, "We'll show you the secret room later. For now, let's set up our base of operations first, and maybe add a teleportation site for easier access in the future." The group went around the lake of lava and reached the staircase that led to the safety point. The moment they stepped into the 48th floor, the temperature became a lot better as if an invisible barrier was dividing the two zones. With a pleasant tropical breeze, the safety point resembled the 18th floor of the Orario dungeon, but without the giant tree in the middle, and the floor was much wider and higher. "Where should we place the base, Nya?" "I don't think the center is a good idea since a Monster Rex variant may spawn from there," asked Kuroka. Kisuke surveyed the entire floor and said, "The median between the wall and the center is good. It'll also be nice if it's far from the path leading to the lower floors." Yoruchi then pointed towards the small hill on the west side of the floor. "That's a good place. Aside from a good hideout, it's also far from the exits and entrances. Isn't that the spot that others use to set their camps, Nya?" Yoruchi grinned and replied, "That's true, but that doesn't mean we can't use it for ourselves, permanently." The group arrived at the location Yoruchi proposed and Kisuke further surveyed the area. A few minutes later, Kisuke nodded his head in satisfaction. "This is a good spot." He then faced Yoruchi and said, "Please pass the purse to Kuroka." Yoruchi reached out to her vest while asking, "The one that Sarafal sent to you before we went to the dungeon?" She found the said purse and tossed it to the confused Kuroka. "A space bag?" asked Kuroka, not looking inside until she got permission. Kisuke nodded and said, "Yep. Please take out a portion of its contents." Since it's an incredibly compressed space, Kuroka closed her eyes to concentrate so that she wouldn't break the container. Once she was able to insert her consciousness within the bag, she immediately opened her eyes back in shock. What is this, Nya? Where did you get all of this?" Inside the purse was a hard-to-count amount of processed orichalcum, adamantium, and some other materials that could be used for constructing a building. "I had Saratan get a bit of it from our good neighbor," Kisuke replied with a large grin. "Neighbor," mumbled Kuroka before a certain place came to her mind, the Gnosis. "Yep, and we can certainly get more in the future since they're very good neighbors." Kuroka couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of pity for them, 1,000 years of effort, only to be dismantled by this hoodlum. Kuroka then took out a small portion of the orichalcum and adamantium alongside the other necessary materials. Even then it still formed 2 small hills. Kisuke excitedly approached the pile and said, "I'll probably need a lot of magic stone to construct the base since I can't use my reserves. Conveniently, there's an almost inexhaustible supply of it upstairs." Yoruchi and Kuroka looked at each other before sighing. It looked like they wouldn't be able to stop this maniac from building something that sticks out like a sore thumb. Leaving their luggage, the two of them returned to the previous floor to hunt. 3 days later, Kisuke had finally finished their base. While Kisuke looked at his own creation with satisfaction, Yoruchi and Kuroka could only have to twitch their mouths in shock. They were already expecting something that didn't suit the place, but they never thought it's going to go beyond that. "It's a completely different genre, Nya," Kuroka retorted on top of her lungs. Since Kisuke covered his project with invisibility magic so that he could surprise them. Yoruchi and Kuroka had no idea what he was trying to create, nor had they pried beyond the cover of the magic. The base that Kisuke built was actually composed of 2 parts. The first one was a 400 meters tall skyscraper and the second one is a 150 meters wide dome. But that isn't the problem, as they were already expecting something like this when they saw the amount of materials that Kisuke had. What they didn't expect, however, was the overall aesthetics of the buildings. With a white theme, the windowless building was shaped like the tip of a single-edged sword with streaks of blue lights. On its base was a complicated structure with a single large entrance that would overwhelm everyone who came close to it. As for the dome, it had a simpler structure but still follows the same aesthetics of the skyscraper with transparent hexagonal panels as its roof. "It looks like a sci-fi spaceship rather than a building, Nya. Anyone who looks at it would definitely say aliens," Kuroka added. Kisuke then looked at her with a stunned expression. "What are you talking about?" "We're aliens." Kuroka made the same expression and said, "Ah. You're right." Yoruchi, on the other hand, could only mutter with a defeated expression, "You really pulled out all stops, huh?" Kisuke chuckled and started walking towards their new base. "Come with me, I'll give you a tour." Reaching the base of the building, Yoruchi and Kuroka came to a very sci-fi-esque lobby, complete with monitors that could be used for announcements and some other information. Kisuke continued, This is the lobby and where all the general use teleportation stations. Each floor has 2 teleportation circles that are connected here for fast travel. Of course, there are also elevators, but I doubt those are going to be used much. General use, you say? Are you planning to rent out the place? Asked Yoruchi. Yep. There are a total of 69 floors and more than half of them could be used for residential purposes. It'll be a shame if we can't use all of them. It's your fault for making a stupidly large building that is capable of housing at least 1,000 people, yeah. But 69, huh? I see that it's done on purpose. Chapter 674, A Strange Hidden Cave. From floors 2 to 10 were various facilities that are useful for everyday life, including recreation and large kitchens. But due to time constraints, most of the furniture was absent and Kisuke planned to fill them up whenever he was finally able to open his own inventory. Of course, everything was in a sci-fi theme, however, that didn't mean that it felt claustrophobic and airtight since the walls of rooms like the dining room and grand hall were covered in very high-resolution panels that displayed the outside view, making them look like windows despite not being one. In addition to that, the colors that he used weren't just singular, adding to the vibrancy and elegance of the whole interior. From floors 11 to 50 were rooms for general admissions, with each floor containing 10 to 15 rooms. The rooms varied from quads, doubles, and singles. Each of the rooms had basic facilities like a toilet and a shower. Of course, since Kisuke was following a sci-fi theme, the halls are what you'd expect to see from a spaceship and the doors were sealed, complete with a fingerprint scanner, keycard scanner, keypad input, and a terminal for an intercom. The floors from 51 to 60 were the high-class suites that were suited for the big spenders, with each floor containing 5 to 3 rooms. The rooms are what you'd expect from a high-class suite, as it was completely furnished in addition to having a magnificent view of the outside. Each room would cost around 150,000 to 200,000 valis each night, which was already as expensive as a high-class elixir. As for the floors above and the rooftop, they were, of course, for Kisuke and his family's private use and could only be accessed through a teleportation circle in a very tightly secured and secret room in the lobby. Within the 69th floor, a Japanese-themed floor, Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Kuroka were having tea on the tatami floor. You overdid it, mumbled Yoruchi. How are you going to manage such a large place, nya? Asked Kuroka. Don't worry. Everything in here is automated. Magic is a very convenient tool, you know. If you can set it up, you can do almost anything from automatic repair and cleaning, to room allocation and logistics. I set everything up so that even if we left this place alone for a long period of time, it'd still function as intended. The only real limit is the power source, as that needs to be replenished regularly. Even then, we could just commission someone to replenish it. For the time being, I've used the magic stone of the Kurokami as the power source and it should last for about 6 months at full capacity use. It'll probably be longer than that since I don't think this place will be running at full capacity anytime soon. Kisuke had the option of using his own technology to gather magic power from the atmosphere, however, they're inside of the dungeon and he doesn't know how it'd react to its magic power suddenly being drained, so he didn't want to risk it. Yoruchi then pointed towards the window and asked, what about that dome? And is it really wise to use glass panels on it? It's a simple training facility and that isn't glass, but transparent metal. Yoruchi and Kuroka's interest peaked. Transparent metal. It's an alloy from orichalcum and some other rare metals that I was able to create some time ago. Although it's weaker than orichalcum itself, it's still stronger than most metals out there. But even then, strong monsters still roam this place. Orichalcum and adamantium are strong, yes. But they aren't indestructible, nya. But Kisuke just chuckled and replied, no worries, it also has automatic hazard detection that would automatically deploy magic barrier on its surface. Not just that, it also has several retractable magic cannons that are capable of obliterating several level 5 monsters in an instant, though that might deplete the power source in an instant. What the heck? Put thrusters on this thing and it'll be technically a spaceship. No, a warship, nya. Kuroka retorted again. If we weren't underground, I would have added that too. You would. But let's forget about that for now and discuss our next course of action. I've already wasted 3 days on this, so I don't want to waste any more of our time. However, Yoruchi suddenly stood up and started dragging Kisuke towards the bedroom. No. You're going to rest. I know you didn't just work on this project, but also trying to learn your new energy while at it. The mental strain on that should be immense, so you're going to rest. From Yoruchi's tone, she wasn't really requesting it but making it more of a command. Kisuke could only smile wryly as he let himself get dragged away. Seeing this, Kuroka hurriedly followed while saying, I'll take the left side, nya. And indeed, Yoruchi was correct. As long as Kisuke still hasn't managed to adapt his control to his subconscious, every single movement he makes, even as tiny as lifting a finger, was carefully calculated. Even though Kisuke had a great amount of mental fortitude and could probably take some more beatings, Yoruchi knew he still had his limits and she wouldn't wait for that limit to be reached. Knowing Kisuke, Yoruichi knew that he wouldn't stop until he's either barely capable or he's finished his job, so she had to personally take action to stop him. On the 5th day since they'd arrived at their destination, Kisuke, Yoruichi, and Kuroka returned to the 47th floor and immediately went straight towards the lakeside of the lava lake. While looking at the bubbling hot matter, Yoruichi asked, "Can your body take the heat of the lava? If not, both Kuroka and I are gonna help you." Yoruichi asked since she knew that Kisuke couldn't cover himself with any protective energy. Kisuke, on the other hand, didn't immediately answer but instead crouched down and dipped his hand in the lava without hesitation. For a whole minute, Yoruichi and Kuroka only quietly watched Kisuke's hand sizzle in the hot bath before he lifted his hand, showing that it was red, but not burnt. "Looks like I can take it. So the secret room's under this?" "Yep," Yoruichi answered as she and Kuroka covered themselves with Ryatsuki and Ki respectively. Kisuke then started undressing as there would be nothing left since he can't protect them. "I'll need you to lead me by hand, though. Since I can't really sense much." Kuroka kept Kisuke's clothes while saying, "You should really make some burn-resistant clothes later." Yoruichi grabbed Kisuke's hand and dragged him to the lava, diving in. Kuroka also soon followed and the 47th floor returned to its former stillness. After 5 minutes of swimming, the group entered a small crevice. A few more minutes later, all of them got out of the lava and into a small cave with a small pond in the middle. Kisuke looked back and saw that the lava was being kept out by an invisible barrier, the same as the seawater being kept out of the dungeon. Furthermore, the temperature inside the cave was actually a bit cold. One could only describe this spot as a different world from the outside. Chapter 675, Meeting Again. "How did you find this place?" asked Kisuke as he looked around. The water in the pond was giving off a soft blue light, illuminating the small place. "It was actually Kuroka who found this place when her senjutsu failed to penetrate it," Yoruichi answered. "It was actually just luck, nya. I just thought of giving this lava lake a pass and didn't expect to come up with anything," Kuroka added while shrugging her shoulders, "but it was Yoruichi who deemed this place important." Yoruichi nodded. "As I said before, it's because Byako had a slight reaction the moment I stepped into this place for the first time. Although it could have been for other reasons, I still decided to call you over just to make sure." Kisuke then crouched down and scooped out the water using his hands. The moment he touched the pleasantly cool water, a familiar feeling immediately washed over him. "Do you know any effects of this water?" Yoruichi shook her head. "We don't. Since you'd be coming, it was better to leave it to you. We didn't dare test something unknown without the necessary experience and knowledge." Kisuke wouldn't forget the familiar feeling that the water is giving him, especially when he first felt it not even 2 weeks ago, so this is what she meant by "we'll meet again." The next instant, the barrier keeping out the lava suddenly expanded to cover the whole cave, enclosing them within. Not knowing what's happening, Yoruichi and Kuroka immediately heightened their senses to limit when a voice suddenly resounded in their head accompanied by the oppressive pressure that those who are on top could only possess. "We meet again, pawn of chaos." Hearing that, Yoruichi's eye widened, and her pupils shrunk. "Kuroka. Grab Kisuke, now." Kuroka, who was having the same reaction, heeded Yoruichi's words and went to grab Kisuke to leave this place, only to fail when her target suddenly shifted his body, dodging her hand. Wadash. Kisuke then immediately went beside Yoruichi who already materialized her Zapakuto, ban. But before she could complete her words, Kisuke covered her mouth with his left hand and the other hand stopped the pommel of her kodachi to be pulled out. Ignoring Yoruichi's glare, Kisuke responded to the voice out loud, "As I said before, I'm not his pawn and have no intention of being one." Before the mysterious voice could respond, however, Kisuke added and asked, "This is a secured location, right?" Although confused, Yoruichi immediately put away her Zanpakuto while thinking, how does Kisuke know of this voice? Without a change in her tone, the voice replied, "You're currently hidden from Chaos Eyes, but not for long." Kuroka also calmed down seeing Kisuke is conversing with the unknown entity, but she also noticed that Kisuke was still completely in his birthday suit and hurriedly conjured his clothes for him. "This damn pervert isn't even bothered, nya." Kisuke inspected the surroundings and indeed, the barrier was giving off the same feeling as Opha's barrier that allowed them to hide from chaos temporarily. "Then I'll go straight to the point. Why did you help me? What's your goal?" Ever since getting the change in his fauna, Kisuke would inspect it every chance he got and concluded that the mysterious being didn't leave any backdoors to it. On the contrary, Kisuke figured that he could entirely isolate his entire fauna quite easily, essentially disconnecting it from everything, including from his very being. There was silence for a few minutes before the mysterious voice answered, "I'm just curious of what you can do, outsider." Kisuke clicked his tongue after hearing that. "Don't act like that guy now. If you need something, say it straight to me and maybe we can talk about it." More minutes of silence ensued before the mysterious voice spoke up again. "I'm certain that Chaos would be using you to kill me." Kisuke immediately frowned. "Are you saying that he'd be able to push me to do that regardless of my will? If it's you who just arrived in this world, you wouldn't do anything. But now that you care about some inhabitants of this world, you would have no choice but to slay me." Kisuke's brows furrowed further as several possibilities entered his mind. "So what you want is for me to spare you?" The mysterious voice chuckled, but somehow, Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Kuroka could feel that it's filled with loneliness and longingness. Fufufu. I wouldn't ask you to change my fate of inevitable demise. I just wanted you to do me one favor. Please delay the promised time as much as possible, and I can assure you that nothing will be changed in the end and this world will still go on. It was Kisuke's turn to be silent for a few minutes. Sighing, he asked, what is this promised time that I always hear about, and when is it? It is the rise of the dungeon against the heaven, and it'll happen at the defeat of the black dragon and the rise of a demigod. As soon as the mysterious voice had said that, her presence disappeared, signifying that she cut off her telepathic connection to everyone. However, the barrier didn't go down. Kisuke then sat back down and immediately started contemplating about the information he just received. Yoruchi sat beside him and asked, do you trust this mysterious voice? Kisuke shook his head, of course not. We don't know if what she's saying is the truth. And even if it is, it's very obvious that she's not telling the whole story. The promised time, it's one of the deity's biggest secrets. Even if they have mentioned this multiple times before, nobody from the lower world actually knows its true meaning. Kuroka also sat beside him and said. It sounded like she's going to destroy the world and you'll be the one who's going to kill her. However, when she said, it is the rise of the dungeon against the heaven and it'll happen at the defeat of the black dragon and the rise of a demigod, I have this feeling that she's not referring to herself as the dungeon, Yoruchi added. Kisuke rubbed his chin and agreed with Yoruchi, I also got that feeling. But it's really contradicting. If the rise of the dungeon against the heaven isn't her, then why did she need to be killed? Yoruchi and Kuroka became silent. They don't have an answer to offer Kisuke's question, nor would they try since they don't know anything. Yoruchi then suddenly asked Kisuke, when did you meet this voice? You haven't told us anything. Kisuke sighed and told Yoruchi and Kuroka the whole process of what happened when the Hogyoku transformed them and how the mysterious being gave him the fauna and how she claimed that she had created the heavens. Chapter 676, vs. Surtur. Yoruchi and Kuroka were shocked at the depth of what had really happened to Kisuke, as he'd only described it in summary before. That mystery voice was such an important thing. Why did you leave it out before, Naya? I can only speak about it thanks to this barrier, replied Kisuke. It was then that Kisuke noticed that the water in the small pond was slowly being depleted. What's wrong? Asked Yoruchi. Did you realize something? Kisuke stood up and said, yep. If my guesses are correct, then I might be able to strike a deal with her. Let's get out of this place for now. I want to try something. He then went towards the exit and directly jumped into the lava. Yoruchi and Kuroka looked at each other before following him. Once they resurfaced, the naked Kisuke then asked Yoruchi, please try entering that place again and check the state of the barrier. Yoruchi nodded and dived back. After some time, she returned and said, when I returned, the barrier was down, but a few seconds after I entered, it went back up. Kisuke smiled widely with that confirmation. Great. Now things have become a lot easier. Let's go back and prepare. I'll use the remaining 3 weeks for training. Kisuke concluded that the strange water in the small pond is the thing powering the barrier and estimated that he still had more than 23 hours left. It's not much, but thanks to that, a lot of possibilities have just opened up. I can just make all the parts one need and assemble them within that barrier. While thinking of things he can finally do, Kisuke inwardly thanked the mysterious being, but also thought of her as being very naive. He didn't know if it was because of her being naturally born in a transcendent state, similar to Ophis, or something else, but it was very obvious for him that she isn't really thinking of what chaos could really do. Delay the inevitable. Even if I did so, there's no saying that chaos would act as she predicted. Just from how things are going, I think the system of heaven is actually a nuisance to him. With certain possibilities in mind, Kisuke started to plot his plans, the goal of covering all of my bases against the two of them. I guess I should prepare a world invasion. Yoruchi and Kuroka saw that Kisuke was making a very wide grin, and it became obvious to them that he's plotting something bad. Regardless of their curiosity, however, they couldn't ask anything regarding these mysterious beings as they'd just garner unwanted attention. The 3-week wait came to an end and both Yoruchi and Kuroka prepared to face the Surtur that was about to spawn anytime now. Within the dome training ground, Yoruchi approached Kisuke, who's currently exercising with his top off, and offered him a towel. We'll certainly meet the familia who's supposed to be dealing with the Surtur this time around, the Astarte familia. How should we deal with them? Kisuke let out a large breath and grabbed the towel, drying the sweat that had already accumulated. I don't really know anyone in Dazara region, so I'll leave it to you on how to deal with them. If you think they fit, they could also become our first customers. Of course, anyone from the Aruna familia is banned. Thanks to the hunting he did in the area, Kisuke was now fully capable of controlling his body, without manually strengthening it, of course. Even then, his current body proved to be strong enough to just bulldoze almost any monsters that he came across. The next goal was to be able to use techniques and use proper body strengthening. But since Kisuke had already figured out how his new energy system worked, he just had to readjust the way he usually did things. Though a few implosions of flesh and bones would certainly happen just testing things out. Well, that's obviously the case from the start. However, if I deem those from the Astarte familia trustworthy enough, can we leave the teleportation circle on the 9th floor to them? Kisuke looked at her and smiled. It seems that you like them a lot. It's fine. This will become something indispensable for them, so they'll surely take care of it. Yoruchi then started walking towards Kuroka, who was already waiting for her while saying, "We'll go first." Recalling something, Kisuke asked, "By the way, which of you are going to take care of the horns?" Although my senses are still a mess, I can still tell that the 47th floor is currently gathering an enormous amount of magic power and spiritual power. Just from the scale, I don't think it'll be easy to cut off the horns without killing it. Yoruchi turned towards him and replied with a grin of confidence, "I'll finish it off in 2 strikes. Kisuke's eyes widened slightly and asked, "You're going to use Byako? You're only allowed to use your Bankai, right? Are you going to be fine?" "Yep. This will be a good chance to finally test it out after all those long years of training. Don't worry though, I'll immediately retreat if my arm falls off." It was Kuroka's turn to be shocked. "Hey! What are you going to do, nya?" However, Yoruchi just wrapped her arms around her shoulders and said, "You'll know later, I'll depend on you as my backup." Kuroka scrunched her face and replied, "It would really be helpful if you were to tell me everything you're about to do so that I can prepare, nya. You guys love surprises too much, nya." Yoruchi and Kuroka arrived on the 47th floor where they only had to wait for a few minutes before the dungeon started shaking as a horned giant, wielding a greatsword matching its size, emerged from the lake of lava with a deafening howl. Yoruchi and Kuroka immediately jumped out of the way of the falling lava that was scattered from Surtur's appearance. Yoruchi then closely held her Zanpakuto before saying, "Kuroka, after the first strike, there's a chance it will mutate. I want you to hold it off until I can prepare the second strike." "Got it." Kuroka nodded as the world's ki congealed around her and her own ki melded with it, causing it to flare up. A few seconds later, Kuroka successfully unleashed the full capabilities of her senjutsu, attuning herself to the world's life force. With her 9 tails covered with black flames, Kuroka took out her sacred gear and waited for Yoruchi to make her move. Thanks to Kuroka's ki, Surtur's attention was fully focused on her and Yoruchi was able to place herself a few meters from the top of the Surtur's head without its notice. It was then that Yoruchi finally released her repressed Ryatsuki, delivering a shockwave that immediately pushed the giant down. Confused, the Surtur hurriedly looked up and saw the tanned woman holding her Kodachi-type Zanpakuto while muttering, "Bankai. Kyo no Kogo, Byako, Void Empress Byako." Chapter 677, Yoruchi's Bankai. The moment Yoruchi released her Bankai, her black hair had turned white, and her Ryatsuki had increased more than 20-fold, creating a pressure around her that was strong enough to push the giant down even further. The Surtur hurriedly raised its greatsword in defense, but it didn't really do anything. However, detecting Yoruchi's Ryatsuki, the dungeon cried and started funneling more magic power towards the Surtur, initiating its mutation. On Yoruchi's side, after her hair, it was her Kodachi's turn to become pure white. Different from most Bankai, Yoruchi's has a rare one that doesn't change in shape, however, only its shape had remained as she gritted her teeth just holding it. Kyo no Kogo, Byako, Void Empress, Byako. As she announced the true name of her Bankai, she immediately felt the change as the weight of her blade became several thousand tons. Using all of her strength, Yoruchi aimed at the left horn that was behind the greatsword and swung her blade towards it, HAAAHHH. Compared to her normal moves, Yoruchi's swing was agonizingly slow. However, although its weight was enough that Yoruchi could feel the gravity generated by it, the deadliest thing about it was actually its ability to tear space itself. Following the trajectory of her swing, the Surtur wasn't able to react when its left horn and left arm left its body, along with the greatsword that was suddenly split in half. The wall of the dungeon was also cut deeply, but fortunately, it isn't enough to summon the juggernaut. The Surtur roared in pain as the excess magic power that was being injected into it spilled from its severed limb. Yoruchi planned to let go of her Zanpakuto and recall it in its basic state, however, she was shocked to know that her hand was stuck on the hilt of her Zanpakuto. What? Damn it. As a result, Yoruchi spun uncontrollably, leaving her at the mercy of her own blade as she tried to seal back her Bankai. Kuroka saw this and called out to her, "Yoruchi." However, she couldn't actually come to her side as the Surtur started acting up and was about to smash Yoruchi with its right arm. Without any choice, Kuroka attacked it with her sacred gear and black flames, catching its attention, albeit only slightly. Yoruchi, on the other hand, tried her best to take back her Bankai, but she wasn't able to do so until her hand hit the ground, crushing her fingers under the weight of the pure white Kodachi. Without groaning in pain, Yoruchi immediately dematerialized her Zanpakuto after deactivating her Bankai and hurriedly took out a potion created by Kisuke, directly pouring it on her crushed hand. She then took another bottle and poured it on her arm, which was ruptured due to the stress of the single swing. "I thought I was strong enough. I didn't think Byako would get even heavier." When she was just a lieutenant within Soul Society, her shurikai was actually blades that were attached to her arms like claws. She, however, was not very fond of it as they were thrice her size. Although they were extremely sharp, it didn't suit her desired combat style which prioritized speed. Not just her, but everyone who understood enough thought that her condition was an anomaly, as the Zanpakuto should have adapted to the Shinigami's fighting style, and never the other way around. This phenomenon immediately captured the attention of Otsu Nemea, the creator of Zanpakuto, and asked the Shihuin clan to let him inspect Yuruchi's Zanpakuto. Although many were curious about the result, Nemea only revealed it to the then head of the Shihuin clan and Yuruchi herself, that before the soul of her Zanpakuto was formed, something else had replaced it. From that time, Yuruchi could only remember that Nemea can't actually give her a new Asachi as her Zanpakuto was already bound to her. From then on, Yuruchi worked hard on her Hakuta that could match her Shurkai, and at some point, she learned to enjoy the style. However, when she achieved her Bankai, another slew of problems came up. First, she was not strong enough to wield her Bankai despite it returning to a much smaller form. Second, Byakko wouldn't allow her to use her Shurkai anymore. And finally, the third, she's forbidden to use her Bankai due to its innate ability to disrupt the surrounding space and could potentially destroy the space dividing the realms. As such, when she became a captain, she stopped carrying her Zanpakuto. Practicing Hakuta from the start was her only silver lining. Even then, Yuruchi actually never gave up on her Zanpakuto. Aside from prioritizing speed, she also started working on her strength to at least carry her Bankai. Due to that, she was known as the Flash Goddess due to her speedy, but violent style of combat. Kisuke said that there should be a way to control its weight, and I also believe the same. But Byakko won't even listen to me. Am I still not worthy? Yuruchi asked herself. All of a sudden, she heard a low snort from her lovely cat and was stunned for a short moment. Somehow, she could feel Byakko's frustration emanating, so instead of being discouraged, Yuruchi felt motivated. I see. Then I just have to use you over and over again to make it up to you for when I neglected you. Yuruchi finally realized her mistake. Although she never gave up on Byakko, she also didn't communicate with her that much, thinking that she can only properly make use of Byakko once she fully mastered her Bankai. At the next instant, a warm flow of Ryatsuki suddenly emerged from Byakko and silently connected to her soul. Yuruchi's eyes widened at this, but she didn't know that all of those who achieved Bankai were already used to this feeling. What's this? Although she didn't receive an answer, she had a feeling about what it was and turned her attention towards Surtur, whose flames had become hotter and turned blue. Yuruchi then turned to Kuroka, who was currently holding it back, and shouted, Kuroka. I'm ready. Kuroka gathered her black flames and blasted the mutated Surtur with it, pushing it until the walls, shaking the dungeon from the impact. Make it fast. People are already rushing towards here, nya. Yuruchi nodded and eyed the Surtur that was currently recovering its balance. Using Flash Step, Yuruchi reappeared a few meters away from its head. The Surtur, noticing her presence again, didn't think about defending but immediately gathered flames to its throat. Yuruchi then closed her eyes and concentrated, feeling the warm stream of Ryatsuki from Byakko. Opening her eyes, her hair turned white again along with her Kodachi, Bankai. Kyo no Kogo, Byakko. At the same time, the Surtur released the blue flames that it had gathered and launched them towards Yuruchi. However, unlike before, Yuruchi easily pulled out her Kodachi and was able to swing it with speed incomparable from the first one. Although the overall weight of the Kodachi was reduced to several hundred tons and the destructiveness behind it was also greatly reduced, its effects on space hadn't changed. From its remaining horn until its leg, the Surtur was set asunder along with its blue ball of flame. The Surtur wasn't even able to cry when it was reduced to ashes and its magic stone that was split into two dropped on the floor. Chapter 678, The Expedition Team. This time, before she hit the floor, Yuruchi was able to deactivate her Bankai, giving her ample space to land on her feet. Kuroka immediately went beside Yuruchi and helped her stand up and wipe her sweat. Although the destructiveness of her Bankai was off the charts, it also came with serious energy consumption that a couple more strikes was her current limit. But even with energy to spare, she can't repeatedly use it due to the extreme strain it puts on her body, especially her arm. Even after strengthening through training and Ryatsuki, just after 2 strikes, her muscles were ruptured and her bones fractured. I seriously need more body strengthening training. I wonder if Kisuke could suggest something. Yuruchi realized that it was her turn to fall into the training hell. A few minutes later, a group of women arrived at the scene of Kuroka supporting Yuruchi, falling ashes, 2 chucks of big magic stones, and 2 differently colored horns. What is this? The Astarte Familia's expedition team that aimed to take out the Surtur had arrived at the 46th floor and was immediately besieged by monsters. However, the expedition team of the Astarte Familia's most elite fighters led by their captain, Karis Cattell, blacksmiths from the Hader Familia led by Order Slatefall, and mages from the Patcatl Familia led by Chris Flamesworth easily dealt with the horde of monsters. This is strange. Karis suddenly muttered. She was the captain of the Astarte Familia and one of the few level 7s. As a cowperson, she capitalized on her innate strength to rush through her enemies despite her flimsy and frail-looking limbs. A dark elf with silver hair and a mostly covered face landed beside her and asked, "What is?" Karis silently looked around for a few moments before answering. Although there are still hordes of monsters, they're noticeably fewer than what I remembered. I took note of this after we went through the 44th floor, but now that we're on the 46th floor, it's become more obvious. After taking care of the last monsters, Phinia also went beside them and said, I also noticed this earlier, but I thought it was just my imagination. Chris, Tenestra, Yenna, and Order also joined them, hearing their conversation. This is one of the abnormal anomalies that we should never ignore. It could be that the dungeon is preparing something for us, Yenna added. Shall we continue or retreat to the upper floors while sending scouts to this place to monitor the situation? The dwarf, Order asked while stroking his beard. Karis thought for a moment before saying, let's decide it between the three familias. I suggest we continue. I'd like to see the situation first, Order voted. Chris, a mature woman with long black hair and a witch-like attire, first looked at the mages she'd brought with her that are supposed to block the entrance to the 48th floor and flood the 47th floor for a few moments before voting. I'd like to see how things develop first. Karis nodded at her and said, then we shall ascend to the 39th floor. Isn't the 40th floor much safer since it's easier to deal with poisonous scorpions than wraiths? Asked Chris. We found a spot where monsters don't spawn. Although it'll be cramped with our members, it's much better than being constantly attacked by the monsters. Order's eyes widened and asked, oh. Is it fine to show us this spot? Everyone's safety is my priority, so it's fine. Order then started chuckling. Those babies from the Urahara familia should really learn a thing or two from you. Karis was about to reply when the dungeon suddenly started shaking and the familiar roar of the Sur was heard. Someone is fighting the Surtur. Tenestra shouted to let those who were confused know what's going on. Let's go. Rush through the monsters and ignore those that far. Karis gritted her teeth and recalled what happened 3 weeks ago. Is this related to those who killed the Kurokami? Chris, I'll leave the formation of the mages to you. Phinia, take half of the vanguard to safeguard the mages, the blacksmiths, and the logistic team. The rest of you, follow me to the 47th floor. Karis continued giving commands and no one objected to it. However, just a few seconds after that, an enormous and invisible pressure suddenly slammed down on everyone, halting their advance abruptly. While Karis and the rest of the executives managed to stay still, those who were level 3s had one knee on the ground while those who were level 2s completely succumbed to the pressure and dropped to the ground. However, they were all feeling the same thing, an extreme dread that was unknown to them. Aside from that, they also knew where this strange pressure was coming from. The pressure immediately disappeared as if it was just their bad imagination, but after that, they all heard the roar of pain from the monster Rex below. What's going on over there? Chris asked. She still couldn't stop her body from shaking, and it's the same for others. The first one to recover was Karis as she took several deep breaths before looking forward and giving instructions. Everyone, retreat while being wary of your surroundings. But contrary to her words, she started walking towards the entrance of the 47th floor. Captain. Where are you going? Yenna suddenly grabbed her hand and asked. Without looking back, Karis replied, we encountered something unknown and this may not be the first time this happens. I want to see what's really going on for our future expeditions. Yenna, go take over the command. I'll follow you shortly. But. Karis patted her head and said, aside from me, you're the one who could effectively command everyone. I'm counting on you. Yenna gritted her teeth and separated from Karis. Understood. Be careful. But as Karis walked forward, Phinia went beside her and started walking along with her. You might have convinced Yenna, but I'm coming with you. It'll be a lot safer that way. Karis wanted to rebuke her decision, but she noticed that 2 more people were walking beside her. I'm not good at commanding people, but the best with reacting to the unknown things. It'll be much safer with me here, Tenestra said with a large grin. Naturally, I'll also come. Having a scout with you is a lot better, the dark elf, Dulran Stillshadow, added. Karis sighed and knew that she won't be able to convince them. Fine. Follow my lead. The 4 of them then rushed forward, weaving through the monsters. While looking at them, Order asked, are they going to be fine? Yenna nodded with conviction, they'll be fine. Let's retreat for now. With their speed, it'll be easy for them to catch up. Karis, Phinia, Tenestra, and Duran briefly stopped at the entrance of the 47th floor as they heard the sounds of intense battle. They are taking the Sur head-on. Phinia mumbled with a frown. Unless one wanted to challenge the Surtur or have a death wish, no one would really meet the Surtur in a head-on battle. Just as they were about to step forward, the unbearable pressure suddenly descended on them again, freezing them in their spots, but this time, it was a lot more bearable and it disappeared just as fast. The 4 of them looked at each other for a moment before they resumed their rush. However, midway through the path, the sounds of battle ceased, and when they reached the 47th floor, they could only freeze and be in awe at the scene. What is this? Tenestra muttered. Chapter 679, Meeting the Expedition Team. Kuroka eyed the newcomers and concluded that they wouldn't be making any moves. After becoming sure of this, she came to Yoruchi's side while taking back her flames and sword. She then carefully checked Yuruchi's condition, who was currently sitting on the ground with a slightly hurried breath. "Are you okay?" asked Kuroka after seeing her mangled right arm. "Yeah. I just severely underestimated the damage I could do and the consumption it would take," answered Yuruchi while looking at the deep and wide cut that she made on the wall and floor with her first cut. "I never thought you could do something like that, nya. But considering the after effects, I can understand why you never showed something like that." Kuroka then took out an elixir and poured it on Yuruchi's right arm before helping her stand up. "Can you walk on your own?" "Yeah. I'll be fine after a bit of rest." "You should first take care of our loot and our guests," told Yuruchi, and sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to meditate. Although she could support the consumption of using her Bankai with her enormous capacity, that didn't mean that her pathways supported it. Her energy pathways became so strained that another use of her Bankai may break them and she might not be able to fight for quite some time in such a case. Using her Kidu, Yuruchi slowly nursed her body and soul as first aid and planned to ask Kisuke for a full treatment later. After making sure that Yuruchi was doing fine, Kuroka first lifted the two horns and the split magic stone with her magic before approaching the people of the Astarte familia. But despite approaching with a smile, Karis, Tenestra, Phinia, and Dulrin couldn't help but take their weapons out. Kuroka stopped not far from them. "Please be at ease, nya. I have no hostile intentions." Karis stared at Kuroka for a short while before turning her sights at the floating horns. She then sighed and put down her weapon and those around her followed her actions. "We didn't mean to point our weapons to you. Excuse us with our actions." Kuroka's smile grew lighter and replied, "It's fine, nya. This is the dungeon and your actions to defend your safety are very understandable. Though I could only say that your trip down here might have been for naught, nya. But since we're not part of your agreement, we don't really have to follow your cycle." Karis only smiled wryly and shook her head. "We can't really complain as you're indeed not part of our agreement. We didn't think about the possibility that someone other than the four factions could defeat Surtur. And even if I do complain, I'll just be putting my comrades in danger by unnecessarily and unreasonably confronting the two people who could not just defeat the Surtur head-on but also cut its horns off, an achievement never seen before." Kuroka didn't comment on it and instead asked, "Where's the rest of you? I presumed you're not the only ones that are not going to face the Surtur, nya. I asked them to retreat due to, abnormalities way beyond our understanding." Kuroka thought for a short moment before realizing, "Oh. The pressure. It's way worse than killing intent and it's really hard to get used to it. But don't worry about it, nya. The source of that was Yuruchi over there, nya. It comes whenever she releases most of her power." "It's just a side effect," stuttered Karis in clear disarray, but immediately cleared her throat and didn't inquire about it further. "But what about the unusually low number of monsters?" "That. Prior to the Surtur's respawn, we've been hunting them almost non-stop, so you should have encountered less monsters than usual, nya." The four of them thought about her words, but they still couldn't understand how the two of them managed to hunt monsters to the point of a noticeable decrease. However, Karis didn't really have the guts to ask their methods and just said, "I suppose we can only complete the small quests that we took from the guild." Karis then faced the dark elf and said, "Dulrin, meet the others and ask them to proceed to the 48th floor. It's already safe here." Dulrin nodded at her and immediately ran towards the path leading to the 46th floor. As she left, Karis carefully observed any changes from Kuroka's reaction and sighed in relief when it seemed that she didn't particularly mind it. She wanted to ask if they could proceed to the 48th floor, but then recalled that even if Kuroka and Yuruchi were way stronger than them, the dungeon was not theirs and they had no right to bar someone from exploring it further. On top of that, they also had their own pride and dignity. It wouldn't be right to just take a step back on everything whenever they were threatened by a stronger force. Kuroka knew what she was thinking and was glad that she didn't back down. "Since you want to go down to the 48th floor, would you mind waiting for us here until Yuruchi recovered some of her strength, nya? If you do, then we have an offer that you might like. Consider that as the exchange for stealing your prey, nya." Karis immediately became intrigued at her potential offer and after thinking for a short while, she nodded, "Understood. We'll also wait for the others to arrive here first." Since the tension had already disappeared, the first one to confront Kuroka was Tenestra as she immediately went in front of her with shining eyes. "Kuroka-san. How are you doing that?" asked the enthusiastic magic researcher while pointing towards the floating horns and magic stones. Kuroka started walking towards Yuruchi and answered her, "It's an application of flight magic." Tenestra immediately followed her while eyeing the objects that were silently following Kuroka's footsteps. "Flight magic. But I can't feel any wind that is used to propel them. How are you doing this?" "It's true that you can fly using wind magic. In fact, you can also fly using various elemental magic. However, doing so just to lift yourself up is incredibly inefficient when you could just manipulate your momentum with magic power directly, nya." Tenestra's eyes widened and shone brighter, directly manipulating momentum. "But how? Without manifesting the magic power into something, I don't have any idea how you could influence anything physically." Karis and Phinia were gobsmacked on how Tinestra was able to barrage Kuroka with questions as if nothing special had just happened. Karis looked towards Phinia, but before she could say anything, Phinia beat her to it. I still don't like people calling my little sister an oddball no matter how true it is. So please save it. Well, thanks to your sister's strangeness, all the tension has disappeared. Calling her strange isn't any better. Chapter 680, The Camp. It didn't take too long for the rest of the expedition team to arrive on the 47th floor, albeit still very high-strung due to the series of abnormal events. The moment they stepped on said floor, they immediately looked around, and only when they saw the executives of the Astarte familia safe and seemingly relaxed could they breathe a sigh of relief, except for one person. Order, the captain of the most prominent blacksmithing familia within the Dazara region, had his eyes only on two things since the very first moment his sight landed on them. Running towards the horns without regard to anything else, Order was captivated by the sights of the legendary items. He even ignored the fact that they were floating midair. But just as he was about to touch them, they suddenly flew out of his reach before a massive killing intent descended on him, making him shudder and freeze on his spot. Hey old man, before you touch other people's belongings, make sure to ask for permission first. I might mistake you for stealing it and retaliating. I assure you that in this case you won't even have the time to complain when I detach your head from your neck. Order immediately looked towards the source of the voice and met with golden cat pupils staring at him coldly. It was then that he finally realized how rude he was and how this could easily be mistaken as a hostile action. Order swallowed a mouthful of saliva before he cleared his throat and apologized. I'm very sorry. I don't have any ill intent. I was just so captivated with those horns that I forgot my manners. I also apologize on his behalf. Please understand that he just got too excited as an artisan. If he did steal from someone or unreasonably demand something, I can assure you that his life as an artisan would instantly end. Karis backed the overly enthusiastic dwarf. Kuroka immediately took back her killing intent and started chuckling. Relax. I'm not angry. I just wanted you to take this as a warning, especially when we're inside the dungeon where anything could happen and a single lapse of judgment could claim your life and those around you. Nya. Shocked at how easily she could manipulate her killing intent, Order could only reply after having a sigh of relief. That's true. Thanks for the reminder. A moment later, Chris approached Kuroka and greeted her. It has been a while, Tuju-san. We didn't think that we would be seeing you and Yoruchi here. She then pointed towards the horns and asked, are those Surtur's horns? It's nice to see you again, Chris. Nya. And yep, those are Surtur's horns. I see, so you did not just defeat it with just the two of you, but also managed to achieve something that no one has ever done before, said Chris while looking at the deep cut on the wall, still trying to figure out what kind of attack could have caused this. But why is one of the horns colored blue? Oh, that's right. I also wanted to ask about that, added Order. But Kuroka just smiled at them and didn't give them an answer. Karis then explained to the rest of the expedition team that they decided to wait for Yoruchi to rest for a bit. Although Karis didn't explain why they had to wait, they trusted the decision of their leader. Meanwhile, Tinestra and Uder continued to bother Kuroka about magic in the horns. Half an hour later, Yoruchi opened her eyes and stood up. That's a lot better. She then faced everyone and said, sorry for making you all wait. Let's proceed to the 48th floor. And by the way, you don't have to set up your camp, cause Kisuke prepared something too big for the three of us. Karis tilted her head and asked, we don't need to set our own camp. You'll understand once you follow us. This is also the reason why we asked you to wait for us here, replied Kuroka. It's also to make sure that you won't do anything unbecoming toward it, giving that guy a reason to retaliate just for the heck of it. While the rest of them became confused, Tinestra's attention was caught by something else. Kisuke. Isn't that the name of the guy that was with you? He's also here. Oh right. You came across him on the surface, right? You're looking for him, asked Yoruchi as she and Kuroka started walking towards the 48th floor. Tinestra hopped beside them and answered with gleaming eyes, yes. I tried looking for him after a few days but I couldn't find him anywhere. Phinia, with a very concerned expression, immediately went beside her sister after hearing what she said and asked, why you're looking for him? Why? Tinestra looked at her with a puzzled expression before a light bulb went off inside her head. Oh, I forgot to tell everyone something important. Remember the spell that I was able to successfully recreate as a standalone? Yina then stated, you mean how you drew the magic circle of my vine trap and allowed others to use it? You do know that those from Altina kept pestering our familia to meet you because of that and you still managed to sneak out. And judging from how Phinia asked you, she also helped you with it. Guh. There's a good reason for that, Tinestra cleared her throat, ahem. You see, I couldn't have done that without Kisuke-san's help. He's the one who pointed out the flaws of my work and pointed me in the correct direction. He's technically my teacher. The executives of the three familias all looked at each other in surprise. It turned out that it wasn't even her achievement that caught all those magic maniacs and deities' attention, but someone else's. Those from Altina who were temporarily staying within the Dazara region even thought that this achievement would revolutionize the use of magic. Yoruchi chuckled and said, "So he already taught you a few things." As expected of the guy who can't keep his mouth shut. Yes. Those few things actually helped me refine my current theories and I was able to advance my understanding with my other research subjects. I'd like to thank him. And if possible, I would like it if he accepts me as his student. I'll even use my life savings as tuition fees. Kuroka then suddenly grabbed her shoulders and turned Tinestra's face in her direction. With a serious expression, she said, "Even as a joke, don't ever say you'll give your life savings." Even though he doesn't need money, he won't hesitate to take what he can and shamelessly at that. Just say that you want to be his student and wait for him to tell you the conditions, nya. Stunned at her sudden seriousness, Tinestra asked, Is it fine to tell me all of these? From what I recall, he seems to be your husband. Shouldn't you make it easier for him? Patting her head, Yoruchi interjected, because we have a favorable impression of you, we're warning you. If it's other people, we wouldn't care if that guy managed to skim everything under their name. Although they were simple words, strangely enough, everyone other than Tinestra felt a sudden chill down their spine. Looking at each other, they figured out that they were all feeling this strange sensation even though they didn't have to. But within their mind, they all decided, when talking to him, we should be very careful. Ignoring their reactions, Kuroka continued, if you really want to learn magic, he's actually the best guy you could ask. I can assure you that there is no better person in the lower world when it comes to magic compared to Kisuke, nya. That's some grand claim. I'm sure anyone from Altina would disagree with you, replied Tinestra. Kuroka grinned at her and said, you'll understand once we reach the 48th floor. Confused, Tinestra could only wait and once they reached the 48th floor, they all stopped at the entrance while looking at the gigantic strange thing in the distance. What is that? Karis asked Kuroka and Yoruchi. Our camp, replied Yoruchi and continued walking. See camp. Chapter 681, Choices. The expedition team, along with Yoruchi and Kuroka arrived at the camp and was greeted by Kisuke, travelers, welcome to our humble inn. However, no one could respond to his greeting as they were still currently processing what they were seeing. Kisuke knew that they wouldn't be responding anytime soon so he just went beside Yoruchi and scooped her into Princess Carrie and started walking towards the back of the lobby. Wait. Are you going to just leave me, nya, called Kuroka out. Of course give them a tour. So when you gave us a tour when you usually just ask us to explore by ourselves, it was in preparation for me to give new guests a tour. You already knew that this would happen, nya. Of course not. I just thought that it would be convenient to leave it to you, if something were to happen to Yoruchi. I'll leave it to you. Kisuke then disappeared from Kuroka's sight and the latter could only sigh. Arriving at the 63rd floor which was designed as a medical ward, Kisuke placed Yoruchi on the bed and said, you really pushed yourself this time. Yoruchi smiled lightly and replied, I also didn't expect the power I was able to pull out. Though thanks to this, I realized something important and I was able to deepen my bond with Bayako. While hooking her up to the diagnostic machines, Kisuke said, looks like you'll need a systematic training or upgrade to properly use Bayako. I understand training, but upgrade. Kisuke sat down beside her bed and started explaining, you see, thanks to Akino-san and Irina, I was able to advance my Jigai technology using Great Red's flesh and Office power as the basis. Yoruchi's eyes widened in surprise and carefully looked at the serious expression that Kisuke was making, a Jigai using Great Red's flesh and Office power. What for? Kisuke became silent for a few moments before answering, I want a Shinigami of at least captain level to have a physical body that allows them to use their full power and affect the physical world much easier. It was Yoruchi's turn to become silent. A few minutes later, while looking up to the ceiling, she asked, are you preparing for a war? A war that encompasses different worlds. Kisuke rested his chin on his hands and answered, the way things are going, there's a small chance of it happening. You know how different war is compared to individual fights. No matter how strong one becomes, they could be overcome by numbers. Not to mention, this upcoming war might involve beings on Iwaka's level. A small chance, yet you're planning for it. Well, I can't really say anything regarding that habit of yours as it already saved us countless times. Your cautiousness is what also gave us a fighting chance against the Quincy's. Yoruchi then looked back to Kisuke's eyes and asked, if you're already developing the Jigai, does that mean that you found the way to our old home? Nodding, Kisuke confirmed it, indeed. It's very faint, but I found a lead towards that world. Then I guess I have to work really hard and prepare myself for the inevitable. The diagnostic beeped several times signifying that it was done with its check. Kisuke went over to the terminal to check the findings while saying, don't get me wrong. I'm not asking you to get a body modification. I'm just giving you a choice. Ultimately, it'll be up to you and Bayako to what path you wanted to take. We'll think about it. An hour later, Kisuke left Yoruchi to rest after giving her treatment. It was also to give her the time she needed to contemplate. Returning to the lobby, Kisuke found the executives of the three familias who were sitting in the waiting area with tired expressions while the rest of the expedition team were outside roaming around, still checking everything out. Kuroka, on the other hand, was sitting with the executives with a gleeful expression. I can now somehow understand why Kisuke wants to mess with people, she thought. Approaching them, Kisuke greeted them for the second time, once again, good day to everyone. Did you enjoy your tour? Hearing his voice, except for Kuroka, everyone immediately jumped out of their seats and looked towards the men who created this impossible construct with a mix of fear, awe, and intrigue. The first one who responded was the captain of the Astarte familia. Offering her hand, Karis introduced herself while intently looking at Kisuke's facial expression. I'm sorry for ignoring you earlier. We were too occupied with what we were seeing. Nice to meet you, I'm the captain of the Astarte familia and the leader of this expedition team, Karis Cattell. By doing this, Karis would be able to figure out how Kisuke viewed them. Although he has the power or knowledge to look down on them, Karis would want to deal with him for doing so. Not just for their pride and dignity, but also for the safety of their familia, people drunk on power would not hesitate to use others for their goals. Since she didn't know what Kisuke wanted for showing something as grand and unbelievable as this place, she first wanted to ensure the safety of her comrades. But although Kisuke would indeed use others unhesitantly for his own goals, unless they were his enemies, he wouldn't go as far as using them to death. Aside from that, he never looked down on anyone as part of his innate cautiousness. On the contrary, he admired those who've reached their high levels because of their willingness to bet on their lives and those who worked towards the unknown and uncertain paths that no one else was willing to take, just because society deemed it to be impossible. In other words, he admired those who were reckless and idiots in the eyes of many. Kisuke grabbed her hand and introduced himself with a large smile. Nice to meet you. The name's Kisuke Urahara, the owner of this place and its creator. Karis was shocked at Kisuke's firm reaction, but she still hadn't let her guard down and she never showed anything on her face. However, Kisuke correctly guessed what she was thinking and continued, being careful, are we? In an instant, Karis frowned. Kisuke chuckled and took back his hand. I understand what you're feeling, and even if I say that you don't have to worry about anything, that'll only backfire. So how about this? I swear on my Felna that I won't put anyone in danger today. Karis smiled, just for today, huh? Of course. I still want to retaliate when you suddenly become hostile. Fair enough. Well then, let me get straight to the point since it seems that you don't like gauging each other out. For showing all of this, what do you want from us? Karis then suddenly shook her head and changed her words, or rather, what can we do for you? Ho ho, you've become enthusiastic, I see. Shrugging her shoulders, Karis replied, we'd like to have the benefit of cooperating with someone like you first. Hearing this, Order and Chris looked at each other before simultaneously saying, I'd like to join these talks. Kisuke nodded and replied, very well, everyone, let's go to the meeting room. Chapter 682, Impression. Sitting at the head of the table, Kisuke asked everyone, well then, everyone, what do you think of this place? Tenestra immediately raised her hand and said, it's ridiculous. Phinia hurriedly grabbed her arm and gestured to her, show. Watch what you're saying. However, Kisuke just chuckled at her response and added, it's fine. I want everyone's honest opinion. That way, I'll have a more accurate view of this place. Please go on. Chris Flamesworth then looked out the window and said, I clearly remember that there wasn't any window on this thing when we arrived, yet here we are, seeing what's outside. Not just that. The walls, floors, ceilings, and doors, everything is made out of adamantium and orichalcum. Just the sheer amount is ridiculous and I still can't wrap my mind around how you've gathered everything that you used to build this, added Order. Yina also gathered her courage and revealed her opinion, not to mention the strange but wondrous mechanism that covered this place. Even in Altina where magic technology advances every day, such things are impossible. And finally, those magic circles that were able to instantly move us to this floor. In my opinion, those are the most ridiculous things and I also have a feeling that you want us to do something regarding that, was the final opinion from Karis. From their perspective, since they didn't know the full capabilities of this building, the mechanisms that were used were certainly impressive but it was something achievable by combining magic items made by those with mystery development ability. What was really astonishing was the instant movement magic. If it was possible to do the same thing outside of this building, then not just the dungeon exploration, but also instant long-distance travel would be possible, allowing free trade from very far territories which would, in turn, advance civilization as a whole. Kisuke smiled and nodded, indeed. As you can see, we're just 3 people and we won't be within the dungeon for most of the time. Although this inn can manage on its own since I made it that way, it'll be hard to regulate people who want to transfer from the 9th floor to this floor and vice versa. Karis, Yina, Chris and Tenestra all stood up in shock with Tenestra saying, you were able to do that instant movement magic outside of this building. And from the 9th floor to this floor. Kisuke also stood up and went towards the exit, shall we check it out? Everyone looked at each other before nodding with serious expressions. If what he said was true, then a big change in dungeon exploration was about to come. As the representatives of the Astarte, Patecatl, and Hater Familius, they started thinking about how they'd be able to help to manage this portal. Since Chris and Order are from agricultural and blacksmithing familia respectively, they knew that they could only lend assistance to the Astarte familia, and exploration familia, so they instead started thinking that way instead of trying to contest with them. Leaving the building, everyone else from the expedition team saw them. While Karis asked those from the Astarte familia to not follow them, Chris and Order asked one person from their respective familias to follow them. After 10 minutes of walking, they reached a large clearing about 70 meters wide. In the middle was a platform made out of adamantium, and on it was a 30-meter-wide extremely complex magic circle surrounded by 7 pillars engraved with complex circuits which were connected to the magic circle. Each of the pillars was 3 meters tall and 12 inches wide with a small cavity in the center. Kisuke went straight up to the podium while others only silently followed him. Meanwhile, Kuroka went towards the pillars and inserted magic stones in each cavity before following the group towards the center of the magic circle. Everyone else aside from the two were busy observing the magic circle, in particular, Tanestra, who started taking notes about it when Kisuke suddenly said, "Well then everyone, brace yourselves." With a tap of his cane, the magic circle lit up and covered them with light. A few seconds later, they found themselves in an untouched but familiar corner of a safety point which was on the 9th floor. This is. So it's really possible. Karis immediately faced Kisuke and directly asked him, "Do you want us to guard these 2 points?" "Not just that. I'd like to leave the management of these teleportation circles to your familia." Not just Karis, even Chris and Order were shocked that Kisuke was giving such an opportunity to the Astarte familia, but what if we mismanage it and bar others from entering? However, Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't care. I only want a steady stream of customers to my inn," and with a shit-eating grin, Kisuke added, "If you want to mess with the Aruna familia, I won't say a thing. The representatives of the 3 familias knew that from here on out, it was going to be extremely noisy. Even if the Astarte familia chose to be as fair as possible, dissatisfaction and greed would still consume a lot of people. Karis looked down and contemplated. Although they were probably going to make a lot of allies, among them would be enemies hidden in the dark. However, this would also open a lot of opportunities for them. She then looked back up to Kisuke and asked, "How do we use these teleportation circles?" Kisuke happily explained how to operate and under what conditions the teleportation circles would function. Finally, he took out a black card and gave it to Karis. "This card will allow you to remotely enable or disable the circles, and you can also use this to expel anyone within the vicinity of the circles. Bring it up to your forehead and you'll understand how to use it." Karis did as Kisuke instructed and information instantly flowed towards her consciousness. She was surprised but didn't show it on her face. "Although this card could indeed give me control over the circles, it's only possible when I'm not more than 30 meters away from the platform. The key that could give me full control anywhere I am is the pill that is inside the hidden compartment located at the side of the platform. Once I've eaten that, it'll give me a higher authority over this card." Karis brought the card to her forehead once again, but the instruction omitted the information regarding the pill. She smiled and thought, thanks to this, it would be a lot easier to give this black card up in case we are threatened with something or it is stolen. She looked up to Kisuke once again and said, "Thank you very much. I'll take care of it." Not waiting for his reply, Karis immediately faced Dulrin and Phinia. "Dulrin, immediately relay all that has transpired here to Lady Astarte and stay by her side at all times wherever she goes. Never agree to leave her side even if she has to meet other deities." The dark elf nodded and hurriedly left without saying any word. "Phinia, go back and take half of our remaining forces to set a camp around here. I'll leave you to guard this place for the meantime." "Understood," Phinia nodded and also left. Meanwhile, Chris and Order also issued similar commands to the person they brought along and also immediately left with grave expressions. Now that this is out of the way, let's return. Kisuke reactivated the teleportation circle and returned to the 48th floor. Chapter 683, Real Reason. Since they were done and Kuroka had already taught them how to rent the rooms and facilities through the lobby by using magic stones and Valis, Kisuke decided to leave them alone and return to Yoruchi. But before the two could leave, Tanestra called out to Kisuke, "Please wait." "What is it, Tanestra-san?" asked Kisuke as he turned around. "I don't want to miss this opportunity. Please teach me magic." However, Kisuke shook his head. "I'm sorry, but things have changed these past 3 weeks. If I wasn't too busy with my own things, I would have taught you some things, but time is not on my side, so I can only have one student at a time for now." Tanestra felt extremely dejected when she heard that, but she also understood, "So you're also busy with your own research. It's true, when you make an unexpected advancement, you'll have almost no time for anything else." All of a sudden, a white card suddenly flew to her face and she hurriedly caught it. "What's this?" she asked while she inspected what Kisuke threw at her. "An access card of the library. Within it are basics about magic theory that you won't find anywhere else and some other topics that you might be interested in. That card will also allow you to enter the room beyond it, which is a small laboratory and training room where you can confirm your findings." It's complete with materials that you may use at your own discretion, but once they're depleted, you'll have to provide the materials yourself until I replenish them myself. Same as before, bring it to your forehead to get the instructions on how to use it. Tinestra's cheerfulness immediately returned and she ran off towards the library that Kuroka showed them earlier. Thank you very much. I'll be sure to use it well. Karis looked at the running Tinestra and asked, is that fine? I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but whenever she experiments on something, that something explodes most of the time. It's fine. That's a normal occurrence for me, too. If you're worried about her being alone in that room if an accident were to happen, please rest easy. That room was designed to take a beating while protecting the people inside to a certain degree. But I doubt her experiments would cause an explosion big enough to obliterate the whole training area. Curious, Yina asked, why are you supporting her? Although she succeeded this one time, it was only because you taught her and she might not see any success this time now that you've left her to her own devices. We supported her because she's our precious comrade and we can see that she enjoys what she's doing, but what about you? She asked this because she was extremely concerned about what Kisuke wanted from Tinestra and in an attempt to find out why he willingly invested in something that could result in nothing. Rubbing his beard, Order interjected, isn't it because the lass is a genius? She succeeded on something that was thought to be impossible, after all. Everyone reached the lobby and Kisuke turned to them with a big smile, genius or not, I don't really care. On the contrary, it's because she's stupid that I chose to support her. She's stupid enough to question common sense. Well then, everyone, we need to leave as there are still things that we have to accomplish. Have a good day and enjoy your stay. Kisuke and Kuroka went straight to the back of the lobby, leaving the stunned group, stupid enough to question common sense, huh? Now that he said it that way, it may have been the real reason why Tinestra was able to succeed in the first place. Because she tried to tackle what was thought to be impossible, murmured Karis. Order then turned around and started walking. Where are you going? Asked Chris. To the workshop. There are some things I wanted to try but I stopped because I thought that it was a ridiculous and impossible idea, replied Order without turning around. That might have also been the cause of my stagnation. Instead of improving my skills, I instead looked for better materials to make something better. I shouldn't have succumbed to the helplessness of not being able to do it because I deemed it a useless effort. Looks like those few simple words awakened something from the old man. Look at his eyes. It looks like he's ready to kill himself, commented Yina with a chuckle. Karis sighed. She really envied people like Order and Tinestra who had something they were passionate about. She too had it, but it was for battle, a large contradiction to the usual temperament and instinct of a cow person. Unlike their passion for creating something better, hers was a destructive passion. Shaking her head of useless thoughts, she instructed, let's accommodate everyone for now and wait for the surge of people. We'll have to stabilize the crowds first before we can do what we want on this floor. Kisuke and Kuroka reached the room where Yoruchi was resting and saw her sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed and her kodachi silently floating in front of her. The two then went straight towards the table at the corner and sat down. After Kisuke prepared the tea for the two of them, Kuroka suddenly asked after taking a sip, so what's the real reason you made this place noisy? After sipping his own tea, Kisuke answered, I'm creating a forest for my tree. Kuroka didn't say anything and digested Kisuke's words. He didn't really intend to hide his abilities anymore from the masses, so there's only one conclusion. He wanted to increase the noise in his surroundings to avoid detection from the chaos guy. But all of this is just a thin mist. Kuroka sighed, all of this for such a small difference. However, Kisuke just smiled, it's indeed a very small difference, but nevertheless, it's still something I could do, so why not? No matter how small, it's still something that could tilt the favor to our side, which may make a massive difference in the end. Kuroka chuckled, I guess that's true. Maybe I'm just not used to doing such a big thing for such a small result. What can I say, nya? It really suits you. Kisuke and Kuroka then talked about other random things and enjoyed the rare tranquility. An hour later, Yoruchi finally woke up and grabbed her kodachi, I want some tea too. Chapter 684, a cool but ineffective technique. How is it? Kisuke asked Yoruchi after Kuroka gave her a cup of tea. Yoruchi calmly sipped on her tea before answering, I want to deepen my connection with Byakko like what you have with Benihime. Kisuke looked at her straight for a few seconds before asking, you mean synchronizing your body and soul to the limit? Mine was only possible thanks to the Hogyoku, so what's your plan? I don't have one, Yoruchi shrugged her shoulders and grabbed a cookie. But after chewing a bite, she continued speaking, but Byakko seems to have one. However, she won't tell me what it is. For now, what I can do is discover and comprehend more of Byakko's abilities. As you've known, Byakko is different from the rest of the Zanpakuto and that includes her Bankai. Instead of being fully aware of her full capabilities, it was limited by my own understanding. I see. I have a suspicion that's really the case. Let me guess. Other than Byakko having spatial abilities, you know nothing else, asked Kisuke. Yep. That's why I don't really understand the weight of her Bankai and it could change abruptly. I can only assume that aside from spatial, she also has control over gravitational forces. However, she won't confirm it for me and told me to ask you instead. Kisuke was a bit surprised at her words as he didn't think that Bayako would leave something like this to him. Nevertheless, Kisuke started explaining, then let me correct that thinking. Bayako's ability is definitely the manipulation of spacetime and not the gravitational force. In the first place, gravitational force doesn't exist as gravity is not force. Gravity is the curvature of spacetime. Not a force. Then what's pushing us down to the ground? Yoruichi asked in genuine curiosity. Even Kuroka, who was silently listening from the side, perked her ears up. It's not that we're being pushed down, but it's actually the planet itself that is pushing us up through spacetime. Well, it's a field of science that is easily misunderstood and complicated once you go deeper into the subject. But because you can directly manipulate spacetime with Bayako, it'll be a lot easier for you as you won't need to know about the theoretical particle, graviton. Kisuke then carefully explained the concept of spacetime to Yoruichi and Kuroka while using strings of magic power as illustrations to further demonstrate his words. After half an hour of explaining and answering questions, Kisuke then touched upon the subject of Yoruichi's Bankai and asked her to tell him in detail about her battle with the Surtur. Hearing about it, Kisuke sighed in the end, unless you're dealing with an army of mobs, please don't use that space-cutting ability again. But that's the only ability I instinctively knew. I know that it's not a very good ability, but is it that bad? Kisuke nodded and started explaining, it's bad. First of all, cutting space itself isn't as amazing as it sounds. It has a very strong destructive effect that is very hard to block, but that's about it when it comes to its pros. For the cons, first of all, it doesn't differentiate allies and enemies. Well, this is what most abilities are, but space cutting could be easily miscalculated and that minute miscalculation could result in a very wide range difference, so it's not usable in a chaotic battlefield where everyone is in your range. Second, it's fuel consumption. As you are now, while ignoring your physical abilities to perform it, you're only capable of unleashing those kinds of strikes 9 times at most before being completely depleted. And that's against enemies with similar defenses as the Surtur. If your opponent has a large pool of energy, that could hinder the space manipulation and it would take more power to activate. Not to mention if your enemy also has a similar space manipulating ability or has some understanding regarding it. It's basically an attack where you have to pump in as much energy as possible depending on your enemy. That's what I've felt too. And finally, there's more. Of course. The last one is the real reason why it isn't viable in high-level battles. Cutting space itself is really impressive, however, after cutting it, space-time would instantly mend itself. It's the universe's way of stabilizing itself. In other words, aside from effectively splitting your target, it does nothing else. Yoruichi sighed, I see your point. Those at the top of the food chain would have some form of self-recovery and those monstrous beings could regenerate instantly from being cut apart. Exactly. Even if you expend most of your energy reserve to cut those guys, they could just reattach themselves. While resting her chin on her hand, Yoruichi mumbled in discontent, so it's really just a mob mower and technically useless against boss battles. Kisuke replied after sipping his tea, that's exactly right. All of a sudden, Kuroka stood up and tapped the table to interrupt them, wait for a damn minute. Why are you talking like this space-cutting ability is no big deal? Both of them looked at her and said, because it isn't. No, retorted Kuroka, Yoruichi's strike might have been avoidable, yeah, but it's an instant attack and could only be passively blocked. And aside from Ophis, and maybe Kisuke, I don't know anyone capable of regenerating themselves once they're cut in half. It's technically an instant kill skill, yeah. Kisuke and Yoruichi then looked at each other. Both of them knew that there were at least a dozen people or monsters that could regenerate themselves after being cut in half, not to mention those from the other worlds, including their former one with Aizen and Yawatch at the top of the list. If I can do it, then there are bound to be others that can do it too, and not taking them into account is just compromising and could spell our demise. In this world alone, there are probably at least 2 that could do that and we may even clash with one of them, replied Kisuke. After hearing that, Kuroka was speechless and after thinking about it, her way of thinking was really just compromising their efforts. So what if there were almost none who could resist the strike? It also meant that some others could do it and those could become their enemies. She almost forgot that Yoruichi and Kisuke, especially the latter, are always preparing for the worst. I'm sorry. I'm being naive, nya. It's fine, Yoruichi grabbed Kuroka's hand. I also wasn't used to it at first, so your reaction is normal. She then faced Kisuke and asked, so what else could I do with my Bankai? Chapter 685, New Targets. I can think of 2 skills that you can use that have 2 variations each. The first one, the easier one, is using the skill that Bayako uses to make herself heavier. Yoruichi thought about it for a moment before saying, if I can fully control Bayako's gravity amplification, I could even use it as a method of training. Aside from that, I just need to extend the reach of my blade using Ryatsuki and it would have a similar effect as space cutting just from the sheer weight that could be applied as a force multiplier. With mastery, I can use and take advantage of momentum by frequently changing the weight of the blade. And if you can extend that ability to your opponents, you can easily disrupt their balance by interchanging the gravity around them. Extending that ability, huh? Just from the initial impression I have, I can tell that it's going to be tough. You have to if you want to use the next skill that I'm about to suggest. Yoruchi looked at him silently and urged him to continue. And using luminescent strings of magic power once again, Kisuke formed a three-dimensional grid. Once you're able to extend your ability to amplify the Earth's gravity, you shouldn't be far off from directly manipulating space itself. By compressing space directly, you won't just be creating an artificial gravitation field, but those in the middle would also be crushed and implode if the compression was extreme enough. On the contrary, if you expanded space, those in the middle would be torn into pieces by pulling forces if you do it fast enough, but that would be extremely hard to do and not very energy-friendly. Instead, its main application is creating a space between you and your opponent, which is normally impossible. After watching Kisuke's demonstrations for a few minutes, Yoruchi closed her eyes and imagined herself using it in battle. After a few more minutes, Yoruchi opened her eyes and said, "This is very dangerous, not just for my opponents, but for myself too. One mistake and I could crush myself to death." Kisuke just sipped his tea and let her contemplate about it more, and he was not disappointed as Yoruchi continued after a few more seconds of silence, "But if I can compress and expand at the same time, I could basically just use a step to traverse a great distance, and that could be a lot faster and more flexible than flash step." Kisuke smiled and said, "That's technically how a wormhole works. With proficiency, you should be able to move as if you're using an instant teleportation technique." "I see. Bayako really isn't wrong when she told me to rely on you." However, Kisuke shook his head. "I surmise the reason you're thinking of isn't the case. While you have to learn how to use her abilities, Bayako could probably do all of that as naturally as breathing since it came from her instincts. Since it came from her instincts, she might have a hard time to explain the technicalities of her ability. So that no unnecessary accidents occur, she chose to rely on outside assistance." Yoruchi's eyes widened slightly before she smiled. "Now that I've thought about it, that might have been the case. If this is indeed true, then it's a very good sign for Yoruchi. It means that Bayako has been opening herself to her more than she initially thought." Yoruchi then stood up and started stretching. "In any case, before I could do all of that, my body has to be fully capable or I'll just be a baby with a very sharp knife. However, this is problematic. Although I can train to get more strength, durability is a different story. I actually have an idea." Yoruchi looked at him for a few seconds before replying, "I have a feeling that it won't be a very pretty idea." Kisuke smiled wryly and said, "Listen for now. As you've known, Shinigami and Hollow are just two sides of the same coin. With that in mind, I've been trying to convert Hollow arts into Shinigami arts." Yoruchi immediately got an idea but waited for Kisuke to explain, "Which one exactly?" Kisuke looked at her grin and said, "High-speed regeneration." "Seriously?" "Yep, though I am not yet done with it, I'm making great progress. One of these days, it should be completed and initial testing can start." There are many Hollow arts that Kisuke wanted to convert. However, with Yoruchi and Aika in mind, he prioritized something that could save their lives in case they received a fatal attack. Yoruchi replied with a twitching mouth, "That's really a ridiculous idea. You're just about to invalidate most of healing Kido arts. Anyway, even if I can regenerate, how will that solve the problem with my body's durability?" Yoruchi already guessed what Kisuke wanted her to do. However, she still didn't know how repeatedly taking damage would increase her defenses. At that point, a certain figure entered her mind and a light bulb went off her head. But before she could say anything, Kisuke beat her to it. "Oh my, have you forgotten our good friend Askin Naklovar? No way I'm going to forget that almost unkillable bastard. Are you saying that you managed to replicate even that guy's ability?" "Almost. Even to a small extent, I can't exactly replicate his ability. However, if it's just being immune to your own aspect, it's possible. After going through a bit of hell, that is." "Indeed. I don't need to be immune to any attack. I just have to be immune to my own ability and everything would be fine." She then looked back at Kisuke and said, "I never expected it to be easy. When can I go through it?" Kisuke rubbed his chin for a few seconds before answering, "A week or two. I still have to complete and test those techniques, and in addition to that, I have to prepare a special room for you where space could instantly be stabilized in an emergency. Your ability won't just hurt you but could also kill you outright, so we have to be extremely careful with the implementation. You're done with your secret talk, nya." Kuroka's voice suddenly resounded beside them. Although they don't tell her any details regarding their past organization, she's already happy that she's trusted enough to let her hear their conversation. However, she's also slightly upset that she's been entirely ignored until now. Kisuke chuckled and ruffled her hair. "Yep. We're done. For now, let's return to the surface to turn that horn in. Thanks to what we've done here, the attention you'll be getting is lesser compared to mine." Kuroka's eyes shined and immediately stood up, "A little bit of vacation. Let's go shopping, nya." "Ahahaha. All right. Let's do it." And it's also about time to check Sarafal's reports regarding what's been happening in Orario. Yoruchi eyed him and asked, wait, you've been ignoring her reports until now. There wasn't anything that's been tagged as an emergency, so it's fine. Chapter 686, Back to the Surface. Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Kuroka directly teleported to an uninhabited forest south of Pandemonium where they had placed a teleportation circle. It's really annoying that we can't just directly teleport back and forth to the dungeon, nya. Kuroka stretched out her arms and took in a deep breath of fresh air. It's technically another space within the dungeon, so we can't really complain. If we do something to circumvent this mild inconvenience, we don't know how the dungeon would react, but I presume it won't do anything good. In any case, we just have to set up a teleportation circle and let it mature so that the dungeon won't treat it as a foreign entity that needs to be destroyed. Meanwhile, Yoruchi took out Surtur's normal horn and started wrapping it with a cloth treated with temporary heat resistance. Since it was bigger than her, she used magic to speed up her work. After she was done, she followed Kisuke and Kuroka, who were a few meters away from the teleportation circle, with the latter preparing another teleportation circle to transport them to the vicinity of Pandemonium's northern gate. Since they knew that the news about them slaying the Surtur and successfully cutting off its horns was probably already leaked, they chose to bypass the coast entirely, where most people should be waiting, saving them the trouble of others trying to convince them to sell their loot to them for a better price. And they were correct with that assumption, as every major familia, except for the Astarte familia, were already waiting around the coast for their return, including the Poseidon familia, who has the only remaining commission regarding the item since a few hours ago. Their goal is to stop others from buying the horn off or outbid others if necessary. What's going on? Why are there so many people from prominent factions here? Look. Even the elusive captain of the Poseidon familia and his wife, the captain of Amphitrite familia, are here. It's really strange. Although we can rest easy as most of them didn't appear here with an intent to fight by how minimal their equipment is. I also tried asking my acquaintances from those major familias, but they also don't know why they're here. They're just instructed to come with their executives as backups in case something happens. There's something even more strange. The other two looked at the third guy before he continued, with such people here, we can safely assume that their goal is so important that it warranted their presence. However, the captain and vice-captains of the Aruna familia aren't present and the entirety of the Astarte familia didn't show up. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere, including those discussions from the low-ranking members of the major familias, while the executives are just keeping a watch on the sea and keeping quiet. A few minutes later, a woman approached the golden-haired elf captain of the Amphitrite familia and handed her some documents. After receiving it, Lilalia immediately started reviewing the information in it. How is it? Is there an explanation for this weird situation? Asked the middle-aged human man beside her, a tall and muscular man with short upright auburn hair and a matching beard. He was Arch Rivers, the captain of the Poseidon familia and the one known as the strongest mercenary, the only level 8. When he asked about the weird situation, it was about the nonsensical time frame of the Surtur being subjugated. It should have been around now that it just spawned, yet there was already a piece of news that it was defeated with the horn being successfully acquired on top of that. However, they couldn't just brush off the possibility of this being a nonsensical ruse because their informant was a trusted one and the information came from the Astarte familia who went on an expedition this time. Lilalia, however, could only sigh. There is indeed more information, but it only became more confusing. Not long after the news disseminated, Phenia and Dulran Stillshadow were spotted, with the former bringing the rest of the Astarte familia back from the dungeon, and the latter guarding Lady Astarte as she made her way to Pandemonium. They should have been with the expedition team who are currently on the deeper floors, but even with them appearing now, we still have no explanation. On the other hand, we still don't have any news regarding the rest of the executives of the Astarte familia. I'll leave first and ask Belda and Aridin to follow Phenia's trail. Understood, Arch nodded. Also ask Zaire to bring Poseidon-sama and Amphitrite-sama to Pandemonium. So you're expecting something big is about to happen, huh? Got it. A few hours later, everyone was still patiently waiting and the number of people had increased along the coast, including some deities that were gathering information using their ability to detect lies. Although most of them still didn't know what was going on, with the presence of these big figures, they couldn't just let something this amusing go. Numerous deities also approached the people of the Poseidon and Amphitrite familia, but they, including Arch and Lilalia, gave indiscreet replies while the rest didn't even know why they were there. Soon, an elf sporting golden hair similar to Lilalia approached the couple and was about to talk, but stopped as soon as he spotted the numerous deities hanging around, waiting for any information they could get. Arch and Lilalia looked at him and saw him giving a signal that the information he has is something that would be known sooner or later, so Arch gave him a nod and said, Aridin, please go on. Aridin, Lilalia's little brother and the vice-captain of the Amphitrite familia, started his report. It's not just Phenia and her comrades, but also people from the Hader, Patcatl, and Luff familias are with them and started building a camp in the corner of the 9th floor with some strange platform in the middle of it. And by the looks of it, they are planning to expand it into a permanent camp. Arch looked at the spot where the Luff familia was waiting. They'd already noticed that Pandemonium's and the Alliance's strongest familia had suddenly pulled out, but they didn't know what they were after, so they could only watch, not even a whisper from them. It seems like this is indeed something big. Meanwhile, Lilalia asked Aridin, strange platform. I can only describe it as strange. The first thing about it is the fact that it's heavily guarded. The second thing is, Aridin first looked at Lilalia's eyes before continuing, people are constantly disappearing and reappearing when they step on the platform, including Karis Cattell, who is now commanding the camp. Lilalia frowned, appearing and disappearing. We're still not sure what we saw there. People of the Hater Familia stepped on the platform and disappeared after some sort of magic activated, and a few minutes later, the platform activated again, and this time, people from the Astarte Familia appeared. Most notably, they were members of the current expedition team. It seems that they are not hostile to anyone who approaches, so Belda came forward to them to get some information. Before returning to the surface, I only know that they're not revealing any information regarding the platform and heavily guarding it, but it also seems that they are not keeping it secret from prying eyes. Arch and Lilalia then recalled the strange time frame of their movement and made some guesses. But without any evidence, they couldn't confirm their ridiculous conclusion. A few seconds later, another member of the Poseidon Familia appeared and reported, Yuruchi Shihuin and her party has been spotted in the Mercenary Guild. Arch and Lilalia's eyes widened in surprise as they were precisely waiting for that party. Where did they go through for us to miss them? But Arch couldn't dwell on this long as the information from them already started disseminating, so he immediately instructed, Leah, go with Aridin and ascertain what's going on the 9th floor. How about you? Asked Lilalia. I'll go to the Mercenary Guild first before joining up with Poseidon-sama and Amphitrite-sama. As soon as he finished speaking, Arch faced south and jumped forward, leaving a large crack and cloud of dust. After that, Lilalia immediately instructed everyone to go to the dungeon. It didn't take too long for Arch to arrive in Pandemonium and make his way straight to the Mercenary Guild. Due to his fame of being the strongest man, he had many fans and many wanted to approach him. But due to his incredibly valiant aura, no one could actually do so. The moment he arrived, he immediately went towards the only person who could have issued the quest to them, Varka. Where are they? Asked Arch. The already desolate counter became even more desolate as Varka also started emitting a similar valiant but wilder aura. They already left and your item is here, he replied while pointing towards his back where a large item covered in cloth was being inspected by Camilla with unbelieving eyes. Arch eyed the covered horn for a moment before looking back at Varka. I want to thank them personally. But Varka just shrugged his shoulders and said, they left a message to anyone who wanted to look for them. They said that their job is done and they already turned in the commission, so there's no reason to look for them. Another stretch of silence between them lasted for a few seconds before Arch sighed in resignation. Is that so? If that's what they want, then I won't intrude on their private time. Since they did such a favor for us, I guess I'll also ask the kids of my familia to shoo away the unwanted pests that wanted to touch them from afar. I guess that's the best thing you can do. Varka then grabbed the horn with one hand and threw it towards Arch. Arch wasn't surprised by this and easily caught the giant's horn with his one hand, feeling the heat emitting from it. Since there was nothing else, Arch decided to leave, but just as he turned around, he heard Varka's voice. Apparently, it was Yuruchi Shihuin and Kuroka Tuju who dealt with the Surtur, and the guy with them didn't do anything as he can't fight. Arch turned his head and said, I see. So Yuruchi Shihuin and Kuroka Tuju are at least as strong as me. That's right. Since it's only you who could take on the Surtur alone until now, that may indeed be the case. What do you want to say? Since you're a friend, I'll warn you. Yuruchi Shihuin and Kuroka Tuju are indeed strong, but it should be the last guy, Kisuke Urahara, that you should be wary of. Arch didn't say anything and left the Mercenary Guild, but in his mind, he was branding Kisuke's name, Kisuke Urahara, Chapter 687, reports. After making a scene within the Mercenary Guild, the trio went straight to shopping for various things, mostly articles of clothing. From everyday attire to fashions popular to some races, the group went through all of them and had fun, especially in the elf specialty store. Kisuke and Kuroka had a good laugh while playing around with Yuruchi, to the point that they both received a small lump on their heads. But since it was such a great image change, Kisuke bought various varieties for her, even with Yuruchi's protests against it and threats of him being beaten up. For the reason he gave. It went like this: we've caused so much trouble in the shop that other patrons left. The least I could do is to take away some of their merchandise. While also facing the happy shopkeeper with a serious expression, young miss. Please give me more recommendations. After that, they went to a desolate, but good cafe. Thanks to its slightly hidden location, there weren't that many people and the ambience was good for relaxation. Placing the items they'd just bought on the floor, the group started ordering some drinks and sweets. After they'd relaxed enough, Kisuke took out a green orb and asked Kuroka to activate it by inputting a bit of her magic power. What's this, Nya? A receiver. That's where all of Saratan's reports come in. After you put in your magic power, it'll prompt you to set up some parameters. Just make it so only the three of us can hear and see it and play it from the start. Kuroka did what Kisuke instructed, and a few seconds later, they all heard Sarafal's voice inside their heads. Ahem. Can you hear me? Is this thing working? They all could hear some paper being flipped in the background. Oh, it's working. From her perspective, Sarafal then started narrating any notable things from after Kisuke left for the Dazara region. First of which was Loki's complaint of Kisuke breaking her precious child. Yoruchi and Kuroka gave Kisuke a dirty look the moment they heard it, and Kisuke could only defend himself by saying, "Don't blame me. She's been absorbing things so quickly and I ended up pushing how much she could take. I'm also surprised by her progress. She was already broken from the start. I didn't break her." But thanks to Sarafal's continuous report, Kisuke was able to get away with it. Sarafal then described how the guild, more specifically, Arenas, issued a quest to everyone from the Hestia familia and Artemis familia to escort the Child of Dragon to a certain place within the dungeon, while also secretly asking Hestia and Artemis for a personal meeting. Sona decided to accept the quest after some discussion with the members. Since the guild described Tanis as the Child of Dragon, they could only follow the instructions for now, as the other side already knew of her existence. Meanwhile, Sarafal tried to follow Hestia and Artemis secretly, but since she didn't really have any effective stealth skills and divine power was covering the location of their meeting, she could only wait for their return. As soon as they were back, Sarafal asked them what was going on, and Hestia revealed to her the entirety of their conversation with Arenas on how they've been helping the intelligent monsters within the dungeon, which they decided to call Xenos, with the help of the Ganesha familia. After a day, everyone else had returned from their trip to the dungeon, and Hestia and Artemis were a little bit surprised that Tanis was still with them, as Arenas said that the real purpose of their quest was to safely hand over Tanis to her fellow Xenos. When asked, Sona just replied that they couldn't possibly hand over their little friend to a bunch of strangers even if their origin was the same. At that point, Hestia and Artemis realized that the group never saw the Xenos as monsters, but fellow people. Sarafal said that she chuckled while explaining to the goddesses that their definition of monster is different from normal, as they never looked at the race. Over the next 3 days, the Hearth Manor was locked down because of strange rumors of the Hestia and Artemis familias keeping a monster with them, and Sona was convinced that this rumor came from those who were looking for Tanis the day they met her and was able to track it back to them. Thanks to that, Loki kept bothering them, but Sona became adamant they won't meet other people for now, especially those from the Loki familia, for their view regarding the monsters. Of course, they didn't just wait there doing nothing, and with Kaneko and Aika's efforts, they were able to discover that those people who were looking for Tanis were people of the Ikelos familia. This, however, was already known by Sarafal, and she just didn't tell them. But before they could decide what to do next, an alarm from the guild suddenly went off, and the news regarding Riveria being destroyed was disseminated. Sona immediately went to the guild to gather more information and concluded that the attack was done by the Xenos after hearing the descriptions regarding the monsters. She first wanted to discuss things with others, but before she could leave, Sophie called out to her due to some abrupt instructions from above. After leading her to a special room, Fells, the skeleton they met within the Xenos village, came in and explained the situation and how the Xenos continued to linger around Riveria for some unknown reason. Since they cut off their connection to Fells, he could only ask someone trustworthy to join the advance party with him and try to talk to them and ask them what's going on their side. Although she was worried that her newly made good acquaintances were in deep trouble, she's also very curious about how things came to be. Recalling Kisuke's words to just experience things as they come, Sona decided to accept the mission. After sending a message to everyone, Sona left for the 18th floor with the Ganesha familia. Chapter 688, Holification. But even though Sona was able to meet the Xenos with Fells secretly, the dialogue immediately broke down, citing that they can't trust anyone right now as their comrades were captured by their hunters. As Fells and Sona followed them, their trails stopped at the eastern wall of the 18th floor. However, the moment Sona came into the vicinity, the strange orb that Kisuke gave her before he left suddenly activated and opened a well-hidden door for them. It didn't take long for Sona and Fells to find the Xenos battling the Ikelos familia. Although the Xenos were in an advantageous position, the captain of the Ikelos familia, Dix Perdix, was still able to calmly explain the place they were standing now was the man-made dungeon Gnosis. But once the members of the Ikelos familia started complaining, Dix finally made his move and used the only magic he knew of, Fogter Deadless. As the wave of red light touched the Xenos, they immediately lost their sanity and started hallucinating and attacking their fellow Xenos. Fells put up a shield and urged Sona to come behind him. But Sona didn't listen as she summoned her halberd and dashed towards the red wave. Sona was confident that she won't be affected by such magic, and that's what Sarafal thought too when she saw it. So instead of defending, it was a good time to attack with the opponent's guard down. But the moment she passed through the red wave, she suddenly stopped moving and shouted in pain. Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Kuroka, who were casually listening, became serious and increased their attention. Kuroka, since Sarafal could easily describe what's happening, she's probably spying on Sona. Take a look if there's any video feed. Kuroka paused the playback and immediately looked through the attached files and indeed found several of them. Finding the matching file, Kuroka resumed the playback, now with an image projecting on top of the orb that only they could see. From there, they could see Sona on her knees, wheezing and with strange white matter ejecting out of her mouth, covering a fourth of her face. As the white matter formed a familiar mask, even though it's just her lower left face, her left eye had also undergone a transformation with her sclera turning jet black and her pupil turning golden. Holification. Yoruchi exclaimed and immediately looked at Kisuke. What's going on? Before answering, Kisuke first arranged the information in his head. Remember when we fell into Hades' trap? Yes. It wasn't just Sona's body that was corroded, but also her soul. Without much choice, I had to transfer some of my holofactor directly to her soul in an attempt to aid her mending. I wasn't able to remove it since her soul was still very weak back then and any changes might cause her harm instead. At some point, she was already completely healed and I tried to remove the hollow's remnant, but when I saw how it melded with her soul so well, I decided to leave it alone and thought that maybe Sona would be able to make use of it in the future. I knew that the hollow could manifest anytime now, so I left some safety measures on her in case something unfavorable transpired. But since none of them activated, it means that this was a safe manifestation and Sarafal also didn't call for any emergency. Yoruchi sighed and said, well, you'll probably get an earful from Sarafal when you return, so I'll just leave it to her what she wants to do with you. It's been a while now, so maybe she already forgot about it, yeah. Yoruchi and Kisuke looked at her and said simultaneously, no way. Putting back their attention to the video feed, they saw Sona leap towards Dix with a malevolent aura and swung her halberd at him with a strength far higher than her normal state. Dix was shocked at her appearance and strength and was barely able to dodge her attack. Fels also tried to call out to her, but it was as if she couldn't hear anything and just went after Dix. Afraid, Dix took back his curse and recovered his original stats, but even in a berserk state, Sona's halberd arts were still effective, pushing Dix further back and injuring him. With the curse removed, the Xenos returned to their normal state of mind and saw what's going on, and started pushing back the Ikelos familia members. On the other hand, without their leader, the Ikelos familia became like headless chickens, dispersing into the man-made dungeon in an attempt to escape from their assailants. Some of them even had the great idea of taking a weakened Xenos from their cage and using it as hostage while they made their way to the surface. They thought that once they reached the surface, all the other people would be their allies and help them kill the lured Xenos. Unfortunately for Dix, before such an idea could bloom in his mind, he had to escape being beheaded by the rampaging Sona. Sona dropped back down to her knees and tried calming herself. She avoided using magic as she knew she wouldn't be able to control it. After a few minutes of meditation, Sona was able to calm down significantly and the partial white mask fell off from her face and disappeared. However, her left eye was still in a hollow state, signifying that the holification was still affecting her mind. Even then, she was able to think more clearly, albeit a bit dizzy. As she made her way through the dungeon, Fels and some other Xenos caught up to her and explained the situation. Sona immediately figured out what they were planning and urged everyone not to go to the surface and return to the dungeon. But they couldn't do that as their path to retreat was already closed off. Without much choice, Sona and the others headed off to the surface to try and take the other Xenos back, but she was already too late as they were being surrounded by numerous adventurers, including the Loki familia, due to the ruckus the Ikelos familia had created. When they reached the surface, Sona was shocked that Tanis was standing between an injured Xenos and an adventurer who's about to land a finishing blow. Outside of her expectations and knowledge, Sarafal didn't know why Ophis suddenly brought Tanis to this battlefield with the video showing that Ophis was standing and watching from a faraway building. The three who are watching were also shocked at this development, with Yoruchi and Kuroka looking at Kisuke to clear it up. Kisuke, however, could only shake his head. I also don't know what she was thinking. All that I'm sure of is that this is pretty important for Ophis, as I specifically told her that if she needed to do something important, she doesn't need to hesitate. When Sona saw that Finn's spear was aimed at Tanis, she immediately threw her halberd to intercept his attack, which was successful and caused the battlefield to temporarily stagnate at her appearance in action. Chapter 689, Resolution and Threat. Everyone stopped fighting as Sona huddled between the adventurers and Xenos while holding her throbbing head. "What are you doing?" asked Finn with furrowed brows. The other adventurers, on the other hand, were furious, but they were also confused as to why the monsters had stopped attacking all of a sudden. As she slowly walked over, Sona didn't answer Finn's question and desperately tried to think of ways to de-escalate the situation. She wanted for the Xenos to have a place on the surface, not for their sake, but for Tanis to be able to run around in the open. This is the promise she and the girls made for their dragonic little sister after spoiling her throughout the days that they'd taken care of her. Sona had the option of revealing their ability to understand other people and the ability to think on their own like normal people. However, she knew that 9 out of 10 of the adventurers would still continue their attack and slaughter due to their belief that all monsters are bad for being their enemies for most of their lives. Suddenly introducing a concept that contradicts almost everyone's belief, she knew too well how they would react to this attack. Just to feel secure and have a peace of mind, they would most likely attack the source of that insecurity. So the best way was to slowly and indirectly introduce a concept that could be safely accepted. In other words, introducing them now would only make things worse than before, and if she wasn't careful, a bloodbath would happen. The enmity and hate that such an event would generate would be extremely difficult to get rid of. Taking a deep breath, Sona carefully directed her demonic power towards her comrades who were standing by and watching the situation. Everyone, I'll take care of this place. Search for the separated Xenos and take them into hiding. I don't know why, but you're currently under the influence of holification, so I'll be staying here with you, replied Aika while urging Artemis and Hestia to go home for now. Then we'll take care of the others. Good luck, replied Aquino before she, Kaneko and Irina ran in 3 different directions. Finn immediately noticed this minute shift in the crowd as he had always been watching the Hestia and Artemis familia the moment they arrived. With a low voice, he commanded, Riveria, Bet and Tiona. Follow those 3 and see what they're up to. The 3 of them nodded and left the Loki familia group. Aika and Sona saw this but didn't do anything. Although it would be hard to take on a strong adventurer from the Loki familia, they were confident that the girls would be able to escape from them without a problem. However, the adventurers were still losing their patience at this silent standoff, so Finn asked Sona again, what are you doing? Even then, Sona didn't answer as she was carefully distributing her demonic power among the Xenos in the vicinity. They were all shocked and surprised when they suddenly heard Sona's voice inside their head, don't speak no matter what happens. I'm talking to every one of you through magic, so just follow my instructions, if you want to end this situation peacefully. At her noncompliance, a few adventurers reached their limit and were about to resume their attacks. But before that could happen, Sona faced them while covering her left eye with her left hand. Allow me to say this first. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Finn's brows furrowed deeper, misunderstanding. Despite the pain and dizziness that she was feeling, Sona still smiled and replied, yes. To explain, I was secretly taming and raising monsters under the sewers using my skill. Whispering and murmuring immediately exploded between the adventurers, and some of them believed it after seeing how obedient the monsters behind her. Due to my mistake, I momentarily lost control of them, leading to the situation we have right now. To prove that I'm not lying, please watch. Sona turned towards the lizardman's direction and said, come over here, LYD. Although they were already expecting it, the onlookers were still very surprised that the lizardman obediently came to her side. Without minding their reaction, Sona gave LYD the deadless orb which she used to open the doors of the Gnosis, return to the entrance of the dungeon and wait for Fells. Despite his lizard face, Sona still saw his hesitation, so she added, I know that you're worried about the others, but I already asked my companions to secure them, so you don't have to be worried. Just go for now. LYD was indeed worried about his fellow Xenos, but he was more worried about Sona. Even though he didn't know much about her, he knew that she wouldn't look good in front of other adventurers for protecting them and taking responsibility. But even then, he didn't know what he could do to help. Without a choice, he and everyone else could only follow her directions. Seeing the procession of the monsters towards the entrance of the sewers, everyone became unnerved at this very unusual sight. Now then. The guild employees should be coming soon. Since they're not aware that there's a dungeon entrance within the sewers, nobody would connect their existence to the monster attack in Riveria, at least for now, thought Sona as she faced Finn again. Finn, meanwhile, instructed the other members of the Loki familia to secure the other entrances to the sewers and to make sure that the monsters won't escape. However, he also explicitly mentioned that they can't attack the monsters unless they attack them first. Once he was done, Finn approached and faced Sona once again with Tioni, Gareth, Lafia and Ace at his side. Are you aware that it's illegal to transport monsters to the surface without permission? I'm aware and I won't be making excuses. I'm also very glad that no one has died in this incident, but I can also see that my monsters did a number to some adventurers and properties. But worry not. The Hestia and Artemis familia would be taking care of all of the repair and medical bills. We'll also add a bit of compensation for everyone affected by this trouble. Finn looked around and saw that many felt relieved at her words. Although he still had tons of questions to ask, it was about time to end this. I see. If you're taking full responsibility for your actions, then we'll leave it to the guild to mete out the appropriate punishment. However, if another incident like this were to happen, we won't hesitate to eliminate those monsters for the safety of the citizens. I understand. Though there won't be a next time, since the guild would be monitoring my actions and the usage of my skill. With that, the situation was peacefully resolved with lies and money. Thankfully, there are only 2 gods who watched and were already aware of the true situation. How boring. Though thanks to that, I probably would be able to stay in Orario longer, murmured Ikelos. To think that she'd be able to think of a way out of that, truly remarkable. Though it would have been a good chance to blame this all on you and kick you out, Hermes also murmured. However, a magic circle suddenly appeared under Ikelos' feet, and a second later, he disappeared. What? Hermes was stunned and immediately felt someone else's presence behind him. As he turned around, he immediately saw someone that looked familiar, but it was the first time that he met her personally. You're Sarafal Citri. What did you do to him? Sarafal turned around to leave while saying, his further involvement won't do any good for Sona-chan and the girls, so I randomly sent him to the other side of the world. She then stopped her steps and turned her head to Hermes with cold eyes. I know that Kisuke already reminded you, but let me say it. Don't you ever mess with my precious little sister and the other girls. Although I can't kill you, I can get rid of you in other ways so that you won't be able to return to Urahara for at least a few years. Hermes smiled and said, I already promised that I won't. Sarafal left, but Hermes was still sweating buckets, sent to the other side of the world. Dang it. So they could do something like that. I have to be careful in the future. Chapter 690, Concerns. Instead of the discussion, Kisuke's attention was on Ace, who was making a very complicated expression. If nothing changes, it's going to be complicated in the future. What do you mean? Asked Yuruchi. Kisuke sighed, I'm talking about the Sword Princess. At this rate, if nothing is done, I might have to kill her. Knowing a bit of Ace's mysteriousness, Yuruchi asked, couldn't you just do what you did with Artemis? Artemis-sama's situation was entirely different from her. Although the Antares managed to gain control of Artemis-sama, the core of her soul is still up in heaven. That's the reason why I could easily sever their connection. In Wallenstein-san's case, her soul was directly melded with the Black Dragon, and it's only because of Arya-san that she's still in control of herself. I could probably separate them safely, but it would take a substantial amount of time and I don't have that. I'd rather pour my resources into the things that could surely help us. All I could offer her is a challenging chance, but as she is right now, she'll just be swallowed by the Black Dragon. Why do you have to do it, Nya? Asked Kuroka. If it was such a pain in the ass, Kisuke could just ignore this problem that might be solved on its own. It's because I don't want Loki to be our enemy. She's good at scheming, yes, but what's really amazing about her is her ability to figure out others' intentions. If she goes against us, it would be extremely complicated. But also thanks to her ability, she's one of the few deities that we could easily convince to side with us at the right time. So rather than that poor Ace herself, you're more concerned on how Loki would think, Nya. Well, that's not really all. I also promised Arya-san, so there's that. Anyway, are there any files that show the three who'd just left? Kisuke suddenly changed the topic. There is, Nya. I'll play it one by one. The first video file was Irina saving a war shadow and evading Bet using a flashbang. The next one was Aquino saving a needle rabbit and teleporting away after sending a wave of lightning towards Tioni. On Kaniko's side, it became complicated when the Xenos she wanted to save became embroiled with the Freya familia who were guarding the walls. The Siren Xenos, Ray was protecting the Ligerfang against Alan Frommel, but due to the difference in level and experience, Ray, who was as strong as a level 5 adventurer, couldn't even fight back. When Alan was about to land a decisive blow, Kaniko didn't hesitate to partially unlock her Sage mode and revealed her sacred gear. Using the momentum she got from the thrusters behind her, Kaniko got in between Ray and Alan before punching away the latter's spear. White Flames. Alan immediately recognized the adventurer known as White Flames of Dawn. But instead of questioning why she was protecting the monsters, Alan wanted to know how a level 3 like her was able to fend off his attack. Kaniko, however, didn't say anything and used the small opportunity that was created and followed up with a kick using the same momentum. Alan saw her foot from the corner of his eyes and immediately used his arm to block it. However, he severely underestimated the power behind her kick and was sent flying. Using this chance, Kaniko grabbed Ray and the Ligerfang to escape. But before she could do anything else, she felt some threat behind her and hurriedly turned around to see 3 flying knives. Kaniko was about to block using her flames but stopped when she felt another's presence. The next instant, an extremely cold breeze blew and created several icicles that blocked the throwing knives. Alan turned to the source of the cold breeze and showed his fangs. Even you, 9 hell. What the hell's wrong with you people? Stepping out from the shadows of the building, Riveria first turned to Kaniko and looked at the monsters behind her for a few seconds before turning to Alan and saying, "Go. I'll take care of this." Kaniko furrowed her brows from confusion but still took the chance that Riveria gave her and grabbed the Xenos once again before using Flash Step to leave the area. Alan dropped down from the wall and faced Riveria. I never thought that one of the top dogs of the Loki familia would be helping monsters. If others were to know of this, they'll surely be disappointed. But Riveria just smirked and replied, "Really? I only saw a veteran adventurer bullying an acquaintance. I never saw any monsters. So that's how it is. Regardless, for messing with my business, I would have to give you a few cuts," said Alan and readied his spear and knives. He already gave up on chasing the monsters since someone who was at the same level as him appeared to interfere. He could only hope that others who were also guarding the walls would find those monsters. The playback ended there because Sarafal wasn't interested in them anymore. The next file was a few days later after the disturbance with members of the Loki familia and Loki herself visiting Hearth Manor. The one who welcomed them was, of course, Medusa. "Good day to everyone. We were expecting you." Except for the Riveria and Loki, this was the first time for others to meet her outside of the dungeon, and Tiona couldn't help but ask when she looked at her gem-like eyes, "Why, you won't turn us into stone, right?" Medusa chuckled and replied, "Of course not. I wouldn't do that to our important guests." The younger members were still nervous around her, but Finn stepped forwards and said, "I'd like to thank you first for your assistance when the monsters wanted to rush to the surface. With your presence, it became a lot easier to defend the tower. It's my duty to protect the place my master left. Anyways, please follow me inside. Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama were already expecting you." "What about the special guests?" asked Loki. "It'll depend on them if you can meet them. On that note, please don't pull out your weapons inside or we'll have no choice but to retaliate." Loki nodded and turned her head to Ace. "Don't worry. They already promised they won't be hurting anyone inside." Seeing her stare, Ace noticeably gulped and became nervous. Aside from that, an extremely complicated feeling was brewing inside her. But even if the belief that she held dearly through all her life was to be threatened, she wanted to go. Ace wanted to know how he and the people around him viewed this. Chapter 691, A Monster. Hestia, Artemis, and Loki were sitting face to face with the others standing around them. From Loki's side, except for Gareth who remained in their manor as a guard, every executive was present. Loki wanted to bring Line, but the latter refused because she was at an important part of her study and didn't want to break her chain of thought. On Hestia and Artemis' side, everyone except for Sarafal, Ophis, Claire, and of course, Tanis, were present. Medusa had also left the room after serving everyone a cup of tea. "Now, please tell us what you came here for," started Hestia. Loki remained quiet for a moment. Until this point, she still wasn't sure if she was doing the correct thing. If the outcome of this meeting was unfavorable, she knew for sure that her children would hate her and they might think that she was forcing them to cooperate with their sworn enemies. However, the reason she was here right now was because she trusted Kisuke and those around him. If it was just other people who felt sympathy and empathy for the monsters, she wouldn't have dared to bring her children here to directly confront them. But she knew for sure that Kisuke and the girls had an objective view regarding this strange existence, and she was betting that their opinion could open the minds of her children who grew up hating monsters. Loki also had a feeling that this might be the key that could help Ace before it was too late. Sighing, Loki finally replied, "Then I won't beat around the bush. What are those monsters?" Her question was directed to Sona. But before answering, Sona first looked at everyone from Loki's side's faces. It became obvious to her that whatever answer they were expecting, it'll be hard for them to accept. "Before I answer that, let me ask everyone what a monster is for them." The first one to answer without much hesitation was Finn. "Monsters have been the enemy of the people since ancient times. Creatures from the dungeon that want to take over the world," added Riveria. Except for Ace, the others also answered more or less the same as the first two. Since she was the last one, all eyes landed on her as she said while clenching her fist, "All monsters should just disappear." The members of the Loki familia became tense. They already knew that they were keeping some monsters and it seemed that they were taking good care of them. Ace's comment, however, was essentially telling them that the monsters in their care should be killed. But surprisingly, Sona nodded in agreement. "That's true. Monsters should all just disappear and the world would be a better place, probably." Like the others, Ace was also shocked at her response. "I mean, it would really be great if there is nothing that could threaten everyone's peaceful life. However, that's really impossible in my opinion. A world like that would essentially or partially be a utopia." Finn thought that her words were really strange. It was as if they were describing monsters differently. "Then what about you guys? What are monsters for you?" Sona smiled and replied, "It's as you said, they are a threat to everyone and should be dealt with. However, we disagree that they only came from the dungeon." The Loki familia members were shocked at what she was implying, and Tiona couldn't help but lean forward and ask, "Are you saying that there are other sources of the monsters aside from the dungeon?" But instead of Sona, the one who answered her was Kaneko with her head tilted. "Of course they don't just come from the dungeon. After all, people aren't born in the dungeon." It was their turn to get confused, and Aika immediately supplemented her words while patting Kaneko's head. She meant that people could be monsters too. They weren't just confused, but also stunned. However, before they could arrive at a ridiculous conclusion that people could somehow transform into a creature of dungeon, Sona immediately added with a chuckle, "No. It's impossible for one to transform into a similar creature as those that came from the dungeon." She then looked at Finn and said, "Cruel, horrible, evil, unsympathetic, and many more. Don't you think there are also people like that out there?" Finn stared back at her before nodding. "Therefore, you could also describe them as monsters." They wanted to say something, but they didn't know how they could refute her words. After all, although her words were unconventional, there was truth within it. Although we describe monsters similarly, at the core of it, we have a different view. Monsters for us are limited to what's inside regardless of their external form. If he, she, or it, has his, her, or its own will and could communicate properly, it's a person. However, the most innocent person could also be a monster, while the most tyrannical monster could be a person. In other words, nothing is really defined before you receive any information. Sona then looked at everyone's conflicted reactions. As someone born outside of this world, such perception was easy to accept. But to those born in this one, it was a different story, with monsters only having a singular definition of creatures of the dungeon. I'm not trying to change your worldview because you have to be the one to decide whether you should change it after accepting or rejecting the idea. I just want everyone to understand that we have a slightly different way of differentiating monsters from everyone else. After a few seconds, Finn asked, then what would you call a mons? I mean a creature of dungeon that is capable of talking and cooperating with other people. This time, it was Aquino who answered with a chuckle, that's just a stranger, isn't it? At her response, Finn could only sigh and smile wryly. Meanwhile, while still conflicted, the others could understand their group's point of view, except for Ace. After all this time, she was getting stronger only for the sake of her revenge and continually slaughtered the monsters regardless of whether they could speak or not as part of it. If she were to accept their view, then it would mean that she was something as bad as the monster that she was trying to defeat. With nothing else to say, she asked, what about Kisuke? What is a monster for him? For him. If I were to guess, a monster doesn't really mean anything to him, as he sees others as strangers, friends, acquaintances, allies, enemies, or customers. All of a sudden, an image of Kisuke happily selling his merchandise to the monsters of the dungeon appeared inside their minds, and somehow, they couldn't be sure that it wouldn't ever happen. Chapter 692, A Monster Part 2. After hearing Sona's side, Loki then asked the real identity of the monsters, and Hestia explained it to them, including those who knew of their existence and how Arenas was protecting them through the guild. The Loki familia, including Loki herself, was shocked at how intricate this problem was. Just what are they? Surprised by a different meaning, Loki asked both Hestia and Artemis, but the two goddesses could only shake their heads, as they also had no idea how the Xeno's existence came to be. Scratching her head in confusion, Loki thought for a moment before looking back and mindlessly asking her fellow goddesses, what about that guy? Did he tell you something? However, she did not expect them to look at each other with hesitating expressions, so he did know something. What is it? Sona then suddenly said, Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama, I think it's fine. Are you sure? I have a feeling that this is a very important piece of information, asked Artemis. Sona nodded, it's fine. I think Loki-sama needs to know this. Out of everyone from the group, Sona was the only one who figured that Kisuke wanted to pull Loki herself to their side. Besides, Kisuke didn't explicitly forbid us to share this information. Giving it to her will also show our sincerity and trust in her. Hestia sighed and said, he said that the Xeno's existence is evidence of a second will existing within the dungeon. Loki's eyes widened, but instead of saying anything to Hestia, she immediately turned to her children and said, no matter what happens, don't ever mention what you just heard to anyone, even by mistake. Especially to other gods. Loki's children were startled at her very sudden and serious response, but all nodded in promise. Sighing, Loki held her aching head and thought, so that's how is it? Now a few things make sense. But what do you plan to do, Kisuke? On which side do you stand? However, she was glad that she was able to hear this information. Looks like the promised time is a much bigger deal than I initially thought. So big that it could potentially affect heaven itself. I have to make my decision soon. Anyway, can we meet these said Xenos? Loki immediately changed the topic. But before Hestia could answer, everyone suddenly heard the jubilant laughter of little kids from the hallway, and they were getting near the room where they were currently staying. A few seconds later, the door burst open with Claire entering the room in a hurry. Tachan. Hurry. Claire. Wait for me. Immediately after, a familiar bipedal Vuivra entered the room, which made the Loki familia members enter an alert state. But as if the kids didn't notice their presence, Claire grabbed Tana's hand and closed the door before running towards the windows and opening them. Claire looked around outside before looking up to the windows on the third floor. Tachan, let's fly over there, she said while pointing towards them. Tanis nodded with all seriousness and willed her dragon wings to come out. Once they sprouted from the opening of her dress behind her, Tanis immediately grabbed Claire's hands and the two of them jumped out of the window, flying towards the window on the third floor. Finn wanted to say something when they left, but he was interrupted by small but hurried steps that came from the hallway. Everyone was expecting a similar scene, but instead of opening, the door suddenly burst into many pieces. Ophis entered the room, running and demolishing the door on her way. Similar to the two that just came by, Ophis ignored everyone in the room and ran towards the window before looking up. Ophis wanted to jump towards the ceiling to reach the third floor, but she suddenly remembered that she could only go through the door, so she gave up the idea and ran out of the room to chase after the two through a different route. A minute of silence prevailed before Sona sighed, I apologize for the sudden disturbance. It seems that their game of tag is going out of control. Did we perhaps forget to teach Ophis how to use the doors? Asked Irina suddenly while looking at the broken door. I doubt it. She probably got so excited that she forgot or got too bothered to use it properly, replied the chuckling Aika. Meanwhile, Aquino went towards the broken door to fix it with restoration magic. As the debris flew back in and mend itself, Riveria wanted to ask what and how she was doing it, but this wasn't really the time for that. As she learned that any magic could be done if one knew the underlying logic behind it, Riveria became more and more interested in other people's magic. Ahem, Hestia feigned a cough to get their attention. Going back to the topic, you may meet them if you promise you won't do any harm to them. Loki nodded, of course. As long as they don't bare their fangs, everything will be alright. Irina exited the room to call their special guest, and while waiting, Sona suddenly faced Ace and said, Wallenstein-san, do you think you can slay the Vuivre just now? To her question, everyone looked at Ace, and those from the Loki familia had an expression of concern. Ace looked down at her hand and stayed quiet for more than a minute. Recalling the happy and innocent expression that Tanis was making while playing a game of tag with her friends, Ace clenched her fist as a tinge of envy surfaced in her heart. I can't. She then suddenly turned around and started walking away. I'll take my leave. I've seen enough. Tiona and Tioni immediately followed her while calling out to her, but before they could exit the door, Sona said, I know this contradicts your beliefs and goals. As you live your life, your goal may change or become outright unfeasible, but that doesn't mean you failed or you gave up. It just means that you have experienced and learned something to change your mind, or you may have found something that's more important than your own goal. And as you confront reality, regrets are inevitable. However, that means you decided on something and you went through with it, or else you'll just be standing still, not progressing in any way. Since regrets are inevitable, think. Think, and never stop thinking. Whether it's for your own good or others, whether it's for your own goal or justice, don't stop thinking of your options and which one you'll never regret or regret way less compared to others in case you're wrong. And it's alright to make mistakes, as there are no perfect beings. It's just that mistakes that can make you stronger or destroy yourself are all up to you. But fear not, for you are not alone. Not anymore. Sona then shrugged her shoulders. Well, those are Kisuke's words and not mine, but I think you should hear them. Without turning around, Ace asked, Kisuke, what does he think of me? Sona rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. Let's see. If I recall correctly, he described you as a brat who doesn't realize all the good things she has and can't be honest to herself by being drowned with her own self-ridicule and self-loathing. A kid who thought that the only way she could do something big is by giving up on herself. Sona then looked straight into her eyes and said with a big smile, in other words, I think he's annoyed by you. If you think he has seen anything good on you, then you're very wrong, because, for him, you're just a little kid that's trying to act mature in a very annoying way. Chapter 693, Emergency. While Sona was still speaking, Ace had already turned around with a surprised expression, not expecting that she hadn't made any good impressions on Kisuke. And not just her, everyone from the Loki familia were also not expecting Kisuke's description of Ace being an annoying brat. But after Sona ended her words, no one could say a word for a minute or two. Soon, Ace turned around again, and before she left, she said, Thank you for telling me this. I'll start thinking from now on. Tiona and Tioni first looked at Riveria, and the latter nodded before the twins went after Ace. Loki, on the other hand, never removed her gaze from Sona and waited for Ace to leave before asking with a serious expression, It's as if Kisuke knew a great deal about Ace-tan, huh? And why does it sound like he cares a great deal about her? Is he targeting Ace-tan, too? As long as I'm here, I won't allow it. Ace-tan is only mine. Sona thought for a bit before deciding to throw another bait. But before she spoke, she first glanced at Bet. Huh? Bet let out a sound of confusion, but Loki immediately got what she's getting at. Bet, return for now. But before he could finish his sentence, however, Loki looked at him with a smile. We've already seen what we wanted to see, so everything's fine now. What is fine? How could everything be fine? Chuckling, Loki replied, Despite how you look, you're actually the most open-minded out of them, so I know you already accepted the existence of the Xenos. Since you're already satisfied, return for now and wait with Gareth. Though be careful of those sniffing gods, especially Hermes and Dionysus. Bet looked at her smug face and clicked his tongue, TCH. Fine. After he left and she made sure that he wasn't going to hear any of her words, Sona finally continued, Of course he doesn't look that way at her. Kisuke is indeed concerned about her, but only because someone named Arya asked him to take care of her and he promised to do something. What? Loki stood up from her seat and almost slammed the table. Out of all the revelations today, this is what surprised her the most as it concerns her precious child. How? When? But Sona just shrugged her shoulders. He just mentioned it in passing, so all the details you want are with him. Loki gritted her teeth and sat back down before asking, what else did he say regarding Ace? Sona pretended to think for a bit before saying, now that I think about it, he mentioned this several times. He said that as she is now, only a bad ending awaits her. Loki's brows furrowed deep. What does he mean when he said only a bad ending awaits her? Does he know more than old Zeus? Loki already realized it, but she already fell into Sona's hand and she knew the primary reason why. It was because she and her group didn't have something that every child in the lower world had. The innate fear and helpless acceptance that the deities are superior and no child could go against them. As expected, I can't treat them like all the children in the lower world. Loki tried to probe Sona a few more times, but it was just a fruitless effort, so she immediately gave up. The topic then returned to the Xenos, and Hestia told Loki all the information she received from Uranus regarding them. After arranging the information they had and Loki cursing Uranus a few times, Finn suddenly proposed cooperation with the Xenos to tackle the common problem they had, the man-made dungeon Gnosis. But instead of agreeing, Sona pointed him to Uranus' right-hand man, Fells. Knowing their next destination, Finn decided to leave without meeting the other Xenos, staying with Hestia and the rest. In any case, seeing Tanis, although not in the situation they were expecting, was already more than enough. Meanwhile, Loki decided to remain, and Finn only agreed when Medusa suddenly entered the room and proposed to take her home safely. With just Loki, Sona, and the other girls decided to return to their activities and left the goddesses on their own, since it seemed that Loki wanted to talk alone with them. As for the contents of their talk, it was mainly about Kisuke and what he wanted to do. Hestia also revealed to Loki that although Kisuke had a plan, she was not aware of it, and he gave the girls the reins and freedom to do whatever they wanted. The report for that day ended there. Looks like Sona managed to guess what you wanted and made it easier for you, Yoruichi commented. She's really too good for you. Kisuke giggled and said, I won't deny that I'm one lucky guy. But before Kuroka could play the next report, familiar faces entered the establishment. This is the place I'm talking about. It's quiet, secretive, and the sweets are good. The Palom girl of the Astria familia, Liz, explained to her fellow comrades. As they entered the cafe, the first one to notice the waving Kisuke was Astria. Oh. What a nice coincidence. As Astria pointed at them, her children also realized their presence and approached the group. It's nice to see everyone again. Are you already feeling well? Thanks for the concern, Astria-sama. I'm feeling much better now. Why don't you join us and share your stories? Well, if you don't mind, that is. Sure. That would be fun. If you also don't mind, we'd like to hear about the circulating rumor that your group defeated the Surtur and returned with its horn. The captain, Mildred, immediately asked the master for permission to move the table, which was instantly approved. With drinks and sweets in the middle, the two groups started talking and telling stories of their adventures. From Astria's side, it was about how they reduced the number of monsters around the villages that were recently being neglected by other mercenaries, and from Kisuke's side, their adventures through the deep floors. As they happily chatted with each other, Kisuke's receiver suddenly started glowing, signifying that an emergency call was initiated by Sarafal. Without minding the others, Kisuke immediately touched the orb and a small hologram of Sarafal appeared. What happened? I'm not sure if this is an emergency or not, but since it seems that you're pretty close with that elf, I decided to call you. Apparently, Rio Lion was suspected of murder on the 18th floor and others are out for her blood. Most likely that she's also in danger since she was supposed to join in on the operation against Gnosis. But before Kisuke could reply, someone else jumped in front of him and faced Sarafal. Rio Lion. Are you talking about the Rio Lion of Arario? Chapter 694, Emergency Part 2. Sarafal was shocked when an unknown face suddenly shoved her way in, but she still answered her question. Indeed. It's Rio Lion, also known as Gale. What? Astria immediately tried checking her connection to Rio, and after feeling that it was still intact, she felt a little relieved. However, the extreme concern was still there. Please tell me what's happening to her. But Sarafal didn't speak and instead eyed Kisuke. Patting her shoulder to calm down, Kisuke gently moved her away and gestured that it'll be fine before turning back to Sarafal. How long do you think she'll be able to stay alive? An hour at most, answered Sarafal, since she's a friend, Mita-chan, and I could have done something to assist. However, a pretty dangerous operation is currently ongoing within our kind neighbor's home, and Sona-chan and the rest are part of it, so we couldn't really move away from them. The last news that I heard about her is that she's chasing after some remnants of the Evilus who tried to escape from the ongoing operation. Next, adventurers of Riveria gathered their weapons to chase after her since she apparently murdered some people there. It has been half an hour since then, and Medusa has been detecting several explosions below the 24th floor. Kisuke tapped his chin and said, so your estimation of an hour at most is because you thought a juggernaut was about to come out? Exactly. It may have come out now, though. The good thing is that your other friends, the Mayak and Takamikazuchi familias, are on higher floors, so they're safe, for now anyway. And no way. Astria slumped and Mildred immediately went beside her to keep her up. A juggernaut, you say? Is this fate? She recalled the past and how she received the news that aside from Rio, every one of her beloved children was slaughtered by a juggernaut. Even then, she couldn't lose hope now and immediately turned back to Sarafal. If you have the power to save my child, please. Please save her. Miss Goddess, as much as I wanted to help, we can't. Our priority is our family, answered Sarafal with a serious expression. Astria felt weak on her knees again. She didn't know how they were communicating right now, but she knew that the woman she was speaking with was currently in Arario. No matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to reach Arario in time to help her. It was then that Sarafal suddenly grinned, but it's a different story for Yura-chan, Kuro-chan, and Kitan. For them, this is just a small matter, so why not ask them? What? Kisuke then suddenly stood up and said, Kuroka, please prepare it. You're going alone? Asked Kuroka as she prepared her magic power for the teleportation. Nodding, Kisuke answered, yep. It's my chance to return the favor I've received, and I also promised that I'd do it personally. Besides, leaving things here unattended is good, for now, anyway. Confused, Astria tried asking what was going on, but Kisuke just gave her a large smile and said, after this, I will have returned the favor, before a purple magic circle appeared before him, making him disappear in motes of light. While everyone from Astria Familia was in shock at what just happened, Astria herself understood it. Transposition. Yep, Yoruchi answered after sipping her tea, he's in Orario now. Immediately after her words, Kisuke appeared beside Sarafal on the hologram, saying, please wait for the good news, before disconnecting. Sitting on the highest point within Deadless Street, Sarafal was overlooking one of the entrances to the Gnosis while watching the real-time feed that came from inside, when Kisuke appeared beside her. Been a while, Saratan. Hope you're doing good. But instead of a smile, Sarafal glared at him, you have to explain what's going on with Sona-chan. Kisuke immediately backed up and smiled wryly while raising his hands in surrender, I'll do that and also do a complete check on her. But you can be assured that it's not as dangerous as you think it is. Humph. That better be the case. Anyway, how is this operation going? Kisuke immediately changed the subject while looking at the feed. Although they're making great progress, the enemy has already made their preparation and they're already too late, so chances are, they are going to fail. Anyway, can you teleport me to the 24th floor? Sarafal shook her head, I can't. The dungeon is too sensitive right now and I have a feeling that any kind of spatial transfer would make things worse for everyone. But you won't hesitate to do it when they're in danger, Sona-chan and the girls, that is. Sarafal put her hands on her waist and puffed her chest, that's obvious. If something came out of the dungeon after doing so, I'd just deal with it myself. That's reassuring, but it looks the next best choice is to go through this man-made dungeon since that'll take less time. Kisuke then jumped down towards the entrance and waved goodbye to Sarafal, I'll see you later. Be sure to get those crystal drops on your way back. Ophis-chan, Claire-chan, and Tan-chan really like those and we're about to run out. Got it. On the 9th floor of the Gnosis, an intense battle was ongoing with a group of adventurers led by Finn fighting a demi-spirit that parasitized a human formerly known as Barca and a current-generation Deadless. As Finn and the other vanguards couldn't deal any substantial damage to it without exposing themselves to danger, they could only defend the rear that was preparing for a large attack, from its attacks which were full of curses. However, the tides of the battle suddenly changed when the east side wall of the circular room they were fighting in suddenly exploded to pieces. A familiar man with a bucket hat and a cane in his hand came running out of the dust and debris. Excuse me. Coming through. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Due to the suddenness and how ridiculous the situation was, even the monsterized Barca momentarily stopped its attack, trying to figure out what was going on with its almost dysfunctional head. The man in question, meanwhile, just ran towards the opposite end of the room while ignoring everyone. Similar to what he has done until now, he punched a hole through a wall several feet thick which was made out of very rare and hard metal, leaving the scene. Of course, not everyone was stunned as the girls of the Loki familia already saw something far more ridiculous than that. Thanks to the disturbance that Kisuke created, Tiona and Tioni were able to creep behind the monster and used their full power to smash its head open, creating an opening to reach the mutated magic crystal in its body. Although the demi-spirit was shocked, it wasn't because of the scene that the strange man created, but the feeling he was giving off. It was as if it saw its natural enemy that made it freeze in fear. After defeating the demi-spirit, Tiona waved towards the hole where the man left and shouted, "Thanks for the disturbance." Chapter 695, Rescue. As he went through the 9th floor where Finn and the rest were fighting, Kisuke felt the strange reaction of the monster towards him, which made him think that even though deities couldn't tell anything, those spirit hybrids seemed to be able to sense that something was different with him. Is it because they are beings that devour others that makes them very sensitive? And I wonder who created these things. I'm sure it isn't the dungeon itself or the one who contacted me. Most likely, it's someone who hijacked a small part of the dungeon's system. Not long after, Kisuke got through the 10th and 11th floors in no time and reached the 12th floor. After demolishing a few walls with his bare hands, he came upon a room where the Loki familia members led by Riveria and Ace were having a standoff with the red-haired creature. But before he could greet everyone, the creature suddenly lunged at him with fear on her face and brandished her greatsword with her full power, intending to cleave Kisuke in half. But despite shattering the floor below them, Kisuke easily caught the greatsword with his hand. The fear and despair on the creature's face consolidated Kisuke's initial guess that they could somehow tell that something was different about him. Not dwelling on these thoughts any longer, Kisuke tugged and snatched the creature's greatsword and gave her a roundhouse kick towards her stomach. The creature tried blocking it with both of her arms, but it was for naught as both of them broke and didn't even mitigate the force behind the kick, sending her flying back and crashing into the wall. Tossing the greatsword to the side, Kisuke resumed running while waving at Riveria and Ace. It has been a while, Riveria-san, Wallenstein-san, and the rest of Loki familia. It's a shame that I can't stay and talk since I'm in a hurry, but I wish you good luck with your endeavors. Since the creature wasn't his problem, Kisuke chose to leave her alone. Kisuke reached the other side of the wall and demolished it, revealing the staircase which led towards the 13th floor. But before he left the stunned people, Kisuke first said, it would be a good idea to leave now. After he left, Ace immediately turned towards the creature, Revis. However, she was already nowhere in sight. She tried to chase after her, but Riveria immediately stopped her as it wouldn't be good if she separated from the group. In any case, their mission was to hold Revis back and Kisuke did it for them. Let's regroup with Finn and Gareth. They should have already reached the Evelys main room. Ace nodded, but as they ran, she suddenly asked, why does he keep calling me with my last name? Everyone momentarily stopped their steps, but immediately resumed their pace, except for one Hume bunny girl who couldn't read the mood. Isn't it because he wanted to keep his distance from you? Ace looked at her with widened eyes while the Hume bunny continued, I mean look, even though not completely casual, he still calls Riveria-sama by her first name, yet when it comes to you, it's always your last name. Ace then recalled when Sona told her that Kisuke saw her as an annoying brat, and without her knowing, she ended up pouting her mouth and murmuring while turning away from the group, I don't care. I'm just an annoying brat anyway. The girl looked at others as she found Ace's reaction confusing and intriguing. Did I say something wrong? However, nobody answered her. As he got through the 13th floor, Kisuke heard Sona, Kaneko, Aika, Akino, and Irina's voice and contemplated whether or not he should meet them, but instantly decided against it. They'll be fine. From then on, there were no more eventful happenings for him within the Knossos until he reached the 18th floor and exited through there. As he reached the 25th where the Water City started, Kisuke immediately noticed the traces of large explosions that damaged the floor enough for a juggernaut to spawn. I should hurry up. Directly jumping down the great fall that connected the 25th, 26th, and 27th floors together, it didn't take too long for Kisuke to locate the juggernaut and adventurers scattered on the ground, both dead and alive. The rescue target was nowhere in sight, though he did notice a newly created hole in the ground. Alright, time to test it out. While thinking that, Kisuke pointed his finger towards the juggernaut and chanted, Head number 4, by Akurai. He rotated his energy according to a new design which he created to cast Shinigami spells and successfully converted his energy for his intended purpose. However, as lightning emerged from his fingertip, the energy inside him suddenly became an untamed wild horse, rushing through everywhere. Kisuke hurriedly tried taking back his energy and cancelling his Kiddo, but he wasn't able to control it anymore. Crap. A beam of white light pierced through the 27th floor, grazing the juggernaut and creating another hole in the ground. But even though it was just a graze, a third of the juggernaut still disappeared into oblivion, forever annihilated. Kisuke, on the other hand, dropped down with blood seeping through his orifices and his right arm entirely gone. I already expected a backlash, but I didn't expect it to be this much. If I'm not careful, I might just blow myself up. It was only a minute later that Kisuke was able to calm the energies inside him and move again, albeit a bit rigid. But instead of finishing off the wailing and retreating juggernaut, he instead walked towards one of the adventurers laying on the ground that was still alive. With a large smile on his face, he asked, Excuse me, may I ask which direction Gale went? For Mord, however, the smiling armless bloody-faced man was far more terrifying than the juggernaut. Still, he was able to gather enough courage to answer. Carefully monitoring and controlling his bladder for him not to leak, he slowly pointed towards the hole that Kisuke noticed when coming down. Oh, over there. The lambton ate her. Kisuke's expression became serious and said, Thanks, before running towards the said hole and jumping in it. Although the lambton, a 5-meter wide and 10-meter long snake which was officially known as Wormwell, could dig and travel through the dungeon, it didn't mean that it just left the holes unfilled. A few meters after his jump, Kisuke landed. However, the ground was soft enough that he would be able to follow the monster's digging path. Without further ado, he dived to the soft ground, propelling himself with the still unstable energy. Chapter 696, Chapter 696 Securing the Target. The moment Kisuke left, an Evelys member, Urahara, appeared. He escaped from the Knossos and was the mastermind behind the floor's destruction for the sole reason of summoning the juggernaut. Because he couldn't forget the destruction it brought at the end of Aurario's Dark Ages 7 years ago, his dream was to tame and control the monster that annihilated multiple parties of top adventurers by just swinging its claws. He didn't know what had happened and why the juggernaut was injured. However, he didn't really care about the reason behind it, as this was his golden ticket to success. Using his crimson whip, Jura tried taming the juggernaut in the same way like all the monsters he had tamed before, and immediately commanded it to find the Gale and rip her apart, transferring his own hate to the juggernaut. And what he did was a success, sort of. Aside from setting off emotions that shouldn't have been possible for a temporary existence like the juggernaut, Jura wasn't able to do anything to control it and only earned his death for even trying. Recalling the men who almost killed it, Juggernaut ignored every other adventurer and started digging the ground. Since it normally couldn't stay alive longer than the dungeon allowed it, it knew that it had to do something to extend its time. So when it reached the next floor, instead of adventurers, it went after other monsters, devoured their magic crystals and used their body parts to restore the damaged parts on himself in an attempt to prolong its existence and realize its revenge. It was only until the entrance of the 38th floor that Kisuke was finally able to catch up with the lantern and rip it apart with his bare hands, extracting the almost naked elf with burn marks from the monster's stomach acid. After carefully conjuring a bit of water to wash her, Kisuke removed the coat of his shahakusho and wrapped it around Ryo. Although the right sleeve was already gone, it was still better than nothing. I have to find a place to rest and regulate my insides, thought Kisuke as he recalled a certain cave on the 37th floor. Since he only had one arm right now, Kisuke did a fireman's carry on Ryo and picked up her weapons before going on his way. Entering the giant white labyrinth on the 37th floor, Kisuke was immediately besieged by Spartoys wielding different weapons. Of course, except for the girl on his shoulder, they weren't a threat to him, so he just kicked them away, crushing both their weapons and bones. After an hour of brute forcing his way through, Kisuke finally reached the cave where no monsters spawned. As soon as he laid Ryo down, Kisuke immediately sat down and closed his eyes. Due to what happened earlier, Kisuke forcefully stopped his regeneration so that there wouldn't be much movement in his energy. Now that his target was secured, he could finally fix his energy flows and figure out what happened back then. Since I'm already here, I might as well continue experimenting with my spells. He then looked towards Ryo and estimated that she would be out for at least half a day. She may have thought that she's already dead. Oh well, I can use this time to stabilize myself and get some supplies from the 39th floor. Since he could neither use a space bag nor open his own space, he didn't have anything on him right now as he didn't need anything from the start. However, if he wanted to stay here, he would need food to keep Ryo alive. Naturally, he also had the choice to immediately return to the surface. However, due to his energy berserking earlier, Kisuke wanted to fix that as soon as possible and at least be able to cast a few spells before returning. In other words, he just couldn't wait. Another hour later, Kisuke was finally able to regenerate his arm and stabilize himself. Next, he started reviewing his spells and wanted to at least cast a barrier around the cave before he left. It took Kisuke another hour just to conjure a suitable barrier, and even then, the energy inside his body still ran wild, forcing him to rest for half an hour. However, this was already a big improvement and it could only get better after further practicing. Looks like I'll only need a week or so to cast half of my Kido repertoire and more than that if I want to safely use my high-level spells. Sitting on damp bloody grass, Ryo horrifyingly stared at her companions being slaughtered one by one. As the last one of them exploded into flesh and blood, the skeletal dragon turned to her with its firelit eyes which sent shivers down the spine to anyone that it stared at. Behind the monster that annihilated her noisy but precious companions were her most hateful enemies who were the cause of tragedies in Urahara. Gritting her teeth, Ryo wanted to cut off their heads. However, in face of the absolute enemy that was manifested by the dungeon's rage, Ryo couldn't do anything aside from staring at the bloody claws that were about to land on her. Opening her eyes, Ryo immediately stood up and held her aching head. That dream again. It has been a while. A few seconds later, her memories resurfaced, and recalled what happened before she lost her consciousness. Wait, I'm alive. All of a sudden, she heard a voice in front of her. Don't move so much. You're still injured and those abrupt movements will only make it worsen. Besides, that single piece of clothing is all that you have on you, so all sorts of things will be visible if you're not careful. Ryo immediately looked down and saw the state of her entire body. A single piece of familiar clothing and under it was a body with various burn spots. Carefully tacking in her cover, Ryo slowly looked back up and saw the person she was expecting facing away from her. Thank why. What happened to you? Are you alright? But as soon as she processed what was in front of her, she immediately panicked. The Kisuke in front of her was bloodied all over to the point that his green shahakusho couldn't be recognized anymore. Strangely enough, his bucket hat seemed to be untouched. Kisuke turned around and saw her worried expression before laughing awkwardly. Ahaha, well, 'tis but a scratch. Despite her aching body, however, Ryo stood up and sat beside Kisuke before chanting her only healing spell, Noah Heal. But before she could invoke her spell, Kisuke suddenly grabbed her forearm, disrupting her concentration by suddenly touching her. Save it for yourself. I'm sturdy and these injuries won't take too long to heal themselves. Of course, Ryo didn't believe him. What are you doing here? What happened? For him, who can play around the top fighters of the Loki familia to be injured, did he perhaps come across with the juggernaut, she thought. Kisuke unhandled her and replied, on behalf of someone, I came to rescue you. Though thanks to my current situation, I can't really fight properly so I ended up like this. Don't worry though. I'll be sure to bring you to the surface alive. Chapter 697, Traumatized Elf. Someone asked you to save me. Let's just leave that for when we reach the surface. That way, you'll have something to look forward to. Though just to be clear, I don't really accept requests of saving people. It's just because you're a good friend of mine, Kisuke clarified as he didn't want her to spread the word of him accepting commissions like this. Ryu's eyes widened and said, "Thank you. I'll repay this favor once we're out here." Chuckling, Kisuke just waved his hand. "I'm doing this to repay a favor, so you don't have to do anything. Anyway, if you can heal yourself, do it now and eat some food here. You'll need all the stamina you can get to pass through the 37th floor." 37th floor, Ryu exclaimed. "What are we doing here? Don't you remember? You were eaten by a worm well and I had to chase that snake all the way over to here. That's also the reason why you don't have any clothes left." Kisuke's overall countenance once again entered Ryu's sights and she couldn't help but bite her lips, "So that's why he's injured all over. Because of me, he almost died." Thus a misunderstanding was born. "What should we do now?" "Rest for now and then slowly and carefully move forward. No one knows where we are, so we can't really expect any rescue team to come," answered Kisuke while thinking. "No one who could do so would send any since it's me anyway." Kisuke then grabbed one of the fruits which he got on the 39th floor and started munching on it while thinking and calculating his spells. Ryu nodded and started chanting her healing spell. Since they had enough food, she intended to get fully healed and also to heal Kisuke before moving. "Looks like he's unwilling to tell me, but his current situation isn't ideal. I have to get back on my feet and at least ensure his safety on the way." As such, a vow was formed inside her head that she would sacrifice herself so that Kisuke could escape. If Kisuke were to know what was on her mind, he would immediately tie her up as he made his way back to the surface. After half a day of rest, Ryu and Kisuke were already fully healed and decided to move on. Not even a quarter of an hour had passed, before a group of 12 Spartois and barbarians appeared to block their road. If it was any other kind of monster, Ryu would be confident that she could take on a handful of them. However, Spartois were the most dangerous monsters that roamed this area except for rare monsters, as they were stronger than Lizardman Elite or Lugaru, and more agile than the barbarians. On top of that, they were warrior-type monsters that could carry random equipment and fight like adventurers, making them a lot more dangerous than the usual monsters which had only one set of behavior and movement. Since they were also at least around level 4, Ryu could only take on 3 or 4 of them at most. Just our luck, thought Ryu, and couldn't help but bite her lips. However, it didn't end there, because a few moments later, another similarly sized group of Spartois and barbarian appeared behind them and cut off their path of retreat. Ryu was shaken and at a loss of what to do when Kisuke suddenly proposed, "Focus on making an opening on our front. I'll take care of the backside." Since they didn't have much choice, Ryu nodded at his instructions and dashed forward. After engaging the enemies in front of her, she heard the activity behind her. But when she was about to turn around and see how Kisuke was doing, the latter shouted at her, "Just focus on making an opening." After that, Ryu ignored what was happening behind her and chose to trust Kisuke. A few minutes later, the two of them were able to go through the monsters and managed to run away, giving them some breathing space. That went well. "Let's continue on this path," said Ryu, but when she turned towards Kisuke, she saw his right arm bleeding profusely and leaving a trail of blood behind them. "You're hurt. Why didn't you say anything?" "'Cause it isn't a big deal." Ryu sighed. "Show it to me." But before Kisuke could even agree, Ryu grabbed and lifted his arm and activated her healing magic. Kisuke, on the other hand, controlled and carefully timed his regeneration with her magic since her healing wouldn't really work on his body now. While looking at the serious expression she was making, Kisuke asked, "I thought you don't like touching others and others touching you." "I do," Ryu nodded, "but this isn't the time for that. And I don't particularly mind if it's you." Strangely enough. "Well, I'm honored if it's like that." However, Ryu smiled wryly at his response, "Honored? Please don't be. It's nothing special. Besides, I'm just a dirty elf that threw away her own justice for the sake of her own revenge and satisfaction." "What's wrong with that?" asked Kisuke immediately back. Stunned, Ryu looked at his genuinely confused expression before saying, "It isn't just simply bad, but it's also wrong. Discarding your own justice to satisfy your dark desires isn't right." Shaking her head, Ryu finished up Kisuke healing. While she was shocked at how effective her healing was on Kisuke, she immediately turned around to change the unpleasant subject. "Let's continue before monsters surround us again." Kisuke silently stared at her lonely back and thought, as expected of an elf. Stubborn and rigid. Though it seems that her case stems from past trauma. I wonder why Astria-sama left her that year when everything was supposed to be over. The two of them continued at a slow pace because of the numerous monsters on the way. And each time, Ryu would break through the walls of monsters while Kisuke would guard her back, leaving him injured each time. However, the real reason why Kisuke kept getting injured wasn't because of the monsters attacking him, it was because of him using his spells, which would always create a backlash. But because Kisuke would always receive an attack meant for Ryu when she couldn't handle it anymore, the latter had no reason to doubt the source of his injuries despite the inconsistent sounds she was hearing while he was behind her. And each time they would have a break, Ryu would heal Kisuke while she reprimanded him for his thoughtless actions. Nevertheless, all her words came in from his left ear and left out of his right ear. In any case, he wasn't really hurt and his priority was her safety. He was just moving with that in mind without thinking of the consequences in her emotions as usual. As such, Ryu's guilt kept piling up, as did her determination to sacrifice herself for his safety when the situation would call for it. Chapter 698, The Colosseum. As they progressed through the floor, the number of monsters ambushing them kept increasing as they got near the center of the 37th floor. Since the staircase towards the 36th floor was on the other side of the floor, they had to get through the Colosseum. The Colosseum is the arena that the dungeon created 30 years ago. In it were a certain number of monsters continuously fighting each other if there were no adventurers around. For each monster that would die, one more would spawn, keeping the number up. Although it would still be a lot, Ryu thought that it would at least be manageable since there were only 2 of them. However, she was already having doubts due to the number of monsters around them despite not reaching the Colosseum yet. If not for Kisuke continuously sacrificing himself to cover her back and block attacks for her, it's improbable that they would even be able to travel this far. No. It's clear that he's still stronger than me despite the weird situation he's in. I'm just holding him back. If it's just him alone, he'd probably be able to break through the walls of monsters alone. Little did Ryu know that the reason for a large number of monsters spawning around them is because of Kisuke himself. More specifically, the special energy he's using is confusing the dungeon. When it's just the combination of ki and spiritual energy, the dungeon is sure of their alien origin, but now with the strange combination of magic, ki, and spiritual energy, the dungeon didn't know how to treat him. Since Kisuke was trying to slow their progress as much as possible, they only reached the entrance to the Colosseum after 4 days. Before entering, Ryu stopped and checked their supplies. While already tattered, Ryu was still wearing Kisuke's haori, and over it was clothing made out of skull sheep's fur. Kisuke, on the other hand, his clothes were already destroyed long ago and was wearing skull sheep's fur. Thanks to his dexterous hands, he was able to make 2 sets of robes and clothes for them. Why do you still wear that? Although it's still in one piece, the fur was already enough to cover us. Ryu unconsciously touched the black haori that sports a white diamond pattern along its bottom half when he heard his question. She also thought of discarding the haori away as it isn't needed, but somewhere inside her, she didn't want to and she doesn't understand the reason why. It's very soft and just right as an inner clothing, Ryu replied as an excuse. Aside from the sword, the only thing that remained with her was the few kansekis that she snatched away from the members of the Evolus when she's interrogating them. With a total of 3 explosive items, Ryu contemplated the time she had to use them. This time, I want us to switch our roles, Ryu suddenly proposed. Kisuke thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Okay. I'll leave it to you. There shouldn't be any problem with their previous arrangements, but Ryu suddenly suggested switching. Kisuke was curious about what she wanted to do. What is this stubborn lass planning this time, I wonder? She keeps resolving herself. Is she thinking of sacrificing herself when things get difficult? In any case, the way he is now, sacrificing his own body is a cheap price to pay if he really wanted to save Ryu. Without saying anything, Kisuke walked in front of Ryu and entered the Colosseum through a long bridge. If one were to jump from the bridge, one would be able to instantly reach the 38th floor. In essence, the Colosseum is a very wide hanging arena that could contain a fourth of the whole Orario. Entering the Colosseum itself, the 2 of them saw a war between monsters. Now I really wonder what this place is for. Since people are very rarely down here, maybe it's to pool experience for the monsters. Kisuke thought as they watched them. They needed to use the bridge on the southern part of the Colosseum and they were on the northernmost part, but they couldn't afford to take the shortest path, so Ryu led Kisuke to the east side so that they could travel along the walls. It was going well and the monster did ignore them as they went on. After half a day of carefully maneuvering around the monsters, the nerve-wracked Ryu finally saw their destination and thought that the most dangerous part of their journey would finally end when all of a sudden, the monsters in their vicinity suddenly all turned in their direction. Not good. Go. I'll take the back. Kisuke silently followed her instruction and started using low-level spells that he already mastered. Although these spells don't damage his body anymore, Kisuke wanted to improve their efficiency, so he kept using them instead of high-level spells. Using the toned-down Byakurai, Kisuke defeated the monsters in front of him one by one. However, their number kept increasing as the monsters from other parts of the Colosseum kept coming, and they would certainly chase after them until they left the 37th floor. This is the reason why expedition parties have to defeat all the monsters in the Colosseum before they proceed. As they kept going, Kisuke heard Ryu start chanting her magic behind him. But when they reached the bridge, instead of the monsters, Ryu aimed her luminous wind at Kisuke's back. Luminous wind is a wind and light element magic that could cause explosions, and by detonating it before it hit Kisuke, the shockwave was enough to send him flying without causing much damage. An instant later, the spot where Kisuke was standing suddenly exploded, collapsing the bridge. Ryu just used her kansekis to demolish the bridge. With a warm smile on her face, Ryu said, "Please go on. You shouldn't risk your life for someone like me," before jumping back into the fray of monsters that couldn't pass through the bridge. Kisuke silently watched as the wave monster receded and chased after the elf. That girl really did it. Maybe I should have told her that I'm not in any danger. But then again, he wanted to see how Ryu would act in this situation and she didn't disappoint him. If by chance I would need her assistance, she'd be trustworthy enough. Circulating the energy inside him, Kisuke smirked, alright, time to go with a bang. Ryu tried her best to dodge the attacks, but with the sheer number of monsters coming after her, it's nigh impossible. After getting hit by a spar toy, she got pushed towards a barbarian swinging its club. Using her arm to block, she was sent flying once again. I have to stay alive as long as possible. Though it's really the end for me, huh? Time slowed down for her midair as she recalled several people, the girls of the hostess of fertility that she won't be able to see anymore, the goddess that left her but still kept in contact with her, and her long-gone comrade that reminded her that there is no right answer when it comes to reality and ideals. Elise, in the end, I wasn't able to reach an answer. But maybe that's for the better. Ryu wanted to close her eyes and rest, but before she could do so, a dark silhouette appeared on top of her. Hey! What the hell are you doing? She heard Kisuke's voice from it. Opening her eyes in shock, Ryu asked in a panic, How? What are you doing here? Grabbing her in midair and keeping her close to him, he answered, as I said, I was commissioned to save you and I won't allow you to break my clean record. Ryu's face was buried in his chest, but she still tried to retort back, this isn't the time for that. Your own life should be your top priority. I don't really want to hear that from you, replied Kisuke before pointing his palm downwards and muttering, head at number 33, Saokasui. From his palm, a large wave of blue fire emerged, crashing onto the monsters below and instantly annihilating them. But before the fire could even melt the floor, the shockwave produced by it demolished a large section of the Colosseum, causing it to crash down the 38th floor. Losing consciousness from the explosion, Ryu recalled the bombing attempt 5 years ago when Jura and the Rudra familia had attempted to kill them in the dungeon, which they survived with some injuries. Just as they were about to attack the Rudra familia, the dungeon began to wail, creating the Juggernaut to get rid of the adventurers there. The Juggernaut immediately killed Noin, splitting her body into 3 parts, then knees, and finally Asta, all in a few moments. Angered by the death of her companions, Ryu attempted to attack the Juggernaut, though it jumped up to the ceiling in an instant, then dropped back down to attack her from behind. She narrowly dodged the attack but was then hit by its tail, sending her flying whilst the Juggernaut tried to finish her off. Fortunately, Kaguya saved her at the cost of her right arm. Unfortunately, Rihanna and Kelty died soon after when their magic was reflected back at them. It then proceeded to kill Iska and eat Mariu. Upon seeing this, Ryu felt something break inside of her, feeling fear for the first time. As the Juggernaut began massacring the Rudra familia, Elise checked on the remaining members, one of which, Lyra, had her eyes and eyelids melted by the reflected magic. Elise met eyes for a moment with Ryu, then asked both Kaguya and Lyra to give their lives, wanting to save Ryu even if it cost them their lives. She asked Ryu to stay put and chant while they would remove the Juggernaut's shell. Turning its attention back to the Astria familia, it first killed the blind Lyra, but not before she activated her bomb in her last moments, taking the Juggernaut's right arm with her. Kaguya took advantage of the opportunity Lyra created to attack its legs, destroying one of its joints, enraging it and causing it to kill her with its left arm. Elise then used her enchant magic and rushed at it, allowing it to stab through her with its left arm to hold it in place, and stabbed her mithril rapier into its body, sending her flames into its body. She then ordered Ryu to use Luminous Wind, the attack hitting her along with the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut decided to retreat, running out of the room as the magic continuously hit it. Later on, instead of heading back to Astria, she tended to her wounds on the surface, then returned to the dungeon to get revenge on the Juggernaut. However, she only found its remains. Following this, she gathered her companions' weapons, created the grave on the 18th floor, and asked herself in front of their grave what she wanted to do with her life, ultimately deciding to get revenge on Jura, the Rudra familia, and Evelis. She returned to the Astria familia home, pleading to Astria to leave. She agreed, though as she left, she sorrowfully told Ryu to throw away her justice. Ryu first began her revenge against people, then buildings, and finally their base, doing whatever it took to get rid of them. To finish up, she attacked the Rudra familia at their home, massacring the members, then destroyed the building with her magic. As she stood there in the burning building, Rudra appeared in front of her, but she couldn't bring herself to kill a god. He laughed loudly and told her that he would have liked to have the current Ryu in his familia. After she left, Rudra was captured by the guild and sent back to heaven. Her actions led to the destruction of 27 organizations, caused 4 gods to be sent back to heaven, and brought about the end of the Dark Age of Orario. She was later found by Seer, ending up where she was now. Chapter 699, To Be Saved or Not. When Ryu woke up, a massive headache attacked her, but she shook it off and immediately tried to get a sense of her surroundings. A second later, she realized that Kisuke was carrying her on his back as they moved away from the debris of fallen rocks from the Colosseum. She tried to get off him, but the moment she tried to move, a wave of pain overtook her consciousness. Ugh. This. Don't move. You have several broken ribs, and even if you want to walk on your own, you won't be able to thanks to your leg pointing in an awkward direction, Kisuke explained with a slightly gleeful tone. While Ryo was unconscious, Kisuke was studying what just happened earlier and gave him a big boost in understanding and realizing his spells, not just how I manifested the spell, but also how it affected the enemies depending on the intended effect. I was able to gather a lot more data thanks to the earlier incident. Maybe I should do it again sometime later. Ryo, however, didn't notice this weird tone and instead, bit her lips in frustration and asked, "Why? Why did you come back? As I said, I can't allow you to break my good record." But Ryo became even more frustrated. "You should prioritize your life over some stupid record." "That's true. However, that's not all the reason. You've taken care of and are good friends with my girls. That alone was enough of a reason. If I'm here just because of a simple commission, I would have left you alone when you threw yourself among the monsters and give my employer a report. The target sent me away and died on her own volition, or something along those lines, and be done with it." Ryo was stunned for a moment before muttering, "I don't deserve such kindness. What about you? Why did you prioritize my life over your own? I don't think I've done something to warrant such a response." Ryo became silent for a few moments before answering, "It's because you're a good friend of Seer and I think she'll be extremely sad if you were to perish. And you think that she won't if you were not to return?" Smiling wryly, Ryo replied, "Of course not. It's just that I don't deserve to be saved. Not after what I have done." Kisuke stopped walking and said, "Whether you deserve to be saved or not, frankly speaking, it's really not up to you." Ryo's eyes widened in surprise and Kisuke resumed walking while adding, "I'm sorry to rain on your parade, but the one who can decide whether you should be saved is your savior. If he or she deemed you're worthy enough to risk their lives for you, you don't have a say in it. But that's stupid. Right? However, that's the reality. It's stupid, but also extremely beautiful, don't you think?" "Beautiful? Yep. Even though you've already given up on yourself, someone out there hasn't. I think that's beautiful. Though after you're saved, it would be up to you if you want to make it a worthwhile effort for your savior." Ryo buried her face on Kisuke's back and thought about the nightmare she had. "I knew it. I already knew it long ago but chose to ignore it. They sacrificed their lives just to save me, but I wasted it. Instead of using my time to make our ideals a step closer to reality, I wasted it on the revenge that they never wanted. And in the process, I also made it hard for the goddess that took me in." A single tear came running down her cheek. "I'm just using Urahara-kun to justify my worth. If I had died back there, I'm not saving him, but just burdening him with my death. I never changed. All this time, I'm just a burden to everyone." Remorseful for the very late realization, Kisuke's warm back was just what Ryo needed in this deserted and cold part of the dungeon. But amidst this comfort, she heard a steady pitter-patter on the ground and turned her head around in curiosity. As she comprehended what she's seeing, Ryo's face became filled with horror as she shouted in panic after seeing a long trail of blood behind them, "Why, you're bleeding profusely." "Ah. Don't worry about it. It's not as serious as it looks. I mentioned that I'm in a weird situation, but it didn't mean I became weaker. I just become like this whenever I use a relatively strong magic." Of course, Ryo didn't believe that he's fine. "Put me down now. Even with one leg, I'll be able to manage it. What's important is to tend to your wounds. Save it. Look. A cave in front of us." Kisuke spotted a relatively large cave when they turned a corner and immediately entered it. Inside the cave is a flickering light and Ryo thought that someone else was on this floor, but upon closer inspection, it's a pair of skeletons with one of them holding a magic lamp that was about to use its final fuel. Nevertheless, the cave was large enough and Kisuke gently put down Ryo on the opposite corner where the skeletons are before sitting down on his own. It's only now that he was able to calm down his energy sufficiently to start his regeneration. Ryo, on the other hand, did her best to approach his side as she chanted her healing magic. But just before she could cast it, Kisuke lifted his finger. All of a sudden, Ryo saw her chest area glowing and felt the effect of her healing magic. What? Not explaining anything to her, Kisuke replied, "Just heal yourself. I'll be fine on my own. I just needed to rest and all of these wounds would disappear." And inwardly, Kisuke thought, as expected, I can use it like this. As long as I understand my opponent's spells, I can reflect them back to him. I wonder what else I could do. Ryo gritted her teeth and tried again using the rest of her magic power, but the same thing happened as her broken ribs fully healed, relieving her of pain just from breathing. Chapter 700, Revenge and Justice. Ryo finally gave up when she was about to lose her consciousness from depleting her magic power. She doesn't know how Kisuke was reflecting her healing magic back at her, but this isn't the time for that. Standing up with great difficulty, Ryo went towards the two remains of the adventurer. After offering her prayer, she picked up their bags and took a good look inside them. The food has already gone bad and the bottle of half-used potion only has a little bit of magic power in it. However, what she's looking for is their first aid kit. While the cream that can close small wounds has already gone bad, there are still clean bandages left. Great. This should be enough with the potion. Although the potion was almost useless in healing wounds, it's still useful for safely cleaning them. Grabbing what she needed, Ryo struggled with the pain of her broken leg before reaching Kisuke once again. Remove your clothes. Let's bandage those wounds up. Kisuke looked at her eyes for a moment and saw the extremely serious expression she's making. Figuring out that there's no way to convince her otherwise, Kisuke slowly took off his clothes while smiling wryly. I guess she won't be comforted until she does something. Finally taking off his blood-soaked top, Ryo drew in a cold breath from what she saw what seemed to be hundreds of cuts covering his entire body. Why you? You're not dying, right? Of course not. Take a closer look. They've already stopped bleeding. And indeed, upon closer inspection, none of them were shedding any more blood and a huge feeling of relief came to Ryo, along with intense guilt. I'm sorry. This is my fault. Promise me that you won't do a stunt like that again. Ryo looked straight into his eyes before saying, I promise. Smiling, Kisuke replied, then you're forgiven. But Ryo could only smile wryly on that. I don't know what to feel if you were to forgive me that easily. There's no reason for me to make it harder. Besides, there's something else you need to say, isn't it? Ryo's wry smile eased up to a gentle one and said, yes. That's right. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. You're very much welcome. Kisuke then closed his eyes to refocus his concentration on what he needed to do. However, that doesn't mean he didn't leave any attention to their surroundings and Ryo herself. Ryo, meanwhile, seeing Kisuke's behavior, got free rein over what she wanted to do. Carefully managing the potion and water they have, Ryo was able to clean Kisuke's wound without wasting any of their supplies. But also thanks to that, Ryo was able to properly see Kisuke's current state and couldn't help in shivering. Each one of them are deep wounds. How is he still fine with all of this? And he didn't even let out a single yelp despite my being rough in some places. Pushing those thoughts to the back of her mind, Ryo proceeded to wrap Kisuke with the bandages she got. And while doing so, she couldn't help but think about all sorts of things due to the silence. Inadvertently, she asked, say. Urahara-san. What do you think of revenge? Without opening his eyes, Kisuke entertained Ryo's question. Let's see. There are many types of revenge out there but generally speaking, it's an attempt to regain what you've lost. Even if you're successful, you're just zeroing out and nothing would really change except for momentary fulfillment. And depending on how much that revenge got hold of you, it'll be followed by emptiness. Ryo became silent and momentarily stopped what she's doing but resumed it not long after. I see. This is the first time of hearing such a take on revenge, however, I fully agree with you. After the momentary fulfillment, it was followed by endless emptiness. If not for Seer taking her out of that emptiness, Ryo doesn't know how she would have ended up. Do you mind if you listen to my story? Ryo suddenly asked. Sure. We have all the time we need. Ryo reminisced and narrated her days within the Astria familia. She told Kisuke how they were widely accepted as the police force and a very welcome one at that in the time of dark ages where the guild can't do their job in suppressing those who wanted to harm the city. Her story then reached the part where the alliance of evil aligned familias formed and came to be known as the Evolus and their large attack led by Erebus and two former members of the Zeus and Hera familia 7 years ago. It was while defending the city with all their lives they came to understand that, while the rest of the Evolus just wanted to raze Orario to the ground with their twisted beliefs, Erebus, the evil god, Zald, and Althea, the former members of the Zeus and Hera familias, just wanted to destroy the lid that is blocking the dungeon in attempt to return the time back to the heroic age. So they were hoping for a hero to arise from the destruction they wrought. Why did they hope for that in the first place? Kisuke commented. It's only something I'd heard later, but apparently, despite being the strongest familia and successfully subjugating 2 of the world quests, they couldn't even wound the black dragon. However, the fact that it has one of its eyes taken out was a testament to the strength of the people of the heroic age, where monsters ran rampant on the surface despite having only the assistance of the spirits. Ryo then shook her head before continuing, but I can never agree with their methods of sacrificing the innocent even if it means saving the world from the threat of an unbeatable monster. Then again, I don't really have the right to say that because I turned my back against those innocent people to pursue my own darkness. Kisuke stayed silent and allowed Ryo to continue her story. He wanted to say something to her, but he held it off because he wanted to hear the rest of her story and make sure that he wasn't misunderstanding anything. Ryo touched the subject regarding the nightmare of the 27th floor 6 years ago but didn't know much of it because it was mainly the Loki, Ganesha, and Freya Familia's attack on Evolus. And when she reached the subject of 5 years ago, Ryo's tone audibly changed as she slowly narrated how her familia fell into the trap of the Rudra familia and summoned a juggernaut just like the incident earlier which resulted in the annihilation of the Astria familia with her surviving only because her precious companions sacrificed themselves so that she could have enough time to run away. Being overtaken by her desire for vengeance, Astria left her after ordering her to discard her justice. Hence Ryo started her rampage on those with even a slight connection to Evolus, killing everyone except for the deities. Even though what Ryo committed was a very heavy crime of massacring people, it also ended the Dark Ages with the roundup of the remaining Evolus members. At that point, Kisuke finally understood clearly what's bothering her and said, "You can't move on because you can't admit it." "What? You can't admit and come to terms with yourself that you thought that the heinous crime you committed was the right thing to do?"